This guy accidentally bumped into a girl on campus. Who would have thought she would chase after him crazily, determined to have him? She demanded that he become her boyfriend. No matter where he went, she would always follow him closely. She clung to him like a shadow, refusing to let go. When he was bullied by thugs, she did not hesitate. She rushed in to confront that hooligan directly. Knowing he was in a difficult situation, she said very little. She immediately took out her phone and transferred over $1,000,000. A picture-perfect wealthy young lady and a lucky male student. A dream scenario for every single guy. However, Han Eon-jin was a serious young man known for being picky. Her confession was rejected and Lee Hee-soo coldly revealed that he was in danger. It turned out that on that day, when Han Eon-jin bumped into her, he had accidentally dropped the death card. The card he had chosen by chance signaled that he would die today. Since he was about to kick the bucket anyway, he might as well give his body to her. With those words, her eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, flashing with madness. Lee Hee-soo then grabbed his hand and yanked him toward her. His arm was squeezed so tightly it felt like it was about to break. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Han Eon-jin looked down in horror at the puddle of water beneath his feet. Reflected, there were countless ghostly hands clinging tightly to his arm. At this moment, Lee Hee-soo had transformed into a giant female demon. She was staring at him with a greedy, lustful gaze. I had not even asked you out for dinner, but now I am about to become your dinner. If anyone says she should not eat you, then come out and say it. The guy, scared out of his wits, used all his strength to pull his arm free, and then ran for his life. The demon immediately gave chase, its huge, heavy body moving as fast as the wind. Just as it was about to catch him, it unexpectedly stepped on a banana peel, and fell flat on its face. Truly the ancestors were watching over him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Eon-jin escaped into a narrow gap between buildings. The demon behind him could only roar in furious frustration. At this moment, the light at the end of the path appeared, just a few steps away from him. Then, suddenly, the sound of something being torn apart echoed through the night. At some point, Han Eon-jin had one of his arms torn off by it. The demon also paused for a second, staring in shock at the hand holding his arm. Its rage peaked when it saw the Grand Inspector's body it was meant to have possessed. With bloodshot eyes, it screeched, a roar that tore through the night. My new body. Han Eon-jin lay there trembling, his body growing weaker. The demon approached, its voice as sharp as a blade. If I cannot have this Grand Inspector's body, I will devour you alive. With those words, the demon roared, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to swallow him whole. Just as Han Eon-jin closed his eyes, accepting his fate, then a rustling sound like footsteps running on water suddenly rang out. It was the white dog he had taken in today. Time turned back to that morning. Han Eon-jin went out to take out the trash. He came across a stray dog with its head buried, scavenging for food. Seeing it haggardly gnawing on a leftover scrap of unknown age, he felt a bit disgusted. He turned away, threw the trash bag into the bin, and was about to leave. For some reason, he still looked back at the dog eating so heartily, a feeling of pity rising in his heart. Afterward, he went into the supermarket and bought a sausage. Returning to the building, he held the sausage out in front of the dog and called softly. It lifted its head to look at him for a moment, then grabbed the sausage and devoured it ravenously. Han Eon-jin gently patted its head. Eat up from now on, no more scavenging in the trash. Having said that, he stood up and left, leaving the dog still standing there bewildered. It ate half the sausage and then ran out of the building. It looked up, watching his receding back with silent gratitude. When the sun set, he returned home and saw the dog still sitting by the garbage pile. Han Eon-jin stood still, staring at it for a long time, thinking, that dog from this morning, why is it still here? In the end, he decided to ignore it and stepped inside. A few minutes later, the first raindrops began to patter against the window. The rain grew heavier, and the image of the white dog huddled by the trash haunted his mind. Unable to bear it, Han Eon-jin finally ran outside and brought it into the house. He carefully dried it and blow-dried its fur. The moment it was let go, the dog shook itself, splashing water all over Han Eon-jin. He looked up at him as if asking for permission, then jumped straight onto the bed, curling up contentedly. Han Eon-jin let out a helpless laugh, thinking that May was just taking over his house like this. He went to get it a bowl of water and some sausages. Seeing it still lying still, he asked, not eating, huh? Guess you don't like it. Just as he finished speaking, it trotted over, buried its head in the water bowl, and drank noisily. After drinking, the little dog approached him. It sniffed his leg, then shyly placed a paw on him. Seeing that Han Eon-jin did not object, it grew bolder. It stepped fully onto his lap and curled up in his arms. He stared wide-eyed at the tiny creature casually taking over his space. As they say, give an inch and they'll take a mile. Returning to the present moment, just as Han Eon-jin was about to be attacked by the demon, the white dog quickly rushed over, leaping onto the demon. It was still dazed, not having grasped what was happening, when a flash of white light shot past. The demon's limbs were instantly sliced into several pieces, causing it to let out a scream of extreme pain. The white smoke, the dog transformed into a tall man holding a sharp greatsword. Han Eon-jin's eyes fluttered open, dimly witnessing it all. He saw someone standing before him, protecting him. It was a long-haired young man with gold earrings. He turned to look at the struggling Han Eon-jin and spoke, "Happy birthday, my child." Before he passed out, that sentence was the last thing he heard. That person's hand reached toward him, gradually blocking his view. Time passed. When Jin opened his eyes again, everything was blurry. Gradually, light and images came back into focus. He realized he was lying in bed, drenched in sweat as if he had been bathing. So hot, he exhaled, raising a hand to wipe his face. The sticky hand surprised him into exclaiming, "Wow, that's a lot of sweat." Jin fumbled around for his phone. The screen lit up along with a slew of unread messages. The most recent message was from Sunggun. "Are you dead or what?" "What?" He shot up, panicked. "What time is it?" Jin hurriedly grabbed clothes to change. "Damn, when did I even fall asleep yesterday?" Suddenly he stopped. The memories of last night flooded back like a torrent. He immediately brought his arm up to examine it. It was still there. He tried clenching his fist and then opening it. Still normal. A feeling of relief spread, but it was immediately followed by extreme doubt. What exactly had happened? Remembering the girl from the day before, a name flashed in his mind. That was right, Lee Hee-soo. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone from the homeroom teacher pulled him back to reality. At the schoolyard, a janitor complained, "Why does this annoying machine keep getting unplugged? I don't know which kid keeps messing with it." Meanwhile, Jin was rushing to school. As he ran into the school, he thought, "I wonder if Lee Hee-soo will come today?" Entering the school, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh. The scene was so peaceful under the clear blue sky. He sneaked along the hallway, his eyes scanning around. Ahead, he heard two of Lee Hee-soo's friends talking. "Hey, why has Lee Hee-soo been acting so strange lately?" "I don't know either." "Ah, I really need her to do a tarot reading for me today." Jin carefully peeked into the classroom and was startled. Lee Hee-soo was cheerfully chatting with her friends. "What? She looks completely normal." He wrestled with indecision. Should I just ask her directly about yesterday? Just then, his two friends Shen Dajin appeared right behind him. Showing up to school right at lunchtime, only a thug would do that. "Hey, why didn't you read our messages? You had us worried for nothing." He came to school to find his girlfriend right away. "See, told you, a real thug." "No." Jin quickly defended himself, stammering, No, it's not like that. Yesterday, His words caught in his throat when he met Lee Hee-soo's gaze from inside the classroom. For a moment, the two looked directly at each other. "What about yesterday?" a friend pressed. Seeing Jin silent, the group of friends started teasing him again, making up stories. "This bastard pretends to go home but actually went on a date with his girlfriend." Instead of answering, Jin suddenly bent over, hiding below the windowsill. "What are you doing?" one of them asked. The other two burst out laughing. "Oh, just a little eye contact and he's that flustered. I'm not jealous of Saidajian really." Jin's face darkened with fear. He scrambled on the ground, trying to avoid being seen through the window. "How pathetic," one of them judged. Throughout the afternoon class, Jin could not focus at all. He simply could not remember. He was definitely severely injured. He looked down at his completely healed hand again. One big question kept churning in his mind. But what happened after that? How did I get home? The image of the demon's face haunted his mind relentlessly. What the hell happened? I wish it was all just a dream. He quickly checked his phone. The only proof that last night was not a dream was still there. A notice of 100,000 won transfer from Lee Hee-soo, with a note that said if not accepted within 3 days, the transaction would be automatically cancelled. "What is this money for?" Jin muttered. He was hesitant about whether to text and ask, but then he decisively put the phone back in his pocket. "Forget it, as long as she's okay." In the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher asked worriedly, Jin, "Are you sure nothing's wrong?" "Yes, ma'am. I just overslept." She sighed. "Have you eaten anything?" "Yes, ma'am." "Alright, if you're fine, go to class. Finish up and go home early." Jin obeyed and stepped outside, not forgetting to close the door. He walked slowly along the hallway, glancing at the clock on his phone. It was already 2 p.m. He has missed almost all of today's classes. Stepping onto the school field, Jin was still absorbed in his phone. Suddenly, a head popped out right in front of him and said, "Hi." "Ah." Jin flinched back, his heart pounding. Lee Hee-soo quickly apologized, saying she didn't mean to scare him, but heard from some friends he went to the teacher's office, so she waited for him. "Oh my god, we're in the same gen class now. Is stalking people your hobby?" Jin was still shaken. "Why can't you act normal so I can get a break?" "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable," Lee Hee-soo stammered. "And about yesterday?" Hearing that, Jin instinctively looked around warily. The school field was completely deserted. Damn it, not a single person around. "Hey, how about we go somewhere more crowded to talk?" Jin said. "It's not that I'm scared, but in case you suddenly attack me again." "No, it's not that. I was possessed by a ghost then," Lee Hee-soo quickly explained. "What?" Jin frowned, his face full of doubt. "It's a long story. First, let me apologize for making you get hurt." As Lee Hee-soo was trying to explain, Jin's gaze suddenly stopped. "Something is very wrong." He pointed to a nearby blue object and coldly cut her off. "What is that? Why is it here?" "Huh?" Lee Hee-soo turned around in confusion. "That's the statue at the main gate. It wasn't here earlier." Jin said, his voice beginning to tremble. Suddenly, the statue slowly stood up. "Oh crap," they both exclaimed in unison. Immediately after, the statue flew toward them. "Run!" Lee Hee-soo shouted. They both turned and bolted. Han Eon-jin screamed in fear seeing the giant statue chasing close behind. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Hey, is this your fault again?" "No, it's not me," Lee Hee-soo quickly denied. "Why not? You did the same thing to me yesterday." "Han Eon-jin, I can explain. It's really not me, but a ghost named Sung Axie." Seeing the statue getting closer, Han Eon-jin snapped, "Shut up and run faster. It's too fast. This way we're gonna get caught." Just then Han Eon-jin saw a cart full of basketballs. Without thinking, he grabbed the handle, spun around, and pushed the cart with all his might toward the charging statue. "Han Eon-jin!" Lee Hee-soo shouted in surprise. The cart flipped over, dozens of basketballs spilling out and rolling toward the statue. They thought it would stop it. It used the ground as a fulcrum. With a slight bounce, it leaped over the pile of balls effortlessly and landed perfectly. Unbelievable, Han Eon-jin cursed and quickly changed direction, pulling Lee Hee-soo along. Lee Hee-soo rummaged through her bag as she ran. She pulled out a plastic bag filled with black beans. She grabbed a handful and threw it straight at the statue's face, shouting, "Get lost." But this trick was useless. It just flicked its hand slightly. All the beans flew back, a few hitting Lee Hee-soo's face, making her groan in pain. "What are you doing? You idiot!" Han Eon-jin immediately pulled her to keep running. Suddenly he stopped when he saw the iron gate ahead was open. He pushed Lee Hee-soo hard forward. "Get out now!" Just as both of them got outside, Han Eon-jin quickly slammed the gate shut just as the statue charged into it. Both leaned against the iron fence, panting, their hearts pounding like drums. The statue stopped in front of the gate, quietly observing them for a while before turning and walking away. Seeing it had left, they were both relieved. "Is it gone? Did it finally give up?" Han Eon-jin sighed in relief. Suddenly Lee Hee-soo stammered and pointed toward the school field, telling Han Eon-jin to look. Han Eon-jin looked and froze. The statue had returned, and what it held in its hand was the flagpole it had just uprooted. They stare at each other in panic. Is it going to use the flagpole to vault over here? Is it insane? Han Eon-jin was terrified, his eyes darting around for an escape. Nearby was a pushcart. On the other side of the fence, the statue had planted one end of the flagpole into the ground. It swung onto it for momentum and actually used that method to jump over the fence. Lee Hee-soo stood rooted to the spot, frozen. At that moment, Han Eon-jin shouted her name. "Hey, Lee Hee-soo, get out of the way!" She flinched and quickly stepped back. Han Eon-jin stared intently at the statue. It landed on the ground like a high jumper. But what caught its fall was not a mat, but a pushcart. The impact sent the cart flying into the trash heap, flipping it over. The statue also fell flat, a foul smell rising, forcing them both to cover their noses. However, to their utter astonishment, it staggered back to its feet. Its eyes, sharp as daggers, locked onto Young-jin. "Let's go, Lee Hee-soo." But the statue flashed and blocked their path, so fast no one could react. Its eyes blazed with murderous intent, lunged straight at Han Eon-jin and grabbed his neck tightly, lifting him into the air. Han Eon-jin, Lee Hee-soo could only scream in despair. He looked at him with eyes full of the utmost hatred. Just a little more force and his neck would snap. Lee Hee-soo screamed in fright, "Stop!" When she saw Han Eon-jin starting to choke, she quickly pulled a brown bead necklace from inside her clothes. That's the end of being a big shot. The statue, thick with a dark aura, glanced over at her. Lee Hee-soo immediately threw the bead necklace at it. The string snapped instantly, the beads scattering in all directions. They exploded right on the statue's face. It roared in pain, let go of Han Eon-jin's neck, and fell backward. He thudded to the ground. "Han Eon-jin, are you alright?" Lee Hee-soo ran over in fear to help him up. "Not at all," he replied, his face pale. They helped each other and ran away. Behind them, the statue began to stagger to its feet again. In the school parking lot, Han Eon-jin fiddled with a lighter while complaining, "Hey, if you had that thing, you should have used it sooner." He turned around and saw Lee Hee-soo doing something that was smoking. "Are you smoking?" "No, it's incense." "What are you doing?" Han Eon-jin asked, confused. "Just a simple exorcism ritual," she explained. She started pulling out her tools. "Are you pulling all kinds of things out of your uniform?" he asked in surprise. Lee Hee-soo held several strips of colorful cloth, tore them off, and tied one around his wrist, instructing him, "Like this, you'll be fine for a while. Don't take it off until midnight." Han Eon-jin grimaced at the bow she had just tied around his wrist. He scowled. "You're really strange, you know that? I know you're suspicious, but I really haven't done anything." Lee Hee-soo scratched her head. "Can we talk at school?" "No," he replied bluntly, then paused for a moment. "Alright, let's just say you were possessed yesterday and today was just a coincidence." "So what?" "The truth is, ever since I got involved with you, nothing but weird things have happened to me." Hearing this, Lee Hee-soo fell silent, a hint of hurt in her expression. "But Han Eon-jin, it wasn't me." "I'm grateful you saved me," he interrupted. "But if it weren't for you in the first place, nothing would have happened. Don't pretend we're close anymore." Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving her standing alone on the empty street as the sun slowly set. Just as he got home and was entering the password, Han Eon-jin suddenly stopped. He looked down at the garish bow on his wrist. Lee Hee-soo's instructions echoed in his mind. "Don't take it off until midnight." What trick is she trying to pull now? He decisively yanked off the strip of cloth, threw it straight into the trash can, and walked into his room. The room was pitch dark. He reached out and flipped the light switch. The moment the light flashed on, Han Eon-jin screamed and jumped back in fright at the white dog sitting comfortably on his bed. He fell backward before suddenly remembering its existence. The small dog approached him. You've been here the whole time? Han Eon-jin stammered. It obediently sat in front of him. You must be really hungry by now, he said, scratching his head. Then he placed a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog approached, looking at the sausages with a bored expression. Meanwhile, Han Eon-jin was lying face down on the bed scrolling through his phone. He was focused when suddenly a voice sounded. This stuff again? The room was supposed to have only him and the dog. Bring some decent food over here. Han Eon-jin's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly turned his head to look at the dog. It was still sitting there, as calm as ever. He stared at it rigidly, while it nonchalantly glanced back at him. The mysterious voice echoed in his ear again. Again with this stuff, huh? Bring some good food over here, come on. He looked around the cramped room in a daze, then back at his phone screen, his mind growing more and more confused. The voice sounded again, this time as if muttering to itself. Ah, forget it. I'm too hungry. I'll just eat this for now. The phone screen was a pet food store. Han Eon-jin had intended to buy more food for it. But as he scrolled, the mysterious voice continued. After you eat, bring the good food to the house. Han Eon-jin staggered to his feet, his eyes darting around the room. A low voice sounded, seemingly coming from the dog sitting imposingly nearby. What are you looking for? Han Eon-jin flinched, flung the window wide open to check, muttering to himself. Where is that voice coming from? That voice sounded again, clearer this time. Are you only hearing me now? Han Eon-jin spun around sharply, his dark-rimmed eyes from lack of sleep fixed on the empty air in the room. In here? He froze, cold sweat starting to break out. And then he saw it. The small dog was baring its teeth, looking like it was grinning slyly at him. Han Eon-jin faced it, remaining motionless for a few seconds as he pondered. He slowly sat down, gently scooped up the dog to examine it closely, and then began to feel and prod every detail of its body. He turned it this way and that, checking it so thoroughly that the dog started to feel annoyed. It got angry and snapped. Hey, you impertinent brat. The shout right in his face startled Han Eon-jin. He quickly put it down on the floor, took a few steps back, and kept a safe distance to observe. Looking at the harmless appearance of the animal before him, he thought to himself, oh, this dog can talk. Everything was beyond imagination, his mind reeling after the series of unbelievable events. You look so bewildered, unable to believe what is happening, right? I have been here all day, and only now have you heard me. After speaking, it used spiritual power to control the nearby wardrobe. A clattering sound was heard. The wardrobe door swung open, a pile of clothes and socks flying straight into Han Eon-jin's face. He, annoyed, pulled a torn shirt off his face. He threw the item away, involuntarily letting out a shout. But at that moment, he suddenly realized something. The shirt was missing a sleeve. Do you remember what happened yesterday? Horrifying memories suddenly rushed back. The female demon, the chase, and the feeling of his arm being crushed. Last memory was its wide-open mouth about to devour him. A sharp pain suddenly crept into his mind. Han Eon-jin quickly raised his hand to his shoulder to check his left arm. It was still there. He was confused, torn between memory and reality. What the hell are you talking about? As if reading his thoughts, the dog Jin continued. You are wondering why it is like this, right? Who do you think I am to have stopped that monster and be talking to you now? Seeing Han Eon-jin's extremely confused expression, it said, you must be bewildered. Too much strange information hit him, making Han Eon-jin freeze. He asked himself, who am I and where is this? Chen Dajian advised. Call the one responsible for you here. Han Eon-jin did not understand. It explained, the one who gave birth to and protected you. I need to learn about your family. Just as he finished speaking, Han Eon-jin replied in a flat tone, I do not have one. Hearing this, the dog turned its head to look around the house, once then asked back, what? You no longer have parents? He stepped down from the bed, answering casually, already told you. It asked further, what about another guardian? He answered, there is no one. Watching him drink water carelessly, Chen Dajian sighed in frustration. What a hassle. But it thought to itself, so this kid lives resiliently. It seems I did not choose the wrong person. Meanwhile, Han Eon-jin also complained, what the hell is this situation? I do not clearly remember last night, and now this mess too. Jin looked at his back, raising a reproachful voice. Hey, I saved your life, why no thank you? Han Eon-jin turned his head and gave it a contemptuous look. You saved me. A puppy stronger than a monster? Then are you a monster too? Hearing this, Chen Dajian became furious to the point of choking. It coldly declared, you dare call me a monster? I am your ancestor. The firm assertion made Han Eon-jin freeze stiff. Sweat streamed down his face. He stammered, an ancestor? He stared at the dog, naively muttering, dogs are human ancestors? So was I a dog in the past? Fool! Chen Dajian snapped, fuming with anger. I am not a dog, he carelessly asked back. So what is it? Chen Dajian wanted to go crazy with this descendant. I am just inside this body. You see me as a dog, but I am not actually one. Jin indifferently replied, so you possessed a dog. The dog nodded smugly. Consider it that. But he remarked bluntly, it is still a dog then. Chen Dajian tried to explain frantically. He shrugged. But you still do not have a human body, so it is still a dog. It yelled. I said I am not. He nodded knowingly. So it is an ancestral ghost possessing a dog. A bit annoyed, but Chen Dajian muttered, makes some sense. The ghost is right. Han Eon-jin got straight to the point. So what do you want? He offered a theory. Want offerings. I have no money. The uncle just quietly turned his back. He muttered, if you need many offerings, why not find a richer descendant? At the same time, Chen Dajian's face fell. The small dog did not answer, only nuzzled around his leg, continuously sniffing, pacing back and forth as if searching for something. Fearing it would relieve itself right there, Henyeonjin pointed a finger and warned, hey, if you need to go, do it elsewhere. Misunderstood, Chen Dajian slowly stopped, switching to a pitiful mode to express his feelings. This clan is truly poor, now no one else is left. Henyeonjin felt let down. You mean no other descendants left? So I am the only one? Chen Dajian lowered his head, sadly replying, that is right. Then it turned its head back. From now on, let us help each other. He asked indifferently, so you will stay here forever? Chen Dajian narrowed his eyes, helpless. Where else can I go? Henyeonjin shouted wildly. What are you saying? If you are so capable, go sleep outside. With that, he grabbed the edge of the blanket and threw Chen Dajian to the floor. The small dog lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Truly an ungrateful descendant. Henyeonjin retorted, fine, just sit outside and talk. I have to go to school. I cannot afford to keep you. He said that, his hand still held the phone, typing to search for wheat seeds to buy for it. He also taunted, if an ancestor demands good food, might as well sell the house. The two logical words made Chen Dajian, though angry, shut up. Suddenly the dog perked its ears towards the window as if detecting a strange noise. Sensing danger, it abruptly jumped up, barking loudly, woof. Henyeonjin, glued to his phone, jumped in surprise. What is that? Turning his head, he saw Chen Dajian jumping up weirdly. He asked, why are you acting up all of a sudden? Jin whispered, ears still pricked. Something is outside. Henyeonjin shot up, a panicked look on his face. What? The dog stared fixedly towards the window, speaking seriously. You brought something back home with you. The stone statue that had chased him and Lee Hee-soo earlier was silently entering the alley. Heavy footsteps boomed loudly. Henyeonjin did not believe it, quickly refuting. Stop talking nonsense. There is no one there. Chen Dajian rushed over, clinging tightly to his head, urging him. Move fast. He asked back in pain. Go where? Yeongjin was frozen all over. Outside. What? Chen Dajian suddenly ordered. Stay still. He had to stay silent for a few seconds to sense it. The result was nothing unusual. He quickly grabbed Chen Dajian and pulled it off his head. Stop sitting on my head. As soon as he finished, a horrible shaking sound rang out, causing the entire room to tremble. The booming sound rang again, the terrifying reality, not an illusion, causing his sweat to pour out like a shower. Chen Dajian grabbed his hair and pulled Henyeonjin's head up, the pain making him let out a scream. Outside the window, the streetlight glimmered. The main door remained tightly shut. Carrying Chen Dajian on his shoulder, Yeongjin cautiously checked his surroundings. Suddenly, the dog used its front paws to forcefully pull his head to look to the right, and there he was, terrified at the sight before him. Outside the glass door, half the shape of the schoolyard statue stood towering. Each of its footsteps shook the earth and sky, and it stopped right in front of his door. Why is the statue here? Henyeonjin hid behind the stairs and asked in a panicked whisper, do you know it? That is the statue from the school. Why did it turn into a monster like this? Chen Dajian stuck his head out to warn, it is not an ordinary monster, but a malevolent spirit. A malevolent spirit takes this form. Henyeonjin stared intently at the monster. That is right, Chen Dajian replied and stepped onto his face. Since there are malevolent spirits, there are also benevolent spirits. Each type has its own form. There are many such things in this country. Consider it a mystery. The malevolent spirit placed its stone hand on the glass, slowly lowering its head to look inside. Henyeonjin wondered, do you mean it came here for me too? As if it had identified its target, the malevolent spirit flashed a hideous grin. Exactly, Chen Dajian answered, both of them not taking their eyes off it. But why would it follow a person? Malevolent spirits are cruel, but they do not randomly stalk anyone. Henyeonjin recalled the time he pushed it into the trash bin, pondered for a few seconds, then closed his eyes and admitted, it seems I provoked it first. That same moment, Chen Dajian shouted a warning, it is charging in. The malevolent spirit threw a powerful punch at the door, shattering the frame and the glass. The tremendous force threw Chen Dajian off Henyeonjin, and he was also thrown to the ground by the pressure. It seems to be a malevolent spirit, but its intelligence is not high. Due to inertia, it ended up sticking its head into the room on its own. Seeing the devastation, Henyeonjin exclaimed worriedly, it destroyed my house. Still thinking about the house? Run now. Chen Dajian rushed over and yelled in his face. The malevolent spirit looked at the two with murderous intent. Henyeonjin was scared out of his wits. Suddenly, Chen Dajian rushed forward and said, run ahead first. What are you, ancestor, planning to do? Henyeonjin was confused by its action. Just do as I say. Chen Dajian turned his head to command. The malevolent spirit had already gotten up and was pursuing them, so Henyeonjin turned tail and fled as fast as he could. When he looked back, he saw the small back of the dog standing tall and firm. It was confronting the giant monster head-on without flinching. Really? Is that really his family's ancestor? Chen Dajian displayed his authority, stared straight at the malevolent spirit and roared loudly. You bastard! Debris under its feet began to tremble due to an invisible energy. Inner power erupted, the pink light swirling around Chen Dajian growing stronger. It declared, "How dare you touch my descendant?" The dog opened its mouth, ready to unleash a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering technique. But the sound that came out was only a series of barks. The malevolent spirit stood still, staring intently at the farce before it. It simply raised its hand and sent Chen Dajian flying several meters away. The dog rolled a few times and then landed with a thud on the street. Before stumbling to its feet, it immediately ran to chase after Henyeon-jin, leaving the malevolent spirit dumbfounded. Finding it strange, Henyeon-jin asked while running, "Huh, you're running too?" The tactful question only made Chen Dajian force an awkward smile. "So what did you think I was? I just thought you could hold out for about 10 seconds, Henyeon-jin replied flatly. "It is strange, how did you save me so easily yesterday? Or were you lying? You are truly a liar. What benefit is there in mocking me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the malevolent spirit had caught up. It dove down from above, grabbing hold of Henyeon-jin. He was terrified. "Damn it, it caught me!" Suddenly, the jacket slipped off his body, causing Henyeon-jin to fall straight to the ground. The malevolent spirit held the jacket, stood still for a few seconds, then gleefully put it on. It zipped up the jacket and smiled contentedly. "Quick, get up!" Henyeon-jin tremblingly crawled to his feet. The malevolent spirit looked truly grotesque wearing his jacket. It placed its hands on the ground, getting into a ready stance to lunge forward. Seeing this, the two of them panicked again and ran straight ahead at full speed. Just as the malevolent spirit was about to launch, a voice suddenly rang out, "Come here." Lines of text emitting a radiant glow appeared in midair. Lee Hee-soo, holding a speaker, was playing Buddhist sutras at the highest volume. The sound struck straight into the malevolent spirit's mind, causing it to writhe in agony. Henyeon-jin looked at her in shock. Lee Hee-soo stood there without a hint of fear, her hand firmly gripping the phone connected to the speaker, continuously playing suppressing chants. "Lee Hee-soo, what luck you arrived just in time." The 8-hour recitation video on her phone was still playing. The sound from the speaker immediately set the malevolent spirit's body ablaze. Is it scared now?" Henyeon-jin asked tremulously. He looked at the flame consuming the monster, then suddenly cried out, "Ah, my jacket." Lee Hee-soo still did not take her eyes off the flame. Suddenly, Henyeon-jin froze. Something was wrong. "Did we win?" No sooner had he spoken than a completely unharmed hand and foot stepped out from the flame. The malevolent spirit had resisted the power of the Buddhist sutra and slowly stood up. He looked up with a face even more terrifying than before. Lee Hee-soo stepped back in shock. Impossible, her Buddhist scripture was useless. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit appeared before her, throwing a punch. "Be careful," Yeonjin rushed over. He pushed Lee Hee-soo hard to the side so she could dodge the blow. The strong shove caused both of them to tumble to the ground. Yeonjin was in no less pain. Lee Hee-soo turned around in fear and saw the evil spirit raising its leg. It was about to stomp directly on the speaker. A thunderously powerful stomp shattered the speaker, and the concrete road also cracked open. The evil spirit bent down to pick up a piece of broken concrete, placed it on his shoulder to gain momentum, then spun around, threw it straight at the two of them. "Be careful!" Concrete fragments rained down on Lee Hee-soo, making her legs bleed. Henyeon-jin quickly raised his arms to shield himself, but was still hit by large rocks on his body and head. A terrible explosion occurred. After the smoke and dust, both lay slumped on the ground. Henyeon-jin forced himself to sit up. He tried to call the name of Lee Hee-soo, who lay motionless. The evil spirit stepped out from the explosion. Henyeon-jin looked at it in shock, but a strange noise from Lee Hee-soo caught his attention. She was trying to light a bundle of incense. "Hey, we need to run," Henyeon-jin shouted. "Please," Lee Hee-soo weakly pleaded, still stubbornly trying to light it. Henyeon-jin, anxious, was about to yell again but suddenly froze, his eyes filled with utter horror. The evil spirit was standing towering right over Lee Hee-soo, holding a car above its head, ready to throw it down. The image of his pet dog Jin suddenly flashed in his mind. "You said you were going out." Henyeon-jin desperately got up, sprinting madly towards Lee Hee-soo. "Then help me," he shouted with all his might, then leaped forward to shield Lee Hee-soo, ready to face death. Instead of pain, his foot suddenly stepped into an endless void. Surrounding him was a completely unfamiliar land. The space began to shift. Henyeon-jin was dazed, not understanding what had just happened. What the hell was this? The sky before him suddenly became hazy and obscured. Where did everyone go? A sense of unease rose in his heart. He instinctively called out loudly, "Lee Hee-soo, ancestor." Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared behind him, and a deep voice sounded. "Finally, I hear your desperate cry for help." Hearing the familiar voice, Henyeon-jin was stunned. He spun around, exclaiming in shock, "Chen Dajian." A man in ancient black attire emerged from the ethereal white smoke, his appearance extremely mysterious, especially his bright golden pupils shining in the darkness. "Who are you? What is this outfit?" Henyeon-jin asked blankly. "Who else would it be?" the man replied calmly. Henyeon-jin was startled. "You do not recognize my voice, my descendant." The man smirked. His face flickered indistinctly between a human form and the face of the dog Chen Dajian. Henyeon-jin finally had a vague idea of this person's identity. He murmured, "Ancestor." "That is right." The man stepped close behind him, his voice confirming, "I am your ancestor." The sudden proximity sent a chill down Henyeon-jin's spine. The man gently took his hand. He began to speak. "Earthmaster Kai has 12 gods." He continued, "And I am the god who rules over dragons." A warm surge of power transferred from his hand into Henyeon-jin's body. causing his palm to glow brilliantly, from which an earth-shattering energy erupted. In that instant, Jin returned to reality, the words still echoing in his ears, "I will lend you my power." Without a second of hesitation, he immediately used the energy he had just received to create a weapon to fight the evil spirit. Lee Hee-soo witnessed the scene and could not believe her eyes. Jin yelled, his eyes blazing as he charged straight at the evil spirit. The ancestor's power materialized into a giant sword, cleaving the car in two with ease. A horrifying explosion rang out. Seizing the moment while the evil spirit was still stunned, he lunged forward, slashing a sharp cut across its ugly body. By inertia, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Jin Lee Hee-soo shouted in worry. "What the hell is this?" "The car was really cut in half," he said with difficulty. "What are you doing, Chen Dajian, in the form of a dog?" he barked furiously. "Get up before it tears you to pieces." Jin quickly stood up, grabbed the sword, and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, it's too heavy." Suddenly, he was startled to realize the wound on the evil spirit's body had healed completely. It was growling furiously, its red eyes charging at him like a hungry tiger. It swung its elbow, delivering a devastating blow to Jin. He was caught off guard. The sword flew from his hand, and his entire body crashed into a nearby pile of scrap metal. As he struggled to get up, the evil spirit stood towering right before him. It let out a roar and lunged forward, making his face turn pale with fear. Chen Dajian suddenly leaped onto the evil spirit's face and shouted, "Run away now, hurry. Discretion is the better part of valor." Jin immediately turned and ran. "Why are you running, you idiot?" Chen Dajian was driven mad with anger and cursed loudly. "You handle it yourself," he flatly denied. Seeing its prey trying to escape, the evil spirit grabbed Chen Dajian and flung him aside. Then it leaped up and caught up with Jin in an instant. Used the sword. Chen Dajian, lying flat in a corner, yelled loudly. Jin gritted his teeth and spun around. He tightened his grip on the sword. He suddenly swung a heavy slash. The evil spirit was forced to bend its body to dodge. Seizing that moment, he poured all his strength into the next strike. "Hang in there, Jin. I'm coming." Lee Hee-soo suddenly cheered him on. As if bolstered with new strength, Jin wildly swung his sword, and even the evil spirit was taken aback by him. Suddenly, something whizzed past. The sword slipped from his hand. It flew through the air rapidly. It sliced through several nearby flower bushes and then soared high up. In the blink of an eye, Jin turned and ran again. The evil spirit immediately stuck to him like a leech. The sky was filled with falling petals. Suddenly, the evil spirit's eyes widened. A bad premonition rose within it, and it warily glanced upward. As it ran through the brilliant rain of petals, a petal gently covered one of its eyes, and its pupils contracted. A flood of memories suddenly came rushing back. In a room, a flickering light cast two hazy shadows on the wall, an athlete and a man wearing a helmet. Two craftsmen were chiseling an iron human head, the sound of saw blades ringing loudly. A photo of the athlete appeared. Not long after, the human-shaped statue was completed, causing a stir among the public. "My God, it looks exactly like him." Even TV reporters came to film it. That statue was of a legendary track and field athlete, Korea's #1 pride. The host looked at the statue for a long time and wondered, but why does he have a bald spot? A cherry blossom petal floated gently by, obscuring the memory. Memories of the most brilliant days, groups of tourists passing by, children running and playing, beautiful girls posing for photos with the statue. Standing under the brilliant sunlight, it proudly listened to the conversation of two girls. "Come on, strike a pose like his," accompanied by crisp laughter. Suddenly the statue glanced down. A female voice exclaimed, "My God, he's taking a photo right in front of his own statue." A man in a baseball cap was posing exactly like the statue's starting position. A middle-aged woman approached the man, her voice full of admiration. "My son is also very passionate about track and field. He admires you so much. Thank you for being such a great inspiration. We really loved your autobiography." Even though it stood on a high pedestal, the statue clearly heard every word, and then it began to sob. Time passed, a rope was tightened around its shoulder, and a crane hooked it up. From then on, it was left alone, standing silently under the freezing rain. Raindrops rolled down from the corners of its eyes, just like tears of sorrow and loneliness, snapping out of the memory stream. The evil spirit quietly watched Jin, who was still running for his life with his head down. Suddenly, its steps began to slow down. At the same time, Jin tripped and fell flat on the cold ground. He frantically turned his head to look back. Then he covered his head and screamed in fear. The evil spirit charged forward swiftly, but strangely it glided right past him. Jin was stunned, looking up blankly after it. The evil spirit ran straight towards a faded banner for a marathon race. It arched its back and spread its arms in a triumphant pose. Imaginary flower petals fluttered in the air. It spread its arms and ran with a loud thud through the iron finish line barrier. Immersed in the glory of finishing first, the cheers and enthusiastic applause of the crowd rang incessantly in its mind. It proudly bit down on a gold medal, imagining being praised by that woman from years ago. Being asked for autographs by everyone, it had become a celebrity, a Shen Dajian statue cherished by children everywhere. The evil spirit kept running towards the flower petals, as if running towards the brilliant victory in its own illusion. Meanwhile, Henyeon Jin and Chen Dajian could only stare blankly, not understanding anything at all. Lee Hee-soo stood frozen, a giant question mark seemingly hanging over his head. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. The evil spirit vanished, leaving the three of them standing there bewildered. What was this? Chen Dajian squinted, pondered for a moment, then rasped. It seems it achieved its goal and moved on. Why so sudden, he wondered. As I said, the dog explained, evil spirits are not dangerous if you follow their rules. What is that rule? It depends on the purpose of each spirit's existence, Chen Dajian said slowly. That is why I asked why it was angry. It must be your fault. Are you joking? Henyeon Jin immediately retorted. Before long, night fell over the city. Henyeon Jin went to his room groaning in pain as he checked the wound on his hand. He winced and asked Chen Dajian, is my rib cracked? You need not worry, the dog reassured him. Then he suddenly turned his head to look at Lee Hee-soo, who was sitting quietly in the corner. Young lady, are you alright? Lee Hee-soo scratched his hand, hesitating to answer. Unexpectedly, she lowered her head and shouted, thank you. Henyeon Jin stared with wide eyes. Her face was flushed with embarrassment and shyness. You are Henyeon Jin's ancestor, correct, sir? Late at night, the city was silent. At the finish line of the marathon, the broken iron barrier suddenly flashed with a strange light, and then fused back together as before. A nearby car that was snapped in half suddenly flew up into the air. The debris automatically reassembled perfectly. The shattered glass door of a shop healed itself. A broken plum branch also automatically reattached itself to the tree trunk. Under the streetlight, the silhouettes of three children, 2 boys and 1 girl, appeared. They had their arms around each other, laughing and playing joyfully before fading into the night. In a small room somewhere, an ancient sword was placed solemnly on a cabinet shelf. Lee Hee-soo hesitated for a moment before daring to ask, are you Henyeon Jin's ancestor, sir? Jin was stunned for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. So you can see me, child? The little dog asked curiously. Are you a mage? The girl quickly shook her head, replying softly, no, I am not a mage, I am the daughter of a mage. Haha, Chen Dajian laughed. A mage's daughter, is it? Remembering the time before when Chen Dajian saved her life, Lee Hee-soo said gratefully, you saved me from that monster before, sir. But then I fainted. She smiled gently. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Thank you very much. Hey, Henyeon Jin suddenly cut in, staring wide-eyed at Lee Hee-soo in disbelief. Did you just hear that dog speak? Yes, she honestly nodded. After hearing that, Henyeon Jin unconsciously let out a relieved sigh. So I am not schizophrenic. Lee Hee-soo looked at him and could not help but laugh. Schizophrenic. That is indeed the case. At that moment, Chen Dajian smiled and asked her, how did you know I am the ancestor of this kid? Well, Lee Hee-soo looked at the dog and the boy sitting in front of her. Then she suddenly imagined Chen Dajian's human appearance and compared it to Henyeon Jin. Afterward, she smiled sincerely. Well, the two of you look very alike. What do you mean? Henyeon Jin could not accept the truth. She blushed in embarrassment and mumbled an explanation. Henyeon Jin, cannot you see it? See what? He frowned and pressed. The look of your ancestor. Chen Dajian suddenly turned and taunted Henyeon Jin. Can you not see my super handsome look? Huh? The little dog, extremely confident in his outstanding looks, said smugly. It is only natural for women to feel shy in front of my beauty. Henyeon Jin let out a noise full of disgust. He grabbed a mirror and shoved it in front of Chen Dajian. You are so handsome, old man. As soon as he said that, the man and dog immediately lunged at each other in a scuffle. Meanwhile, Lee Hee-soo pulled out her phone. Gina, look at this. As soon as he glanced over, she snapped a shot. A rabbit filter munching on a carrot appeared right at Chen Dajian's location in the space. What is that? He quickly shouted. Henyeon Jin stared at the phone then yelled, oh my god, how can you do that? He absolutely refused to believe his eyes, telling himself it must be an app glitch. She turned to Chen Dajian and said, ancestor, please come closer to Henyeon Jin. Immediately, a sickly filter appeared right next to Henyeon Jin's face. Next, a mask filter appeared in the same way. Still stubbornly refusing to believe, he deliberately waved his hand wildly around him to check if Chen Dajian's figure was truly there. Chen Dajian just frowned, showing he did not care. The sky grew darker and the streetlights outside had turned on. The clock struck 9:55 in the evening. But, are you not planning to go home? Henyeon Jin spoke. It is already 9 o'clock. Lee Hee-soo flinched, stammering as if to speak but then stopping. Finally she mumbled, I cannot go home. Henyeon Jin took a sip of water and stared at her intently. Why not? He asked. Lee Hee-soo took a deep breath to muster her courage. My mother is also haunted like me. She is strong enough to suppress a vengeful spirit easily. Hearing this, Henyeon's eyes went wide. If I go home in this state, her voice trembled, mixed with fear and sorrow. Mother will possess me again, and then come after you like that vengeful spirit did. Why would your mother come after me? He asked curiously. Because she wants your body, she answered bluntly. Chen Dajian was also stunned at this point. Why my body? Henyeon Jin frowned. Lee Hee-soo whipped around, her sharp eyes staring straight at him. Because you are a spirit vessel. Lee Hee-soo stood up, picked up a bowl, and approached him. Wait a moment. She filled the white bowl with water and brought it in front of him. Her reflection was shown on the water's surface. This is an ordinary person, she said in a deep voice, then decisively poured the water out. Next, she raised the empty bowl. And this is you, she explained gravely. In the future, more and more souls will want to seize the empty vessel that is you. Hyeonjin could only swallow his saliva. Before, he did not know how to explain, so he remained silent. What those souls wanted was you, she said, looking straight into his eyes. What? Hyeonjin frowned, bewildered. You do not know? Chen Dajian, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. I will be blunt, all these strange things keep happening because of you. Hearing this, Hyeonjin's face turned pale. He suddenly recalled the words he had said to Lee Hee-soo. What did you do this time? Strange things have been happening ever since I met you. If it were not for you, nothing would have happened. At that time, she kept explaining, no, it is not me, but you would not listen. Hyeonjin's face darkened. Before his birthday, nothing had happened. Lee Hee-soo's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. After speaking, she fell silent. Suddenly, she approached Chen Dajian. She quietly knelt down and said respectfully, Sir, I earnestly beg you, please help me. Chen Dajian looked at her for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and asked, You say your mother is a shaman? Does she worship spirits as if they were gods? Hearing the question, Lee Hee-soo was startled. Yes, she does not know what she is doing, Lee Hee-soo hastily explained. My mother was not famous for fortune-telling before, but she always devoted herself to praying wholeheartedly. Her words painted an image of a woman sitting in the middle of a forest. Then one day she returned and said she had received a god. After that, the shrine, which had been empty of visitors, suddenly became so famous that one had to make appointments a year in advance. She remembered hiding behind the door, curiously watching the people who came to have their fortunes told. But that thing was nothing like a deity. Her voice trembled as she thought of the horrifying smile of the demon behind her mother. When she was young, she had naively asked, Mom, is the spirit you worship really a god? Immediately, a harsh slap sent her sprawling to the ground. Holding her painful face, she heard her mother curse, How dare you blaspheme the gods? Her mother's terrifying face at that moment still haunted her to this day. That is an evil spirit, Chen Dajian's voice rang out, cutting through her memories. Lee Hee-soo bit her lip. I have tried to escape the spirit possessing my mother since that day, but to no avail. In the end, it summoned shadow spirits and forced me. Hearing this, Chen Dajian nodded. You are a spirit shaman, I understand. No wonder those ordinary rituals were useless. At some point, Hyeonjin had gotten up. He climbed onto the bed to lie down and played on his phone, pretending not to care. I will help you. And Dajian suddenly spoke, making Lee Hee-soo look up in disbelief. He smiled and explained, You risked your life to save Hyeonjin, so you deserve to be helped. He turned to Hyeonjin. This is the right thing to do, is it not? Hyeonjin stammered awkwardly. It involves me, I have to help too. Meanwhile, Lee Hee-soo kept kowtowing, overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ignoring Hyeonjin, who was holding his head in protest. Chen Dajian smiled contentedly. It is late, go to sleep. The girl nodded obediently, took a roll of toilet paper to use as a pillow, and lay down. Hey, hey! Hyeonjin shouted. What are you doing? Huh? I am getting ready to sleep, she answered casually. Why are you sleeping here? I told you I cannot go home, so I am sleeping at your place. I do not have any friends, she shook her head sadly. Hyeonjin thought for a moment, is that girl with her hair in a high bun not your friend? She is a friend of the shadow spirit, not my friend. Come on, just pretend to be close for a bit. Hyeonjin held his head in despair. Lee Hee-soo pleaded softly, please listen to me. Listen to what? Let me stay over at your house. No, he answered coldly. I will only sleep, I promise. What the hell? Do you not understand when I say no? He yelled angrily. I said sleep. What else would you do? Chen Dajian stretched out on the bed, teasing, sharing a bed, huh? Then he glanced at Hyeonjin and said, I am going outside. What the hell are you talking about? Hyeonjin shouted red-faced as the old man left the room. Hyeonjin, Lee Hee-soo said timidly, Sorry, but can I borrow a pair of shorts? Even old ones are fine. Hyeonjin's face went blank. That night, the small house's lights went out. Lee Hee-soo lay in silence. Her eyes were closed, but her face suddenly turned pale. In her dream, she felt her hand being held tightly by someone. A blade was pressed close. Mom, I am sorry, she begged in fear. Her mother stood outside the door, her gaze cold. Mom, the door slammed shut, and the corner of her mouth curled into a ghastly smile. Mom, I know I was wrong, she cried and screamed, frantically pounding on the door. Let me in. Inside the room, blood-stained hanbok lay beside a mysterious jar wrapped in talismans. She panted, exhausted, I am so scared. Lee Hee-soo curled up in a corner. Suddenly, a ghost leaped out in front of her. Its two eyes bulged out. Hello, Lee Hee-soo. Pleased to meet you. Mom, she moaned in her nightmare, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Chen Dajian immediately approached. He lay down beside her, helping her gradually calm down and fall into a peaceful sleep. Elsewhere, flickering candlelight illuminated a row of Buddha statues. A woman sat before an altar. Her fingers tapped a rhythm on the tabletop covered in white rice. That was Lee Hee-soo's mother. Her cold eyes swept over the tabletop. Then suddenly he slammed it down hard, sending rice flying everywhere. Lee Hee-soo, you damned girl. She roared in anger, her eyes turning white. Where the hell have you been? She ground her teeth, surrounded by child spirits crawling over her body. Her voice rang out full of terror. When it returns, I will shove its head into this jar. The next morning, Hyeonjin lay curled up languidly on his bed. His face was haggard with dark circles under his eyes as if he had not slept at all night. Hyeonjin picked up his phone to check. It was 8:46. He listlessly stepped out of bed, walked to the bathroom door, and turned the knob. As he opened the door, he scratched his head and let out a long yawn, his sleepy face looking truly pitiful. Suddenly, what caught his eye was the image of Lee Hee-soo brushing her teeth as naturally as if she were in her own home. Both froze, staring at each other with wide eyes. A second later, she let out a shriek and slammed the door shut, and Eon-jin still stood motionless outside the door, his mouth agape in shock. The white dog, Chendajian, tottered over from behind, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Good morning, Han Eon-jin. You look much more energetic this morning than last night." A while later, in the sun-drenched apartment, Lee Hee-soo sat dazedly on the bed, watching Han Eon-jin fussing with tying up a large garbage bag. "Hey, where are you going?" she wondered. "The fridge is out of food," he replied curtly without turning around. He remembered irritably the scene of Chen Dayan criticizing the box of cereal on the table. "What kind of food is this? Hurry up and go buy something delicious for me. My ancestor seems a bit fussy," Han Eon-jin explained reluctantly. Then he suddenly added a sentence that surprised Lee Hee-soo. "You are a guest too, so I have to treat you to something. Hurry up." Chen Dajian is rolling around on the bed, stirring. "I only ate a tiny bit. Make sure to buy some beef too." Han Eon-jin grumbled, completely annoyed. "I will go with you." Lee Hee-soo stood up, smiling brightly. "Fine," he replied tiredly. Shortly after, they arrived at the garbage disposal area. Han Eon-jin gently set the trash bag down. Suddenly, Lee Hee-soo praised him. "You are still a student, but you seem as mature as an adult." She smiled, looking at him with admiring eyes. "It is just the circumstances," he replied modestly. They both walked in silence. Han Eon-jin felt a bit embarrassed and awkward because of the earlier compliment. He secretly glanced over at her. Lee Hee-soo was still radiant and shining as always. She smiled warmly, looked up at the sky and sighed in admiration. "The weather is so nice today, isn't it?" He suddenly recalled the harsh words he had said to her and felt extremely guilty. "If I hadn't met you, none of this would have happened." Her shocked and sad face at that time came back to him. He blamed himself. It was all his fault. Lost in thought, his steps gradually slowed down. Suddenly, he gathered his courage and called out, "Hey." When she turned around, "Huh?" He could only say one word, "Sore." Seeing him hesitate, she waited in silence. Suddenly, Han Eon-jin let out a sound, then held his head, sinking down tiredly in front of her bewildered face. He still kept his head bowed, not daring to face Lee Hee-soo, but his voice was extremely sincere. I am sorry." "About what?" She scratched her head, asking in confusion. "I said harsh things to you. It was all my fault." It took Lee Hee-soo a moment to understand. She was surprised and did not know what to say. Han Eon-jin still kept his head down, his voice low. "Even so, you have helped me a lot." His hands began to sweat, his voice slightly trembling. "Thank you." Actually, he was so shy his face was bright red. Sweat was pouring out. But he still tried to express himself. "Even if something happens in the future, I will still. You really are more mature than everyone else." Lee Hee-soo suddenly bent down, looking straight into his eyes. He was startled and jumped to his feet. "Don't worry about that," she said. "I don't mind at all." Lee Hee-soo crossed her arms, smiling brightly to comfort him. "Besides, it was partly my fault too. You also got hurt because of me, right? Let's call it even." And Eon-jin was flustered and did not know how to respond, so he turned his face away. "All right, I understand," he sighed to himself. "Anyway, let us hurry and buy the groceries." After that, they both entered a nearby supermarket. As soon as Lee Hee-soo put a large bag of candy into the shopping cart, Han Eon-jin stopped her. "Hey, why are you buying this?" he asked blankly, still trying to hold on to the bag of candy. "Just in case you get hungry," she explained. "All right, thank you," he replied helplessly. "Is there anything else you want to buy?" she asked innocently. That is enough for now," he added dejectedly. "Besides, I am almost out of money today." "Why?" Lee Hee-soo did not understand. "Just keep buying, I will pay for it." "Huh, why would you pay?" She pulled out a credit card, laughing gleefully. "It's no big deal, it is old man Chen Dajian's money, nearly 10 million won." He was at a loss for words. "Consider it a commission fee deducted from me," she said quickly. After shopping, they walked out of the supermarket. Lee Hee-soo hugged the bag of candy, munching away, while Han Eon-jin carried a large bag of groceries, thinking to himself in surprise, "This is the first time I have bought this much stuff at a supermarket. By the way, your cooking is pretty good." She suddenly remembered praising him. "It is just average," he replied. Lee Hee-soo did not notice his deadpan expression and continued enthusiastically. With this many ingredients, we are going to have a really delicious meal. Suddenly, Han Eun-jin's eyes widened as he realized something. In front of him, John was staring at his phone, walking closer and closer. Red alert sirens blared in his head. Why haven't we arrived yet? John looked up, wondering. Then suddenly he exclaimed, "Huh?" In front of John at that moment was only Lee Hee-soo, standing there blankly holding the bag of candy. John recognized the rumored girlfriend of Han Eun-jin. "Hi," she smiled awkwardly. "Hi," he politely replied. Not far away, Han Eun-jin was crouching on the street, panting heavily. Seriously, why is John here of all places? He thought tiredly. He looked up to the sky, complaining, "Oh my god, that guy is definitely going to guess all sorts of things." He worriedly opened his phone. It was 10:58. Messages in the group chat were going wild. "I am talking to Han-jin's girlfriend here. So cute. Nice one. Han Eun-jin. Just you wait, Jian. When I see you, you are dead." After reading through the troublesome messages, he sighed. So exhausting. Han Eun-jin put his phone away and continued walking home. Behind his lonely back, a massive, grotesque black shadow was slowly approaching. Han Eun-jin was completely unaware, his eyes still glued to his phone screen. A large, grimy hand reached out, ready to grab him. Whoosh, a soccer ball flew in from somewhere, smacking straight into Han Eun-jin's head. The pain made him flinch and temporarily caused the dark shadow to disappear. The ball bounced off, rolling chaotically along the sidewalk. Han Eun-jin rubbed his head in annoyance, turning around to snap. What the hell was that? Behind him was a strange kid with black hair, a strangely calm expression, and eyes dark-circled as if he hadn't slept in a year. That kid was leading a few younger children. Han Eun-jin rubbed his head and asked accusingly, "Did you throw that?" The kid clearly wasn't normal. He looked at the man and said, "You should be more careful." "What?" Han Eun-jin didn't understand, replying irritably, "I'm the one who should be saying that. You should be careful walking." The group of kids suddenly surrounded him, tugging at his arm and scolding, "Mister, you need to watch where you're going. That's right, it's dangerous. We're just worried about you." Han Eun-jin was bewildered, not understanding why he was being lectured by these baby-faced kids. They waved goodbye to him, even reminding him, "Mister, remember to be more careful from now on." Helpless, he could only reply, "Yeah, alright, thank you kids." Watching the children run off happily, he thought to himself that these kids were truly strange. But the older kid with the dark-circled eyes still stood still, staring at him in a puzzling manner. After a moment, he turned his head and calmly walked away. Han Eun-jin watched his back, wondering what now. At this time, near the supermarket, Lee Hee-soo was alone holding a pack of candy, wandering around looking for him. "Did he go ahead already?" she thought, then opened her phone to call. In that instant, a huge, eerie dark shadow appeared behind her. It had a bizarrely large foot. A moment later, both Lee Hee-soo and the shadow vanished, leaving only the candy pack lying discarded on the sidewalk. In the apartment, Chen Daejian was sleeping soundly. Hearing the door open, he woke with a start. "Oh, you're back?" Drool still on his mouth, he asked dazedly, "Why are you alone?" Seeing Han Eun-jin silent, Chen Jian began to panic. He jumped off the bed, eyes wide, asking, "Where's that girl?" Han Eun-jin was putting away new items in the closet, turning to answer casually, "She's probably coming back soon." 15 minutes later, he started to worry. He called repeatedly, but only endless rings came from the other end. Finally, the phone reported that no one was answering. Did something happen? He asked himself anxiously. Chen Dajian's puppy face also became serious. Unable to wait any longer, Han Eun-jin opened the door and rushed outside, phone in hand, trying to call again. He looked around frantically, and then he saw the figure of Lee Hee-soo slowly approaching from afar. Han Eun-jin hurried over. "Hey, Lee Hee-soo, where have you been?" She didn't answer, but suddenly called his name, Eun-jina. Then she flashed a strange smile. "Where did you go just now?" I went ahead," he stammered, scratching his head to explain. "I was afraid that Jeon guy would catch us again." "Who is Jeon?" Lee Hee-soo asked. "That friend with the glasses." "Ah," she exclaimed, then laughed eerily. "Is he a bad person?" "No, he's just a friend. He just likes to mess around a bit," he quickly explained. It was at this moment that Han Eun-jin felt something was off. He looked up, for the first time since they met again, staring straight at her face. Lee Hee-soo looked so different, exuding a chillingly dark aura. Her eyes were pitch black, lifeless, with a grotesque smile on her lips. He unconsciously looked down at the clothes on her chest. Han Eun-jin's expression suddenly changed. Did he realize something? But he still stepped closer, asking, "What's wrong with your face?" Instantly, Lee Hee-soo's eyes turned bloodshot red. An icy cold wind blew down his spine, mixed with her ghastly smile. The disguise shattered. The lower half of the face and neck of the imposter cracked into grotesque red fragments, revealing its true form as an old man with white hair, wearing torn medieval-style clothes. The old man waved his tattered cloth, grinning with bared teeth and sharp, horrifying eyes, introducing himself, "I am old man Babai." Han Eun-jin barely had time to react. Still staring in a daze, Chen Daejian let out a scream. It was already too late. Chen Dajian watched helplessly as his master vanished right before his eyes, leaving behind only a pile of ash fluttering eerily in the air. Silently, Chen Dajian stared at the dust cloud, his face showing clear seriousness. Damn, did I let it slip away? The small dog stepped forward, sniffing around frantically, trying to find any remaining trace. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out from behind. That actually suits you. Chen Dajian immediately became alert. He glanced back and saw a person in black, only as tall as an elementary schooler. What's it like being a dog? That person taunted. It was the dark-circled boy who had saved Hanion Jin earlier. Pretty confident, aren't you? Chen Dajian spoke up. The boy with dark eyes stared at Chen Dajian. It's been a while, hasn't it? He said, his gaze sharp, calling the dog's real name directly. Ding Mao Dajian, Bingsu Dajian. Chen Dajian Yung Hak. This person was clearly related to the demon realm and possessed power that was nothing ordinary. He looked at the small form of Chen Dajian, asking suspiciously, what's up with that Chen Dajian color? The strange boy suddenly curled his lips into a smile, but his eyes were full of resentment. Don't know if you're asking seriously or trying to mock me. Chen Dajian truly meant no harm, just dazedly scratched his dog face. How did you break the seal? The boy looked at him with murderous intent. I do not know, Chen Dajian replied calmly, shaking his head with a sneer. Perhaps there is a dissatisfied one among you, or some demon god wishing to trouble me. The young man was slightly annoyed and refused to answer. He pulled out a paper fan from the strange box on his back. The fan emitted electric sparks and a mysterious blue aura. A small whirlwind surged straight toward Chen Dajian. At the same time, a blue and red robe appeared on the boy's body. The attack created an extremely strong gust of wind, nearly blowing away Chen Dajian's dog body. The wind blades turned to giant, sharp spears, rushing forward in a volley. Instantly, Chen Dajian transformed back into his human form, ready to defend, but before he could do anything, the row of wind spears halted, pointing directly at his throat. The fan in the boy's hand still radiated a massive source of energy, and his circular robe flared with illusory flames. At any moment, I could tear you apart and seal you again. The children around here are not pushovers either. Their bodies emitted white demonic energy, their ancient attire resembling that of divine officials. The motionless whirlwind of steel immediately grew hundreds of sharp thorns, densely pointing at Chen Dajian's face. I alone am enough. As this, Chen Dajian spoke calmly, showing no fear. He easily changed back to a dog, escaping the thorn formation and questioning. My body is your doing, is it not? The boy remained silent, then suddenly smiled in a strange manner. He folded the paper fan and tapped it firmly against his palm. A rigid whirlwind behind him shattered and collapsed into pieces. The boy put the fan back behind him, and the illusory robe also disappeared. Taking the lid of the box from the children, he replied, why not go ask that angel? Having said that, he turned to leave but added, this is the first time I have seen this too. Why seal me? Chen Dajian's question made the children stop and turn back with wide eyes. Out of fear of me? The question made the boy freeze in his tracks. He turned to look at Chen Dajian, slightly raising an eyebrow, his lips moving but ultimately remaining silent. After a long while, he finally blurted out a curse, you idiot. The boy's figure vanished into a puff of white smoke, not waiting for his subordinates. Be at my foot, Chen Dajian grumbled in annoyance before walking off. I, a gentleman, shall let you off this time. It was only then that Chen Dajian remembered something important. Ah, now is not the time. He buried his head in the ground again, continuing to sniff, ignoring the nave calls of puppy, puppy. Chen Dajian looked up and was startled. A child's face with bright, clear eyes around, drooling mouth pressed against his face from who knows when, still muttering puppy. A group of children surrounded Chen Dajian, eyes sparkling with delight. The person uncle is looking for is the one in black clothes with messy hair, right? One asked, let us find him for you. Meanwhile, another kid gleefully touched Chen Dajian's ears, exclaiming it feels just like bunny ears. The children insisted they knew where that man was. A regular scraping sound echoed in a damp, filthy room. The floor was littered with exorcism talismans. A rough hand was continuously sharpening a keen blade, its owner humming a creepy melody. Awakened by the noise, Han Eon-jin groggily opened his eyes. There now, have a cookie. The sight that greeted him was the silhouette of a terrifying old man squatting on the floor. What the hell is this? Where am I? Han Eon-jin looked around dazedly, only then realizing he was tightly bound in a pile of shredded straw. The sound of sharpening grew more frantic, blending with the eerie song. Crybaby, in the tiger goes, naughty child into the jar goes. He tilted his head, revealing vicious eyes on his wrinkled old face. Han Eon-jin's eyes widened in horror. He recognized that it was the same old man who had disguised himself as Lee Hee-soo earlier. Fear drained the color from his face. He gritted his teeth, straining to break free from the straw binding him. Han Eon-jin, a mournful call made him freeze. Looking to the side, he saw Lee Hee-soo also tied up in the same way, her face red from crying. Could it be that you are also? Suddenly, a pile of white salt came crashing down onto the floor, right in front of Han Eon-jin. The old man continued singing without noticing, salt it well, make some salted fish. Looks like we are about to be made into salted fish, Lee Hee-soo sobbed. I have heard this song 4 times now. Salted fish? Han Eon-jin exclaimed in terror. Immediately after, he felt salt flowing out from all over his body. The old man stopped singing and let out a cough. Jin stared in shock at his body being covered in salt, but what horrified him more was that he was completely naked. Jin let out a pitiful moan before burying his face in the salt pile, his face red as a tomato. My clothes, where are my clothes? He mumbled to Lee Hee-soo. Hey, did you see everything? I did not see, Lee Hee-soo replied with difficulty, also turning her face away. You should not look at me either. At that moment, the old man stopped sharpening the knife. He stood up holding the sharp weapon, his dragging footsteps approaching. Jin dared not lift his head, sweat pouring down like rain. Lee Hee-soo also lay face down on the floor, holding her breath and listening. The sound stopped completely, the air was eerily silent. They must have left, Jin thought to himself, then risked a glance to the side. An old, fierce face with a savage grin appeared before him. The old man laughed. Awake are you? Jin froze silent and speechless. Suddenly, the old man's neck stretched out bizarrely, lowering his head close to the floor, staring into his eyes with a terrifying look. Naughty child, huh? Jin asked back in surprise. Why am I a naughty child? Lee Hee-soo, who had stopped crying at some point, also turned to protest. That is right, we are all good kids. Good kids deserve rice cake rewards. Fear turning into a sense of injustice, she continued, give us the rice cakes. Jin warned quietly, do not provoke him. The old man near you Daejian asked, so how do you plan to prove you are good kids? Jin nervously retorted, how do you prove we are bad? The man said, try proving you are a dutiful child. What? Jin was stunned. He conceded defeat as he had no parents. Hearing this, the old man's eyes bulged, and he roared angrily, disrespectful brat, daring to be disrespectful to your parents. Jin and Lee Hee-soo flinched in fear. The old man raised his knife, pointing it directly at Jin's face and laughed smugly. Good, you are truly excellent material for making fish sauce. Jin lay weakly on his stomach, with no strength left to argue. Lee Hee-soo quickly cried out, that is not true. He really does not have parents. The old man did not care, grinning with narrowed eyes and saying, you are also the unfilial type. Lee Hee-soo interjected, seems the only crime is being unfilial, right? He turned to criticize Jin. Being disrespectful to your parents is like killing them, a grave sin. He maniacally swung the sharp knife up, preparing to stab down. At the brink of life and death, Jin calmly spoke. They passed away. The old man froze, his yelling also ceased. Then he spun around, pointing straight at Lee Hee-soo's face. Then you are an unfilial child, it is certain. Both were stunned, not understanding anything. Jin asked irritably, what is it this time? The old man began to describe the image of a young woman kneeling before an altar praying. Dear Mr. Barbie, my daughter is disobedient and rotten. Please take her away. Signed, Lee Hee-soo's mother. He said, your mother prays every night for me to take away a rotten daughter like you. Lee Hee-soo was stunned, her face sad and unbelieving, stuttering. That was my mother? Suddenly, a noisy sound from outside rang in, a resounding bell interrupting the conversation. The old man fell silent, walking to the door with a somewhat thoughtful expression. He walked toward it, turning back to instruct the two frightened people, wait here obediently. His figure gradually disappeared behind the door. When the noise died down completely, the door also slammed shut. Jin and Lee Hee-soo looked at each other in surprise, secretly feeling lucky. He arched his back, trying to sit up. The scattered, torn fabric made their movements very uncomfortable. Lee Hee-soo had to flick her hair to shake off the falling salt. She suddenly realized, this is our family shrine. He asked in surprise, what? Then he buried his face in his hands, moaning in exhaustion. This is the end. She asked, what is wrong? Were you not also planning to come here? Jin grumbled, what good does coming here do? She waved her hand to suggest, just take out the knife like this. He replied helplessly, I left the knife at home and even forgot the offering. Lee Hee-soo widened her innocent eyes, holding out her hand in a funny way. Doesn't it just appear when you do this? It was the same last time. He was surprised. What? They chatted casually in a tense situation. Jin could not take it anymore. Do you think this is a comic? She replied. If it is not, sorry. He said, first, we need to get out of here. Going through this door will definitely run into that old man. Lee Hee-soo suddenly called out. She had stood up at some point, seriously pointing at another door in the back. They both decided to go out that way, salt falling with every step. As soon as they stepped outside, Jin's eyes widened in shock. He looked around from the base of the ornate house to the walls carved with intricate, detailed religious figures. He was astonished by the giant Buddha statue and the large blades stuck around it, wondering, what the hell is this? Lee Hee-soo called out, Jin, I just saw a wardrobe in the back. She said, how about we wear these for now? Going out like this is embarrassing. They took off the salt-covered torn cloth, turning their backs to each other. Each in their own corner, they silently put on the monk robes. Do not look, you too. Jin took a white outfit with only a string tied at the waist, the hem occasionally lifting to reveal his thighs. He shyly covered himself, flustered. Where did my clothes go? How can I go out dressed like this? Lee Hee-soo draped a yellow kasaya robe over herself, smiling. I will pay for the taxi. He said, it is fine. She pointed at the bright, large door ahead. Exiting here leads to the courtyard, right? Jin was dazed when he suddenly saw something. He frowned, sweat pouring out, his gaze turning serious. Hey. Beyond that splendid door was a rather tall figure. He said, "It seems someone is there." Both fell silent, intently watching the door. The figure had come very close. Door frame slowly opened, and a person in a red shirt and purple pants entered. Tense and scared, Henyeon Jin and Lee Hee-soo quickly hid in the small cabinet in the corner. Outside, the sun had nearly set, darkness gradually enveloping everything. The shrine courtyard was silent, only the twilight casting shadows on a lonely tree. Sitting in the cabinet for a while with no movement, he wondered, why is it so quiet? Neonjin risked reaching his hand toward the door, intending to peek out. As soon as he opened a tiny crack, a face pressed close to the door, bulging eyes directly meeting his, a vicious grin curling at the corner of its mouth. Neonjin froze, then became eerily calm, quickly slamming the door shut. He pressed his hands tightly against the cabinet crack, only then turning to look at Lee Hee-soo with a serious expression. "We are dead." She was a bit scared, asking, "What is the matter?" But it was futile. The other easily opened the cabinet door on Lee Hee-soo's side. A tall figure emerged, his head hidden behind the cabinet frame, making the atmosphere even more eerie. Lee Hee-soo suddenly stopped, as if recognizing someone, and she squinted her eyes to look. She stepped back and called out, to the astonishment of Henyeon Jin, the words, "Mother." At that moment, a hand grabbed her head, violently yanking her out. Lee Hee-soo screamed in pain. Henyeon Jin panicked and yelled loudly but could not do anything in time. The woman pulled her out and shoved her down onto the cold floor. Lee Hee-soo trembled, not daring to lift her head. An icy voice spoke up. "So you're back, yet you don't say a word?" The shadow gradually became clear. She called her daughter's name coldly. Mother was so worried. She glared at her daughter for a moment, then shifted her gaze toward the cabinet. Her sharp eyes stopped on the panicked face of Henyeon Jin, who was still sitting frozen inside. She smirked as if asking, "Did you bring a friend home too?" Henyeon Jin tried to dispel the thick atmosphere, awkwardly crawling out from under the desk, struggling to stay calm. "Ah!" He stood up, hastily brushing off his clothes. "There's an urgent matter at my house. I need to leave first." The woman remained silent, the corners of her mouth curved in an unchanged smile. "Next time, come play another time," Henyeon Jin added. At that moment, Lee Hee-soo looked up at him in despair and confusion. Henyeon Jin grew even more tense, blurting out a lie. "Hey, I don't know the way home. Can you take me back?" She still said nothing, only maintaining a chilling, hair-raising smile. Henyeon Jin quickly grabbed Lee Hee-soo's hand and both turned around in a fluster, about to run outside. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and let out a strange buzzing sound exactly like before. That sound made Henyeon Jin freeze, his feet feeling nailed to the ground. She slowly turned around, her voice gentle as if reminding him, "You should say hello when you meet your friend's parents." A chill ran down his spine. Henyeon Jin strained to look down at his feet. A broken, ashen gray and grotesque hand was tightly gripping his ankle. Right after, a swarm of other hands surged up from the floor, clawing at him. Dozens of withered, bone-like faces with deep, hollow eye sockets let out silent, desperate gurgles. Lee Hee-soo's mother finally revealed her true form. Her eyes glowed coldly, and her voice was icy. "Impertinent, wasn't he properly taught manners?" The darkness rushed forward, enveloping Henyeon Jin along with the swarm of ghostly arms. He stood dumbfounded, his face ashen white. "Henyeon Jin," she called, her gaze fixed on him. "Naughty children need to learn a lesson." A group of evil spirits crept forward, pushing both him and Lee Hee-soo sprawling to the ground. There's no need to turn back. The face of Lee Hee-soo's mother twisted into a triumphant smile. "Because after all, none of you can get out of here." Just then, a mysterious voice came from the doorway. "What are you doing?" It was the boogeyman. He stepped in, wearing clean clothes. Lee Hee-soo's mother glanced at him. "Husband, if you're done with your work, then go away." Evil spirits clinging to Henyeon Jin suddenly tightened their grip. Boogeyman squinted his eyes, remaining silent for a while. As if understanding his thoughts, the woman replied, That's the one." "Is that so?" the boogeyman said coldly. Henyeon Jin and Lee Hee-soo looked at him with a faint glimmer of hope. Then he suddenly spoke a sentence that made both of them turn pale. "These children are well behaved," he criticized the woman, "while you are a terrible mother." He pointed his finger straight at her face, snarling, "Bad parents are also the kind that need to be punished." Lee Hee-soo's mother sneered. "Has this old man gone senile?" "What? Do you know why you were locked up here?" she asked. "Let me tell you." She casually flicked a finger. A strip of white silk flew out from nowhere, wrapping around the boogeyman. He swung his blade to cut it apart, but the silk immediately coiled tightly around his hand, then constricted his entire body. Lee Hee-soo and Henyeon Jin watched the scene in horror. Completely bound by the strip of silk, the boogeyman shrank in an instant. She pointed a single finger downward, sealing him inside a porcelain jar. She snapped her fingers. A talisman was stuck tightly over the jar's mouth. "You came out without knowing your place," she said coldly. "Not even recognizing your own master. What use are you?" Eon Chendajian looked at her warily. The woman turned back, smiling at him. "Have you kids finished eating?" She suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Evil spirits clinging to them abruptly let go. Immediately after, Henyeon Jin felt his head spin, his limbs weak and devoid of any strength. He trembled as he looked down, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Why was her voice so cold? Wasn't she the one who she wanted to go home? Han Yeon-jin was in a panic, his whole body numb and unable to move. Lee Hee-soo whispered beside him, telling him to look at Yeon-jina. In the distance, the evil spirits gathered and chuckled. She said it seemed they had been tricked. Suddenly, an extremely strong invisible force sent Han Yeon-jin crashing to the ground. Lee Hee-soo's mother's voice rang out, ordering them to leave, now as vicious as a demon, saying they could never escape. Lee Hee-soo was frightened and called out softly to her mother. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face pale, begging her mother to stop. The woman opened her eyes and looked at her, saying, "You know I am not your mother. What game are you playing?" She warned her to be quiet and stay still before she was locked up with the others. Then she turned back to Han Yeon-jin. She smiled smugly, saying now it was his turn. Just then, another voice sounded from outside, asking if the goddess was inside. Interrupted, Lee Hee-soo's mother shot Han Yeon-jin an irritated glance before turning to go outside. The door slammed shut, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. They were back in the original room. Han Yeon-jin, still dazed, asked if they were back. He let out a shaky breath, saying, "Your mother is really scary." Lee Hee-soo whispered that was not her mother. Chen Dajian replied he knew. That was all, she was probably usually very gentle. She said her mother was very tender and kind, had never spoken harshly to anyone. She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. The memory of her gentle mother before she was possessed and the brutal reality. The image of when she was possessed interweaved, making her heart ache. She called out to Han Yeon-jin dejectedly, then suddenly apologized to him. Because of her, he was in danger again. Han Yeon-jin asked her irritably if she was tied hand and foot. She asked if, in his eyes, she must seem like a selfish and annoying person. Her eyes began to well up with tears. He replied no, then added, "You are annoying me right now." She burst into sobs, apologizing. The crying gave him a headache. He sighed and told her to stop crying. It seemed they were really doomed. Hearing this, Lee Hee-soo cried even louder, saying yes, they were doomed, apologizing and blaming herself for asking for his help, saying he must have been scared too. She hesitated, but if they did nothing, then her mother, she sobbed, continuing, "I saw it. My mother's skin was rotting." Lee Hee-soo recalled that horrific day when she hid in the corner and witnessed her mother's flesh rotting. The demon in her body said this body wouldn't last much longer. Han Yeon-jin demanded to know why she only said that now. She said she didn't want to be a burden to him. He reproached her, saying she already was a burden. Lee Hee-soo turned her face away and whimpered, saying that was before the evil spirit possessed her mother, then worriedly asked what if it was already too late. Han Yeon-jin cut her off, telling her not to say anything more, and not to apologize. The atmosphere fell into silence again. He wondered to himself if there were conditions for possessing someone's body. Han Yeon-jin voiced his reasoning. If the body was rotting, it needed to find another body to possess. He explained, but it didn't possess you even when it was chased away. Hearing this, Lee Hee-soo's eyes widened as if she realized something. Han Yeon-jin continued, an ordinary person's body would die if possessed for too long. It needs another Shen Dajian, it seemed to have said that. Ah, that's it, it plans to possess your body. Lee Hee-soo asked in surprise if his family had a spiritual lineage. She wondered why their ancestors sent a Shen Dajian to help. His family had been exorcists for generations. No joke. Suddenly he realized something. His finger twitched slightly, and he excitedly urged her to try. Han Yeon-jin beamed, saying he could move a little now, telling her to try too. While she remained still, he could swing his arm back and forth. She replied she still couldn't. All right, Han Yeon-jin suddenly sat bolt upright, overjoyed. He told Lee Hee-soo to hold on to his shoulders. She obediently clung to his shoulders. Han Yeon-jin swayed his body to gain momentum, counting 1, 2, 3. He suddenly pulled hard, but the result was ineffective. It only pulled his shirt down. He said irritably that she could move now, to stop pretending. Lee Hee-soo said she wasn't pretending. Han Yeon-jin had to pull his shirt back up. That moment, a voice rang out from the door, asking if they were having a honeymoon. Chen Dajian had been standing there for who knows how long. Seeing the dog, Lee Hee-soo's face lit up, calling out to the ancestor. Han Yeon-jin was also surprised. Behind the dog were also the kids who had teased him earlier. They said hello to him, "Hey, you're not wearing clothes," then called him a pervert. He carried an enormous blade over his shoulder, swung it lightly, and flashed a bright smile. "Here you go." Han Yeon-jin's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. His gaze locked onto the blade. He slowly reached his hand toward it, but the moment he touched it, the heavy blade immediately fell to the ground. His hand had no strength left. A piercing pain shot from his swollen red hand to his brain. Han Yeon-jin groaned softly. The children burst into mockery. "What kind of act was that? Oh my, so weak you couldn't even lift it! Pathetic," another kid curiously asked. "Where even is this place?" Which made Han Yeon-jin look around in surprise as well. Indeed, this place had many strange things. Seeing Lee Hee-soo still lying on the floor, a little girl with braided hair sat beside her and asked, Sister, you're a descendant of a sorcerer, right?" She softly replied, "Yeah." "Then, are you good at magic?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Do you want me to help you up?" Without answering, Lee Hee-soo immediately sat bolt upright. A moment later, the group arrived at another place. "Wow, this must be the temple!" Two kids exclaimed excitedly. "It's huge!" "Hey kids, you shouldn't go in there," Han Yeon-jin called out to warn them. "Aren't you the oldest one here now?" Lee Hee-soo put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. "That's right, you're our leader!" The children chimed in. "What's wrong, Lee Hee-soo?" Su, are you okay? Jin looked at her in confusion. A voice rang out beside them. They are child spirits. Jin to see Chen Dajian explaining, those little ones couldn't control their own bodies, so they possessed other children. Ah, I don't quite understand, but do you know them? They are souls from paradise, nothing to be wary of. So they aren't human, Jin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Lee Su was happily playing with the children. Where's the candy? Over here. I'll take the chocolate flavor. Jin watched them helplessly, thinking no need to be wary, but could they talk a little quieter? In another room, Lee Su's mother pushed a brown jar forward. Place this jar next to your daughter's bed when she sleeps. She instructed a gaunt-looking woman who was carrying a child's spirit on her back. But never look inside. Thank you, sorceress, the woman said as she gratefully accepted the jar. The woman closed her eyes, using a fan to half cover her face. Then she blew out a faint red mist. The spirit clinging to the woman's shoulder smelled that energy and immediately dissipated. Somehow, I feel much better after talking to you. The woman was surprised, a relieved smile spreading across her pale face, her body feeling lighter. I am using my energy to suppress evil things, so do not let your guard down, the woman said, lowering her fan. If this method doesn't work, we will have to perform an exorcism. Yes, ma'am. How much will it be? The woman smirked. Just accept it. I am trying to save you. Why would I take money? The woman was stunned and then moved as if seeing a living saint. Just leave 10,000 won as an offering, the woman added gently. Yes, thank you, ma'am. As the woman bowed in thanks and left, the smile on the woman's face became unreadable, her eyes flashing with malice. You'll have to come back to thank me anyway, she thought to herself. Oh, next time you come I might not be here. What? Why? Instead, a young boy will be sitting here, the woman said. The image of Han flashed through her mind. From now on, you can talk to that boy. I've already briefed him on your case. Then what about you, sorceress? I will be going up into the mountains to meditate for a while, she said with a smile, but her eyes held something else. Don't worry, that kid is young, but his spiritual power is very strong. Just consider him as me. She gave a knowing smile. He also serves the same god as I do. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught his attention. The woman jumped. Is someone there? It's nothing, the woman calmly took a sip of tea. I keep a cat. It's probably chasing mice. Outside the room, a blade fell to the floor. What are you doing? A child scolded. You're always breaking things. Well, we can just clean it up. Meanwhile, Lee Su approached a corner of the room. Huh, what's this? It was a brown jar. Curious, she reached out to open the lid. Why is there a jar in the temple? Hey, don't touch it. Chen Dajian turned back and shouted in panic. Get back now. Another child yelled in warning. Lee Su stumbled back in fright, her hand accidentally knocking the lid off another nearby jar. Huh? A massive explosion occurred, sending Lee Su flying backward. A child tried to use his power to catch her, but he also rolled onto the ground. Sister Lee Su, the boy called out in worry. Lee Su clenched her teeth, the pain evident on her face as she sat up. What just happened? Jin grabbed the blade and rushed toward her, shouting loudly, Lee Su, move. Lee Su turned around. She was frozen stiff. Floating right behind her was a faceless spirit with twisted, deformed fingers. Horror drained the color from her face. Her eyes went blank, her mind completely paralyzed. Jin tightened his grip on the blade. He roared, channeling all his strength to throw it straight into the spirit's center. The blade pierced through, embedding itself deep into the wall behind. The demon vanished into the air. The children standing nearby clapped in applause. Oh my god, Jin gasped, his entire body limp from exhaustion. Suddenly, an icy cold voice rang out, saying there were indeed too many rats. Jin froze, and everyone in Shendajian stood rigid. Lee Su's mother stepped out, saying they were too noisy. The children turned their heads to look at her. She looked at Jin, her voice gloomy. She asked if he was done recovering, but he did not react, just stood there dumbfounded. Talking laughter began to ring out. Brother Huang fearfully glanced at Lee Su's mother. She smiled eerily, her pale white eyes emitting a blazing red light. She said he indeed possessed a perfect body. Both Jin and Lee Su were terrified as she slowly approached. She said he should have hidden himself and not meddled in her affairs, you fool. Jin's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth tightly, unable to utter a word. She took a drag of her cigarette and then blew out the same red smoke from before. All the child spirits inhaled that smoke at once. They all stood up together, moving lifelessly as if being controlled. A clear voice rang out, catching her attention, asking if she was going to use these evil spirits to play her games again. The child holding the prayer beads stood blocking the other spirits, his body emitting a soft blue light. He said he would not let that happen and told her she had done a very bad thing. Lee Su's mother sneered, her expression full of contempt. The child in red spoke up, asking if a sorcerer would do such things. The child in blue explained that powerful sorcerers often did evil deeds. The boy's eyes lit up, and he angrily demanded, "Where are the fingers of these children?" She said nothing, merely pursing her lips in disdain. Just then, a call made her turn her head. Sorcerer. The girl holding the jar stammered, asking, "Whoa, what is this?" Her face was pale and drenched in sweat, her eyes filled with fear as she looked in another direction. Jin also looked over in fear. Their eyes met. The jar in her hand suddenly cracked, an eerie red light flashing from the fissure. The jar shattered, and something resembling a sphere escaped. It transformed into a monster spirit, opened its mouth wide and charged straight at Han Eon-jin. He was terrified, instinctively raising his hand to block. The spirit screeched that it was its body, then opened its mouth wide to devour him, but at that very moment it suddenly exploded right in front of him. An icy cold voice rang out, "How dare you?" Lee Hee-soo's mother clenched her hand, asking with a contemptuous look how it could be his. Her blazing red eyes clearly showed absolute possession. She said it was hers. Han Eon-jin looked at the scene before him in utter terror. A massive black circle appeared in front of Lee Hee-soo's mother. She clicked her tongue. Then she turned to look at the girl immobilized on the floor, saying one down. Suddenly, the sound of a chant rang out. She spun around with a start. She saw the children with their hands clasped, chanting endlessly. She was already completely surrounded by them. She contemptuously said they were full of tricks, then pulled a hairpin from her head and said it was just a trivial matter. She held the hairpin and cut a line across her finger, making blood flow. The drops of blood fell, spreading across the ground like red snakes. Then they coalesced in two blood-red characters meaning resentment. The boy stared in shock at the evil energy before him, calling it a resentful script. Her expression was now ferocious, a smirk stretching from ear to ear. She said it would not be that easy. She thought of the angry people, the protests, the accumulated resentment. That curse would spread throughout this world. She approached the boy leaning down. Then she whispered, asking why believe in those divine beings. She asked, "You said where are the hands, huh?" She opened her mouth wide, and instead of a tongue and teeth, it was filled with countless children's fingers. Seeing the horrifying sight, the boy fell back in fear. His desperate scream seemed to greatly amuse her. She laughed loudly. The red aura emanating from her body acted like a magnet, attracting countless evil spirits and monsters. The girl looked closely at the people before her and then exclaimed in shock, "Brother, these children..." Before she could finish, fear seized her as she saw the horde of mindless monsters rapidly charging toward the boy. The black shadows opened their mouths wide, full of menace. Meanwhile, Lee Hee-soo's mother was inhaling a stream of cold air into her body. The girl rushed forward to block their path, but with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the boy next to her worriedly called out Han, but then he was horrified to realize the truth. He asked if she had just been possessed by an evil demon. Looking at the grotesque horde, he said in pain that they could not blossom into flowers, could not be human, and would never see their parents again. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, which streamed down her cheeks. She shouted in despair, "What do we do? They are so pitiful." She called out, "Everyone, wake up, go meet your mother." The woman sneered contemptuously, asking what the hell they were doing. She ignored them, continuing to inhale that stream of air. The ghost went mad, wildly rushing at the little girl. Seeing that, the boy trembled and screamed. He lifted his eyes full of fury to look at her. Did she think she would not be punished for this? Suddenly, a hand from behind pressed the boy's head hard to the ground. Even in pain, he still tried to look up to threaten her. "When my brother comes, you will surely die." She only glanced at him before smirking, her tone full of provocation. "Go ahead and call him, call your brother or anyone. I will send all of you to the other world together." After speaking, the invisible hand held his head tightly, gradually blocking his vision. Through the small gap, he saw she did not care at all. She turned around with a sharp, triumphant look. "Now no one can stand in my way. Shall I continue my work then? After this I will become a god. No, even more than that." Han Eon-jin looked at her with hatred. Beside him was Lee Hee-soo with a hint of fear in her eyes. Han Eon-jin clenched his teeth in helplessness. As she reached out her hand to touch Han Eon-jin's head, suddenly something sliced through the air, startling her into quickly stepping back. It was a knife, thrown with such force that it embedded deep into the wall behind. Before she could recover from her shock, a mocking voice rang out. "A god and even more than a god? How ridiculous. Since when did scum like you dare to mention the title of a god?" The speaker was Chendajian in the form of a large dog, but the entire Chendajian exuded an oppressive killing intent. She was astonished, clutching her bleeding wrist. "How?" she muttered. She looked at the dog still standing firmly within her formation. "Being able to stand like this, it is no ordinary dog." Chendajian frowned. "It seems you cannot see my true form. Your eyes must have run out of divine power." She questioned him warily, her voice cautious. "What the hell are you?" From beneath Jin's feet a small light burst forth, then gradually grew radiant, enveloping him. After that light, Chendajian revealed his true form as a god, standing with arms crossed, and an arrogant expression. A god, what else? Both Han Eon-jin and Lee Hee-soo were utterly astonished. Lee Hee-soo's mother was stunned, unable to believe the scene before her eyes. To the two terrified children, the appearance of Chendajian was like a final lifeline. Lee Hee-soo's mother ground her teeth, her eyes bulging. "A god?" Chendajian kept his cold expression. "Can you see my true form now?" After a moment of being frozen, she suddenly pursed her lips. Seeming confident of her victory, she let out a sinister laugh. "Well, a rather handsome gentleman." Chendajian only gave a contemptuous smile. The two faced each other, neither backing down. She continued, "Keep that form if you do not want to die in a dog's body." She narrowed her eyes, appraising Chendajian's attire, looking like a martial god. Han Eon-jin was puzzled. Why is the ancestor just standing there? Chendajian calmly watched her ramble. but his gaze suddenly swept towards Han Eon-jin. From Chen Dajian's perspective, the boy was sitting slumped on the ground, out of strength, surrounded by a reddish aura. Lee Hee-soo's mother saw Chen Dajian was distracted and asked, "What are you looking at? Do not try any tricks, it is useless." Chen Dajian replied, "It is just that the one inside a human body made me hesitant." Han Eon-jin seemed to realize Chen Dajian had some plan in mind. He thought to himself, could the ancestor be planning to do something to him in this state? Dismissing the question, she began to chant, a sneer on her lips. "Is that so? If you claim to be a divine spirit, then let us see if you can withstand a sorcerer's attack." As she finished, she launched a direct attack with devastating power towards Chen Dajian. "Ancestor!" Jin screamed in fear. With just one move, she had blasted Chen Dajian away. "What is this?" she taunted. "And you claim to be a god, truly an empty vessel making the loudest noise," she thought triumphantly, her eyes glowing with a deadly red light. "If you were truly a god, expelling me from this body would be a trivial matter." Chen Dajian remained silent, enduring the insult. Could it be that this god has already been tamed into a stray dog? She mocked. Han Eon-jin was utterly panicked, his mouth agape and speechless. Yet he had dared to boast and pretend to be a god earlier. The formless spirit then turned its gaze to Han Eon-jin, causing his face to pale. "Eon-jin, is this all your rabble amounts to?" Her eyes gleamed, her smile brimming with excitement. "Then obediently hand that body over to me." He lowered his head in fear, saying, "I will show you Dajian's mercy and spare your friends. The more you stir things up, the worse it will be for you." Mother Lee Hee-soo's large hand reached out toward Han Eon-jin. More precisely, she grabbed him by the collar and yanked him toward herself. She growled, "You have no right to choose." Despite his fear, Han Eon-jin still tried to sound tough. "Why not? What if I bite my tongue and kill myself right here?" Before he finished speaking, Mother Lee Hee-soo interrupted. "Go ahead if you dare, I will seize your soul before you can die." She spoke, her face even more excited. "Now I am far greater than before." Suddenly, a weak voice cut through. Mother Lee Hee-soo glanced over irritably. Small but resolute hand was gripping her skirt tightly. It was Lee Hee-soo, the girl lying sprawled on the ground, drained of strength, but still clutching the hem of the woman's garment, trembling as she said, "Don't do this, mother." And Eon-jin looked at her anxiously. "Please, please leave my mother's body," Lee Hee-soo begged in anguish, tears streaming down her face. And her tone shifted abruptly, commanding, "Get out of there right now." That woman's gaze remained unwavering, but when she heard the girl timidly call out "mother," her body suddenly lost control. She suddenly kicked the girl away without mercy. The event was so sudden that Han Eon-jin stood frozen. "You think I don't dare kill you, so I've let you live until now?" She looked down at the motionless Lee Hee-soo, weary and disdainful. "It's just that you still have some use to me." She began chanting again before Han Eon-jin's horrified face. "Don't worry, I'll soon send your beloved mother to join you as well." Seeing the imminent danger to Lee Hee-soo, Han Eon-jin screamed in despair and lunged forward to protect her. The girl only smiled gently, like a final consolation. "I'm sorry." Han Eon-jin stood still. He watched her close her eyes tightly, accepting death. "Hey!" he roared, charging forward in vain. Mother Lee Hee-soo's spell vanished just before it touched her, and then a childish voice rang out, "Mother." The scene suddenly shifted, returning to the past. Young Lee Hee-soo held a string of beads. Her mother gently explained, "This is a bracelet made of Bodhi seeds. It's very popular these days. Try it on." Lee Hee-soo looked at the oversized bracelet on her wrist. "How can I wear this thing? It's both big and rustic." "It will help ward off evil for you," her mother replied. Hearing about warding off evil, the girl paused. "Is it about that again?" She lowered her head, hiding her sadness. "I don't like it. The kids always tease me, saying I'm the shaman's daughter, and now I have to wear this on top of it." She continued speaking hurtful words, ignoring her mother's expression. "Mom, don't put charms in my bag anymore. Last time I took my books out, they scattered all over the classroom floor. It's because I worry about you. If your friends ostracize me because of you, will you take responsibility?" The girl couldn't hold back and spoke loudly. "Other kids don't need these things and they live fine. Why do we have to live like this?" She quickly wiped her tears. "I hate it so much." "Then what about this talisman?" her mother asked. Jiang Yu Dejian's arm. "I told you I hate talismans." Her mother smiled. "This is your mother's talisman. No matter where my daughter is, just call out mother, and I'll run over and hug you. This talisman is incredibly powerful." With that, she hugged her little daughter tightly. The scene paused on a photo of the mother and daughter taken in that memorable moment, turning to reality. When had the attack stopped, the mother's tears flowed freely. Lee Hee-soo looked up, sensing something was different. The mother seemed to have partially regained consciousness. She called her daughter's name. "Run, my child." Both Han Eon-jin and Lee Hee-soo were stunned. "Mother?" Lee Hee-soo called out joyfully, but her mother suddenly shifted her focus to Jin. Sensing something was wrong, the girl shouted, "Mother!" That woman ignored her, pulling out the large knife embedded in the wall. She held the knife tightly in her hand. "What are you going to do, mother?" Lee Hee-soo asked in despair. The mother did not answer, only raised the knife high, its point aimed directly at herself. "No, what are you planning to do?" She realized her intention. Lee Hee-soo could only plead helplessly, "Don't do it." That woman did not listen, only spoke her name with affection. "Lee Hee-soo, my daughter." Hearing that call, she froze. Mother! She witnessed the horrifying scene. Shendaji and Hyeonjin were both stunned. All the light seemed to drain from Lee Hee-soo's eyes. She rushed over to catch her mother's collapsing body. He cried out in despair, "Mom, Mom," but there was no response. "Why, Mom, look at me." The memory of Lee Hee-soo, with her twisted smile from that day, came back. "It's okay, you can help. I'm begging you, Mom." Lee Hee-soo hugged her mother tightly, sobbing bitterly. Hyeonjin sank back into his dark memories, the sinful words echoing. "It's all your fault. Give me your body." He covered his face, and images of countless people pointing fingers and wailing appeared. "You don't deserve to exist. You killed your parents, you demon." From the wound on Lee Hee-soo's mother, an evil spirit crawled out, demanding furiously, "Wretch, how dare you do that?" Seeing it appear, Lee Hee-soo also glared with blazing hatred. "You bastards." The evil spirit chanted curses while swinging its blade. "Die!" Lee Hee-soo quickly hugged her mother to protect her. Suddenly, the weapon in the evil spirit's hand vanished. It flew high into the air and then embedded itself firmly in the ground. "What?" It turned back in confusion. The one holding the weapon was a young boy, but the aura radiating from him was anything but ordinary. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was Hyeonjin. The sound of the blade scraping against the floor echoed harshly. The evil spirit sneered, its grin stretching ear to ear. "What the hell is this? Are you all not afraid of death anymore? You've got some nerve." The moment it finished speaking, Hyeonjin vanished right before its eyes. As the evil spirit looked around in bewilderment, he appeared behind it. A slash came flying. It narrowly dodged, but the prayer beads on its body were severed. "Damn it!" The evil spirit retreated, staring at the beads scattered on the floor. "What's going on? How was my magic broken? You're just a bunch of worthless humans." It opened its mouth and blew out a misty white smoke. Nearby corpses opened their mouths. They absorbed the smoke and transformed into vines, tightly binding the children. Those corpses also reinforced the evil spirit's broken arm, forming a new complete arm. He grabbed a spear and roared, "You bastard!" Hyeonjin charged forward, swinging his blade down. The evil spirit hurriedly blocked with its spear. The two locked in a struggle. Suddenly, Hyeonjin used his strength to fling it away. Then, with a clean slash, he cut the spear in two. The evil spirit's jaw dropped in shock. Hyeonjin gave it no time to recover. He leaped, landed, and drove his blade straight into its arm. It screamed in pain. It quickly retracted its arm, flipping in the air to keep its distance, landing on a raised platform. "Who are you? You were just vomiting blood from my spell a moment ago," it roared in fury. "No matter what, you're still a lowly human." Hyeonjin suddenly laughed. "Laughing? Big brother," a child called out. Hyeonjin gripped his blade tightly and charged straight at the evil spirit. It was startled, but then its gaze fixed on a sealed jar nearby. Without hesitation, it hurled the jar straight at Hyeonjin. "Here, catch this." Its face was filled with glee. By reflex, Hyeonjin swung his hand and shattered the jar. Instantly, a swarm of bizarre black insects burst out and covered him. "You fool," the evil spirit grinned widely. Then it kicked him, sending him flying far away. To stop himself, Hyeonjin stabbed his blade into the ground, anchoring his body. He looked up, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at the monster before him. The evil spirit laughed mockingly. "That's no ordinary demon. It's made of ancient poison. You won't be able to take it down, kid." The giant monster had a body of iron and a demonic face. It looked so grotesque that the children were terrified. Horrible. What in the world was this? Hyeonjin stood towering before it. On the surface, he appeared calm, but he knew his injury was worse than he had thought. The evil spirit thought to itself that it should quickly return to its human form. He targeted the woman lying motionless on the floor. He would borrow Shen Dajian's body for a moment. He grabbed the girl by the neck and said he did not like it much, but she would not dare attack her own kind, would she? He breathed a stream of white smoke onto the girl. She absorbed it immediately. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed as the wall was shattered. The evil spirit spun around in shock. Before him was an unexpected sight. Hyeonjin had severed the demon-faced monster Shen Dajin in half with a single hand. Hyeonjin turned to look at him. The evil spirit felt a chill run down its spine. It only took one blade strike to cut through the viper heart. Suddenly he burst into laughter, a twisted smile. Inexcusably foolish. Slashing like that would not kill it. At that moment, the cells inside the monster began to rise. The blood only made it proliferate further. From the two severed body parts, two new monsters formed. They roared in unison. The evil spirit commanded, "Hey, do not kill that kid. Just tie him up. I need that body to become a god." But then, he only heard the miserable screams of the monsters in his ears. He turned around in astonishment. Both monsters had stopped moving. That entire chaos was caused by Hyeonjin alone. The evil spirit stood with its mouth agape. Hyeonjin turned to look at him, and gently licked his lips. He stumbled back, falling to the ground and crawling away. Impossible, it even devours demons. The soul inside Mother Lee Hee-soo watched Hyeonjin step closer and was left speechless. Shen Dajian in puppy form also felt something was wrong and ran over. "Hey!" Hyeonjin, with his murderous red pupils, turned around. He swung his blade, and the blade cleaved into the ground, carrying debris flying just millimeters past Shen Dajian. Done, he turned away and left nothing behind. Shen Dajian's widened in horror. Demon woman saw him approaching and was terrified beyond measure. The black smoke on Hyeonjin grew denser, frightening her. What the hell was that? He was no longer human. Soon as she thought that, she bolted toward the door. Too dangerous, she had to run. The door was shattered, allowing the demon woman to escape. Her face remained twisted in pain. Just then Jin caught up. He kicked her straight in the body. He landed. One foot stumped directly on the demon woman's neck, smashing her face into the ground. A long furrow scraped across the earth, and the demon woman's entire face was buried in the dust. Jin's foot was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, preventing her from lifting her head. When she saw the blade being raised, the demon woman was overwhelmed with fear. Taking advantage of Yanji's foot pain, she fled. Seeing the prey trying to escape, he kicked her straight down to the ground again. Jin's gaze remained calm, as if looking at an insect. Images flickered back like a film reel. The scene of someone falling, being cursed by the world. The more she recalled, the more she went mad. But the nightmare still clung to her. The image of the pyre and the girl upon it made her unwilling. I was a god. Sounds of resentment, sobs, and crackling fire echoed in her ears. The final image was a distorted smile in a sea of flames. The scene changed again. A day with a clear blue sky and light silk fluttering in the wind. Offerings piled up like a mountain. Money, white rice, fruits. Some even offered an entire roasted pig. The villagers bowed reverently and offered solemn prayers. Before them, the village shamaness, holding a fan in one hand and a bell in the other, was performing a ritual. The ritual ended, and the shamaness turned with a smile. The gods have heard our prayers. Tomorrow it will rain. Unfortunately, the next day the sun still blazed like fire. The shamaness's hands trembled. Pupils contracted. Why? She asked herself 1,000 times in her heart, why did it not rain? She angrily kicked over the altar table. Damn it, why had it turned out like this? Sweat streamed down her face like a river. She no longer felt anything. Her magic had weakened. No one would respect her anymore. The villagers had all left. Why was it like this? She looked at the worship painting that had hung for so many years. A fear crept into her mind. Perhaps there were no gods at all. Thinking of that ridiculous hypothesis, the female shaman stood in a daze. That was right. From the very beginning, it was all thanks to her own talent. She was suddenly pulled back to reality by a noise. Few remaining villagers looked at her and then fled in fear. Seeing herself ostracized, the female shamans grew even worse. In the rundown tavern, rumors about the Great Plague spread faster than drunkenness. Hey, what about the story of that shaman? Heard she was punished by the gods, lost all her magic. A drunk replied, his voice slurred. Is that so? Heard she even destroyed her own altar with her own hands. What a fraud. I never believed her from the start. They did not know the female shaman was standing right behind them, hearing every word. Hey, her icy cold voice rang out, causing a man drinking to choke. A great plague is about to sweep into the village. We must perform a ritual to worship the gods to hope for safety. But times had changed. The villagers looked at her with contempt. Worship? What are you talking about? We have no rice left. What can we use to worship? Or are you telling us to go steal and rob from others to see? Come on. A grinning man interjected. After all, she did pray for the whole village. Pray for what? She has no magic left. She is just fooling us. Everyone drove her away, insulting her. A woman like you, on what grounds should we believe you? Plague my foot, all lies. Get lost, you crazy hag. She's close to the grand supervisor. Do you dare now? The crowd that was cursing suddenly fell silent. Her eyes seemed to want to devour them alive. Look down a shaman like me. Are you not afraid of divine punishment? Having said that, she let out a maniacal laugh. The crowd seemed provoked. A bearded man pointed straight at her face. You say you were chosen by the gods. Why has none of your recent spells worked at all? It is all lies. You are about to die from the plague, and still you talk big. The female shaman said nothing, only leaving behind a gaze as if it were fixed on its prey. A few days later, oh my god, old man Kim is gone. Several neighbor women whispered softly. As soon as the shaman left the village, we encountered trouble. Before that, old man Kim cursed her, did not believe in the gods, and now his whole family has fallen ill and died. His wife and children are also bedridden with illness. Hiding behind a nearby wall, the female shaman listened, a satisfied smile blooming on her lips. She knew that soon, these people would have to beg for her return. Truly, the gods cannot be underestimated. It was because old man Kim kept saying the shaman had lost her magic that this happened. Heard the Back family is also performing an exorcism ritual. They did many evil deeds in the past and were barren. Now they have to beg the gods. In a cheerful mood, the female shaman gently blew out a stream of black air. From the newly dead corpses, countless invisible hungry ghosts crawled out, obediently slithering onto her body. At the same time, she left, leaving behind a group of people consumed by fear. Now they could only rely on her. Hey, Mother Duangwai, take good care of the girl. Times are chaotic. Do not let her play out at night. After that, wealth and fame returned to her. Amidst the funeral rites, the woman flashed a contented smile. Another period of time passed. In the dead of night, a desperate cry rang out. Duangwai, oh my child! The mother sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down. The villagers who heard the news were also horrified. What happened? The girl has gone missing. I told you not to let her go out at night. She must have been taken by ghosts. Do not say that. She probably just got lost somewhere. Everyone hurry and help search. Under the light of the full round moon, in a dark, gloomy corner, a skinny little girl lay curled up on the cold ground. Little girl trembled, clutching her stomach, her body nothing but skin and bones. The sorceress smiled and called out, "Come here, my daughter." She sat down and held out a fragrant piece of bread. Her voice was seductive and wicked. "Are you hungry?" The little girl's eyes lit up, a look of craving on her face. She was too weak to speak. She only let out a faint whimper, reaching her frail hand toward the bread. "Eat it, child," the sorceress said cheerfully. But then, from her sleeve, she pulled out a large knife. The gleaming blade swung up and then slashed straight down. Its target was that outstretched hand. Finished, the sorceress sealed the lid of a nearby jar and left. She did not know that, from a distance, another girl with a freckled face had witnessed everything. The girl stood behind the door, her face pale with horror. The sorceress returned to her room, looking around as she searched. "Dong Yi, oh, where did you go?" she murmured. "Going out at night without telling me. The demons will get you." In the corner of the house, inside a large jar, Dong Yi was holding her breath in fear. The next morning, the sorceress held another ceremony. Dong Yi's mother stood in the crowd, her eyes red from crying, silently praying for her daughter. Suddenly, she was startled. Dong Yi was climbing out of the jar, rushing frantically toward her. Seeing her child, the mother burst into tears of happiness. The little girl hugged her mother. Dong Yi pointed a finger at the one who had caused everything. The entire crowd was stunned. No one could believe their eyes. Exposed, the sorceress's face darkened. In the flickering torchlight of the night, a terrified man fell back onto the ground. His hand shook as he pointed at a bamboo tube. From inside, a knuckle fell out. The parents who had lost their daughter cried out in anguish. The sorceress was quickly tied up, curses filling the air. "Give me back my child, you evil witch," she sneered, regretting it now. "What?" The female sorcerer flipped the card. "You were the ones who wanted that. When you needed to use me, you said nothing. When your interests were touched, you started shouting. Your children died because of your bottomless greed." Hearing those words, the villagers' faces turned pale. "You fools will pay," she sneered through her teeth. The villagers could not stand it anymore. They cursed and spat at her. "Madwoman, are you not afraid of divine punishment?" The smile on the sorcerer's lips twisted further. "Gods, why should I fear them? If gods existed, I would not have lived until today." In the crowd, a woman snatched a torch. She charged forward frantically, throwing it straight at the sorcerer. "Die!" The curse of the mother who lost her child rang out. The fire caught the straw and kindling, slowly spreading up her body, but she remained calm. "Even if the gods themselves appeared, they could do nothing to me." The villagers stared blankly as she was burned alive. The sorcerer's mouth stretched wide to her ears. "Now that I am here, all of you will die." Her voice merged with the flames. "I am the god of resentment, the god of greed. All of you are nurturing my power." Her body turned to ash, but the terrifying sound still echoed. "I will become the embodiment of the god." Right then on the ground, two red trails of light slowly connected, forming a magic prison that trapped Hyeonjin and the demon woman. When that thing appeared, countless beads trembled and then burst simultaneously. Countless red streams rushed out like snakes, charging to wrap around the demon woman. They devoured the grudges and residual energy, and the demon was reborn. "Now it is time to punish you." The demon woman's eyes blazed like headlights. She lunged at Hyeonjin. Countless snakes lashed wildly at him, but Hyeonjin dodged them all with ease. "I will kill you all!" the demon woman screamed, the flames around her blazing fiercely. She struck again, with the power of resentment. The children and Lee Hee-soo were scared. "Brother, be careful." "Oh no," one child saw the meat cleaver bracing against the demon woman's attack. He thought, at this moment, he looks even scarier than that demon. A villainous smile appeared on Hyeonjin's face. He lifted the meat cleaver, shocking the demon woman. The blade moved like the wind, brushing lightly past her body. All the snakes around her body were chopped into pieces. The demon woman groaned and fell, new snakes beginning to grow from her severed arm. She took the chance, releasing countless red threads. "Die!" Hyeonjin leaped high into the air, cutting through several threads. The demon woman watched in horror. From midair, Hyeonjin swung his blade again. The black smoke around him condensed, gradually forming a layer of dragon scales. Half of his eye suddenly turned white. He was enveloped by a massive Hailong. Great-great-grandpa Jin, even his dog form, was stunned. Hyeonjin raised his blade, his body moving. At the same time, the demon woman released countless snakes again. What is that brat trying to do? The Grand Inspector was panicked, seeing the dragon and Z about to tear each other apart. In the distance, a folding fan was opened. The bodies of the demon woman and Hyeonjin simultaneously seemed to be point-blocked. Windbreak. A crisp sound rang out. A windstorm tore through the air, separating the two entities. Windstorm shattered the demon woman, leaving only a few groans. Then it blew Hyeonjin away as well. The fan was folded, and the wind dissipated. Hyeonjin looked up, full of questions. The owner of the fan spoke. "An extreme." A bone-chilling cold aura emanated from the fan, wrapping around Hyeonjin like a cage. Person lifted the fan, forming seals. Hyeonjin's hand holding the blade loosened. Finally, his consciousness returned. The one who had just acted was the Earthchild god. The celestial being with weary eyes had remained silent the entire time. Children gleefully ran over. "Brother." The demon woman, blown away, still struggled to crawl closer. The children were frightened, seeing her as tenacious as a legend. "What is that? So scary." The celestial being only glanced coldly. "You, what are you?" The demon woman rasped, her arm like a dry twig reaching out towards him. "That power, how can you use the authority of the mountain god?" His gaze gaze was like looking at an imbecile, spitting out a few extremely arrogant words. Because I am a god. What? The celestial being only continued speaking slowly. Earthchild God Z. His entire being exuded arrogance, one from the great celestial realm. The demon woman froze Shendejian. Her worn fangs trembled, drool trailing down. Was he really a god? Children widened their eyes, watching nervously. Tears began to well from the demon woman's hollow eye sockets. He dragged her staggering steps forward. Her hands clutched tightly at the god's robe hem. Why? Her voice was full of resentment. Why did you not listen to my prayers? Why did you never come? She recalled the moment of her greatest despair. Why did you vanish when I needed you? If you had come sooner, I would not have ended up like this. Why did you let me die? What kind of god abandons their follower? Shendajian found this matter utterly ridiculous. He lightly brushed her hand away, dusting off his robe. Prayers? Look at the state of you. You likely only prayed for filthy personal gain. No god would listen to that. As soon as he finished speaking, countless minor fiends crawled out from the demon woman's sleeves, draining her last bit of life force. You were blinded by immediate profit, forgot your duties as a sorcerer, committed the 10 heinous sins. The heaven above coldly recited your crimes. The demon woman wailed in grievance. He sneered, do you not see the wronged souls dying by your hand? She still defended herself. They started it first. The heaven above was silent, its aura icy cold. Even if you were torn apart and burned alive 1,000 times, it would not compare to their injustices. Sentence you to descend into hell. He opened the fan in his hand. A crescent moon emblem appeared on his forehead. A swirl of black energy engulfed the demon woman. No, don't! She trembled and begged. Save me, I cannot die like this. The heaven above watched coldly like a cat toying with a mouse. It is over. Black vortex rushed forth, tearing the demon woman into pieces. She vanished completely. The children looked at him with admiration. The heaven above turned. How is the human? One child panicked. Ah, that lady has been stabbed. The dusk dyed the entire crimson. The heaven above stepped closer to Lee Hee-soo and her mother. Seeing a stranger, Lee Hee-soo fearfully hugged her mother tightly. Still breathing, he murmured. He opened the fan, the symbol on it changed. A flower blossomed above Lee Hee-soo's head. He fanned the fan gently. Countless petals enveloped the mother, healing the wound on her arm. Then it stitched up the deep stab wound on her belly. Her face gradually regained its color. Lee Hee-soo stared in awe at that beautiful scene. The heaven above closed the fan, the flowers dissipated, leaving behind a glow surrounding the mother. Lee Hee-soo gently shook her mother. The heaven above reassured her. She is just sleeping. Lee Hee-soo tremblingly looked at her mother, seeing the gentle smile of old on her lips. Her tears flowed again. How is this possible? One little girl cheered. That is great, sister. The kids boasted proudly. Our brother here is a great god from heaven. He is the first god among the 12 branch deities. This kind of thing is child's play for him. Lee Hee-soo was astonished, quickly kowtowed in thanks. Thank you, my lord. The heaven above covered his mouth and coughed once, hiding the dark red bloodstain on his sleeve. He said, no need to thank me, can I ask you a favor? His hand trembled as he gripped the fan tightly, having expended too much power today. He gave the fan a light flick, sweeping away the minor fiends surrounding the other two. Glass imprisoning them shattered. When that sorcerer awakens, have him gather the children's fingers and perform a release ceremony for them. Having said this, the heaven above departed. Outside in the dusk light, the space was eerily quiet. The heaven above stopped, an amused glint in his eyes as he watched. And Yeon-jin still floated in the mist, beside him a little puppy. He called out, "Hey!" Chendajian in scroll form was startled. Let's go. The heaven above walked towards Han-jin. He raised his fan, aimed right at the other man's crown, and gave it a light tap. Han Yeon-jin slowly opened his eyes, waking from his stupor. He looked dazedly at the stranger standing before him. Not only that, but white smoke enveloped his body, making him even more confused. What is this? He struggled, but the smoke did not dissipate. Then suddenly, they gradually faded away. Han Yeon-jin lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. He quickly sat up straight, then looked around in surprise. A scene of destruction lay before his eyes. Confusion was evident on his face. He didn't know what was happening or where he was. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. The image of Mother Lee Hee-soo falling along with her sobbing came rushing back. He immediately scanned the area, searching for Lee Hee-soo. Just then, Lee Hee-soo appeared. She stared at him, then reached out and gently patted his face to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Are you okay? She stammered. Yeon-jin's face turned red. I am fine. And you? Seeing that her friend had regained consciousness, Lee Hee-soo was so happy she burst into tears. And tears flowed again. I am so glad. I am sorry, Yeon-jin. It was because of me that you... I am fine, he said, looking at her with confusion. How's your mother? Is she okay? Lee Hee-soo smiled. Fortunately, thanks to the little god and the great god, all the wounds have healed. She is resting now to recover her strength. Yeon-jin was even more confused about what was happening. Chen-dajin approached at that moment. Have you come to your senses? Ancestor, he stammered in reply. Then he scratched his head. What on earth did I miss? I will tell you when we get home, Chen-dajian said. Another voice cut in. Is that so? A young boy in ancient attire looked at Chen-dajian with a very good-natured gaze. Are you curious as well? How are you going to explain this now? Everyone turned to look at the boy. Lee Hee-soo broke the silence, introducing this one as a great god from the heavens. A great god? Han Yeonjin looked at her dazedly. Then he looked over at Chen Dajian, who was glaring at the boy with a look of "what are you looking at?" Han Yeonjin and the great god silently had a staring contest. Suddenly, he pointed behind the boy and shouted, "Hey, there is a ball floating over!" This childish action infuriated the great god. The children gathered around him asking, "Brother, are you okay?" The great god flicked his fan, glaring at Han Yeonjin's group with a vengeful look. "Let us go." White smoke surrounded him and the children. They laughed and waved goodbye. "Let us go, bye-bye, see you later." What the hell was that? Han Yeonjin watched the instantaneous teleportation with his mouth agape. "An acquaintance of yours?" Lee Hee-soo asked admiringly. "Can Han Yeon even get help from gods?" "What?" He stammered. Suddenly a warm voice rang out. She quickly turned around and saw her mother standing at the door. "Mother." She trembled and then rushed over to hug her mother. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Han Yeonjin unconsciously smiled. Hiding behind the door, old man Babai also quietly shed tears. He did not step inside, only watched from afar, then picked up the basket. Staggering as he walked, he murmured a song, "Baby cries, go away. Be good, sweet treats for a game." The sound faded. Where he had just stood, a handful of candies was carefully placed on a cloth. The sunset finally died down. The phone screen displayed a message that a customer's order had been sent, along with a photo. "A message from 8 hours ago?" Han Yeonjin muttered, looking at the large bundles in front of the door. "Oh man." He checked the items in the bags. "Everything is ruined. Are you a government official here, receiving tributes from the people?" Chen Dajian stood beside him, his eyes full of judgment. "Lee Hee-soo bought these. They were just delivered." Han Yeonjin snapped. "What are you thinking? What official?" Chen Dajian glared at him. "You are being too much." Han Yeonjin ignored him and keyed in the door code. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Being ignored made Chen Dajian even angrier. "I can let other things slide, but not how you address me. Then you can go hungry." Han Yeonjin carried the stuff inside. "You insolent brat," Chen Dajian shouted after him. "Come inside quickly, and remember to close the door." Han Yeonjin cut him off. As he walked in, he picked up the blade that was left outside the door. "I am hungry, hurry up and serve the food," Chen Dajian announced nonchalantly as soon as he entered, then turned and left, leaving Han Yeonjin laden with bags. "Wash your feet first," Han Yeonjin reminded as he pulled out his phone. Lee Hee-soo texted him, "Han Yeonjin, thank you and I am so sorry. From now on, if you are ever in trouble, I will be the first to come running to help you," accompanied by a sticker of a muscular duck and a waving duck. Han Yeonjin replied to the message. After that, he carried the bag and went to prepare dinner. Over at her place, Lee Hee-soo's phone rang once. It was just a short reply, "It is nothing." But it was enough to make her smile happily. At Han Yeonjin's house, the rice was cooked. Chen Dajian was eating like he was starving. "So while I was unconscious, that little wizard kid killed the monster, and then also healed Lee Hee-soo's mother, right?" Han Yeonjin asked while picking fish bones. "That is right," Chen Dajian replied while chewing. "Too bad, I missed the good part," Han Yeonjin said, then glanced at the old ancestor who was busily eating meat. "Is he an ancestral god like you?" "That one is not your ancestor." Both of them focused back on the meal. Han Yeonjin thought to himself with annoyance, "So where was my ancestor at that time? I was nearly dead and I didn't see hide nor hair of you. You should have come to save me. If it weren't for that kid, I would be dead." Each silent rebuke from him was like a needle pricking the conscience of the old ancestor sitting and eating. Chen Dajian, hit right in his weak spot, could only stay silent. The piece of meat in his mouth even fell out automatically. "It is not that I did not want to save," Chen Dajian explained, each word heavy, "but that I could not save." He remembered the blade on Chen Dajian's back when in human form. "Hey, was that blade on your back just for show? Just to look cool?" Chen Dajian replied calmly, "I have lost all my power." That statement made Han Yeonjin pause. He calmly analyzed, "Is it because of the time you saved me from that god?" Chen Dajian was a bit surprised that he also knew about that. A few seconds later, he replied, "That is correct. That incident is the cause of everything. That night you actually died." A horrific scene came to mind, a warm light radiating from Han Yeonjin's chest in the memory. "He said he had used all his power," Chen Dajian continued, "including that divine gem. The gem hanging from his waist also emitted a brilliant light. Then, slowly, it became stained with black. To bring you back from the dead, your special recovery ability comes from the power he bestowed." Han Yeonjin was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" "He already told you," Chen Dajian replied. His face was extremely serious. "From now on, you must help him so he can regain his power." In the night sky, on the roof of a high-rise building, a figure holding a bow was silently observing from a distance. She was a girl with dangerously blazing red eyes. She stood under the moonlight, looking in a certain direction. Then, in an instant, she vanished without a trace. Blue skies and white clouds, a new day began. Han Yeonjin was putting on his uniform when he suddenly clutched his arm and cried out in pain. His arms and both legs trembled nonstop. "Why are my arms so sore? My legs too. How can running just a little make them feel this weak?" "Hey kid." Chen Dajian in his puppy form suddenly spoke. "Do you happen to have something like a chronicle?" He thought for a moment to choose his words. Basically, books that record changes in the world in chronological order. Han Eon-jin said impatiently. I can't believe you actually have one. Chen Dajian was surprised, asking himself and then being surprised how funny Han Eon-jin grumbled. He threw a book onto the bed even though he was in the 10th grade and hadn't thrown it away. Chen Dajian asked curiously, what is this? A history textbook. Han Eon-jin replied, then said goodbye, he's going to school now. Okay, go carefully. On the way, Han Eon-jin walked while playing on his phone. Chen Dajian's words from last night kept replaying in his mind. Your abnormal recovery ability also comes from the power he gave you. If that's the case, shouldn't he be stronger? Why hasn't his stamina improved at all? This way, in the future, you won't be targeted by those demons anymore. This statement from Chen Dajian left him a bit speechless, but also somewhat reassured. It was beneficial after all. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into a statue. Remembering the previous incident, a chill ran down his spine, and he quickly dodged. At that moment, a walkie-talkie-like device on the chest of the freckled boy walking ahead beeped. All 5 colored lights on the machine lit up simultaneously. Han Eon-jin didn't notice and kept walking. The boy's earpiece also issued a warning. The boring battle is over. Seeing the machine return to normal, he looked bewildered. The two of them passed each other. As the freckled boy adjusted his glasses, when he looked up, he only saw Han Eon-jin's back. In the hallway, the freckled boy hid behind a corner. He raised a device shaped like 3 eyes and began recording. To be precise, it was a self-made ghost detector. The screen continuously analyzed the people who entered the lens. His work seemed serious, but his sneaky demeanor was no different from perverts stealing things. Suddenly, a hand snatched the device. A girl with a ponytail picked it up to check. Hey, what are you filming? Another short-haired girl glared at him. Don't tell me you're secretly filming. Bombarded with questions, he was stunned and quickly explained. No, I'm not filming you guys. Then who are you filming? Ah, this is a ghost detector, a soul-sensing app. Stop talking nonsense, the ponytailed girl snapped. You pointed the camera at us. Where's the photo album? I didn't film anything, I was just looking. At that moment, a voice spoke. A handsome boy put his arm around the freckled boy's shoulder. Kang Ji-a, what are you doing? Ghost hunting again. The boy named Kang Ji-a was startled. The other boy didn't say much, turning to explain to the 2 girls. Sorry, this guy really likes ghost stuff. He's just checking if our school has any. The girls, faced with a handsome boy, became shy. It's your fault. Another hand also snatched Jigen's device. He's been like this since middle school. He lacks empathy, so please understand. We'll take care of him. He doesn't lack empathy. Kang Ji-a stubbornly tried to explain. Kyung gently advised his friend. Kang Ji-a, why let them misunderstand? Stop filming. You still have plenty of other toys. Kang Ji-a's friend took out a phone to show the 2 girls. Hey, look at his gallery. It's only selfies. Oh my god, don't look. Kang Ji-a, his arms locked, yelled in despair. This guy is crazy, his poses are so cool. Finally, Jo Kyung had to step in to end this roasting session. He's truly sorry. The 2 girls nodded curtly and quickly left. When they were out of sight, Kang Ji-a immediately returned to his usual cold demeanor. He crossed his arms and glared at Jigun. You need to tone it down. Carrying a camera around in this day and age, you want to get hit? Let me explain, okay? He replied. Explain what? She said contemptuously. You're about to be dragged to the supervisor's office. Seeing the tension, Du Kyung stepped in. Jin, can you please less cursing? It's really annoying, I'm not cursing. Du Kyung turned to Kang Ji-a. But Kang Ji-a, why are you on this floor? You didn't even put your backpack away. What do you think? He replied curtly. Jo Kyung's face paled. Don't tell me something's up again. Hey, Kang Ji-a interrupted. Jo Kyung, don't listen to him anymore. If you keep acting like this, he'll just take advantage. No way, I never do that, Kang Ji-a, falsely accused, retorted. The group was standing in the hallway of the 12-1 classroom. When we went on the field trip, didn't you find it strange? Jo Kyung tried to convince Kang Ji-a. Kang Ji-a's recorder caught a real ghost voice, and the radio kept repeating, so fun, let's play together. Jia looked at him like he was an idiot and said, it's an electronic device, probably just interference. Kang Jia suddenly remembered it really was interference, which made the other 2 freeze. He began to analyze that it was generated by a strong energy field. If such a creature was nearby, the electronic signals would be affected. The lights would flicker, sensors would malfunction, causing interference and making the equipment operate incorrectly. After speaking, he even looked at Kang Ji-a with approval and said, didn't expect you to know so much about the supernatural. Maybe there's a ghost hunter organization. If you want, I'll take you as an apprentice right now. Kang Jia's face twitched. As if ghosts are real, you idiot. Have you ever seen a ghost? Of course I have, Kang Jia retorted. Your face. Damn it. She couldn't take it anymore and wanted to charge at him, but Jo Kyung quickly stopped her. Are you looking for a fight? Kang Jia stomped her feet in anger. I want to hit you so badly. I want to hit you so badly. Just then, the device in Jiwon's hand lit up again. The target was confirmed in classroom 12-3. Are there really ghosts? Jo Kyung was astonished. Damn, inside this classroom? Don't shout, Kang Jia warned. The classroom door was immediately open. Want to go in and take a look? Jo Kyung whispered. I'll ask them for permission. Kang Jia was happy. Having Jo Kyung around is really convenient. Suddenly, two female students walked out of the classroom. Hey, who's that with Jo Kyung? Oh, my friend from middle school, he said, putting his arm around Kang Ji-a to introduce her. Kang Ji-a got straight to the point. Can we come into your classroom for a bit? Sure, go ahead. The short-haired girl nodded, but the long-haired girl suddenly looked puzzled. But what is this thing? She tried to press some buttons on the device. Sorry, don't touch it. Kang Ji-a quickly pushed her hand away. If you touch it with a hand full of yin energy like that, it will break. So is this guy crazy? The classroom students gathered around upon seeing the school's heartthrob. Meanwhile, Henyeon Jin was scrolling on his phone, perplexed by a message from Lee Hee-soo. Henyeon Jin, can you come to the science lab now? I have something I want to give you. I can't give it directly. The others will misunderstand. Can't you give it after class? He replied. Where are you going? Henyeon Jin was helpless and stood up. Where are you going, John? Ah, just going to the bathroom. Saying that, Henyeon Jin looked away from his phone and was startled by the scene before him. The back door was blocked by a group of popular kids. Just tell them to get lost. Henyeon Jin, an introvert, felt exhausted just looking at it. The moment Henyeon Jin and Jo Kyung's eyes, Jo Kyung quickly dispersed the crowd. Hey, you guys, stop blocking the door. Get inside. One guy smirked. You believe in that crap too? So what? Jo Kyung replied dismissively, and he turned to Henyeon Jin with a guilty look. Sorry about that. Oh my god, Chen Dajian silently marveled. Just a glance and it works like a miracle. He really is a god. Another student chimed in. Henyeon Jin is number one. Henyeon Jin walked out of the classroom door. That moment, a piercing sound rang out. The screen on Ji-won's device showed a bright red warning with a number that shot up to 99. His phone also continuously emitted terrifying notifications: death, destruction. What is that? Jo Kyung's face turned pale. What's wrong with that device? Isn't it used to talk to ghosts? I think I've found the cause of the strange things in your classroom. Meanwhile, Henyeon Jin was still completely unaware of the cause. My mom just made this. Lee Hee-soo cheerfully held out a string of prayer beads. She said to give one to you too. You called me out here just to give me this. Henyeon Jin was speechless, noticing that Lee Hee-soo also had an identical one on her wrist. Thank her for me, he replied perfunctorily and quickly stuffed the bracelet into his pocket. Seeing his lack of interest, Lee Hee-soo stopped smiling. Aren't you going to wear it? Henyeon Jin looked embarrassed. Well, if we both wear this, people might misunderstand it as a couple's bracelet. Lee Hee-soo couldn't believe such a foolish thought. These are prayer beads. Do you think no one else in the world wears prayer beads? You're the only one who would think they're a couple's bracelet. Seeing Henyeon Jin silent, she urged him, just put it on. My mom was worried. That's why she made it for you. It's fine, Henyeon Jin replied. Those ghosts and demons won't dare touch me anymore. My ancestors said so. Really? Lee Hee-soo was surprised. Yeah, he said he passed his power to me or something, Henyeon Jin stammered. He remembered Chen Dajian's words. You should have died that day. If he told the truth, Lee Hee-soo would definitely start crying noisily. He decided to keep half the truth. Anyway, forget it. The point is I recovered faster. Ah, so it's your ancestors' power. Lee Hee-soo nodded. No wonder, you look completely different from usual. Different how? You fought so fiercely back then, even wielded a blade, flying all around. Huh, fought? Henyeon Jin was astonished. When was that? You don't remember anything. At the shrine in my house. Hearing the word shrine, a hand shot out with lightning-fast reflex. The phone in Henyeon Jin's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His hand had forcefully clamped down on Lee Hee-soo's mouth. After that unconscious action, Henyeon Jin woke up with a start. The whole room fell into silence. Henyeon Jin, what's wrong with you? Lee Hee-soo asked, confused, after he hurriedly pulled his hand back. Henyeon Jin's face was pale, and he looked at his hand in disbelief. I'm sorry, I didn't do it. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical sound rang in his ear, as if heralding something ominous. Both of them turned their eyes toward the door at the same time. Kang Ji-e was standing there, scratching his head. Sorry, your story was so interesting that I accidentally overheard it. Hello, I am Gong Ji-gul, a ghost hunter. He introduced himself seriously. Henyeon Jin and Lee Hee-soo looked at each other. This afternoon, they had only met strange people. Kang Ji-e proactively extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Lee Hee-soo. Hee-soo was surprised. You know me? I also know your mother is a shaman. Henyeon Jin muttered. What do you mean by, anyone would know your mother is a shaman, you idiot? Lee Hee-soo was dazed. Ah, right, haha, forgot about that. I know all the ghost stories and history of this school. Kang Ji-e continued. That is also the reason I enrolled here. Do you two know the legend of the walking statue? No, not at all. I don't know either. Every senior student knows it. Ji-hun ignored them. The statue at Sampo School will run at night, and anyone who sees it run will be forced to race with it. If you don't run properly or break the rules, it will stab you from behind with its flag. Lee Hee-soo whispered, so we almost died. Henyeon Jin also nodded. Jaewon said wisely. Based on the situation, this could be a poltergeist phenomenon. Occasionally, the school flagpole gets pulled up even when there is no storm. Since the opening ceremony, it has already happened 4 times. Lee Hee-soo and Han-yeon-jin just listened in silence. Jiyeon emphasized, his eyes staring intently at the two people. There has been an incident proving that legend is true. I accidentally saw something very strange. He began to recount, that day when he had just walked out of the restroom. At first I thought I saw wrong, but to be honest, it was very clear, John said. The image of the two being chased by the stone statue is still vivid in my mind. There was a boy being chased by the statue, and behind him was a girl with a ponytail. Each description made Han-yeon-jin and Lee Hee-soo jump with fright. Hee-soo instinctively quickly took off her hair tie. What was more surprising was that statue. The next morning I went into the school and saw it was still intact. But John deliberately dragged his voice mysteriously. The energy inside it had been drained. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the two. He took out his detector. Before, this statue always had an energy level of 5, but from that day until now, it cannot even reach a level of 1. In short, something has disappeared from the statue. Jeon looked straight at Han-yeon-jin, no longer being evasive. So let me ask you, you two were there with the statue, were you not? Both denied it vehemently in unison. John asserted firmly, how can you be so sure? Normally, if I said that, people would call me crazy or ignore me. He calmly analyzed. But you denied it immediately, which only proves my deduction is correct. He shook the detector. This device measures magnetic fields. Ghosts do not appear physically, they exist as energy, and this machine will detect them. After listening to Jeon for a while, Han-yeon-jin lost patience. Has this been scientifically proven? John immediately brought the detector closer. As soon as it touched Han-yeon-jin, it instantly lit up, the reading jumping to level 5. That means the thing that was in the statue is now inside you. That is my conclusion. Han-yeon-jin pushed the detector away hard. I asked if science has proven this yet. Jeon calmly replied, of course, if only this device reacted, I wouldn't bother you. But all my machines react strongly, beeping incessantly. Those piercing alarm sounds rang out nonstop. Now what is your explanation? Jeon smiled confidently. Han-yeon-jin was annoyed. What do I need to explain? That is just your speculation. So are you ghost hunters? What is that? Han-yeon-jin was stunned. It means people who hunt and collect ghosts. What? Han-yeon-jin grew more and more confused. No matter what you say, I won't believe it. He decisively ended the conversation. The stone statue or whatever has nothing to do with us. Having said that, he turned around and quickly left. Hey Lee Hee-soo, let's go. Why do you keep lying? John said warily. Fine then, I wasn't originally planning to bring this out, but a few intermittent sounds made Han-yeon-jin startle and turn around. John was opening a video clip on his phone. Phone cameras these days are almost as good as DSLR cameras, he said, and then blatantly zoomed in on the image. This distance was just right. We're done for, Han-yeon-jin thought to himself. Jeon reassured, I am not a bad person, no need to hide. Lee Hee-soo commented, saying that makes you sound even more like a bad person. Han-yeon-jin asked directly, what do you want? Jeon smiled sheepishly. I have a favor to ask. Do you two know the haunted antique shop? Meanwhile, Jo Kyung was walking in the hallway when someone called from behind. Hey Jo Kyung. She turned around curiously. Seemingly shy boy was holding out a wooden box. The boy stammered, this, I give this to you. Jo Kyung happily accepted it. What is this? Open it and see, it is a gift from me. This is the first time I have gotten a gift from a boy. Jo Kyung laughed excitedly, opening the box lid with her hand. Thank you. By the way, which class are you in? Hearing that, the other person's voice trembled. You don't remember me? Impossible, you hypocrite. Having said that, he angrily walked away, leaving Jo Kyung cursed without understanding what was happening. Just then, a strange light emanated from the box. Inside was a paper effigy with Chinese characters and a single die. Suddenly, the effigy burst into flames. A strange black smoke poured out of the box. New day began with a clear blue sky and pristine white clouds. In the classroom, while other students were listening attentively to the lecture, Han-yeon-jin was still dozing off. Where did we stop last week? He rested his chin on his hand and let out a long yawn that made his eyes water. Why was he so tired? He suddenly opened his eyes, noticing something under the desk compartment. It was his phone. The screen lit up with a message from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below were 3 consecutive messages sent at 9:11 a.m. Ghost Hunter. Han-yeon-jin-sama Ghost Hunter. My number is 0xxxxxxx. Ghost Hunter. What the hell is this? What is this? He was astonished and replied, how do you know my number? The reply came almost immediately. Kang-ji-a Lee Hee-soo gave it to me. Han-yeon-jin was annoyed and snorted. Tish, Kang-ji-a, just this once, that creepy antique shop, won't you come with me? Han-yeon-jin? No. Han-yeon-jin, you two go together. Kang-ji-a Lee Hee-soo said, if you go, he will go too. Han-yeon-jin clenched his fist, feeling a bit annoyed, when a voice suddenly rang out right above his head. Hey, he was startled. Stop replaying it. The teacher was holding the grade book and looked down to ask, whose empty seat is that? Han-yeon-jin turned to look at the empty desk beside him. It's John Do-kyung's. A voice rang out. The whole class began to whisper. He came, but he must have gone to the bathroom. The classroom door was pushed open forcefully, and everyone's eyes focused on the student standing outside. You startled me. There he is. Teacher John Jo Kyung is here. Jo Kyung still showed no intention of entering. The teacher spoke up. John Jo Kyung, where have you been? The whole class was dead silent, waiting for the answer. Sorry, teacher. Do Kyung smiled, showing no sign of remorse. A classmate called out, Hey John, your seat is over here. Do Kyung's eyes swept toward the one who had called out. Then his gaze swept past Henyeon Jin. He curled his lips into a smirk, then turned his face toward the board. His hand began to spin an eraser. The school dismissal bell rang. Minjun, another classmate, blocked Jo Kyung's path. Where were you so long? You nearly got marked late. Did you really go to the bathroom? Do Kyung said nothing, just raised his fist toward them. Minjun hesitated, then bumped fists with him. What is it? Rock, paper, scissors? Do Kyung laughed, propping his feet on the desk. 1 round 10,001. I don't have money, Minjun said with a forced laugh. Then pay with your body. Minjun pondered for a moment. 10,001, huh? He quickly decided. Okay, let's play. Rock, paper, scissors. Minjun threw rock while Jo Kyung showed scissors. Haha, real men throw rock. Minjun laughed loudly, full of excitement. But then he froze when he saw Jo Kyung pull out a 10,001 bill. Really? Minjun took the bill, his eyes wide and mouth agape. For real? Of course it's real, Do Kyung replied in a calm voice. Good work. Good boy, thanks a lot. Minjun cheered in delight. Want to play again? Jo Kyung asked with a friendly smile. Let's play. Minjun agreed without a moment's hesitation. Jo Kyung smirked, this time 50,001. What? 50,001, the rich really are different. Minjun taunted, rolling his wrist. This guy's really going for it. Rock, paper, scissors. This time Jo Kyung threw paper. Ah damn, Minjun laughed. Before he could finish his sentence, Jo Kyung threw a sudden punch that sent Minjun crashing to the floor. The whole class turned around in shock. Hey, what the hell? Why did you hit him out of nowhere? Neon Jin was also stunned. What's going on? John Do Kyung just stood there, laughing loudly. He pointed at Minjun, who was sprawled on the ground. Real men have to take risks. What will you ever achieve by playing rock all day? Hey, are you okay? Minjun. A worried classmate shook him. He seems to have passed out. We should call the nurse. What's wrong, everyone? Jo Kyung looked around, confused. Everyone was staring at him. It's nothing. He walked over and grabbed Minjun's arm. This guy won the 10,001 bet. Look at his face. What more could he want? He laughed loudly, trying to pry the bill from Minjun's clenched hand. This guy's gripping the money tight. Hey Jo Kyung, that's going too far. One friend spoke up in reproach. Kyung's face darkened. Going too far? Was I supposed to pretend to lose? I already gave him the 10,001. I told him he'd pay with his body. Hearing his infuriatingly calm tone, everyone couldn't believe it. Do Kyung suddenly seemed to remember something and moved closer to the friend who had just spoken. Seems like you agreed to, didn't you? That friend trembled in fear. Huh? Jo Kyung's gaze turned cold and sharp. He stumbled as he stood up, cursing in annoyance. Damn it. Do Kyung shoved his hands in his pockets and walked straight out. Only after he had completely left the classroom did everyone dare to rush over to check on Minjun. What's with him? Are you okay? What the hell did I just see? The classmate sitting next to Henyeon Jin was deeply shocked. It looked just like a scene from a school violence movie. A chubby classmate spoke up. I think it's more like possession. That's not Jo Kyung. It's a villain from another world who possessed him. Henyeon Jin simply frowned, silently thinking. After a while, 2 girls began whispering and gossiping. Did you see this morning what's gotten into Jo Kyung? It's the first time I've heard him curse. The girl opposite, holding a mirror, glanced toward Jo Kyung. He's totally different. So scary. I thought he was some kind of gangster. I heard he's taking acting classes. The girl with the ponytail tried to make an excuse. He's probably preparing for an audition. Was it necessary to train like that at school? That girl who was bored of studying looked at Jo Kyung smoking, exhaling puffs of white smoke. Oh, she must have gotten the lead role. The whole class buzzed, unable to believe what he was holding. Hey Jo Kyung, the crew cut guy reminded, no smoking, the teachers are coming. Jo Kyung didn't care. What did you say? Can't hear you, it's too quiet. His tone stunned the guy, making him feel pressured. Jo Kyung suddenly shouted in the crew cut guy's face, telling him to speak up. The class was startled. Is he losing his mind again? Suddenly, Jo Kyung reached out and gently touched the guy's hand. His voice softened, saying it was just a joke. Were you scared? He tossed the dice in his hand, laughing and saying, this isn't even a cigarette. The teacher is almost here. Jo Kyung cut him off, saying it's fine. He smirked, speaking casually. I'll bet that the teacher will walk in right when the bell rings. 10,001. The crew cut guy trembled. Yeah, I bet they won't come in. 10,001. Jo Kyung joked again, saying if you don't have the money, you can pay with your body. His expression was full of cunning. The crew cut guy broke into a sweat, hanging his head low, not daring to look. Jo Kyung laughed mockingly. Why are you shaking? Hey, Jo Kyung. A voice called from the door. It was Jia. She frowned as she looked at him. Jo Kyung looked back at her. Then his gaze shifted down to his hand, which she was holding. Pull, come here, out to the hallway. Jo Kyung yanked his hand away from hers. Kang Jia couldn't believe it, asking what is wrong with you? Did you really hit someone? Why would you do that? And what about this? You hate cigarettes, so why do you have one? Jo Kyung didn't care, only focused on tossing the dice. Kang Jie spoke angrily, asking if he was listening. He stopped, clenched the dice tight, and asked odd or even. She asked back, what kind of joke is this? He repeated odd or even, gave a slight smile, then told her to hurry up. Kang Jie was a bit suspicious, but still answered odd. Jo Kyung shoved the dice into his mouth. He opened his palm, told her she was wrong. Suddenly squeezed Jie's cheek hard. He pulled her close, a sly look on his face, saying, then you'll have to pay with your body, right? Jie's body was pulled until it was touching his. She was startled, her eyes wide with shock. Then she slapped Jo Kyung hard across the face. She called him a lunatic and told him to let go. Kang Jie turned and walked away, leaving Jo Kyung rubbing his slapped cheek. In a corner, a chubby guy was watching, chuckling to himself and tightening his grip on a talisman in his hand. On another fine day, Kang Jie was walking down the hallway. He unlocked his phone. A message appeared. The content threatened Han Eon-jin that if he didn't reply, blurred photos would be posted on the forum. Han Eon-jin told him to shut up. Kang Jie begged, just this once, it's the last wish. He looked up, staring at the sign for class 12.3. Did you think you could hide here and not be found? Kang Jie opened the door and walked in, calling out loudly, Han Eon-jin, excuse my interruption. The signal detector on his body vibrated. Kang Jie smiled, saying it seems you're very close. Let's turn on the Eon-jin finder. He happily walked around with the device, calling out Han Eon-jin, hiding is useless, this device easily finds you. A sudden strong force struck the detector in Ji-won's hand. Clank, the device fell to the ground. Beside him, Jo Kyung was already standing there, having appeared from who knows where. Jin Ji-won was startled, breaking into a cold sweat from the smell of cigarette smoke. Jo Kyung slowly bent down to pick up the device. Immediately, it buzzed frantically. At the same time, the devices on Kang Jie's body also rang loudly. Oh! Ji-won quickly checked the machines, mumbling for him to call out to his friend Han Eon-jin in the class. At the same time, Jin Ji-won opened his phone and saw a series of messages on the Ghost Talk app. Help me, please save me. Death. Suddenly, Jo Kyung threw the detector hard onto the ground, shattered into many pieces. Jo Kyung roared at Jin Ji-won, asking if he wanted to die, then said you should apologize first for bumping into someone. Seeing Jo Kyung's scary demeanor, Kang Jie was also a bit frightened, so he said sorry. The dice was tossed high into the air. Jo Kyung suddenly clapped his hands once and then collapsed. He held out both fists in front of Kang Jie. His face looked like a demon's. Whose hand is this? This is bad, Lee Hee-soo grimaced as she looked at the tarot card on the table. She turned to Han Eon-jin, her voice trembling with fear. It seems like he has been possessed. Han Eon-jin sighed in annoyance while tapping his phone, letting out a single Hey Dragon Jin? Lee Hee-soo stood up abruptly. I call you Han Eon-jin, so I call you Dragon Jin. No need to explain, he buried his face on the table. But why do I have to go? I have to go save my friend. Friend? It's not Shen Dajian. But you're sure he's possessed just because of one card? Aong Chen Dajian was puzzled. He was fine this morning. It's probably just his nature. He stood up, about to leave. This doesn't affect me anyway. Forget it. Seeing this, Lee Hee-soo's face darkened. And stop calling me that, Han Eon-jin reminded her. What if he's a good person? Lee Hee-soo turned her face toward the window. Pretending to be pitiful, he must be suffering a lot, just like when I was taken over. Jo Kyung and I went to middle school together. A voice suddenly rang out. Kang Jie had appeared from somewhere. I can assure you he's a good person. He's never hit anyone, never even dared to curse. He's like a character straight out of a comic book. See, he's so pitiful. Lee Hee-soo chimed in. He doesn't even have the guts to argue with anyone, Kang Jie continued. Lee Hee-soo looked in surprise at his swollen cheek. What happened to your face? Han Eon-jin asked. A ghost hit me. As if understanding the intention, Han Eon-jin replied bluntly, I'm not going. Jin-gwon lowered his head. Then he looked up to face Han Eon-jin. I won't force you to go to the antique shop anymore. I'm also sorry about what happened earlier. You just said it's like when you were taken over, right? He became serious. It's because we succeeded that you're here now, right? If you two aren't ghost hunters, then you also resolved the bronze statue case, right? That again, Han Eon-jin said angrily. We had nothing to do with it. Before he could finish, Lee Hee-soo screamed in fear. Hey, Han Eon-jin. Notification appeared on her phone screen. Jin-gwon has transferred 50,000 guon. Here's a deposit. What now? Han Eon-jin asked irritably. I'll pay the rest if you agree. Kang Jie said. Please help me. Bowed his head to the two of them. Please save Jo Kyung. Han Eon-jin recalled the scene of Jo Kyung slapping Ji-gwon so hard he staggered, along with the equipment he was constantly wearing, and his terrifying voice. Even so, he flatly refused. No. He coldly walked past Kang Jie. Help him yourself. Lee Hee-soo, I'm going home. Aong Chen Daji and Lee Hee-soo hurriedly followed him. As she passed by, she glanced at Kang Jie with a pitying look and then quickly left. Kang Jie was left alone in the room. Outside in the hallway, the footsteps of the two people faded away. Han Eon-jin thought to himself as he walked. What kind of trouble is trying to drag me into this time? Painful memories suddenly flooded back. He just wanted to live a normal life like before. The voice from years ago echoed in his head again. From that day, you were dead. No, Han Eon-jin told himself. From now on, the safety of this body is the top priority. Absolutely no getting involved in anything anymore. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into Jo Kyung. Jo Kyung, he thought. A friend walking beside Jo Kyung gladly patted him on the shoulder. See, the girls are looking for you. Han Eon-jin slid past. Like this, it might actually suit you better. It seemed as though the two would pass each other like strangers, but suddenly Han Eon-jin Yeon-jin's hand shot out, blocking Jo Kyung's path. His hand, by itself, grabbed Jo Kyung's collar, to the surprise of the friend accompanying him. Even though he was the one who initiated it, Han Yeon-jin himself looked extremely panicked. At that moment, Lee Hee-soo was rushing down the hallway to find him. As she ran, she called out, "Wyong." Before she could finish calling his name, she was stunned to see Han Yeon-jin holding Jo Kyung by the collar. Lee Hee-soo quickly hid behind the wall, covering her mouth to keep quiet. He says he won't get involved, but in the end, he's still going to exorcise demons to help people. He's as kind as ever. Rock Young's friend saw this and angrily cursed. "What the hell are you doing?" Immediately after, Han Yeon-jin did something strange. He used his right hand to punch his own left hand, which was holding Jo Kyung's collar. Sorry, he said shakily, his face covered in sweat. "It wasn't me." Do Ki-eung laughed upon hearing that. "Your hand is clearly still there. How can you say it wasn't you?" "Yeah, that's right," Han Yeon-jin stammered. Hearing that, Jo Kyung immediately struggled angrily. He pulled out a die. He tossed it into the air and then clasped it tightly in his palm. He hid the die in one hand, held it out in front of Han Yeon-jin, and asked with a smile, "Which hand is it?" Jo Kyung and his friends were joking around, while Lee Hee-soo, hiding behind the wall, was extremely anxious. Han Yeon-jin was utterly astonished. He felt his left hand starting to move again. His hand slowly lifted, frightening him. His hand was moving on its own again. His hand automatically pointed straight at Jo Kyung's left palm. Kyung hesitated for a moment, then opened his hand. The die lay perfectly in his palm. Absolutely accurate. He walked over, placed a hand on Han Yeon-jin's shoulder, brushed past him, and said, "Watch out for your hand." After they left, Han Yeon-jin stood still, staring at his hand, his mind reeling. After walking a distance, Do Kyung turned his head to look at him with a puzzled expression. Entering the classroom, he kept staring at his hand. Suddenly, it raised itself again. What was going on? His hand clenched into a fist, then pointed straight at his face. Before he could collect his thoughts, it punched him in the face on its own. A bespectacled classmate passing by asked curiously, "Trying something new? That's pretty interesting." Han Yeon-jin had to use his right hand to tightly grip his left, preventing it from moving around. The other friend laughed and asked, preparing a talent show for the field trip. Suddenly, his left hand jerked up again. "Hey, help me hold my hand," he exclaimed. The friend immediately helped, but grabbed his right hand instead. "No, the left hand, not the right." Han Yeon-jin snapped. His left hand was out of control, as if it wanted to punch someone. Han Yeon-jin, the other friend, spoke up. "Do I really have to get involved in this boring situation? How annoying." Han Yeon-jin used all his strength to restrain his left hand, and it eventually stopped moving. He sighed in relief. "It's over." A friend playing a game at the desk above turned around and said, "Han Yeon-jin, maybe you..." He asked seriously, "Have you got alien hand syndrome?" "What the hell is that?" Han Yeon-jin wondered. As soon as he left the classroom, he immediately went online to search for that strange syndrome and read its symptoms. Han Yeon-jin thought fearfully to himself, "Oh God, why does this sound so like me? Could there be a problem with my brain? I've been bumping my head a lot lately. No wonder I've been feeling lethargic. Maybe this is a symptom of a serious disease." Lost in thought, a figure approached from behind. Suddenly, his hand was touched. Faster than thought, Han Yeon-jin's left hand swung up on its own, blocking the attack. It was Suho. He was surprised by Yeon-jin's reflexes. Suho gave an awkward laugh. "Must be because you get hit so much your body reacts automatically, right?" Han Yeon-jin thought gloomily, "What now?" "No, that's not it." Han Yeon-jin tried to explain about his left hand. "Forget about it." Suho cut him off, not bothering to listen. "Hey, is that Jo Kyung guy in your class?" Han Yeon-jin glared at him irritably. "Tell him to give my vape back," Suho ordered. "What is that?" "It's an electronic cigarette, you idiot," Suho snapped. "If it's your stuff, why don't you ask for it yourself?" Han Yeon-jin retorted. "Why should I go do it? It's too troublesome." "Coming to find me is even more troublesome," Han Yeon-jin argued. "I have to go all the way through the 11th grade section." "This guy," Suho growled, his eyes turning menacing. "I told you not to piss me off." "I told you." Han Yeon-jin didn't get to finish before his left hand moved on its own again. It jerked upward. He was startled. He quickly used his right hand to hold it tightly. "Alright, I'll go get it for you," he said hurriedly. "See, wasn't that faster?" Suho said, satisfied. "You kept beating around the bush." "I'm going," Han Yeon-jin replied, brushing past him. "Look at the way he runs," Suho sneered behind his back. In the hallway, Kang Ji-ae was holding a strange device with multicolored sticks to measure temperature. Suddenly, the green stick lit up. He immediately pointed the meter in that direction. The screen, which was displaying 9 degrees, suddenly dropped to -1 degree. "Strange, how could it be -1 degree over there?" Han Yeon-jin walked into the classroom. Seeing Jo Kyung sitting at the back desk, his heart pounded. He stood watching, silently encouraging himself, thinking, "Forget it, just pretend I don't know, to avoid a fight." "Why are you always sneaking around behind me?" Jo Kyung's voice made Han Yeon-jin jump. "Try your luck again?" "No," Han Yeon-jin answered fearfully. Suho told me to get back something you borrowed from him. Borrowed. Du Qiang laughed, reaching his hand under the desk. Afraid of getting beaten after losing the bet, so now you want to take it back? He didn't say anything about that. Jin looked away. Suddenly, Du Qiang leaned his head back, stared at him, and laughed. Do you want to take a beating in his place? No way. Jin immediately retorted. I don't have the time. Du Qiang seemed surprised. Just take it and go, Jin said irritably, about to turn and leave. Ah, it's that guy from earlier, right? Du Qiang suddenly said. I'll give it to you. Jin turned back. Yeah. However, he took out the die. He tossed it up and caught it tightly in his palm. If you guess correctly, because that man laughed in a frightening way. Nobody knew if it was even or odd. The whole class began to murmur among themselves. Jin was scared. No, there is no need. Hey, it has started. Zhou Qiang urged. Hurry up. What benefit do I have from playing this for me to bother? Do it quickly, the coward howls, you are being arrogant again. Forced into it, Jin stammered in a low voice. Because that man smiled. 3-3-10-10, he slowly opened his palm. The die revealed a single dot. It must be odd, right? Because that man smiled evenly, then raised his hand. Jin flinched and the whole class also held their breath in fear. Just as Zhou Qiang's fist was about to come down, Jin's left hand suddenly moved on its own. It rose up, blocked Zhou Qiang's arm, and then shoved it away hard. At the same time, his finger flicked something out. An extremely powerful strike hit Zhou Qiang's forehead, dazing him. Because that man fell backward, his head hitting the bulletin board hard. He sat down heavily on the floor, the whole class staring with their mouths wide open in shock. The incident happened so fast that even Jin himself did not understand what he had just done. But what just flew away? Zhou Qiang's empty hand on the ground stirred slightly. Jin was startled, his face turning pale. Because that man staggered to his feet, one hand covering most of his face. No one could see his expression at that moment. In the tense atmosphere, Jin awkwardly explained, this was because of my left hand. He suddenly realized he had let it slip. Why did I say left hand? And it's because the left hand is parasitized. A mocking voice rang out. Still putting on a show, another guy jeered. Oh my, you had me thinking you were a hidden master. Female student with permed hair standing nearby listened but did not understand. Hey, what is a parasite? Sweat poured from Jin. He hesitated, unable to find words. Well, his eyes glanced at the guy with glasses, and then he continued awkwardly. It was because Zhou Qiang asked me to play the role of his opponent. Opponent? The guy with glasses looked confused. What is this? Are you practicing a play? In an instant, Jin's somewhat forced yet unbelievably reasonable explanation successfully convinced the class. Right, Zhou Qiang is about to become an actor. Aha, that makes perfect sense. Everyone was completely convinced, but Jin still could not calm down. It is probably because of Zhou Qiang's usual image, he thought to himself, whatever, just let it go. At that moment, the guy with glasses walked over, looking displeased. Hey, you should have told us first, you scared me to death. Zhou Qiang stood there, listening to everyone talk about him. Zhou Qiang is really good. He immerses himself in any role. Hey, so earlier you and Min Jun were also acting. You were really immersed in getting hit. He could only let out a scornful laugh, then, showing his teeth in a snicker, he muttered, calling out Jin. Hearing the way Zhou Qiang called his name, Jin began to tense up again. Because that man lowered his hands, revealing an expression no different from a demon. He remarked, this is really interesting. Jin watched and broke out in a cold sweat. I am doomed. At the same time, Lee Hee-soo, who was passing by the classroom, happened to hear the murmuring coming from inside. Have Jin and Zhou Qiang been close all along? Those two have always kept to themselves. She stopped, her face showing clear unease and astonishment, as she vaguely understood the gist of the matter. Elsewhere, Kang Jie was opening the old box he had just found, scrutinizing the strange characters inside. What is this box full of yin energy, and this? Is this oracle bone script? As he moved his gaze to the lid of the box, he was a little surprised. Underneath the lid was also an equally strange shape. A feeling of familiarity urged him to compare it with the information on his phone. On the screen was an anonymous post asking, has anyone ever seen this strange symbol? And coincidentally, that symbol was exactly the one he was looking at. Creepy antique, a thought flashed through Kang Jie's mind. But why is it here? He was still racking his brain when a familiar voice called out, hey! Kang Jie was startled and turned around. It was Kang Jie, worry still clear on her face. She opened the Ghost Talk app on her phone. A series of short messages also appeared. Stop it. Help me. Save me. Death. Destruction. I do not know if you believe it, she spoke up. But right now, Zhou Qiang is a ghost. His soul is probably very close by. Kang Jie did not show any surprise. He calmly fiddled with his phone and said, when he hit me, I heard something echoing from inside the box. How does it work? It combines sound frequencies on the radio so ghosts can convey messages. What did Zhou Qiang say? Kang Jie repeated his friend's words. Kang Jie, I am sorry. That is all. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his friend burst into tears, each tear falling onto her phone screen. Hey, is that for real? Kang Jia could not believe it. Go away. Kang Jia wiped her tears in annoyance. Kang Jia no longer teased her and just sat down beside her. Before you said that thing was just a toy, but it sounds too much like Jo Kyung's voice. Thinking back to the time he faced his friend's possessed appearance, Kang Jia could not help but feel doubtful. A sudden 180-degree change, could it be some kind of head trauma? But she also bitterly offered an answer. This ridiculous thing is happening right before my eyes. I guess I have to believe it. Jo Kyung's shining eyes and sinister smile came back to her, making her shudder. That look was not human, it was very scary. Jo Kyung must be very scared right now, she said worriedly. He has always been timid. What do we do? Her voice was full of helplessness. Why did it suddenly become like this? Kang Ji-a sighed. You know it already. Before first period, Jo Kyung was fine. Something must have happened after first period ended. He could not be certain of that. Kang Ji-a did not want to believe it. Kang Ji-a shrugged. I found the cause. The one responsible for this is still in the school. Hearing that, Kang Ji-a stopped crying. She exclaimed in surprise. Really? That is right. You said there was something suspicious in the school. Is that it? No, Kang Ji-a replied while rummaging through his bag. He pulled out an old box. But I have gathered the evidence. He pointed at a symbol inside the box. Without this incident cannot be explained. What is it? She asked curiously. I will personally show you on behalf of the Twilight. What is it? Kang Jia asked urgently again, but Kang Jia had already sunk entirely into his own world. You insolent evil thing, he muttered, eyes fixed on the box. The Exorcist will make my official debut today. The sunset dyed the entire road gold. Han Yeonjin strolled along, his gaze occasionally dropping to his fist, who was still brooding over the snap from earlier. Could it be that he had actually used that power? Suddenly, Jo Kang appeared from somewhere, slung an arm over his shoulder. Hey, Han Yeonjin! This sudden action scared Han Yeonjin out of his wits. Where are you going? Wanna hang out with me? Jo Kyung grinned, trying to coax him. I have to go home. Han Yeonjin tried to suppress his tension, his voice a little shaky. Then let's play at your place. Jo Kyung did not let up. Yeonjin quickly slipped out of his hold. My house has a very fierce dog. But just a few steps later, Jo Kyung grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. Hey, just play with me for a bit, he demanded through gritted teeth. At that very moment, the bead bracelet on Han Yeonjin's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding flash of light. Jo Kyung was jolted backward. He let out a yell and staggered, unable to keep his balance. He stared in horror at everything before him, especially his hand that was flickering strangely. What is this? Even Han Yeonjin had not expected the bracelet's effect to be so pronounced. Oh, such good quality. Seizing the chance, he waved the arm with the bracelet toward Jo Kyung to shoo him away, and it succeeded. Jo Kyung did not dare come closer anymore, just stood still in place. He clicked his tongue in utter frustration, watching Han Yeonjin's back disappear with resentment. How much longer until my power fully recovers? That evening in Han Yeonjin's room, he looked at the dog that was flipping through a book and reading like a human, hesitantly asking, You mean, it is not that my brain is damaged because of his power? The dog just let out a ha-ha. I will smash all your peanuts right now. Han Yeonjin glared, threatening. Peanuts. Only then did the dog lift its head. Get them out here quickly so I can eat away my sorrow. But because of this left hand, I am hated by the whole school. He raised his fist, trembling with indignation. I told you already, the dog replied leisurely. The power I transferred saved you. Because of it, the demons no longer target you. Not target me? Are you joking? Han Yeonjin raised an eyebrow. That power of yours actually picked a fight with them, and it even controlled my hand to hit me. That arm is no longer yours, the dog sighed, explaining. What? If it is not my arm, then whose is it? The dog lifted its head, revealing a horrifying truth. Your real hand was cut off by the dull demon. Han Yeonjin's reaction, needless to say, was shocked to his very core. Let me put it this way so you can understand. It directed its gaze toward the hand placed on Han Yeonjin's left arm. Then it emphasized each word. Your left arm is the last remnant of my power. Hearing the words Hai Long and last remnant of power from its mouth, Han Yeonjin was stunned motionless. The afternoon had waned, a red hue dyeing the entire space. The phone screen displayed a message. The strange antique shop. You must go with a fortune teller. If you go in alone out of curiosity and get stuck with something, no one can save you. Two friends stood before a store that looked no different from an abandoned warehouse. Could this really be that place? Kang Jia clicked his tongue. It just looks like an old house. Kang Jia was strangely calm. Anyway, let's just go in and see. Wait. Kang Jia put down his backpack, rummaging through it. If the two of us go in together, they might get suspicious. Let me go in alone. Although scared to death inside, he still tried to act brave. Elsewhere, Chendajian, in his scroll form, was recounting his own legend. My power was originally formed from 4 dragons: red dragon, blue dragon, white dragon, and Hai Long. His gaze grew slow, but now they have all vanished, leaving only Hai Long. He looked at Hanian Jin's left arm. That arm of yours is the last remaining fragment of my power, formed from Hai Long's strength. Hanian Jin's jaw dropped as he listened. He is the strongest, but also the most arrogant of the 4 dragons. Hanian Jin was petrified. Hai Long? He stretched out his arm. What if you take back this arm? He looked at him as if he were a fool. Then you will lose an arm. Will the arm just disappear completely? It will be lost forever. Hanian Jin was utterly devastated. To be more precise, it was already crushed. Everything I said is the truth. Hanian Jin just wanted to cry as he listened. Cut it out. Hey, Chendajian asked curiously. Why do you hate it so much? Your ordinary physical body. This power is not a disadvantage. It is ruining my school life, Hanian Jin complained. Don't you know your ancestors? Oh, hey kid, Chendajian suddenly interrupted. You don't care about anything I say, do you? Hanian Jin was speechless. I want to ask you something, Chendajian said. What is it? He flipped open a history book. Is there any record about the Earth God? Or about the Mi family, for instance? What? Hanian Jin was bewildered by the unfamiliar names. This book has no records after the military era. Hanian Jin held the book, muttering, "This is all from the Three Kingdoms era." Chendajian shook his head, asking, "What about besides this?" Hanian Jin then flipped to another page. "Are you looking for this? This is everything. There's nothing left." Chendajian narrowed his almond-shaped eyes, saying, "Strange, what else?" Hanian Jin was at his wit's end. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Hanian Jin curiously turned his head. "Hanian Jin!" A loud voice shouted from outside, making him jump. In an old and dimly lit room, Ji-won placed a mini-camera on the shelf. Antique items were displayed everywhere, from ceramic jars to wall paintings. He asked, "Is anyone here? Here to buy something?" A hoarse voice replied, making Ji-hun startle and turn around. An old woman stepped out from behind the curtain, her body emitting an unpleasant rotten smell. Seeing the old woman look scary, Kang Ji-a stammered. He waited until the camera was running before daring to speak. "Hello." Outside, Kang Ji-a stared intently at the ghost detector screen. Her face tense, she tried to recall Ji-won's instructions. "If no one is there, but you see streaks of blue light like these, call me immediately." Inside, Kang Ji-a got straight to the point. "The cursed item belongs to this shop, correct?" The old woman glanced at the wooden box and asked, "So what?" "So it really is from this thing." Kang Ji-a gritted his teeth. "Please tell me how to break the curse." "The responsibility lies with the one who cast the curse. I only sell items," she replied slowly. "Then was it a student from Sambo School, wearing a uniform like mine, who bought this? I do not disclose customer information." Kang Ji-a thought to himself, it won't be easy to get information here. The old woman looked at him with a wary expression. "What are you here for? All this nonsense. If you're not buying, leave." "Ah, then I'm relieved." Kang Ji-a sighed. "I was just testing you. I will buy this item." He looked at the box. "My friend bought this item here and directed me here. But this is an item used to curse others. If I can't keep it a secret, that would be troublesome." The old woman still showed no sign of suspicion. After a moment, she brought out a wooden box and a brocade pouch. "This cursed item takes effect just by looking at it. You must not open it to see what's inside, understand?" Jin Jun stood watching the old woman pull out a yellow talisman from the brocade pouch. "This is the talisman for the spellcaster," her hoarse voice reminded. "And remember, if you only want to play a small prank, then tear this talisman within 49 hours. Tearing it will break the curse?" Ajijun asked. "That's right." The old woman smiled mysteriously. 49 hours? Kang Ji-a thought to himself, then casually asked, "So what happens after 49 hours? She still kept the smile on her lips. Who knows? The pitch-black space combined with her savage laughter made Kang Ji-a freeze, only able to nod briefly. "I've felt something off this whole time. I know how to break the curse. Time to get out of here." Thinking this, he put on an innocent expression. "Oh, then I will be careful. How much does it cost? Can I pay by card?" "Ah, but these things probably only take cash." "Damn, I didn't bring any cash." "No need." The old woman opened a red pouch. "Just put your fingernails and hair in here, then write your name on this piece of paper." Jin Jun froze. "My fingernails, hair, and name?" He laughed dryly. "Then isn't it like I'm buying it for free? You get nothing." "What are you saying?" She laughed. "These things are very precious." Kang Ji-a quickly made an excuse. "Ah, but I have a baldness condition and am being treated so I can't pull out my hair. As for the fingernails, let's just do the name for today." He held out his hand with its neatly trimmed nails. "Can I come back when my nails have grown out?" He looked at her, smiling innocently. "I just write my name here, right?" Jin Jun was about to pull the paper over when she suddenly moved. She grabbed his hand. Her hoarse voice rang in his ear. "Yeah, put a blood seal, then write your name." At that moment, a sharp blade slid out from the old woman's bamboo cane, causing him to yell out loud. "Grandma, I have a bleeding disorder. Can I do it after Jin takes his medicine?" "Sorry, but where is the restroom? I really need to pee." Zae Gun hurriedly ran into a hidden corner. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a red ballpoint pen. A few seconds later, he acted like an award-winning actor, screaming, "Oh my God, Grandma, hurry up. My blood clots on contact with air." He tightly gripped his finger smeared with red ink. The old woman was at her wit's end with him. What kind of illness is full of such nonsense? This brat. Kang Ji quickly pressed his fingerprint onto the paper. Now I just need to write my name here, right? Right? The old woman looked at him, muttering, "This child is full of illnesses. I need to quickly help him get better." She instructed, "Write quickly." Kang Ji slowly moved the pen, drawing a horizontal stroke, then a vertical stroke, then horizontal again. After a while, he produced a long, slurred, and rebellious-looking name. Suddenly, he seized the opportunity, lifting up his leather jacket and pressing it close to the mini camera hidden on his body. "What the hell are you doing?" she said angrily. She snatched the paper back. "Ah, no looking." Kang Ji feigned innocence. "I just wanted to compare to see if I wrote it right." Suddenly, a rustling whisper sounded in his ear. Then it turned into piercing screams repeating over and over, "Liar, liar, liar." A chill ran down Jin Jun's spine. A call alert rang from his smartwatch, startling him. "Ah, I'll be going now." At that moment, the shop's roller door slammed shut. Strange black mists appeared from nowhere. The space seemed to warp, and the entire shop vanished. Kang Ji was trapped in a pitch-black void as dark as a sealed jar. "Emma," he cried out in vain. "Shopkeeper, where are you?" Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly spoke into the watch. "Kang Ji, can you hear me?" Right at that moment, a crack of light suddenly appeared. Powerhouse sister Kang Ji was single-handedly lifting the rolling door. She yelled, "Kang Ji, get out here." Kang Ji's jaw dropped in shock. "Hurry up!" Jia strained with all his might. "Okay." Ji-won immediately rushed outside. Suddenly, the door in Kang Ji's hands began to crackle. It grew extremely sharp fangs. It transformed into a giant monster's mouth about to devour them both. The monster's jaw pinned down to the ground. The door slammed shut. Only Jia's final scream echoed out. GRG was stunned, screaming in fright. At that moment, a figure rushed over like lightning. He swung his greatsword, delivering a powerful strike to the door. The slash created a spatial rift like a black hole. Monster's mouth was immediately blasted out. Timely catching her, the door returned to its old, gentle form. Ji-won looked in astonishment at the person who had just appeared. It was Han Eon-jin. Han Eon-jin put down his greatsword, and he saw the arrogant look on his face. He silently praised, "Truly awesome." Suddenly, a ghostly hand reached out from inside, trying to tear the rift open. "It's coming," Kang Ji yelled. Han Eon-jin reflexively raised his sword. He gripped the weapon's handle tightly in his hand. Kang Ji was excited, thinking this stuff only existed in comics. Damn it, why did it feel like it was glued? Han Eon-jin couldn't even lift the sword. Immediately after, that hand delivered a thunderous punch, sending him flying far away. Han Eon-jin and Lee Hee-soo quickly ran over to help. Kang Ji was immensely shocked. He looked at Lee Hee-soo's proficient firecasting and marveled, truly a sorcerer's daughter. But before he could look cool for 3 seconds, Lee Hee-soo tripped on a rock and fell flat on her face. Kang Ji sighed at this pair again. How were these two supposed to exercise anything? Situation was extremely critical. Jin glanced back and was startled to see several steel bars. On the other side, Han Eon-jin was still tightly bound by the dark arms, his breathing growing weaker. The sound of footsteps echoed from afar. It was Kang Ji swinging an iron rod. "Everything lands on my shoulders." With one strike, he broke the first arm. Who would have guessed? This kid had an incredibly hot profile, a second-dan swordsman. Lee Hee-soo was surprised, and the arms binding Han Eon-jin began to retreat as well. Now was the time for Kang Ji to grab Han Eon-jin's shoulder and run. The whole group seized the chance, bolting away like the wind. On top of a building, under the crimson sky, someone was quietly watching them. The sword was thrown to the ground. Han Eon-jin sat down, panting heavily, almost dead tired. On top of that, he heard a very grating sentence. "Hey, you guys okay?" Han Eon-jin turned around, ready to curse him out, only to see Kang Ji bowing upside down. His head was bowed to the ground. "I'm truly sorry. Who would have thought it would be so dangerous? I'm very sorry for dragging everyone into this." The words were sincere, except for a single elegant point. I texted Lee Hee-soo asking for help. Kang Ji explained, then recalled the message he had sent. "Lee Hee-soo, this store seems related to Kyung getting possessed. I'll exorcise it myself. My friend is coming along. Don't worry. At worst, we both get possessed and come back. It's all good." After reading it, Han Eon-jin also went straight up and reported this guy. Kang Ji was now regretful, turning pale. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come from the start, but I think sending the message was the right decision." "It's very dangerous," Lee Hee-soo replied gently. "Next time, tell me first, and we'll go together." Kang Ji was stunned, then overjoyed. "Really? You'll come with me next time?" "No, I'm not going." Han Eon-jin immediately poured cold water on it. "Come on." Kang Ji pointed his hand out. "From now on, let's be good friends." Han Eon-jin strongly slapped his hand. This is so fun." Kang Ji knew that meant he had agreed. "Thanks for coming to help." Could have just turned a blind eye. You are truly a kind and righteous person, just like Lee Hee-soo said. It feels strange. Jin finally spoke. If you do anything wrong, this will be the last time we talk. Why so shy? Kang Ji-a teased with a laugh. Jin sighed helplessly. Why isn't there anyone normal around me? So you do exorcisms yourself? Kang Ji-a asked hesitantly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the sword. Where did you get this sword? It looks like a great sword from a comic. Can I touch it? We're friends now. You already did, Jin said, speechless. Suddenly, Chen Dajian's sword began to glow, as if it did not want to be touched. This is bad. Kang Ji-a frowned, pushing up her glasses. There must be a barrier. Only the chosen one can wield this sword. How terrifying, Jin interrupted. That is a demon-slaying sword. A hoarse voice rang out. Kang Ji-a was startled. How did this dog show up? Chen Dajian in the form of a dog panted. It can only cut evil things. After speaking, he fell down and shouted, Ah, old man. Lee Hee-soo ran over in a panic. Are you okay? Please drink some water. I need to go catch the dragon quickly. Chen Dajian thought to himself, feeling like he had lost half his life. Is this your dog? Kang Ji-a asked in astonishment. Where did it come from? Yeah, Jin replied coldly. It was not allowed in the taxi. Kang Ji-a just shook her head, saying he must be crazy. Ah, I paid the taxi fare with the money you gave me. Jin suddenly remembered. You guys came by taxi? Kang Ji-a thought you ran over. I transferred the money to Lee Hee-soo myself. Old man, are you feeling better? Lee Hee-soo asked Chen Dajian. There are palanquins here too? Chen Dajian was surprised. I guess a taxi counts as a palanquin. Is the dog really named Old Man? Kang Ji-a still did not believe it. Yeah, it is a dog with special abilities I brought along for exorcism. Yeah, I see. It is like in comics. At this moment, Kang Ji-a gradually regained her composure. She lifted her head to look at the crowd surrounding her, her face full of question marks. What happened? What happened to me just now? She looked around. Hey, I just saw something very strange, like the shop grew a huge tooth. Then it tried to come back again. It was scary, Lee Hee-soo exclaimed. Alright, Jiwon said while starting up the iPad. Now that Kanji is awake, let us get to work. Turn the iPad screen around. Everyone, take a look at this. The later part was too distorted to record clearly. The screen showed footage from inside the shop. He skipped to the part where a piece of paper was recorded, but fortunately, the most important part was preserved. A starry night sky. A person opened the door and walked into the shop. Hey old lady, he called out. Jo Kyung, possessed by a ghost, looked at the other person and asked, how much longer? I only went for one trip, and I already lost an arm. The other person looked at Jo Kyung's severed arm and asked curiously. Then he covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. What happened? Some kids wearing the same clothes as you just stopped by, the old woman said. Hearing this, the other person froze. She continued, it seemed they wanted to save the owner of this body, but there was an unusual one among them. An unusual one? Jo Kyung asked curiously, then raised a hand to scratch his head. Could it be that Jin guy? The old antique shop owner repeated the name curiously. There is a strange bastard who once beat me in a bet, Jo Kyung replied. He curled his finger and flicked it into the air. Yeah, he flicked his finger once, and I flew outside, so I do not think he is a normal person. How dare you run off without obediently waiting? The old woman interrupted. There are still 49 hours left, before the soul can detach from the body. What are you talking about? Jo Kyung's face darkened. I did that because I was afraid they would burn the talisman. I told them to tear up the talisman, so there is no problem. You should not have taught them how to tear the talisman in the first place, Jo Kyung said angrily. Seeing him lose his temper, the old woman looked amused again. Humans act calm on the outside but are filled with fear inside. They need a little insurance to sign the contract. You are the same. Her words were gentle but still carried weight. There was no way to argue. Besides, they will not tear the talisman, she reassured. These days, humans look down on these occult arts. They just hope others will fail. How can you be so sure? Jo Kyung gritted his teeth. Countless red threads flowed from the old woman's body. One thread clung to him, and then she said, Look at your younger friends. Is this not the proof? Even if they burn the talisman, you still cannot disappear. You would simply return to me. She leaned on her cane and approached Jo Kyung. Do you hate being near me that much? Right then, a person wearing a mask suddenly appeared at the door. He walked in naturally and said, Excuse me, I am coming in. Elsewhere, a frightened voice rang out. What, 49 hours? He was shocked. One day has already passed, Kang Ji-a said. Probably about 15 hours left. Jin followed up. Does anyone here know who Kim Sun-woo is? Someone asked. Everyone shook their heads. There are many names on the paper. How can you be sure it is Kim Sun-woo? Jia wondered. Jin Kwan pulled out a wooden box and said, I found this at school. Look. He pointed at the characters engraved on the box and compared them with the name on the paper. They were exactly the same. The group nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is true. The ink marks look quite fresh. Probably recent, Kang Ji-a analyzed. Right at that moment, Chen Dajian barked a few times. What is he saying? He translated for Ji Gal. He says that character reads as do. Do? Kang Ji-a murmured, then suddenly understood. The gambling ghost. Kang Jie, the encyclopedia, is on stage again. According to Monster Dictionary, from the late Joseon dynasty, Dubaki is recorded as a type of evil spirit that tests people's luck through gambling. However, no one has ever defeated it. Gambling, Henyeon-jin murmured. So, the games of dice and wishing for fortune and wealth were all set up by it? First, quickly inform the female mage about this, Chen Dajian ordered. Lee Hee-soo nodded vigorously and said, yes, I will ask my mother. Seeing the two people nodding at a dog, Kang Ji-a was confused. Oh, are you talking to this dog now? Yes, but you cannot hear it. You need a special foundation to hear it, Lee Hee-soo explained. Damn it, when will I get foundation? What a pity. The phone screen showed the word mother. Right after burning the talisman, Lee Hee-soo's mother voice immediately came from the other end, mixed with a hoarse cough. That thing is very dangerous. Are you kids okay? Just looking at the screen gave me a killing headache. Mom, are you okay? Yusu asked worriedly. The person you met is the faceless demon, a spirit that uses other people's souls as servants. In other words, the old lady at the antique shop was not human. No way, not human. Jinguan was horrified. The ancient room was filled with countless imprisoned souls. The names signed in red ink in the ledger were the contracts for imprisoning souls. That talisman would leave both the cursed child and its user in danger. Everyone was terrified by that warning. If 49 hours passed, Kang Jie spoke nervously, and the body will be completely taken over by the demon. Worry was evident on every face. The child's soul will be trapped forever in the shaman's talisman, and there will be no way to save them then, Lee Hee-soo's mother continued. But she emphasized that if they managed to destroy the talisman within the allotted time, the possessed child would return to normal, and the parasitic entity born from the contract would also vanish. And what about the one who cursed Jo Kyung? He will die, his soul will be claimed by the evil spirit. Serves him right. Jiahahi, a person like that is worthless alive anyway. Since he's about to die soon, it should be fine, right? Yusu's mother replied. But we still need to bring that child here to check the situation. The talisman must be burned before 49 hours are up. The next day, the group went to school and split up to investigate each classroom. Kang Ji-a searched in class 4, while another person searched in class 5. Lee Hee-soo also searched in a different class with the same question. Is Kim Song-woo here? In class 22, a curious classmate mentioned the name Kim Song-woo, and then turned to call the person they were looking for. Hey, Kim Song-woo! Song-woo, a rather introverted student, suddenly flinched. Who could be calling him? You are Song-woo, right? Yeah, that is right, so what? The person looking for him was Hanyeon-jin. Why does it have to be me? He silently lamented before cutting to the chase. Luckily, do you still have the talisman? Hearing that, Song-woo was startled and remained silent without answering. Suddenly, he pushed Hanyeon-jin hard and dashed outside. Hey, stop right there! Hanyeon-jin hurriedly chased after him. How can he run so fast? And so, a formal chase officially began. Hey, stop right there! Hanyeon-jin shouted. But after running just a few meters, he was already panting heavily. Wait a moment. His limbs were trembling like an 80-year-old man. Why is this so hard? It feels like my arms and legs are paralyzed. How is it did you find him? Kang Ji-a opened the door and asked. There he is. Hanyeon-jin answered breathlessly. He pointed towards the chubby guy waddling in front. That guy. Asia immediately dashed forward at the speed of a track athlete. You bastard, will you stop or not? But with her face looking like she was about to lose it, how could Song-woo dare to stop? Ji-won shouted from afar. You gave them your hair and nails when you bought that thing, right? You are dead meat. The statement acted like a restraint, causing Song-woo to freeze in place. That is the contract to offer yourself to that demon. Kang Ji-a had also caught up. Got him. She yelled. Hand over the talisman. If you do not want to die, hand it over. What? Song-woo paled. She does not believe you. Do not lie. It is true, Lee Hee-soo said. This is a shaman here. Kang Ji-a casually pointed at Lee Hee-soo. I am not a shaman, she quickly denied. Ji-a looked at the chubby guy and said, but just by burning the talisman, everything will go back to the way it was. Then, Song-woo finally stammered. Will Jo Kyung also go back to the way it was? Yeah, Kang Ji-a replied. It is still not too late to put everything back in its place. Hand it over. I will not give it. He gritted his teeth. This is really too much, Kang Ji-a lamented. Oh my god, please. Hanyeon-jin groaned tiredly. What meaning does it have now? Song-woo's face twisted. I would rather die than let him come back. In another space, the name Kim Song-woo had been stamped, becoming a marked person. On the old woman's page, strokes of red ink consecutively formed a seal on the name Song-woo. The eerie sound of scratching on the door rang out. Either way, this life is as good as done for. Song-woo kept his head down. Now that things have turned out like this, my life is over. He let out a harsh laugh. You guys hate me too, right? You would have gone and badmouthed me all over school anyway. Who would do that? Hanyeon-jin was speechless. You act like this, then you really are detestable, Kang Ji-a said bluntly. Actually, I did not think it would blow up this much, Song-woo muttered. We understand, just hand over the talisman and it will be over. The two kind-hearted girls comforted him. Later you can apologize to Jo Kyung. He will understand. Understand my ass. Song-woo, as if struck a nerve. What do you know about Jo Kyung? That bastard just pretends to be nice on the surface, but in reality reality, he looks down on everyone. The other two could only remain silent. Jo Kyung comes back. Song Woo bit his lip. In front of you guys he will act like he forgives me, but behind my back he will surely slowly make my life hell. Because of that bastard, he looked up and yelled, "He is a fake." A fragment of memory came flooding back from middle school. In the noisy classroom, Song Woo sat doing his homework. So irritating, my ears are bleeding. Why do I have to be in the same class as these idiots? We were clearly supposed to be sorted by academic performance. Then shall we let Song Woo continue as class president? The teacher's voice rang out. The whole group clamored. Teacher, one male student put his arm around the person next to him. I nominate Jo Kyung as class president. The whole class went wild. Song Woo alone was stunned. I also nominate Jo Kyung. Song Woo's face darkened. In the end, Jo Kyung and Song Woo both stepped onto the podium. I think it would be more reasonable to let Song Woo continue as class president, Jo Kyung stammered. Stop it, what are you shy about? The friends below cheered. In the end, Jo Kyung won overwhelmingly. Kim Song Woo got 2 votes, while Jo Kyung got 21 votes. Congratulations to the new class president. The friends crowded around Jo Kyung. Song Woo trembled with rage. He was only elected because he is popular. They should have chosen someone competent. What the hell does that smooth talker know how to do? Whose were those 2 votes? Whispers sounded. He probably voted for himself for one of them. The kids behind snickered. Song Woo hit right on his sore spot, blushed deeply. All a bunch of blockheads, daring to make a joke out of me. You stole my opportunity, you know that? On the blackboard, the homeroom teacher wrote down a series of subjects: Korean, math, English, Korean history. Song Woo held the test results in his hand. Suddenly, someone in the class yelled out, "Hey, Jo Kyung topped our class." Song Woo's entire body froze. The girls began to murmur in admiration. Damn, that is a proper class president for you. Handsome, smart, rich, the absolute best. Perfect with no faults to criticize. I heard he does not even have a girlfriend yet. Song Woo's face turned pale. He remembered Jo Kyung's smile and felt disgusted. Impossible. How can someone be that perfect? It must definitely be fake. He crushed the score slip in his hand. That fake bastard. He is probably laughing at me on the inside. Sinister bastard always acts kind in front of everyone, Song Woo complained. So it is just because you are bitter about not getting elected as class president? Kang Jie said, her tone exasperated. That is more like a victim mentality, Ji-won chimed in. Okay, have we reached the fake part yet? There is more, Song Woo yelled. This part is the most important. This time it was the new student orientation. A hand was placed on Song Woo's shoulder. He was startled. How did Jo Kyung know he was in this class? Jo Kyung smiled politely in greeting and asked if he could call Jong-un out for him. Song Woo was stunned, then turned to ask Henyeon Jin and Lee Hee-soo to raise their hands if they thought Jo Kyung was fake. No one raised theirs. He shouted in frustration that that bastard was clearly looking down on him on purpose. Kang Jae said bluntly that he was just jealous of Jo Kyung, and who was he to demand that others remember him? She calmly analyzed further, saying that right after that, he had transferred schools. Who would remember someone who transferred out right after the semester started? Even he himself did not remember the names of his old classmates. Maybe he was just hoping that Jo Kyung was a fake person. Kang Jae concluded that everything just now was merely an excuse. Each word was gentle but full of lethal force, leaving Song Woo speechless. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down, then said, regardless of whether Jo Kyung was fake or not, that man must disappear. Song Woo sobbed about the unfairness that he had tried so hard but gained nothing, while Jo Kyung was born at the finish line. Kang Jia coldly asked if he easily got everything. Song Woo sneered and said that was indeed the case. He said being born into a rich family was the finish line, and people like Jo Kyung must be eliminated. He told Kang Jia she knew nothing, and said he could not take it anymore. Corners of her eyes were red. She knew Jo Kyung had to silently put in twice the effort of others, because he was always envied and slandered by people like him, so he was very afraid of being hated. Song Woo replied viciously, saying Jo Kyung studied acting only to use it as a stepping stone. Kang Ji-a screamed in anger. Kang Ji-a was at a loss at his ignorance, wondering why he would not understand, or if it was because of the talisman. At that moment, Henyeon Jin, who had been silent all along, spoke up, saying that was right, it was truly unfair. Both Kang Ji-a and Ji-won were stunned. They did not understand why Henyeon Jin would say that. He looked straight at Song Woo and asked if things would get better for him if Jo Kyung disappeared. His gaze was cold and indifferent. Memories of envious glances and the helplessness of only watching from afar suddenly flooded back into him. He asked if the world would be fairer then asserted that nothing would change. He would forever only see people like Jo Kyung and continue doing pointless things. Looking at Kang Ji-a's pained tears, he said if the time limit passed and Jo Kyung could not return, then he had killed a person. Every word from Henyeon Jin struck Song Woo's conscience like a sledgehammer. He said that even if the body remained, Jo Kyung's soul had vanished, and he was still living the same as before. That was the true fakeness. Hearing this, Song Woo's tears flowed again. He muttered that it was not true, deceiving himself. The scene returned to that day. Kang Ji-el left angrily, while Song Woo hid behind a wall to observe. His hand trembled as he held the talisman, wondering if it really worked. Touching Jo Kyung's back, a grotesque smile curled on his lips. He said this was fair, and this was your true face, Jo Kyung. He gleefully thought that tomorrow the rumors would spread across the school. Jo Kyung would definitely be expelled, and Kang Ji-a would also turn her back on him. When he got home, fear washed over Song Woo again. He trembled, wondering if Jo Kyung would truly disappear after 49 hours. His hand clenched the talisman, his heart filled with panic. Jo Kyung's fake smile appeared again in his mind. He asked himself if he had become a murderer. His mind wanted to tear the talisman apart, thinking that was enough to destroy Jo Kyung's reputation. But in the end, he did not do it. He remembered Jo Kyung's words when he saw him, asking him what his name was because he looked very familiar. His mind was in chaos, afraid that Jo Kyung had seen his face and would come back for revenge. He punched the bed, cursing that he did not know if this trick really worked, then pounded the bed repeatedly. Countless embarrassing memories flooded back, and he blamed all the faults on Jo Kyung, the one he believed was the cause of everything. Song Woo curled up in a corner, telling himself it was all because Jo Kyung was too fake that things came to this. A dazzling smile kept replaying in his mind. Song Woo covered his face and screamed in anguish, not knowing what to do since things had turned out this way, and thought it was too late. Han Yeonjin's calm voice rang out, telling him to hand over the talisman to him immediately. Kang Ji-a suddenly understood, wondering if this was the legendary psychological lesson, when he pretended to empathize and then delivered profound words. Lee Hee-soo stood behind, silently observing. Kang Ji admired how Song Woo was completely tamed. Song Woo, still crying, pulled the talisman from his pocket. At that exact moment, a soulless voice whispered in his ear, "Die." Song Woo's legs gave way. Kang Ji-a, who was holding him, was also pulled down. She called out loudly, asking what was wrong with him, demanding he give the talisman here. Song Woo opened his lifeless eyes, his lips muttering that he should just go back to his mother. He yanked his hand away from Kang Ji-a, causing her to fall. She called him a madman. Lee Hee-soo and Jae-won stood with their mouths agape. His foot stepped onto the windowsill, and he leaped straight out. A slipper flew off. Song Woo was suspended in midair, still not understanding what was happening. When he looked down, panic struck. He screamed for help, saying he did not want to die. Do not move. Yeonjin is trying to hold his leg down, while Kang Ji-a is hugging him from behind. He already said not to move. Behind them, everyone was also straining to pull them back. Kang Ji-a's muscles were straining so hard her veins stood out. At this rate, the whole group is going to die. Han Yeonjin thought this while his hand gripping Song Woo's leg had turned red. Suddenly, the whole group lost their balance, almost plunging off the cliff. In that moment, the latent power within Han Yeonjin erupted. Because of that, he managed to pull Mr. Yu's cart up, saving everyone from the jaws of death. "Are you crazy? Why did you jump down there?" Han Yeonjin grit his teeth. "I didn't mean to." Song Woo trembled as he retorted. "Suddenly, someone was staring at me and told me to die. After that, I don't remember anything." He himself said he would rather die. Kang Ji-a spoke up. "Hey, we need to burn the talisman quickly," Lee Hee-soo said. She noticed a mark on Mr. Yu's neck. On his neck, isn't this the symbol from the antique shop? Suddenly, that mark began to burn. "Ah, it hurts," Mr. Yu cried out in pain. "See, it's because of that talisman. Pull it out quick," Kang Ji urged. Song Woo took out the talisman. "This is it." Kang Ji snatched it, opening her lighter. "Burn it now. What are you waiting for?" Finally, the flame was lit. But Jo Kyung suddenly appeared, a wave of cold air blowing out the flame. "Happy birthday," he said in a low voice. Everyone was terrified. "Happy birthday to my lovely one." Kang Ji-a, hurry up, she yelled, lunging forward to hug Jo Kyung tightly. Song Woo also rushed in. "You bastard!" Jo Kyung elbowed Kang Ji-a in the head. Han Yeonjin immediately moved in front of her. "Burn the talisman now." Tears streamed down her face, but she still tried to stay calm to light the lighter. The talisman burned away completely just as Jo Kyung collapsed. "Did it work?" Jo Kyung. Everyone called his name. Slowly opened his eyes, struggling to sit up. Everyone was overjoyed. "Jo Kyung!" But another voice came from his mouth. "Sorry." He sneered. "Jo Kyung has been offline since yesterday." He laughed until his body shook, while everyone else was frozen stiff. He mocked them. "Look at your faces." Why? Kang Ji-a was bewildered. It hasn't even been 49 hours. Jo Kyung burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, what are you guys doing? Is that talisman real or not?" Jingguan turned and asked. "It is real." "Ah, it's not its fault." Dio Kyung spoke up, flashing a sinister smile. "It's a real talisman, but now it's just scrap paper. It has nothing more to do with me." "What? How is that possible?" Han Yeonjin and Lee Hee-soo were confused. "If that's the case, then Dio Kyung really has..." Jinho was devastated. "He's gone," he replied calmly. "You all wasted your efforts, a bunch of fools." Why wasn't it 49 hours after all? Ji-won held his phone, trying to find an answer. Jo Kyung approached, grabbing him by the collar. Jae-won! He crushed the detector on Ji-won's chest, then taunted him. From the moment this toy stopped beeping, you should have realized. Before the owner of this body disappeared, it kept calling your name. Kang Jae was regretful, tears streaming down. Don't cry. Jo Kyung said, his smile turning malicious. He raised his claws. You are about to be reunited with your friend. In another space, the real Jo Kyung was facing a mysterious evil spirit. You want to make a deal with me? The faceless demon offered. I will give you what you want. Who are you? Why are you spouting nonsense? He nearly roared. He said nothing, only snapped his fingers. An invisible force slammed Jo Kyung into the wardrobe. The old gambling ghost quickly rushed over to support a white porcelain vase. Then she glared at the faceless demon. The Juyujian, she roared. Black smoke from every corner surged towards him, but just as it was about to touch him, it suddenly retreated. Who are you? She asked in terror. It took a full 49 hours to obtain one faceless demon's soul, he said, holding up the bottle, dismissing it as some nonsense dark art. What the hell do you want? Exactly 49 hours, I will help you remove it, he replied calmly. In return, he turned to look at Jo Kyung. That abnormal child who came here before, capture him alive for me. Back in reality, Henyeon Jin was standing in front of Jaegun. Stop right there. Finally willing to play with me, huh? Jo Kyung sneered lewdly. Lifting Kang Jae up, so want to keep fighting? The match isn't decided yet. He suggested, let's make a deal. If you win, I'll leave this body and give your friend back as she was. But if you lose, your life belongs to me. Henyeon Jin froze. What? Not accepting? Then I'll deal with all of you right now. Jo Kyung tightened his grip on Kang Jae's neck. Hyung, bet with your life. Kang Jae said with difficulty. What I want is Henyeon Jin's life. After a moment of silence, Henyeon Jin made up his mind. Fine then. Really? Jo Kyung looked excited. But you have to wait until after school. Until then, leave everyone alone. Okay, Jo Kyung agreed, dropping Ji-won. He leaned close to Henyeon Jin's ear and whispered, after school, meet me at the antique shop and remember to come alone. After a moment, he pulled Eon Jin's sleeve. And don't go inside the shop if you don't want to die. Having said that, he walked away. In the classroom, this kind of trap is common in stories. Ji-won spoke up. Going there alone is just asking to get ambushed and ganged up on. What is going on? Kang Jia worried. The talisman was burned and the symbol on Jo Kyung's neck disappeared. Why hasn't he come back? Thought suddenly popped into my head. Ji-won blurted out, Indy, Kang Jia couldn't help but snap. Could it be that Jo Kyung has already become a familiar? Kang Jia just finished saying. Kang Jia swung her fist at him. I told you to shut up. Luckily, Kang Jia dodged in time. At this, Lee Hee-soo spoke up. Mother to said that if he still hasn't returned after burning the talisman, then his soul might be trapped somewhere. Where? Kang Jia asked. Of course, the antique shop. Kang Jia cut in. The demon card was the one who arranged to meet Henyeon Jin there. Moreover, the shaman also said that place is a hideout for the demon broker to create familiars using human souls. Kang Jia picked up the notebook. The demon card also told him not to go inside the shop, maybe because Jo Kyung is inside. He looked up and read the contents of the notebook. According to my monster encyclopedia, no one has ever beaten the demon card, but it might keep its promise even though I'm also wary it's a trap. There's no guarantee of victory, Kang Jia interrupted. If he loses, Henyeon Jin will be in danger. No, Henyeon Jin can win, Ji-won argued back. Do you have a plan? Earlier the demon card said the match wasn't decided. Kang Jia crossed her arms, so the win rate is 50-50. Why even bother saying that? Kang Jia was speechless. Henyeon Jin had been silent till now. He recalled Jo Kyung's words. What I want is Henyeon Jin's life. He looked at his own hand, deep in thought. He isn't after my body. It's all because of this left arm. Suddenly he realized something. Left hand. Made from Hailong, it isn't a loss but a power. Hey Lee Hee-soo. Henyeon Jin called out. Last time you said I fought right. Yeah, that's right. But didn't the Great Spirit deal with that demon? That's right, it was destroyed back then. But before that, most of it was you. Lee Hee-soo explained. Before when? After my mother was stabbed. Her mother was stabbed with a knife. Kang Jia's jaw dropped. Henyeon Jin fell into thought. Exactly after that point, I don't remember anything. If what he said is true and my judgment is correct, then... He suddenly raised his left hand. Did I only use my left hand back then? Huh? Lee Hee-soo was stunned. Are you left-handed? Could it not be right? Henyeon Jin was confused. Lee Hee-soo suddenly turned around, reenacting the movement of him raising his hand holding the sword from back then. That image came back to him. You're right, you only used your left hand. What is it? She asked curiously. I think, Han Eon said hesitantly, I've found a way. What way? Everyone was surprised. First, let's follow the demon card's instructions, he said with a firm voice. I'll go there alone. Why? Isn't that just walking into a trap? Ji-won worried. A trap my ass. Henyeon Jin cut him off. You can't go alone, it's too dangerous. Lee Hee-soo tried to stop him. What if we all go and we're all dead before we can even do anything? Henyeon Jin had made up his mind. He has a point. Kang Jia surprisingly agreed. I'm not going alone, I'm going with my ancestor too. Henyeon Jin added. Yeah, but does your ancestor have any abilities? I'm still a bit worried. Dusk had fallen. Chen Dajian, sitting on top of Han Yeonjin's head, spoke up. The sun really has risen in the west. I never thought I'd see the day you were so eager to go hunt monsters. What, am I supposed to just sit and wait to die? Han Yeonjin replied coldly. Truly my grandson. Chen Dajian patted his head in satisfaction. They crossed an alley and arrived at an abandoned store. Is this the place? Han Yeonjin was stunned. This place sure is emanating dark energy. Be extremely careful, Chen Dajian warned. Are you sure we'll find him here? We can hear. Try calling out to see if the boy responds. As soon as he stepped in, Han Yeonjin smelled a foul, terrible stench. He called out loudly, Chanjo Kyung, if you are here, answer me. The surroundings were eerily silent. Suddenly Jin felt something lingering behind him. Chen Dajian warned, Han Yeonjin, my grandson, get out of here immediately. But it was already too late when Han Yeonjin tried to turn back. His foot stepped on something soft and mushy. Everything around him suddenly changed, leaving him stunned. By reflex, he reached his hand behind his back. His left hand refused to obey, frozen and immobile. In such a critical situation, Chen Dajian saw that he showed no reaction at all. Han Yeonjin trembled violently. Before he could lift his sword, the tentacles shot forward, wrapping tightly around his arm. Other tentacles attacked simultaneously. Helpless, he could only close his eyes and take the hit. Swish. Just then, a blade flashed, slicing through the tentacles. It was Jo Kyung. He had saved him in time. He sneered, you crazy bastard, then glared at Han Yeonjin. I told you not to go in there. With that, he grabbed Jin by the collar and dragged him away. The sudden turn of events sent Chen Dajian flying, immediately bound tightly by other tentacles. Yeonjin shouted in terror. Inside the shop, something massive was rising up. Old woman's voice echoed, how dare you betray me? On Jo Kyung's neck, a strange mark suddenly appeared, growing clearer and clearer. He smirked triumphantly. While holding Han Yeonjin's collar and running, he excitedly said, from now on, I am free. On the rooftop, Jo Kyung, now possessed by a demon, cackled eerily as he dragged Han Yeonjin along. Han Yeonjin, do you see? He bared sharp teeth with the expression of that old woman. Seeing him struggle, he turned back and snapped. Hey, stop struggling. I just saved you. If you won't listen to reason, do you want a beating? He dropped Han Yeonjin, causing a pile of construction materials to collapse. He jumped down and quickly ran over to him. Han Yeonjin weakly sprawled in the thick dust, coughing harshly. He stood there coldly, hands in his pockets, looking at him. A die fell to the ground. He covered it with a cup. Instantly, countless other cups appeared, surrounding Han Yeonjin. He asked in shock, what is this? What else? Jo Kyung laughed viciously. We already agreed to bet our lives. Die began moving from cup to cup at a dizzying speed, making Han Yeonjin's head spin. Come on, guess, Jo Kyung commanded gleefully. How the hell am I supposed to guess like this? But then Han Yeonjin decisively placed his hand on one cup. He slowly lifted it. Fortunately, the smoking die lay right inside. All the other cups vanished instantly. Damn it. How did he guess it spot on? The odds were only 1 in 100. He was stunned. I win? Han Yeonjin breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at him. 3 rounds, best of 2. Jo Kyung suddenly changed the terms. Why are you changing the rules out of nowhere? Because I feel like it, he replied curtly, taking out another die. This time, whoever rolls the higher number wins. I go first. Why do you always do things your own way? Han Yeonjin complained. The die stopped, showing the number 6. 6. Han Yeonjin read aloud. He snapped angrily. Who said you could change the rules like that? I already won the first round. I am not playing anymore. But his left hand involuntarily flipped over, grasping the die. What are you doing? Jo Kyung asked in confusion. Han Yeonjin panicked, his right hand tightly gripping his left wrist. I said I won't. Stop it. His left hand still refused to obey. It threw the die to the ground. Wait, that was not me, he stammered in explanation. He threw it. He laughed triumphantly. Your lousy luck will only roll a 1 anyway. I am sure to win. But the situation suddenly changed. Crack. Han Yeonjin's left hand smashed the die to pieces. Both of them stared in shock at the fragments on the ground. Reading the number on the largest fragment, 7. Are you dreaming? He roared in anger. You lost. How could he lose to Han Yeonjin in such a straight and provocative way? He still managed to get number 6. Good thing he smashed it, right? There is no rule against smashing, Han Yeonjin reasoned. No one told him beforehand. That is an unwritten rule. If you say that, then there is no rule forcing a best of 3. I should have already won the previous round. At this moment, he curled his lips into a faint smile, then covered his face and laughed loudly. Am I supposed to give you a real beating? A stream of dark power emanated from his palm. That is right, that demon did not say he had to return it intact. As long as he is still breathing, it is fine. As soon as he finished thinking, Jo Kyung suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. He dashed like lightning toward Han Yeonjin, throwing a punch with a demonic face. Han Yeonjin was startled but quickly regained his composure. He reached behind his neck and pulled out the blade bestowed by his ancestors. Borrowing the momentum, he decisively swung a slash straight at Jo Kyung. Blade, due to inertia, embedded itself into the ground. Jo Kyung, with the terrifying speed of one possessed by a demon, easily stepped back to dodge the attack. He was extremely surprised to see that Jin could react so quickly. Yeonji gripped the blade tightly, but he could not control it. The blade automatically moved forward. Strange, when did I grab this blade? Jo Kyung's voice roared instead. He questioned fiercely, you are not an ordinary person. Are you? Why did you not say so beforehand? The blade unconsciously stirred again, pointing straight at him. Another voice rang out from Jin's mouth. I will cut off your head. You bastard! Jo Kyung flew into a rage. Hey, I did not say that, Jin quickly explained and tried to stall for time. Wait, if you are not satisfied, let us play another round. He replied rudely. Fun is over for you, kid. Huh? Jin was afraid. He set a condition. If that is the case, then I won the first round fair and square, so returned Jo Kyung. It is that bastard Jo Kyung again, he gritted. Did I not already tell you? He died a long time ago. After hearing that, Jin's face darkened. Didn't you say if I won, you would bring him back? He mockingly taunted because he had grasped his weakness. Fine if you want. Let me return this corpse to you for a funeral. He unleashed his true power. But first, you have to beat me. At this moment, he charged fiercely toward him. Whoosh, a net gun aimed straight at him and pulled the trigger. A rainbow-colored net flew out, caught Jo Kyung and slammed him onto the ground. What the hell is this? The net took effect, causing the demon to scream in agony. Jin was stunned. He looked toward where the net was fired. Even if he won, he would still flip the deal, Jigu said, still holding the gun. Beside him, Lee Hee-soo called out worriedly, Jin. How did you guys know to come here? Jin asked in surprise. Flip up the back of your collar and see. Kang Jie smiled. Jin did as told and saw a small device attached there. What is this? It is a location tracker, Ji-won explained. Sorry if it made you uncomfortable, but I was worried. You told us not to come, but this was too dangerous. How could we let you fight alone? More importantly, he drew a sword. My swordsmanship is even better than yours. Jin, use it quickly like last time, Lee Hee-soo stammered. Use what? Suddenly, two things appeared in the sky. A pair of giant excellent cups. They fell down, trapping Ji-won and Lee Hee-soo, making a thunderous noise. Jin looked up in horror. Jo Kyung was hovering in midair. He slowly landed, lowering his head to curse, you bastard. He lifted his head, revealing his glowing demonic eyes. I told you to come alone. Jin was utterly panicked. But it is fine. He spread his clawed hand, his voice softening. This makes it more interesting. He conjured another cup. He waved his hand to unleash his power. The three cups continuously rotated. Speed was much faster than before. Then they lined up in a row. What are you doing? Jin asked fearfully. There is only one container left, he said coldly, then swung his hand to cut through one of the cups. It is useless. Once they are trapped, they are completely isolated from the outside world. Inside, Lee Hee-soo called out in fear. Jin, what is this? Trapped again? Kang Jie yelled. Now Jo Kyung stood before the two cups. He gave Jin an order. Now choose one of the two boxes. Huh? You have to save at least one. He drooped. Don't worry, just pick one. I will handle it so fast it won't even realize its head has been cut off. He smirked, mocking Jin. How pathetic, your friends came to save you and now it has come to this. Jin still stood frozen, staring at the two giant dice cups. And now, one of them has to die by your hand, the gambling demon sneered. Let them go, Jin said through gritted teeth. You said you only wanted my life. I don't feel like it. He snapped back, his hideous face opening wide to laugh. Why should I do what you say? I could have finished you off from the start. I just prefer to gamble. He forced him to choose again. Come on, which one do you want to save? Pick quickly before they suffocate in there. Hearing the word suffocate, Jin panicked. What is so surprising? A box that's sealed like that, where would the air to breathe come from? Foolish Kang Jie and Lee Hee-soo inside were having more and more difficulty breathing. The longer you stall, the more your friends will. He choked himself, pretending to suffocate to taunt him. Choose. Jin's face darkened. He stood motionless, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Look at his expression. You should have been afraid from the start. He secretly laughed in mockery. That really satisfies me. You bastard. He touched the cup on the right, revealing, let me give you a hint. The girl is in this one. Then he burst into insane laughter again. The situation was hanging by a thread. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Jin's mind. Kill him. His eyes turned bloodshot. But thinking of Jo Kyung's safety, he struggled against that command. No, if I do that, then Jo Kyung will... He shifted his attention to the cups. What if I just slice the box away? But what if I hit them by accident? A pair of dragon eyes flashed a fierce red in his mind. His hand unconsciously tightened its grip on the blade. His legs moved without control, automatically lunging forward. The blade swung back for momentum. Seeing his decisive action, the gambling demon was also shocked and fearful. Jin delivered a heaven-splitting slash, carrying the power of the dragon into the two cups. They cracked open, but miraculously, Kang Jie and Lee Hee-soo inside were completely unharmed. Instead, the one hit was the gambling demon himself. A deep gash appeared on his chest, flashing with red sparks. Only then did Jin realize this blade was specifically meant to destroy wicked things. I am really dead. Kang Jie sat down on the ground in fear, holding his stomach with both hands. He felt all over his body. Strangely, there there was no wound. He looked behind and could not believe his eyes. The demon's true form was lying sprawled on the ground. He quickly pulled out the camera to scan the frequency. As expected, it was an extremely strong magnetic field. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jin urged. "Why not hurry and hand over the memory item?" The demon looked up at him, disbelieving. How did... He was startled by the reflection in Jin's eyes. A massive, awe-inspiring dragon enveloping him. Dajian carried the memory item on his shoulder. Li Hee-su and Ji-wan followed behind. Jin, hurry up, run ahead, he replied. After I finish things here, I will follow right away. It is more dangerous to go with you. Let us go, Li Hee-su Kang Jie Chen cut in. We will only be a burden to him. Look at his condition, Jin is definitely gaining the upper hand. The demon propped himself up with his hands, grinding his teeth in anger. Swoosh, a slash from midair struck straight down onto him. Jin continuously swung his blade. He could only close his eyes and take it. Seeing the blade right in front of his face, the demon suddenly came to his senses. Impossible, he suddenly remembered the figure of the faceless demon. The seal on his forehead suddenly lit up, emitting an eerie purple aura. Even the demon himself did not understand what was happening. The veins on his arm bulged, his body abruptly and strangely transformed. His eyes flared with purple light, his head tilted back then slammed hard against the ground. Everything happened too fast. Jin could only stand and watch, not understanding. He let out painful, choking groans. A memory suddenly flooded back into his mind. Capture him alive and bring him here to me, the faceless demon ordered. He was intently staring at a bottle with a strange tube inserted into it. Why do you not go and capture him yourself? The old woman said angrily. He put the bottle back in its place, speaking calmly. If I could capture him with my own hands, I would not have gone to the trouble of seeking out this stinking place. Hearing this, the old woman broke out in a cold sweat. How rude, you have already planned everything, have you not? Faceless demon did not care. He summoned 2 demon cards in his hand. I have already prepared everything necessary. He swung his hand, sending the 2 cards flying, creating a bizarre arc of magical energy. One card embedded itself into the old woman's forehead. The other card imprinted itself on Jo Kyung's neck. The demon card instantly merged with his body, emitting purple light, taking root around his neck. Ah, the memory item cried out in pain, placing a hand on his neck. What kind of trick are you playing? A stream of black energy gathered in his hand, turning his arm into a horrifying limb with sharp claws. Jo Kyung was shocked. What is this? In an instant, his entire body was affected, the whites of his eyes turning a bizarre purple. He suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of power. A flickering light nearby caught his attention. The old woman's severed arm had regenerated completely. She trembled, trying to restrain her new power. An orange aura enveloped her, far stronger than his. The faceless demon ignored it, turning to walk towards the door, leaving only a sentence. The deadline is tomorrow. That night, amidst the dazzling city lights, as he dashed into an alley searching for someone, that man disappeared somewhere. He gritted his teeth in anger. Faceless demon Jin swept by like the wind, appearing right behind him. Looking for me? Du Keong glanced back, turning his head to stare straight at the mask. Who are you really? He was not afraid. Didn't you change that old woman's spell? What is this power? Only after he asked the rude question 3 times did the faceless demon respond. His bloodshot eyes were full of contempt. Why should I answer a bastard like you? A light breeze blew past. He was already right behind him, then continued deeper into the alley. Hey, Du Keong's disciple is so impatient. That deal. He stared at the man's back, blurting out, "Make a private deal with me." No, that man replied instantly. Faceless demon turned, covering his mouth with a sneer. I don't trust scum like you too. You're even weaker than your master. She is not my master, Jo Kyung yelled. It's only for personal reasons that I was forced into a contract. What does that have to do with me? Faceless demon said coldly. The deal condition is to capture Jin alive. Anyone can do it. Just bring him back alive. Du Keong placed his hand on his chest, vowing, I have a free body so I can act much faster. The house is the old woman's true form. She can't leave it. I am the only one who can make a move. And give me all the power you gave her. I will definitely catch that bastard and bring him to you. His determination seemed to move the faceless demon. If you want, I can give you more power. I'm just afraid you can't handle it. I can take it, Jo Kyung shouted. Instantly, a black demon card flew straight into his forehead. It quickly merged into his skin. An excruciating pain struck. The surge of evil energy flooded his mind, forcing him to his knees, screaming in agony. Bitch, I warned you, but you wouldn't listen, faceless demon said coldly. Filthy lowlife, drenched in sweat, yet craving high-level power. He suddenly stopped. He staggered back to his feet. The seal on his forehead had perfectly assimilated into his body. A strange voice came from his mouth. You said you would grant all requests. The demon card on the neck is also working. Just need to catch him and bring him here, right? Jo Kyung's face turned ice cold, as if completely possessed by the evil power. He declared ambitiously, what I want is freedom. Back in the present, the demon had completely taken over Jo Kyung's body. It turned the tables spectacularly. Suddenly, it lunged forward, grabbing Han Jin's throat with horrifying speed. The grip was so strong it pushed him onto the defensive. Han Jin swung his greatsword, aiming straight for its head. The demon quickly let go, soaring into the air, dodging the slash. On this side, Han Jin clutched his throat in pain, coughing harshly. It looked down at him with a contemptuous expression. A bunch of blockheads. How long did that take? It muttered, calculating in its mind. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. It bared its teeth in a vicious grin. That's the time it takes to stop breathing until you die. At the same time in another place. What's wrong with him? Kangji asked worriedly. Let me help you support him. Lee Hee-soo only called Jo Kyung's name, her voice trembling. For his pale, ice-cold arm, she said, Jo Kyung. He stopped breathing. That statement shocked Kang Jie. He immediately started chest compressions on Jo Kyung. What soul is left? The demon squinted with amusement. What you sent over is just an empty shell. It laughed loudly, a mad, jeering laugh, mocking the desperate efforts of Ji-won and Lee Hee-soo. Are you planning his funeral? Thought flashed through Han Eun-jin's mind. He spun on his heel, gritting his teeth, and Eun-jin ran with all his might towards the antique shop. But the demon was faster, blocking his path like a gust of wind. Its purple eyes flashed. Whoosh! It landed a vicious kick to his stomach. Where do you think you're going? Han Eun-jin was kicked far away, his body slamming heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This power is hard to control, the demon said, landing. It bared its sharp teeth. But you must not die. My mission is to capture you alive. Han Eun-jin sat amidst the rubble, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. He gripped his sword tightly. Hey, left hand, he commanded. Kill him for me. The dust cleared, revealing Han Eun-jin's blazing red eyes. He shot forward. He slashed horizontally, and the demon immediately jumped up to avoid it. He was both surprised and furious. Han Eun-jin slightly bent his knees, gaining momentum. Then he shot upward at a terrifying speed, impossible for the naked eye to follow. Whoosh! A single slash tore right through the demon's chest. It roared in pain. A mass of darkness gathered in the demon's fist, then shot straight down at Han Eun-jin like a meteor. He braced himself, his entire body tensing, sweat soaking his face. He raised his blade to block, but the punch was too much to withstand. Knocked far away, he fell straight to the ground. The blade embedded deep into the street, cracking it open. The demon landed lightly, but its expression was full of fury. From the wounds, a purple liquid began to seep out. The mark on its forehead glowed. I've had my eye on that thing for a while, its voice rasped. Looking at the strange power radiating from Han Eun-jin's left arm, it asked, What the hell is that thing? Han Eun-jin panted and replied coldly, You don't need to know. The demon glanced at him and said, I wondered why that masked man was looking for you. Now I see there's a reason. Elsewhere, Kang Ji-oh was still trying to compress the heart. She called out, Jo Kyung. Kang Jie, could it be? Lee Hee-soo said in a fluster. Was Jo Kyung's soul still here? Stop, a voice rang out, cutting off their thoughts. Both were astonished as they looked toward the person who had just appeared. A man in a shirt with an earring was walking closer. Or do you want to break his ribs and press that hard? Back on the battlefield, Han Eun-jin lunged forward to attack. The demon deftly leaned back to dodge. The pain from his arm surged, causing him to stop short. He lost his balance, nearly falling, but still managed to swing his blade. He aimed directly for the demon's head, the blade edged close to it. The demon was slightly startled, but at that moment, he was completely exhausted. The blade halted, then slowly fell. Han Eun-jin collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably, but his eyes still gleamed with determination. The demon lifted one leg, then it stomped down hard on the spot where he had been lying. Fortunately, Han Eun-jin had managed to roll aside. He knelt on the ground, his whole body shaking. Mustering his last bit of strength, he stabbed the blade into the ground to keep his balance. Han Eun-jin froze, quickly glancing at the blade in his hand. He struggled to stand up, his eyes still showing no intention of giving up. At this rate, I'll die before I take it down. Demon tilted its head, observing Han Eun-jin's wildly convulsing body. This bastard acts like someone has possessed him. Han Eun-jin's left arm automatically thrust the blade forward, dragging his entire body along. The demon also charged forward, but its gaze seemed to hold a different calculation. Unexpectedly, it loosened its clawed hand, the power surrounding it dissipating. Han Eun-jin was stunned. Immediately after, the demon used its other hand to punch him hard in the chest. The ancient character on its forehead appeared again. As I thought, it grinned sinisterly, its suspicion confirmed. Han Eun-jin was sent flying back, the ground beneath his back cracking. The right side has no power at all, the demon thought, sneering contemptuously. Hey, it called to the motionless Han Eun-jin. I don't know what kind of cursed thing you've got on your left side, but it doesn't seem to fit that weak body of yours at all. Han Eun-jin opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and forced himself up to a sitting position. Wait, he cried out urgently. In the blink of an eye, the demon was right beside him, gripping his right arm tightly. Look at this, it said, looking at him with a scornful gaze. Your right side is no different from a strand of noodle. Han Eun-jin was stunned. Ah! He screamed in pain as the demon easily twisted his right arm back. His left hand loosened its grip on the blade. The demon stomped hard on his body, pinning his left arm to the ground. Who told you to keep resisting? You deserve the beating. It spoke, twisting its foot that was planted on Han Eun-jin's left arm. Its eyes gleamed, baring its sharp teeth. Now it's that damned left arm's turn. Its foot pressed down. Ah! Han Eun-jin's face contorted. and he let out an agonizing scream. A stream of red energy suddenly burst out from his already broken left arm, then surged into his right arm. Like a miracle, his right arm healed instantly. Before the demon could understand what happened, the blade had already flashed behind its neck. The blade's hilt was firmly in Henyeonjin's right hand. Both of them stared down at the newly healed arm, completely shocked. Henyeonjin's right hand swung the blade high, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. But before he could attack, something came flying in. It pierced straight into the demon's neck. He was powerless, his entire body flung back and slammed hard into a stone pillar of a nearby building. An arrow of white light pierced the demon's body, sending it to meet its ancestors. Henyeonjin could not believe it. He whipped his head around to look at his attacker. High above, the faint silhouette of a person drawing a bow appeared. Eudajian, with her white hair streaked with red, was staring intently at Henyeonjin. On the roof of another towering building, the masked faceless demon stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth. Things were starting to get messy. On the other side, a handsome young man with golden eyes and an earring gave a faint, smug smile. He coldly ordered Ji-won to step aside. Kang Ji asked blankly, "Who are you?" The young man did not answer, only focused on observing Jo Kyung's condition. "Hey, what do you think you are doing?" Jin Guan shouted when he saw the man moving to touch his friend. Up above, Faceless Demon formed a hand seal, conjuring a brilliant blue flame. "My apologies." Having said that, he disappeared. At the same time, the flame from his hand shot forward. Lo, the young man with the earring suddenly frowned and halted. On Jo Kyung's pale face, a single tear silently traced its way down. "Everyone look," the young man exclaimed. Lee Hee-soo and Kang Ji anxiously called Jo Kyung's name. With that, he coughed violently before snapping his eyes open. He turned over and vomited. Kang Ji, while patting his back, asked suspiciously, "Are you really Jo Kyung?" The young man with the earring suddenly spoke up. "It is him indeed." Kang Ji turned to say something to him, but the young man had already turned to leave. "It's dark already, hurry home now," he said, waving goodbye. Lee Hee-soo called after him, "Kang Ji, you take care of Jo Kyung." She replied, "Leave it to me, I will." She suddenly stopped, remembering Henyeonjin's warning to run quickly, that staying here longer meant more danger. At an abandoned building, the red-haired girl with sharp eyes and a bow was Eudajian of the Earth Spirit God. Yeonji gulped, staring wide-eyed at the girl. A beam of light suddenly condensed on the bow, forming into an arrow. The great archer arched her back, pulling the bowstring taut, a brilliant light blazing fiercely. The arrow shot forth with incredible speed under her keen eyes. Instantly, Henyeonjin's leg burst into violent flames. He launched himself into the air, narrowly dodging the arrow's path. But before he could regain his composure, another arrow struck directly into his shoulder. The impact was so strong it carried him and slammed him into a wall. The great archer landed lightly in front of him, saying that if he was looking at the arrow, he should pull it out himself. And she murmured, "What is this? I clearly heard it was on the left side." Henyeonjin dropped his sword to the ground. Suddenly, he grabbed the arrow embedded in his shoulder and yanked it out. A red flame from his hand instantly incinerated the arrow to ashes. That flame then spread down to the sword on the ground. In a flash, Henyeonjin seized the sword and swung it with tremendous force towards the great archer. She had to lean back to evade the attack. Instead of fear, a thrilling smile spread across her face. After a few backflips, she came to a stop. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Henyeonjin looked up. His face was like a demon, with pitch-black eyes and the corners of his mouth twisted in rage. The great archer regarded him like an interesting prey. It was the left hand after all, I remember now. Elsewhere, Chen Dajian was tied tightly to a wall. The demon guard sat beside him, its gaze full of menace. His eyes were teary, brimming with hatred as he thought of Henyeonjin. "How dare you do this to me?" Suddenly, a figure holding a cigarette appeared behind the door. Faceless Demon asked in a low voice, "Who is it, Eudajian?" The person only calmly stubbed out their cigarette. It was a young man with an earring, a smug smirk on his lips. Faceless Demon stood up, his voice sounding like it came from the abyss. "On the same side as that brat? Whatever you think." The young man shrugged. "And I will have to take you hostage." "Fine, come at me if you have the guts." As soon as he finished speaking, Faceless Demon transformed into a horrifying form. Countless tentacles shot out from his body, wrapping tightly around the young man. "If you keep acting cocky, I will kill you," he threatened while tightening his grip on the man's arm. The young man leisurely took a drag of his cigarette. "Is that all there is to it?" Being looked down upon, the Faceless Demon flew into a rage, its red eyes roaring. "You bastard, I'll turn you into a pile of trash." "Humph." He charged straight at the young man. Thick dust billowed up and then quickly dissipated. The demon was stunned. The young man was still standing there, calmly stubbing out his cigarette. Around him were the tentacles that had been smashed to pieces. "Out of tricks already?" he asked in a husky voice. Who are you? How can this be?" The faceless demon stammered, not believing its eyes. The young man slightly curled his lips. "Me?" He yanked the earring off. It immediately transformed into a wish-granting staff blazing with raging flames. That's right, no one else, it was Sun Wukong himself. Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the staff, turning into a sharp spear. Then he swung a powerful slash toward the faceless demon. A sky-shaking explosion occurred. Huh, is that fireworks? The nearby residents chattered. Sun Wukong took out his phone. Click went the sound. He curled his lips smugly, triumphantly recording the moment the sky exploded that he himself had created. High above, the firework trails painted a beautiful scene, but down below it was the complete opposite. The city wall was in ruins, dust and smoke were thick, and amidst the rubble was the shadow of a brown-haired youth holding a spear. He bent down to pick up the bag lying on the ground. A few small explosions sounded, drawing his attention. The brown-haired youth turned his head, not dead yet. An arm covered in scratches was clutching something tightly. Before him was the monster, its body covered in injuries, its clothes torn. It hugged the object in its hand tightly, wailing without stop, "My children! Oh no, I failed to protect you!" Its voice trembled, tears welling up. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a spear slammed down hard onto its head. He looked at it coldly, his voice full of contempt. "Think you're human? You are nothing but a pile of resentment." He raised his eyes and caught a strange sight. Chen Dajian was pinned under a large rock, with only two small legs sticking out. Surprised youth approached, lifted the rock, and looked at the motionless Chen Dajian. Meanwhile, Henian Jin's gaze was filled with murderous intent. He tightened his grip on his spear and charged swiftly toward Yu Dajian. A powerful strike cracked the ground. She used her strength to leap into the air to avoid it. Just as Heilong said, he looked down at the murderous Henian Jin. Suddenly, Chen Dajian jolted awake. The darkness in his eyes gradually faded. At this moment, Yu Dajian had already drawn her bow, aiming straight at him. The great lonely soul market. The arrow flew, striking straight into Han Yeonjin's arm. He hadn't even had time to react. From where the arrow struck, iron chains began to appear. "Ah!" Han Yeonjin screamed in pain. The chains quickly wrapped tightly around his arm. They pinned to a nearby pillar and drove deep into the ground. Dajian was holding two long iron rods. She struck them together, creating a piercing sound. The two iron rods emitted a red light. One of them transformed into a sharp sword. "You are right-handed, aren't you?" she asked softly. She pressed the sword against Han Yeonjin's shoulder. "Han Young, stop the bleeding." "Then it's good. I'll cut and stop the bleeding at the same time. Bear with the pain for a bit." "Wait!" He widened his eyes, hurriedly trying to stop her. Suddenly, a familiar call made her freeze. "Yu Dajian." His commanding belonged to Chen Dajian. She slowly turned her head back, gritting her teeth. Before her was Chen Dajian, but in the form of a small owl. "Chen Dajian, put down your blade now," it commanded. Immediately, Hanian Jin's hand holding the sword trembled, dropping the weapon to the ground. Yu Dajian couldn't help but be surprised. "Does it hurt a lot?" Chen Dajian gently asked Hanian Jin. "The palace now is not in the form we know." Yu Dajian the aesthetician. "Still won't stop?" The brown-haired youth suddenly stepped in, curling his lips. "Why attack innocent civilians like that?" "Civilians?" Yu Dajian was surprised. "His arm is practically cut off. Neither Wei Dajian nor the Grand Supervisor are here." She quickly stepped back, canceling the chains. "Hanian Jin." Chen Dajian hurriedly called his name. The brown-haired youth raised an eyebrow at Chen Dajian. Then he turned to another creature trying to sneak away. "That thing still isn't handled yet?" Yu Dajian panicked and turned her head, quickly drawing her bow and aiming at that strange creature. Please spare me," it cried out in fear, tears welling up. "It's all that old lady's fault." As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow shot forward and pinned itself firmly in the center of that man's forehead. That woman screamed with resentment before dissolving into fragments, merging with the air. A stack of talisman paper fell to the ground, but the characters on it gradually faded. A gust of wind blew through, sweeping everything away, leaving only two arrows lying there. Strange, Yu Dajian wondered how the demons could still move after being struck by a divine weapon. The brown-haired man teased. "Could it be that you hit too lightly?" She did not mind and cut straight to the point. "Don't you find it strange? The monsters were living in hiding, so why did they suddenly appear here?" Hearing this, the brown-haired man also froze for a moment. Cigarette in his mouth, he pondered and glanced at Hanian Jin and Chen Dajian. "I think that is the reason." Slap! Chen Dajian in human form swung his hand and slapped Yeonjin hard across the face. "Isn't that timing quite coincidental?" the brown-haired man said. She also turned her head to look. He bent down, gently touched Jin, who was in dog form, and advised, "Hey, old pal, stop fighting. It's been a while since we met, and you two just keep biting each other." Chen Dajian watched, his eyes a little choked with tears. The brown-haired man chuckled softly. "We're quite hurt, you know?" The sky had darkened and the streetlights were already on. Inside a small room, the brown-haired man and Yu Dajian sat upright in front of Jin. "Now, speak," Yu Dajian commanded. She glanced at Hanian Jin, who was unconscious on the bed. "Who is he?" "My grandson," Chen Dajian answered. "Turned into a dog and started barking nonsense?" The brown-haired man laughed. "That's still your own body, isn't it?" Chen Dajian was silent for a moment before speaking. "That's right, but I don't know the full story of this matter either." I only know that after the seal was broken, when I woke up I was inside this dog's body. As for my real body, it has a new ego that can move on its own and even talk. Yu Dajian's eyes widened, huh? I don't know if it's because Samsara was already opened beforehand, Chen Dajian continued, but those miscellaneous demons kept attacking constantly. That process made the ego of the body weaker. I was planning to re-enter it. It only accepted Hailong and I was rejected. Chen Dajian, in the form of a dog, frowned. Since then, I've tried a few more times but never succeeded. That's ridiculous, the brown-haired man remarked. Yu Dajian concluded. So after the seal was lifted, you woke up inside a dog, and your real body has a different ego that also took your power. It doesn't seem like it's your doing, Chen Dajian said warily. What are you saying? Yu Dajian gritted his teeth. What the hell do we have to do with it? Logic. The brown-haired man suddenly interjected. Why not try thinking from that direction? If that's the case, Chen Dajian growled, his eyes full of rage, then why did you all seal me? Does that fit your precious logic? Both of them were at a loss for words. It seems he really doesn't remember anything, Yu Dajian thought. Just as Zi Dajian had said he remembered nothing. She lowered her head, her face expressionless. If that's really the case, then just live like this. She raised her head, her eyes burning red as she stared at Jin. That way I can kill you anytime I want. So if I were a human, you would kill me too? Chen Dajian asked. If you did it just because of my origin. The brown-haired man reached out and patted Chen Dajian's head. A smile was on his lips, but his words were filled with threat. Since we've said this much, you should know better than to push your luck. This time it was Jin's turn to be silent. He recalled the words of the heavenly god. I can tear you apart and seal you up again anytime I want. Are you messing with me? Jin was annoyed and tried to bite his hand. The brown-haired man quickly pulled his hand back. Did you really turn into a dog? Fine, I won't ask any more questions, Chen Dajian said coldly. In return, can you do me a favor? Help you? Help me find a book that has a complete record of the history after the Great War. Why do you need a book? The brown-haired man was puzzled. Just search online. Ah, looking at this house, you probably don't have a computer. He observed the room. I doubt there's even Wi-Fi. Hand an iPad to Chen Dajian. Use this. Turn on the mobile data and search. Ask your grandson how to use it, he added, but you probably won't find what you're looking for. How do you know what I'm looking for when you say that? Chen Dajian snapped back in irritation. Aren't you looking for the earthly branch gods? The brown-haired man said bluntly. There's nothing, all right? The era we once lived in, he began, with a mysterious expression. Even the moment you were sealed and everything that happened after, it's all been erased from history. There are no records of the 12 gods. The brown-haired man's statement left Chen Dajian stunned. He asserted, we've been erased from history, all because of some dragon. Time passed and the sky had turned dark. Yu Dajian sighed, enough nonsense. The brown-haired man mimicked her words from earlier. He perfectly copied her expression. Just live like this, that way I can kill you anytime. Shut up. Yu Dajian wished she could sink into the ground. If you had dared to say that in the old days, the scarlet dragon would have torn you to shreds, he sneered. You even dared to pat Chen's head. That's a dog. He has no power now, so he's scared too. What are we going to do about that kid now? We can't separate Hailong from him. Besides, it seems to have spread to his entire body already. Her face turned pale, and she yelled, if that's the case, does that mean only the head is left? What should I do now? Yu Dajian said in despair. From now on, will humans hate me? Just kill Chen Dajian, right? That man proposed the solution and quickly turned away. While he is at a disadvantage, let me go handle it. Don't be too confident. Yu Dajian quickly grabbed him to stop him. He gritted his teeth in caution. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he will do, Z said. If we can't separate them, just keep watching for now. Alright, that man replied. From now on, there will be many matters related to Chen Dajian. You handle it yourself and report back to Z. The brown-haired man had already bent down to sit in the car. Sir, are you going home right away? The driver asked. Yes. So you never intended to clash with Chen Dajian from the start. Yu Dajian finally realized. Hey, give me a ride to the end of the embankment. In the middle of the night, the clock struck 3 in the morning. Chen Dajian remained motionless, staring at his grandchild. One tall dog, one person lying in silence. Finally, Han Jin spoke up. What are you staring at so creepily? Why are you already awake? Staring at people like that, no one can sleep. Han Jin, Chen Dajian called with a serious expression. I must interrogate you. Why did you use the blade with your left hand? That will harm you. Don't do that anymore. Why did you say that power isn't harmful? That left arm is not yours. I mean, don't rely on it too much. Just the left arm, Han Jin recalled. And the left leg, the right leg. Use the power you infused to take over my body, right? Is my body your vessel? So you heard everything. Chen Dajian sighed, but remained calm. That is why I said it is very dangerous. You are the most dangerous thing, Han Jin said loudly. Yu Dajian cut in, clenching his fist to restrain himself. Save me. More like you abandoned me when I was about to die to take over this body. You said the demons wanted this body, but the most dangerous demon is right here. It is not like that. It is true I lied to you at first, but only at first. Han Jin caught the keyword. Does that mean the stuff about the left arm is not a lie? At the Lihi Su Shrine at school, there were plenty of times. Now that you are caught, you finally tell the truth. Do you think I am stupid? I was not certain either, so I needed time to think. Only upon reflection did I realize. And Eon Jin interrupted again. We have never had a serious conversation about this. What do you want from me in the end? Do you want this body? Chen Dajian, as if struck dumb, remained silent for a long time before speaking. To be precise, that is not your body. The dog stared at Hanion Jin with bright eyes. That is my body. And from the driver's seat, Jin coldly opened his mouth. You are not allowed to exist. A horrifying scene appeared. A man crying and blaming that because of you, your parents died. Behind him, many others were wailing. You should never have been born. Eon Jin stiffened, a surge of anxiety and fear rising in him. The clock on the wall had struck 3:25 in the morning. You said this is your body, right? Hanion Jin asked Chen Dajian. If that is the case, Hanion Jin continued coldly, then this is my house. He did not say much, directly picked up the dog and went outside, then slammed the door shut. Get out of my house right now. Chen Dajian could only stand there, speechless. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall. Hanion Jin lay in a warm blanket on a soft mattress, sleeping soundly. Soon, the rain grew heavier. The sound of rain pattering on the roof woke him up. Why does it have to rain right now? He grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head in annoyance. In a bad mood, Hanion Jin opened the door and stepped out. He was startled to see Chen Dajian still sitting huddled there, quietly watching the rain. Intended to quietly close the door again, but a voice made him stop. I have nowhere to go. Hanion Jin stood silently behind the crack in the door. I am sorry for what I said earlier. Chen Dajian expressed his remorse. That is your body now. I do not intend to do anything to it. You do not need to worry. Hanion Jin's heart wavered a little. He lowered his head and turned to go back inside. The next morning, after a long and exhausting night, Hanion Jin woke up and removed the medical bandages on his body. He stood in front of the mirror, touched his arm, and smirked. Even a monster is not this grotesque. As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, he was horrified to discover a pair of dog paws stepping on the brand new tablet on the bed. Oh my god, get out of the way. He hurried over, shoving Jin aside. How rude, you sly old dog. But Hanion Jin did not care. All his attention was now on the tablet. Where did you get this thing? The people yesterday gave it to me. They said this is a book. They gave you this. That is right. They said if I opened that YouTube thing, I could watch recorded history books. They said to just ask you. Seeing Hanion Jin glue his eyes to the tablet, Chen Dajian immediately understood. So you like this thing? Just let me watch that YouTube thing, and I will give it to you. Really? Hanion Jin was surprised. In exchange, I have one condition. What is it? Chen Daijin glanced at him with a dangerous look. Then he made a very simple request. Make me breakfast. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dajian's stomach growled loudly. At school, Hanion Jin heard the students buzzing about Zhou Qiang. I heard he went around apologizing to everyone. Apologizing for what? I thought he was just practicing acting. I heard Zhou Qiang even taught those thugs a lesson. What is going on? Hanion Jin wondered. It seems he still remembers everything from when his soul left his body. In another classroom, Zhou Qiang was kowtowing to apologize to a classmate. You bet 50,000 and got your jaw broken, remember? When did I get beaten up? No, you don't remember anything. Zhou Qiang kept waving his hands. They all happily forgave him. Hanion Jin thought. Maybe he got the role of a character who finds the light and achieves enlightenment. A female student said, this is the importance of maintaining an image. Hanion Jin thought idly to himself. As I said, a chubby classmate spoke up. Just as Hanion Jin took his seat, Kang Jie asserted that Zhou Qiang had been possessed by a villain from another world. But after a series of events, that person was expelled and he returned. At that moment in the classroom, Zhou Qiang stood by the window scrolling on his phone, and for the 2 to 3 o'clock class, only 2 people were still missing. Who is it this time? Kang Jie, standing behind, asked casually. When he hurriedly ran off shouting Song Wu's name, Kang Jie was surprised. Kang Jie went to the classroom door, crossed her arms and watched Zhou Qiang's back, then cheered him on, run fast. Go apologize to everyone. Being too kind is also a sin, Kang Jie retorted. Hey, it's not Zhou Qiang's fault. She gritted her teeth in reproach. Why does he have to do that just because of that class president? That bastard dares to bully others. You know, it's not just about that, Jigul defended. It's because he's jealous of the class president, right? Kang Jie blamed. It's indeed jealousy of the class president, Kim Song-woo. Before Kang Jie could finish speaking, the classmate abandoned her and immediately chased after Zhou Qiang. Hey Zhou Qiang, don't apologize to that bastard. Kang Jie stood frozen watching him, muttering the unfinished sentence. He put chocolates in your desk on White Valentine's Day, and you ate them with Zhou Qiang. In classroom 2, Zhou Qiang slowly walked in, all eyes turning to him. It's Zhou Qiang. Song-woo was cowering in the corner of the classroom, terrified upon hearing that name. I'm doomed. From now on the whole class will ostracize me. But Zhou Qiang interrupted that train of thought with a call. Song-woo. Song-woo was hugging his head in fear, but upon hearing the call he let his hands drop because the guy was already standing right by his desk. Song-woo looked up. I'm sorry it took me so long to remember everything, he said gently. Hearing the apology, Song-woo's eyes welled up with tears. I was the one who chose, yet I couldn't remember. Class president, Jo Kyung called softly, giving a warm smile. A sincere call made Song-woo unable to hold back anymore. His face crumpled. Lowering his head to the desk, he sobbed, I'm sorry, Jo Kyung. It's okay. Jo Kyung placed a hand on his shoulder, patting him in comfort. Kang Jae had just reached the classroom door and stood outside witnessing the entire event. In her eyes at that moment, he was so kind he seemed to radiate light, making her heart flutter. She recalled the moments she had talked with him before. Hey, what are you doing? Memorizing the names and faces of everyone in class, he replied kindly. I borrowed the teacher's roster under the guise of being the vice president. Oh, that's truly amazing, she said offhandedly. Suddenly, Jo Kyung stopped, looked at Hanyeon-jin's photo and birth date, then spoke. Hanyeon-jin's birthday is coming up. After saying this, he turned and smiled at her. That clear, sunny smile left a deep impression on her mind. Jo Kyung, are you really an angel? In the classroom, Kang Jia placed a carton of milk on Hanyeon-jin's desk for him. Hanyeon-jin was tapping on his phone, surprised to see the milk carton, then turned to her. She shyly turned her face away and said reluctantly thank you. Hanyeon-jin was surprised. Hemp, she let out a annoyed breath. Suddenly Kang Jia grabbed Hanyeon-jin's shoulder, leaned down, and whispered in his ear, I heard from Lee Hee-soo that you were the one who saved Jo Kyung, and you saved me too. She glanced around, then embarrassedly repeated, thank you. A bespectacled classmate standing behind Hanyeon-jin witnessed that scene, utterly shocked, his mouth hanging open. After saying that, Kang Jia ran out of the classroom. What's going on? Kang Jia wondered. The bespectacled classmate stammered. Another classmate picked up the milk carton to look, pistachio flavor, no way. Playing both sides, the bespectacled classmate asked Hanyeon-jin in shock. Does Lee Hee-soo know? What nonsense are you talking? He brushed it off. After that, the group of male students surrounded Hanyeon-jin's desk. How dare you do that? Kang Jae covered her face in disappointment. This guy is truly a bastard. Another male student held his face. The two prettiest girls in school, the bespectacled one sighed. What did you do to seduce them both? It's not what you think, Hanyeon-jin said in annoyance, but they kept teasing him, so, will you choose Lee Hee-soo or Kang Jae, the puppy or the kitten? Are you guys crazy? Shut up, Hanyeon-jin snapped. Kang Jae stopped joking, adjusted her glasses, and spoke seriously, but Lee Hee-soo, Hanyeon-jin didn't care, burying his face in his phone. Strange, Kang wondered why Lee Hee-soo hadn't come to greet Hanyeon-jin today. Another male student chimed in, probably they had a fight. Despite pretending not to care, the words of his classmates still stirred Hanyeon-jin. He recalled the image of Lee Hee-soo cheerfully greeting him every morning. Hanyeon-jin, good morning. Speaking of which, he glanced at his phone. It was already 8:19. There was still no sign of her. Why is it so quiet? I wonder if she has arrived at school yet. He walked past classrooms 1 to 5. Hanyeon-jin glanced inside searching. Suddenly a call made him flinch. He nervously turned his head. It was Jo Kyung. He was handing him a can of cola. He took it. Are you okay? Hanyeon-jin asked. The horrifying memories of being possessed by a demon came flooding back. Jo Kyung screamed in his mind, stop it. Don't do that. He scratched his head and answered shyly, not really. I've scheduled an appointment with a psychiatrist. Keep it a secret for me, okay? I forgot about that day too, Hanyeon-jin replied. But why did you call me out here? I have something to tell you. What is it? He suddenly burst into tears, tears streaming down his cheeks. Actually, he said while crying, thank you. The sudden action made Hanyeon-jin freeze on the spot. He didn't understand what was happening. He just saw Jo Kyung lowering his head and sobbing into his hands. Under the clear blue sky, Hanyeon-jin asked in shock, did you see everything, including the beatings? That's right. He replied, wiping his tears, you were way too awesome. Not at all, Hanyeon-jin humbly said. He took a sip of cola, then suddenly realized, wait a moment. So your soul was still around there. Why didn't you just go back into your body right away? That made Jo Kyung embarrassed. He clenched his water bottle tightly. At that moment he had been arrested. The image of his soul being imprisoned by a demon hand flashed before him, by someone wearing a mask. Hanyeon-jin's mask had its mouth covered. On the way back to class, he still felt puzzled. He remembered it as an old woman. How could she have made a mask? It was absurd. He was lost in thought when he suddenly stopped. Right in front of him was Lee Hee-soo, her mouth unconsciously slightly open. They both stood silently facing each other. After a moment, she finally spoke, a worried look on her face. Hanyeon-jin, hello. And she slowly walked past him, her long hair flowing. This action made Hanyeon-jin feel awkward. He turned around to say something, but two other female friends had already run over, chattering away with Lee Hee-soo. The awkward situation left him only able to scratch his head. In the small room, the history lecture from the tablet continued to play, discussing the cause of the IMO rebellion. Hanyeon-jin opened the door and put his bag down. As soon as he arrived, Chen Dajin immediately started talking. Excuse me for a moment, my grandson is back. Hanyeon-jin's eyes widened. Who are you talking to? Chen Dajin happily replied. This YouTube is really interesting. The person inside is telling me a story. Next time I will find out about King Gojong's death and the Russo-Japanese War. See you later. He smiled brightly at the screen. Han Yeonjin felt awkward. At this rate, the old man probably wouldn't get bored staying home for 2 days. Where are you going? Take me with you, Chen Dajian asked when he saw him packing. I'm going on a training retreat with school. How can I take you? A training retreat? Is that gathering together to train? More like mental discipline, Han Yeonjin replied. Excellent, outstanding, Chen Dajian praised. His eyes sparkled. So the youth of this era haven't lost the spirit of the martial way. Han Yeonjin paid him no mind. He set out a large bowl of food. I prepared your food here. There are sausages and beef jerky. Eat them slowly while I'm gone. At that moment, the man on the tablet screen continued his story. Hearing that, Chen Dajian turned white with anger, turned around and sneered. Doesn't that guy ever get tired? I tell you, save it for another time. During the IMO rebellion, requesting help from the King dynasty, Han Yeonjin's face instantly darkened. How do I even explain this? In the dead of night, the voice from the tablet echoed endlessly, annoying Han Yeonjin to no end. They say that Gojashin was also established by Dungun, but there is still much debate. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore, sprang up and shouted, Turn it off now. Do you not want anyone to sleep? Another newcomer has arrived. He won't listen to me. Han Yeonjin said. Let me explain to you. This is just a recorded video. What is a recorded video? At that point, Han Yeonjin was completely at a loss for words. The sky was blue with white clouds. Chen Dajian had finally finished putting on his jacket. Up so early today? Why not sleep a bit more? Chen Dajian was still lying under the covers on the bed, speaking unconsciously. I have to go to training. He only turned his head slightly, leaving behind one sentence. And why didn't you sleep early yesterday? I had to explain YouTube to you, so how could I sleep? Truly commendable. Just as he put his shoes on, Han Yeonjin added, I'm off. Take care of the house. Remember to bring that blade, Jin quickly reminded. Are you crazy? Why would I bring that? Won't you need it for training? I'm not bringing it. Having said that, he left the door wide open and disappeared. In front of the bus, a large group of students stood. Hey, Han Yeonjin, have you seen Lee Hee-soo? Two male friends teased, angering him. Ah, you must have seen her. You definitely met privately. I told you she's not my girlfriend. Kangjia lifted her chin thoughtfully. Last time when I went to see her, the way she was dressed looked exactly like Han Yeonjin. What kind of outfit makes you say that? Like she borrowed Han Yeonjin's jacket to wear. Clothes all look the same anyway. What's the big deal? Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Han Yeonjin. Before him was Lee Hee-soo, holding a cat-shaped bag. Take these to eat on the way. This action made everyone stare wide-eyed. Kang Ji-a opened the bag without permission, smirking. What's this? I bet there's a handwritten letter too. Inside were honey cakes. There was no affection before, but from now on it's real. Kang Ji-a quickly concluded. It must be true. Suddenly another voice called out. Han Yeonjin. It was Jo Kyung. He tilted his head slightly, scratching his hair. Later on the bus, can I sit next to you? Why was Ji-won getting a chance to tease? Kang Jae Lee Hee-soo vis Jo Kyung. Let's go. Let's go, you moldy monkey. Let's take roll call to see if everyone is here. Everyone take your seats. Han Yeonjin and Jo Kyung were both silent. After a moment, they glanced at each other. Sorry, Jo Kyung spoke first. You probably wanted to sit with your friends. It's fine, Han Yeonjin replied frankly. I was planning to sit alone anyway. Did you want to say something? I just wanted to get closer to the Grand Inspector, because when he half closes his eyes, a smile appears on his lips. This remark made Han Yeonjin extremely suspicious. On the bus, one person dozed off, the other supported his chin and looked outside. From the dark bushes, a strand of white hair fluttered. What's that? The words had barely left his mouth when it quickly disappeared, causing him to curse under his breath. He quickly nudged his friend next to him. Hey, a big white thing suddenly appeared and disappeared. It is just fog. Or is Sambium the big white thing in the mountain? I heard it is a ghost only found in Gangsan Mountain. What does that have to do with us? Sambium at its fastest cannot outrun a bus, right? Kang Ji-a, who had been sitting still, suddenly spoke. Its speed can cross from one mountain to another in a minute. Amid everyone's indifference, he remained motionless, gently pushing up the frame of his glasses. Sanbiom? Jiguan immediately pulled out a tablet, as if suddenly realizing something. According to my monster dictionary, it is a modern urban legend, first seen in Treungsun, hence the name Sanbiom. Witnesses say it can mimic human appearance and voice. On the bus, Jo Kyung was still laughing and joking, enjoying some snacks while Han Yeonjin remained cold and aloof. Lee Hee-soo sat in a different seat, quietly reading a book. Only Kang Ji-a had sparkling eyes, extremely excited. A flash of long white hair appeared and disappeared behind the trees. Above, a bright golden sphere was shining. The eyes inside opened, staring intently ahead with killing intent. You have 5 minutes to change into your gym uniforms, then gather in the hallway. So tense, no time to rest? A moment later, the students lined up in a row, backs against the wall. The teacher in a red coat slowly paced back and forth. Yeonjin stood in the middle of the line, silent. When it was time to split into groups, he just sat alone. At lunch, a tray of food was placed opposite Han Yeonjin. Han Yeonjin, finally meeting you. Kang Ji-a said happily, your eyes are dark like a panda. Could not sleep? Seeing the other person did not reply and turned away, he quickly pulled him back. Hey, do not go, it was hard to find you. Do you know what the next program is? He started rambling on about a courage experience, the perfect choice for a school famous for its strange stories. A treasure hunt program in the forest on the way there. Have you heard the story of Sanbiam? Sanbiam, Maong Chendajian? He repeated, still holding his spoon. That is right, today we have a chance to encounter it, Ji-won said excitedly. So what, come with me? No. What is wrong? You said you would come with me anytime. Kang Ji-a was about to jump up. That was Lee Hee-soo who said it, not me. Speaking of which, Kang Ji-a asked, why is Lee Hee-soo not around? In Han Jin's mind, an image of him and that girl awkwardly talking appeared. He quickly put a spoonful of rice into his mouth. He must be busy with other things. Since the gambling ghost incident, he has seemed much more dejected. Kang Ji-a continued, I have guessed as much. The reason? When you fought the gambling ghost, you told us we were only in the way and chased us away, did you not? When did I say that? Han Jin panicked slightly. I did not chase you away, it was dangerous, so I told everyone to run ahead. He thinks he could not help, only hindered you. Kang Ji-a seized the chance to explain. To be honest, I am much better at swordsmanship than you. That cool blade and you do not know how to use it, such a waste. Let me teach you later. A while later, Han Jin shoved his hands into his pockets, slowly walking outside. Suddenly, a figure passing by caught his attention. He quickly stopped. The other person immediately turned around, their mouth moving faintly. Han Jin was startled, face pale, teeth clenched. Is it really Lee Hee-soo? The other person was calm again. What is it, Han Jin? The situation made his mind a mess. Back then it was dangerous, so I told you to run ahead. If that made you sad, I am sorry. But Han Jin was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, a loud call rang out, Lee Hee-soo! The girl ran over and hugged Lee Hee-soo's arm. Come to the convenience store with me. Lee Hee-soo stammered. And so Han Jin silently left. Elsewhere, Kang Ji-a lowered his head. Han Jin stood straight. Thanks for coming along. Just to be clear, I am not bringing a blade. Han Jin warned in a cold voice. I have a 5-colored net gun right here. They walked together, a flashlight illuminating the path. If we get caught by the teacher, you deal with it yourself. No one cares about you anyway. Hearing that, Han Jin just wanted to get annoyed. Do you know what Sanbiam looks like? Biam in Chinese means tiger, so is it like a tiger? I think it does not have a fixed form. Kang Ji-a focused on telling. I heard it has long white fur, but each person describes it differently. It can also transform into a great supervisor. After reading the target's memories, it perfectly recreates their form and voice. Is that so? What if Sanbiam is disguised and coming right now? Han Jin said sarcastically. Kang Ji-a raised a signal device. Then this thing would have gone off already. Even the card ghost had to acknowledge its accuracy. Suddenly, the device let a loud howl. Right after, a shout startled them both. What are you two doing here? Why are you not back at the dormitory? The manager's voice. Damn it, we are caught. Let's get out of here. Kang Ji-a was extremely scared. Han Jin turned his head, sweat streaming down. His cheek eyes full of panic. He saw the eyes of something flash with a faint gold light, staring fixedly at him. At the same time, an unexpected earthquake occurred. Han Jin, someone's call made him jolt. He stared intently at the pitch-black bush. Kang Ji-a suddenly appeared. What is wrong with you? Nothing. Did I miss you? It was already 10 p.m. Han Jin walked dazedly, too sleepy. Maybe he should return to the dorm first. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Han Jin. It was Kang Ji-a. He was bent over out of breath. Help me this once. Kang Ji-a was dripping with sweat. I was running too fast on the mountain earlier. I think I dropped the detector. Come search with me. Going alone is a bit scary. Annoying, Han Jin was irritated but still turned on his flashlight. Hey, where exactly are you planning to go? Han Jin asked coldly when they had walked quite far. We didn't come to this section earlier, or did you leave it at the dorm? Han Jin's face suddenly changed color when he saw the words on the warning sign. Danger, be careful of slipping. Hey, he quickly grabbed the sleeve of the person in front and pulled them back. Don't you see the warning sign? But the answer was completely irrelevant. I saw it. After saying that, that person yanked Han Jin's shirt. He dragged him to the edge of the cliff. Han Jin's hands trembled. He gritted his teeth, his eyes vacant. What are you doing? Han Jin looked at Ji-won in front of him, his eyes yellow, his voice deep as if from hell. In the dorm, 3 girls were gathered playing cards. Lee Hee-soo, are you yelling at someone? A girl suddenly asked. No, she replied immediately. Really? That person from class 3, what's his name? Aren't you two flirting with each other? No, not at all. That's right, the two of you were standing and talking to each other earlier. Why don't you try tarot, see if it's accurate? Good idea. If I were Lee Hee-soo, I'd be checking tarot about him all day. The person Hee-soo likes, the girl in black flipped a card. What kind of person is he? At that moment, Lee Hee-soo's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, her expression panicked. All 3 girls were frozen as if they had just seen something horrifying. On the table was the death card. It's over. Hey, it's probably true that she doesn't like anyone. Back to Han Jin, a familiar voice made him panic. Jiangshan Baeo. Han turned pale, remaining silent. The being in front of him, wearing the form of Kang Ji-a, continued speaking. It also has the ability to transform into Shendajian. Ji-won's white shoe-clad foot gently pushed Han Jin down the cliff face. He fell helplessly, only hearing the voice echoing. It will perfectly recreate the form and voice of someone from memory. Capture it alive and bring it here. It commanded in its own hoarse voice. Then it gritted its teeth and spoke in another's voice. Do not let it get injured. Han Jin fell through layer after layer. Layers of branches and leaves, his panicked screams echoed. He tried to reach out, grabbing a tree branch, but immediately snapped in two. His body continued to be pulled down, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to sit up, his body trembling. When he came to, he looked up. The demon had vanished without a trace. Seeing that, he quickly turned around and scrambled to run. If that was Sanbiam, then where was the real Ji-won? At this time at home, Kang Jie's phone rang incessantly. Dragon Han Jin was calling, but the owner was still fast asleep, completely unaware. On this end, hearing the notification that the number could not be reached, Han Jin grew even more worried. Could something have happened? It was getting later and later. The phone signal was flickering again. He had to find a way back quickly. He had to get back. Amidst his anxiety, a loud call rang out. Yeonjin. It was Lee Hee-soo. She ran over in a panic, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Me? Han Yeonjin asked skeptically. "I did a tarot reading," she quickly explained. "The cards said you were in danger. Luckily you're okay." "How did you know I was here?" Han Yeonjin remained vigilant. "I know everywhere you go," Lee Hee-soo laughed, trying to change the subject. "Did you put a tracker on me or something?" "Let's go," she didn't answer, firmly grabbing his hand and pulling him away. Yeonjin held back. He asked coldly, "What are you doing? Why are you holding hands?" "What's the big deal?" she replied dazedly. "There's no one here. Are you shy?" "No, it's not that. I mean..." Black. The phone ringtone suddenly rang out. Han Yeonjin paused when he saw the caller's name. On the screen were 3 clear letters. Lee Hee-soo. He turned pale. Lee Hee-soo. "Want to link arms?" A fawning voice rang out beside him. He glanced over. Without him noticing, the Lee Hee-soo beside him had put on an expressionless face like a possessed ghost, her eyes lifelessly wide. Without him noticing, that man beside him had put on a lifeless expression, his eyes wide like a possessed ghost. Han Yeonjin pressed the answer button with a trembling hand. Lee Hee-soo's gentle voice came through the phone, leaving both them stunned. "Are you okay?" The imposter was staring at him with an eerie expression, cold sweat pouring out. Cold sweat trickled down Han Yeonjin's forehead. "Yeah, I'm fine," he answered timidly. "What's up?" "Ah, well," Lee Hee-soo on the other end seemed flustered. "I already suspected when I saw the shirt." Han Yeonjin suddenly said something out of nowhere, his eyes still fixed on the imposter. "What shirt? What do you mean?" The real Lee Hee-soo asked in confusion. "Ah, nothing," he replied casually, but inside he was screaming. Lee Hee-soo's intuition was truly on point. "Is something really going on?" the real Lee Hee-soo asked again. The imposter's expression flickered slightly, but he remained silent. Han Yeonjin also stayed silent, pressing the phone tightly to his ear, trying to keep calm. Noticing the anomaly, Lee Hee-soo immediately asked, "You can't talk freely, right? If so, no, there's nothing going on." Han Yeonjin on the other end quickly cut in and then hung up. He glared ahead, silently calculating. Now that he knew it was a fake, he'd first pretend to go along, then find a way to slip away. He walked past him trying to act natural. "Lee Hee-soo, let's go." But him stood still. Yeonjin suddenly froze. Beneath his feet, a strand of long hair had wrapped tightly around his ankle, pulling him back. He stared back in shock, cold sweat streaming down his cheek. The hair of the imposter had suddenly grown unnaturally long. "Are you serious?" Him growled. His neck twisted 180 degrees, revealing distinct golden eyes. It was Sanbiam. Wasn't that man just talking to that girl? He bared his teeth. All of Han Yeon's plans vanished into thin air. That hair suddenly shot forward, yanking Han Yeonjin high into the air. He was horrified, his eyes wide, suspended upside down face to face with the demon. "That girl, it's the real Jin." Sanbiam was furious. Why did he have to call right now? Knowing he couldn't escape, Han Yeonjin sneered. "You don't look anything like her." "Nonsense." It tilted its head. "In your memories, this is exactly what she looks like. If you're going to imitate, you have to do it properly." Han Yeonjin called him out, looking at the familiar shirt that the demon was wearing. It was his shirt. Embarrassed, Jang Sanbiam roared in anger. Its jet black hair shot out, tightening around Han Jin's neck, muffling his mouth. Han Yeonjin choked, trying to loosen the strands of hair. He recalled Shen Dajian's advice. Remember to bring that blade. Now he regretted it deeply. A surge of crimson power was suddenly activated in Han Yeonjin's palm. "Why can't I have any peace even here?" He reached out his hand, a powerful force rushing back like a waterfall. Yeonjin was stunned, his eyes already tinged with red. Through the dust and smoke, the blade carrying crimson energy suddenly appeared. Blade had somehow materialized. The energy swirled around his legs. Han Yeonjin was pulled forward by a mysterious force, charging straight at Jang Sanbiam. Wait, he gritted his teeth, trying to restrain his own body. But the blade in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, swinging on its own to slash at the demon. With blinding speed, it leaped from tree to tree, heading straight into the deep forest. Han Yeonjin paled, his strength severely depleted, and his body was moving on its own again. Before he could recover, a gigantic tree suddenly appeared before him. The blade managed to dodge, but his body crashed straight into it. Ouch! He groaned in pain as he slid down, rubbing his red nose, lucky for Hai Long, or he would have logged out. Looking at the blade in his hand, he silently planned, "First I'll use my left hand." And Yeonjin looked at the demon lurking in the distance, determined to destroy it. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. Han Yeonjin. In the demon-infested forest, this sound made him jump, goosebumps rising all over. From behind a tree, a woman in a white dress hesitantly stepped out. Han Yeonjin trembled, unable to believe his eyes. "Mom!" But his mind suddenly sobered up. No, it was fake. He still gripped the blade tightly and charged straight forward. He looked at the woman who bore the appearance of Shen Dajian with a gentle smile. He had to try convincing himself. It only read his memories and mimicked them. Do not look. Distant memories flooded back, the gentle mother always smiling. In his childhood, he had unhesitatingly thrown himself into his mother's arms. The intertwining of memory and reality made it impossible for Han Yeonjin to distinguish truth from falsehood. Tears streamed down the woman's face, and she whispered, "Mother is sorry for everything." Hearing that, he paused slightly, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. The aura around him still surged violently. The blade in his hand ignored his command and lunged to attack. Han Yeonjin's face darkened, and he shouted, "Wait, stop." He tried to press his feet into the ground, but the blade still moved forward. Han Yeonjin stiffened his wrist, struggling to restrain his uncontrollable body. The blade plunged straight into the woman who resembled his mother. "No, please stop," he begged helplessly. Memories surged, the nightmare from his subconscious rose violently. "It was you! You killed your parents!" A voice kept howling, relentlessly clinging to him. The scene blurred, red as blood. "You are a demon!" Tears fell, once again by his own hand. "No!" A heart-wrenching cry rang out. He collapsed in agony, the cruel reality still unfolding before his eyes. The golden eyes of Sanbiam. Sanbiam stared. Its white hair flared up like a torrent, engulfing Yeonjin. At that moment, a strong wind rose, blowing away the eerie hair and gently protecting him. A person holding a fan bearing the monster ceiling crest appeared, and it was Zidajian. The illusion quickly dissipated. The camouflage shattered, revealing Shendajian in the hideous form of Sanbiam, widened its eyes in surprise as its act was exposed. Meanwhile, Zidajian was distracted by Han Yeonjin's scream. Seeing the trembling form of the other, he couldn't help but shout, "Snap out of it!" The demon on the other side had silently changed its form. Zidajian quietly opened his fan as well, ready to fight. A freezing vortex rose, carrying a breath from hell. But its target was not him. Within the wind, a replica of Han Yeonjin suddenly appeared, emanating a surging killing intent, raising its blade. Zidajian was startled, quickly leaping up and gripping his fan tightly in high alert. The sword and fan clashed violently, sending out sparks. Zidajian used his small fan to block the massive blade. Sanbiam grew more bloodthirsty, confident that victory was its own. Zidajian maintained an icy expression. Suddenly, the demon's eyes widened. The fake sword in its hand had developed cracks when clashing against the real weapon. Zidajian flicked his hand, and the sword shattered completely. Defeated, it landed on the ground, muttering that the weapon in its hand suddenly transformed and its lips curled up. It perfectly transformed Shendajian into Zidajian, chuckling as it held an identical weapon. It looked quite authentic. Sanbiam swung its hand wildly, illusory dark energy surging out violently. Wind tore like steel blades, destroying everything in its path. Zidajian quickly grabbed Han Yeonjin by the collar, struggling to keep both of them from being swept away. After a moment to steady himself, he finally regained his balance. Seeing a replica exactly like himself, he couldn't help but be stunned. Could this demon mimic even divine artifacts? Zidajian and Sanbiam in the form of Shendajian stood facing each other. Zidajian stared at unblinkingly, his expression extremely cold. The next second, Sanbiam lunged to attack him. Zidajian remained very calm, flicking his hand to open his fan and counterattack. One swipe of his fan broke through the outer shell, piercing through even the illusion. Then Zidajian closed his fan, his tone full of contempt. "You fool! Did you think you could imitate me in such a foolish manner?" His face fell, and the air around him dropped significantly. "Does it work on me?" Having said that, Zidajian opened his fan again. On the fan, a glowing runic seal appeared. Then, he closed his fan, which now looked no different from a club for Zidajian to strike down. He slammed the fan hard into the ground, causing the earth to sink and crack open, a radiant golden light spreading along the fissures. Dark veins appeared on his face, and his pupils lit up amber, matching the description. Sharp rocks instantly erupted from the ground, shooting straight towards Sanbiam. He was blocked right in front by those rocks. When the rocks shot up from under its feet, Sanbiam was lucky enough to dart away to another spot to escape. The action made Zidajian freeze, his face showing clear disbelief. In those seconds, another figure appeared from nowhere, stepping on Sanbiam and startling it. He used Sanbiam's body as a foothold to stand aloft, his face completely hidden by a mask. The masked figure's actions were extremely decisive. His hand immediately drew the dagger strapped to his back. Then he swung his arm and threw that dagger towards Zidajian. The speed of the knife was very fast. It whistled through the air like a gust of wind. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Zidajian used his fan to knock it away in another direction. That dagger flew up into the air. In that instant, the masked figure had already glided past him, heading in the opposite direction. Only then did Zidajian realize the man's true intention, his face showing clear panic. The masked figure quickly appeared before Han Yeonjin, startling him. He reached out to grab him, but Ta Sanwoo intervened recklessly. However, the masked figure missed his target. Han Yeonjin was pulled back in a flash, a thick aura enveloping him. Zidajian had rushed to Han Yeonjin's side just in time, saving his life. Immediately after, he used his technique to take them both away from there, leaving the masked figure stunned. He held out brought the sheath to his side and waited. His knife spun in the air, then slowed and fell precisely into the sheath. Sanbiam stood silently behind him. His cold voice rang out. Still standing there? The next 3 words seemed forced out through his teeth. Chase after them now. Sanbiam was frightened by the masked figure's attitude, its face showing clear terror. Immediately, it flew off to follow the masked figure's orders. Now he stood alone, his mind seemingly pondering something. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight, and the bright moonlight high above shone down upon the ground. Hanyeon-jin and Zidajian had fled to a fairly distant place, both looking very exhausted. Zidajian struggled to move his limbs, then gritted his teeth and said to Hanyeon-jin, "If you're awake, find your own way to escape from here." He was surprised to hear this. Huh? But how did he know I was here? The moment he finished speaking, Zidajian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Seeing this, Hanyeon-jin was extremely worried and asked him with concern. But Zidajian paid little attention to his own condition, calmly pulling up his sleeve to check his watch, and said with certainty, "We need to run further. It will chase us." He glanced at Hanyeon-jin. "We have to hold on until 11 o'clock. And Eon-jin couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. 11 o'clock? He was curious and wanted to ask clearly what would happen at 11 o'clock. But Zidajian didn't answer, just raised a hand to block in front of him. "It's here." A roar echoed from deep within the forest. Something was rushing quickly towards the two of them. That something was none other than Sanbiam. It had caught up to this point, its face becoming even more terrifying. Its eyes wide, it screamed loudly. Returning current. Black streams of energy instantly appeared, spiraling towards Zidajian and Hanyeon-jin. He opened his fan, ridiculing coldly. "I told you those imitation tricks don't work on me." This time, the seal of 2 rats appeared on the fan. He swung his fan, creating sharp icicles that shot towards Sanbiam. Bone wave. He seemed to grow larger, spreading very quickly. The sharp ice spikes stabbed straight towards the monster, catching it off guard. They had frozen Sanbiam, and it seemed everything was fine. Yet, from within the ice block, 2 daggers were launched out. Zidajian immediately recognized them, his face full of disbelief. He retreated hastily but still remembered to shield Hanyeon-jin. However, the 2 daggers were a step faster. They struck straight into his shoulder and knee. Hanyeon-jin, standing behind, was safe, but his expression changed dramatically. He yelled in panic. "Hey kid." Zidajian, nearly immobilized, said weakly, "Run." He didn't want to abandon him, so he intended to use the power hidden in his left hand. Zidajian immediately shouted to stop him. "Don't rely on Hailong." He gritted out each word. "I said, just run." The moment he finished speaking, the masked figure charged in. He slashed his sword at Zidajian, then kicked him aside. Zidajian was sent flying quite far, clouds of dust billowing up. Now, Hanyeon-jin was face to face with the masked figure. His whole body stiffened, unable to move. With no other choice now, Hanyeon-jin used Hailong's power. The pupils of his eyes flared red. The watch on his wrist read 22:59. A few seconds later, it turned to exactly 23 hun. At that moment, the masked man suddenly froze. Hanyeon-jin had not yet fully transformed into Hailong. Seeing the stranger's reaction, he was stunned. Sanbiam was still trapped in the ice block, shouting violently. After that, everything fell into an eerie silence, with only the rustling of dry leaves and a very clear sound of footsteps. The masked man immediately noticed it. From the bushes, Zidajian had returned, slowly unfurling his fan. Under the moonlight, the divine power within him was unleashed to its fullest, radiating like a fantastical chessboard. The fan in his hand created an aura that enveloped the entire surroundings. The masked man instantly became vigilant. Sanbiam inside the ice block also shrank back, his eyes wide open as he stared outside. Zidajian waved his fan and a strong wind rose up, aimed directly at the masked man and Sanbiam. He quickly dodged to the side, so he still suffered no injury. But immediately after, a deep slash appeared on his thigh, causing the masked man to look down in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sanbiam had taken the full force of that gale. It was torn into many pieces by that wind and slowly dissolved into the void. After the wind stopped, Zidajian finally spoke coldly. "From now on then." At 11 in the evening, exactly midnight, awakening the heavenly might, when his power reaches its peak. My turn. At this moment, Zidajian had transformed into a tall youth, no longer looking like a little boy. Hanyeon-jin fell to the ground, staring at him with wide eyes. "Jin, what is this?" He did not recognize the person standing in front of him as Zidajian. "Who is that? Where did the kid from before go?" Suddenly, a groan sounded from beside him. When he turned to look, Hanyeon-jin was startled and scrambled back in terror. The thing on the ground was a remaining eye of Jiang Sanbong. After a few weak groans, it too gradually dissolved into the void. At this point, the masked man had assumed a combat-ready stance, both hands firmly gripping 2 swords. He had not spoken a single word to the 2 of them from start to finish. All expressions were hidden beneath the mask. Immediately after, the masked man lunged straight at Zidajian. His speed was formidable, but Zidajian remained calm, his expression unchanged. The masked man did not attack head-on but leaped high into the air, preparing to bring his sword down. Zidajian simply reached a hand back and easily blocked that attack with his fan. Meanwhile, the masked man had only used one hand, keeping the other concealed behind him. Then, he swung that other hand in a horizontal slash at Zidajian, but only hit an afterimage of him. A stream of white mist suddenly appeared, enveloping him. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the masked man's shoulder. In an instant, Zidajian had slammed him headfirst into the ground. The masked man was caught off guard and could not react in time. Zidajian did not stop there. He used his hand to press hard on his face, pushing him down. He crouched down and said coldly to him, "To have gone this far, there must be a reason." His gaze held no sign of mercy. "Who ordered you?" Zidajian's hand applied more force, cracking his mask. "Who instigated you, huh?" The masked man did not reply. He opened his hand, steel balls wedged between his fingers, creating a black wind, and took advantage of Zidajian's lapse to escape his grip. Dust flew up everywhere, forcing him to cover his face with his hand. Within that wind, the masked man's figure flickered in and out of sight. Zidajian, not panicked, calmly used his fan to counterattack. Heavenly art. Another wind gradually began to rise. Suddenly, Zidajian's hand froze in midair. The masked man had vanished. Before him now was only a confused deer, not understanding what had happened. He could not help but be astonished at the sight of it. The deer also stared straight at him. Then it averted its gaze and left. He also turned his face in another direction as if pondering something. Afterwards, he turned to look at Hanyun-jin. Being stared at intently made Hanyun-jin look very bewildered. In the next second, Zidajian raised his fan. Cyclone return. A stream of air appeared, enveloping Hanyun-jin and slowly lifting him up. He looked at Zidajian in confusion and asked, "What is this?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zidajian tapped him gently on the forehead with his fan. Hanyun-jin immediately fell unconscious. The stream of air kept him floating in midair, right in front of Zidajian. He called coldly, "Hey Long." His gaze was fixed tightly on the unconscious Hanyun-jin. He still did not move, but perhaps at this moment he was no longer Yanji. Zidajian's tone began to lose patience. "Do you want to leave that body on your own, or do you want me to force a logout for you?" Corner of Hanyun-jin's mouth twitched slightly upward. Immediately after, he broke into a huge grin stretching from ear to ear. At that moment, he had transformed into Hailong, his bright red pupils staring straight at Zidajian. "Try it if you dare." His voice was full of contempt. "Do a half-god like you even dare." Hailong's words made Zidajian's expression grow increasingly dark. "Already this wasted from just a seal. You think I don't know your tricks to put up a front?" He even challenged. "Even if you could do something to me, this brat is finished for sure." Zidajian's eyes showed a hint of shock. Seeing that, Hailong spoke even more eagerly. "He has kicked the bucket once already. Only thanks to me did he survive until now," he asserted smugly. "This body's master needs me. He has summoned me several times." He provoked again to see Zidajian fly into a rage. "Let's see what you can do." His eyes flashed with confidence and conceit. "Earthly prince." At this point, Zidajian was nearly at his breaking point. "Do you dare to kill a human?" The moment Hailong finished speaking, he received a slap from Zidajian. He tilted his face to the side, a burning sensation spreading across his entire cheek. "What?" A few seconds later, a look of utter confusion appeared on his face. The stream of air surrounding him gradually dissipated, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. And Jin asked, completely dazed, "What is it, Zidajian?" Zidajian lowered his head, thought for a moment, then turned and walked away. "Come with me. I'll take you back to the dormitory." Jin remained seated on the ground, watching his back, a question mark forming in his heart. He hesitantly called out to Zidajian. Jin stammered, "You're that kid, aren't you?" Zidajian did not turn around, coldly asking his name. Jin replied in surprise, "Me?" Though he did not understand anything, Jin answered honestly, Jin. Zidajian still had his back turned, calmly saying, "To be honest, I don't really understand what happened either." His voice grew deeper, mentioning the power in his left arm, then seriously advised Jin not to trust it too much. He slowly began recounting an old story. Chendajian, his ancestor, had used that power to slaughter everyone. His voice remained unchanged. "That's your family and your ancestors." Then he gently continued, saying that was why the clan had gone through countless despair and chaos. His next words made Jin freeze with shock. Regrettably, he was born into that man's very body. Zidajian recalled what Jin had endured, sighing with emotion that even so, he had gone against logic to reclaim his true self and continue living. At this moment, a sentence echoed in Jin's mind. He should not have been allowed to. He clenched his jaw tightly, unable to speak. Suddenly, Zidajian praised Jin. "Very commendable." That sentence made Jin stunned. He slowly lifted his head to look ahead. An image of a clan member who despised him flashed in his mind. "You should not have been allowed to be born." Zidajian continued in a deep voice. "You have lived very well." Then he hesitantly encouraged him. "There will be many more adversities and trials ahead, some even more despairing." Hearing this, Jin's hands clenched tightly. That was precisely the task of going against reason. Zidajian suddenly turned his head back, the corner of his mouth slightly curling. "But anyway, At this moment, tears welled up in Jin's eyes, seemingly moved because he had tried so hard. Dajian looked straight at him, slowly stating his decision to help him live a full life in this world. His voice was extremely serious, his eyes full of determination. I will bet everything to protect him. Jin opened his mouth to say something but choked back his words. So from now on, at this moment, tears were streaming down her cheeks. He no longer has to struggle alone. The moonlight from above shone down on the two of them, the surrounding space suddenly becoming magical. Jin simply walked along the path. His eyes were now extremely dazed and lifeless. Jin raised his hand, simply gazing at it. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in the space, making him hesitate. This blade. Dajian suddenly appeared, reaching out to retrieve the blade. It's not convenient for you to carry it, right? Just leave it to me. Jin looked at him with some hesitation. There is something I want to ask. His question made Dajian freeze, not knowing how to answer. Why do you want to help me like this? Dajian used the cloth in his hand to create a path. Follow this path, and you will return to the dormitory. Jin listened to him attentively. At the weekend at the noon hour, the grand supervisor, Dajian continued. The disciples will come to pick you up. Follow them to see me. Jin halted and asked further, what is the noon hour? He explained irritably, 12 o'clock noon on Sunday. Dajian finished speaking, then disappeared. In the unfamiliar forest, Jin simply followed the path created by Dajian. He looked up blankly at the scene before him. There stood a tall building with a luxurious and splendid view. At this moment, a calling voice suddenly rang out. Jin anxiously glanced in that direction. He looked at the figure running toward him, his heart full of tension. Lee Hee-soo, is it really him? Lee Hee-soo ran over and hugged Jin tightly. She asked with great concern, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Jin hesitated for a long while before reacting. However, at this moment his legs suddenly lost all strength. Lee Hee-soo hurriedly ran over to support him. Yeonjin. He forced himself to reassure her, I'm fine, just a little tired. Lee Hee-soo noticed something off about Jin, so she asked, earlier, when you were on the phone, what happened? Don't you want to tell me? However, he still firmly refused. Why tell you? It would only make you more worried, and it wouldn't help anyway. Hearing this, Lee Hee-soo could not help but blame herself. I'm sorry for not being able to help you. Jin recalled the words Kang Ga once said, saying that is no different from hindering him. Lee Hee-soo might think that. He shook his head, thinking to himself, that's not what I meant. Lee Hee-soo still did not realize it, still blaming herself. Even if you told me I couldn't help. Before she could finish her sentence, Jin interrupted. That's not right. She was a bit surprised to hear him say, you have helped me a lot. Jin slowly continued, earlier if you hadn't called me, I might not be here right now. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, saying, thank you. Jin was too shy to even look Lee Hee-soo in the face. When I said you couldn't help, it was because I was lost and didn't know how to explain. The tracking device also wasn't working. I said that because I was afraid you'd worry, don't misunderstand. Moreover, anyway, you've helped me a lot. Hearing those words, Lee Hee-soo was also very moved, thank you. She was very happy now, cause if she said that, Jin was indeed very kind. Jin quickly explained, I'm not saying this to flatter you, it's the truth. At this moment, a panicked call rang out from the other side. Lord Longshen, Lord Longshen. Zhou Kang asked worriedly if he was okay. Jin was a bit surprised to see them. Why are you guys here? Kang Jia said then. You were the one who called us first. What's the matter? Zhou Kyung was still trying to catch his breath, saying he hadn't seen him since roll call. I asked Lee Hee-soo, and he said he called you at 10 o'clock. Seeing Jin like this, they were extremely worried. You're injured. Something must have happened. He didn't know how to explain, so he lied. I just tripped. Jin remembered what Dajian had said to him, so from now on, he didn't have to struggle alone. He was silent for a while, saying nothing. After a moment, Jin finally dared to tell his friends the truth. I ran into Zhang Sambiam and almost died. After hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Sambiam? And so they kept discussing that issue. What? Sambiam transformed into Gongkang Ga to lure me away. That bastard Sambiam. Hey, can you tell me every little detail? At that moment over there, the teleportation door began to show signs. The door seemed about to open. A group of spirits also quickly noticed this phenomenon. When they saw Dajian return, they joyfully shouted, Big brother! Didn't reply, just slumped down onto the table. Seeing this, they immediately ran over to ask if he was okay. Dajian called out tiredly, Bo-sun, bring him some water. Dajian's complexion at this moment turned very ugly, yes. He couldn't help but feel angry inside. They're already starting to bond. Somewhere, Hailong was smiling a sinister smile. His eyes were bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. He was so worried he was sweating. There wasn't much time left. Before he remembered everything he had to deal with Hailong. He remembered what Hailong once said, son of the earth god, do you dare to kill a human? He gritted his teeth in a fit of anger. At this moment everyone had returned, finally going home. Time really flies, doesn't it? As for Jin, he sat dejectedly in a corner. He just stared thoughtfully into the distance, as if lost in thought. A voice kept echoing in Jin's head. The left arm is the last power left in me. It is made from Long. The power in your left arm, do not trust it too much. Jin clearly remembered what Lord Shen said. I am your ancestor. Yet Zidajian said it differently. Lord Shen, your ancestor, used that power to slaughter your family and ancestors. Jin had returned home but still stood at the door, hesitating. He now did not know how to handle it. After a while, Jin decided to reach out and enter the password. The sound of the door opening came very quickly. As soon as the door cracked open, Jin heard music playing from inside. He was slightly stunned hearing the singing inside. The man with disheveled hair, only causing pain. It turned out the music was playing from a computer, leaving me alone, without a trace of pity, turning around and leaving, silently eating and drinking. The traitor. Lord Longshen stepped in and saw Lord Shen already sitting there, humming along, turning around and leaving. He was still immersed in the song, not noticing him. That traitor, he is a traitor in love. After a while, Jin finally spoke. What are you doing? Lord Shen just reacted and jumped up in panic. He is a traitor in love. He quickly reached over and flipped the laptop shut. Then Lord Shen sat cross-legged acting cool. You're back? At the same time on Shen Dajian's side, he seemed to notice something strange on the computer. What's this? Angori is usually chaotic. Shen Dajian's eyes widened in surprise. What's wrong with my feed? This guy Lord Shen is way too obsessed with music, and he asked me to find historical documents. But just then Shen Dajian's phone rang. He glanced and saw the name on the screen was Bastard. In the evening at some house, the doorbell rang. The person inside didn't open the door quickly, but said casually, please recite the secret code. Dajian obediently did so, clucking. Very quickly the person confirmed, passed, but at this moment, that person urged Shen Dajian again. Please have the person behind you recite the code. He was disgusted and unwilling to comply. There's no time, just open the door. Instantly, the warning sounded, incorrect code. Person inside urged again, I'll give you one more chance. Dajian beside him was also very anxious. Hurry up, what's so hard about it? Shen Dajian, helpless, had to grin and bare his teeth while pulling his hand into the correct code gesture. After completing the procedure, they were warmly welcomed by Boksun. Please come in, welcome to our family. At Zidajian's house, outside in the yard, the group of Boksun were playing happily. Come at me if you dare, you ghost bastard. Coming right up. Inside, brush strokes were being written out. Each stroke was extremely powerful, and very quickly, a strange shape appeared. Dajian and Shen Dajian were intently watching every move of Zidajian. After finishing the drawing, he handed it to them and asked if they had ever seen this character before. Shen Dajian was still deep in thought when the person beside him exclaimed that he had seen it before. She excitedly raised her hand to describe that the demon had that character on its forehead. Shen Dajian also said doubtfully, on its forehead, huh? He tried to search his memory and realized that he might have seen it too. Zidajian then corrected that it was not the power of a demon, which made Shen Dajian curious and ask further, where did they get that power from then? Shen Dajian suddenly became excited. No wonder the combo didn't work. Dajian suddenly understood and exclaimed, so you couldn't take him down in one blow either, huh? Zidajian was the only serious one in this conversation. It seemed some force was behind it all, directing and granting power to the demons. Their target was Shen Dajian's body. At this moment, Jin still did not know what had happened. He was leisurely washing dishes at home. What should we do now? Shen Dajian was a bit annoyed at suddenly being called out, saying he had just dozed off for a bit and the blade had disappeared. Maybe he should go back and get it. Jin listened and remained silent for a long time, finally confessing that the blade had appeared in his hand. Shen Dajian was also startled at this news, huh? He asked further if something had happened. Jin froze and did not answer. Zidajian's words kept echoing in his head, that his ancestor had used that power to slaughter his own family and his ancestors. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Shen Dajian remained silent, waiting for an answer. Finally, Jin decided to hide the matter, saying it was nothing. But Shen Dajian was not easily fooled, saying it was not nothing to use the power of Long. He had told him not to use it recklessly. Hit the nail on the head, he turned his face away, not daring to look at Shen Dajian, saying how he used it was none of his business. When Jin slammed the door and went into his room, he could only sigh, saying what a rascal. Shen Dajian lowered his head, seemingly calculating something. Back to Zidajian, he asked if they had any information about the masked man. Both replied in unison, a mask. Shen Dajian did not quite understand what he meant, and Dajian also said he did not understand him. Zidajian recounted that he had seen a demon bearing a mark and a masked man fighting together. The man seemed experienced but not strong enough to grant power to the demon. A power of this magnitude was almost like a divine authority. Dajian listened, breaking out in a cold sweat, huh? If that's the case, Then, just as they were discussing animatedly, a figure quietly walked in. Dajin quickly spotted him and said the mask. That person showed no sign of fear. That person's fist shot forward, but Shendajian managed to block it. Two of them then launched into a brawl. Shendajian twisted his mouth into a crafty smile. That man was not flustered at all either. The person still remained calm. The mask was finally torn apart. Behind it was a young man with blonde hair. He let out a relaxed smile and said, "That thing doesn't belong to you. Earthly branch divine heavenly grand seal." Wudajian could not believe his eyes and said, "Wudajian, how dare you?" At the same time, the spirit holding the mask said regretfully, "This is a non-material cultural heritage created by an artisan. Do you like it that much?" Shendajian and Wudajian blamed each other, saying the Shengai must have cut it in half. It was Wudajian's fault. Then one said, "Fine, let's just drop it." At this moment, Shendajian's gaze focused on something else. He saw Wudajian holding a blade and asked, "Is Shendajian's blade?" They chatted freely, unaware that Zidajian was very annoyed, saying, "How could you have it? I saw the guardians holding it the whole time. Where did the wielder disappear to? How did this end up at Zidajian's place? Could these things also be copied? Is that how you keep it?" Zidajian, though angry, still answered that it was Shendajian's seal blade. His grandson asked him to keep it safe. Wudajian laughed and teased, saying he had heard the rumors. They fell back into conversation, asking what it was like. Could it really talk? Had they met it? Because he was losing patience, he called out to them. But no one seemed to intend to stop, saying they had met it. Thanks to someone it had passed out then. That person must have talked to it, huh? Then one said, "Shut up." Zidajian was trying to hold back his rage, saying it was clearly just a human and he was still brash enough to try and take it down. Wudajian said, "Are you having a fit?" He had already been told before that it was Heilong. Finally, he could not take it anymore and slammed his fan down on the table. Zidajian raised his hand to signal to them. After a moment, they finally settled down. In short, the demons did not dare to target Shendajian's body. The place Heilong had occupied, the one who needed that body was Shendajian, or why speak in circles like this? Wudajian, distracted, finished his glass of water and said, "Who else could it be?" Wudajian asked curiously, "Who?" Wudajian replied, "The one who uses power close to divine authority. That is him." Wudajian was annoyed by the half-answer and asked who exactly. In the night, the entire space was silent. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest. The man in black asked, "Going back?" The masked man did not hide the truth, saying not just Shendajian but also Zidajian. The man in black realized that he was not just injured but severely wounded. Red blood flowed from the wound. The masked man immediately pulled his hand back, saying it was just a light injury. But the man in black showed contempt, saying he did not expect much. That man finally questioned him. "Didn't you say you had destroyed Zidajian's power?" That person seemed quite irritated. Dissatisfied, "You mean it's my fault? It's your fault for not fulfilling your responsibility." "He is strong." The masked man, severely humiliated, was so angry he clenched his fists. He charged forward, swinging his sword at the other person. But it seemed the masked man had greatly underestimated his opponent Shendajian. The other person stood firm, inwardly thinking, after such specific requests they sent this useless one. Truly a lazy and arrogant one, just like his leader. Send a message back to him. Thanks to him things have become more troublesome. The masked man was furious but helpless, silently standing still. The scene shifted to a desolate and ruined space. A youth suddenly appeared, walking among the rubble. As the space fell silent, Hanyeon-jin stood nearby, lost in thought. Who is that person? That person's face was slightly raised, showing no expression at all. For a moment he was stunned, his eyes wide open with fear. That person rushed forward, extending both hands with a demonic face towards him. Grabbed Hanyeon-jin's face, tightly squeezing him forcefully. His eyes were filled with extreme terror, unable to utter a single word. Only one thing remained in Hanyeon-jin's mind at that moment. Question, "Who are you?" The strength from those hands kept strangling his breath. Hanyeon-jin felt like Shendajian could not bear it. It was too hard to breathe. Back in reality, on the large bed, Shendajian in animal form was lying on top of Hanyeon-jin's face. The space suddenly fell into an unusual silence, feeling like an assassination plot. He immediately jumped up, his arm flinging Shendajian, who was clinging onto him, away. Hanyeon-jin's face showed a stunned expression. So it was just a dream. The scene shifted to a large apartment. In the kitchen, amidst a mess of dishes, a voice suddenly rang out, "Didn't you say today was a day off?" Shendajian saw Hanyeon-jin getting dressed and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" He did not turn around and replied, "Part-time work, Dan-gun." He grew alert upon hearing the location, Dan-gun. Hanyeon-jin stopped Shendajian just in time. On the phone screen, a recruitment post appeared for catching a giant, super oversized fish for a fee of 30k gun. He explained it was a part-time job. Thanks to someone, the food money doubled. Hanyeon-jin turned and walked towards the door, not forgetting to say, "I'm leaving, I'll probably be late, take care of lunch yourself." Before leaving, he glanced back at Shendajian one more time. At that moment, the man was lying on the bed watching a computer and replied leisurely, "I can manage, go quickly and come back." The door closed, making a familiar sound. Henyeon Jin suddenly lowered his head and sighed for a while. After that he quickly walked forward. Shortly after he arrived at the house of the person who posted the job to catch a giant oversized fish for a fee of 30k won. The homeowner's surprise, he took on another job washing a large number of dishes for a fee of 50,000 won. Time passed quickly. Henyeon Jin was moving goods at a warehouse, just need to load them onto a truck for a fee of 30,000 won. Finally his back after a long day could rest. Looking at the phone screen, Henyeon Jin was surprised it isn't Sunday yet. He remembered Z Dajian once instructed, "The pupils will come to pick you up, follow them to meet me." Thinking that, he glanced around searching for a while. His hands were tapping rapidly on the phone screen. That day Z Dajian told Hanan Jin that he had gone against the natural order, that he had found his true self and continued to live. On the phone the definition appeared. Natural order is a noun referring to righteousness or principle, a natural phenomenon like flowing water possessing an irreversible innate quality. He fell silent, just staring at it. Just then a strong light flashed beside him, accompanied by a loud call that startled him. Brother. Turning around, 3 little kids had appeared from who knows when and said cheerfully, "We came to pick you up." The scene shifted to another comfortable room. On display were colorful cakes looking delicious just from sight. Henyeon Jin sat on the sofa staring at the plate of cake, but did not move at all. Z Dajian sat across from him holding a cup of hot tea, sipping it and asking, "What are you doing looking so serious?" He did not answer immediately, only looked up at the other person. In Henyeon Jin's mind the face from the dream suddenly appeared. He immediately swallowed, hiding his eyes beneath his hair. Finally he opened his mouth to ask, "What does the natural order you mentioned really mean?" Z Dajian answered without hesitation, with a blank expression, "Everything disappearing and being reborn is a natural flow. The natural order is following that righteousness." Henyeon Jin still hid his hesitation and uncertainty. "You mean?" Facing Z Dajian's unchanging expression, he blurted out, "You borrowing human bodies to live in them is following nature." Silence in the space did not last long. Henyeon Jin broke it with a question. "So me not being allowed to exist is the natural order?" Z Dajian put the teacup down on the table and corrected, "To be precise, it is not we who borrow human bodies." He glanced and continued, "The bodies of gods are more like a sculpted object." In the room the words echoed again, "Your body is the same." These words surprised Henyeon Jin. "What do you mean?" He hesitated to ask, "Not very sure." "You mean that sculpture was created?" He had no idea what he was talking about anymore. Just then Z Dajian finally spoke up and posed a question to him. "Do you know Dangun?" Henyeon Jin answered while also asking back, "Lord Dangun, the one who built the shrine?" He nodded vigorously. That was right. Z Dajian then told a story to explain. Dangun created a land suitable for humans to live in. Dangun appeared a very long time ago. We are the gods of the earth, ordered to descend to earth to help humanity. From their hands that created fire and water, we used our power to open a new era on the barren land. And of course, there were always witnesses who saw the power of the gods with their own eyes, for they wanted to maintain that power forever. They built an altar and prayed there for 64 seasons. Time passed like that, year after year, at the altar where the energy of all things gathered. A body identical to a human was created. Everything changed with the flow of history, and finally it appeared. That was the body of the first god. Everyone revered it. The god of earth loved humanity, so he entered the body they created with their longing to stay on earth and help them. That body was like a human, having a lifespan, and would exist until its mission was complete. Then, the altar would create a new body again. However, in the year Jierchen Dajian, month Dingmao Dajian, day Bingsu Dajian, the altar of the gods was destroyed. From then on, the gods could no longer interfere in human history, and the bodies of the gods were no longer created. We waited until the physical body dissolved, returned to heaven. But when we opened our eyes, we realized we were still on earth. His eyes darkened slightly. The bodies of the gods were now beginning to be born from humans themselves. Our bodies formed from humans, repeating this cycle, so we were held back here forever. In the end, we had to accept and follow this rule. And those humans, the divine bodies born from them, were called the children who did not cry. The more he listened, the colder Henyeon Jin felt. His current body was one of them. His eyes became empty, lifeless at that name, both familiar and strange. Z Dajian slowly looked at Henyeon Jin, his voice spilling the truth matter-of-factly about the one living in that body. Should be Chen Dajian. The face of Chen Dajian showed no expression. At this moment, Henyeon Jin could only remain silent, as if buried by Z Dajian's words. "If you accept your fate and follow the natural order, I will directly transfer your soul to heaven," he coldly threatened upon seeing his lack of submission. Each heavy word fell in Eon Jin's ears. "You will have to fight to the end to protect your own self, that great supervisor." The living room was eerily quiet. He spoke up, "I ask you." The question was posed but implied a deeper meaning. "Do you want to follow the natural order or go against it?" Henyeon Jin did not answer immediately. He remained silent, revealing no expression. After a moment of silence, Henyeon Jin replied, Between life and death, is there any other choice? Dajian showed no emotion, only looking at the young man before him. Jin smirked arrogantly. Of course I choose to live. His two hands clenched under the table, his voice even. Before, you said I would encounter harsher adversities and trials. Dajian looked up and asked doubtfully if he could overcome them. Jin was worried but remained firm. If it were before, I would have surrendered already. Past illusions flooded back into his mind, the lonely days, living in dull hardship. Sometimes he was even insulted and ridiculed excessively. Jin felt he had experienced enough bad things, that his present was already too unfortunate and miserable. His solitary figure was living proof of having to fight everything alone. Jin's voice suddenly changed. But, in his mind, warm scenes he had once witnessed rose up again. It was the moment he met Jiwan, seeing him smile. It was the times they played together after school. Jin spoke as if just awakening. It is not like that anymore now. He remembered looking straight into Lee Hisu's eyes. Her radiant smile was etched deep into his heart. He looked straight ahead, speaking with determination. I want to live even more. Jin did not hesitate, repeating Dajian's past promise. You said you would protect me. This is entirely feasible. His words made Dajian pause briefly, then the same voice rang in his ears again. Won't you exist forever, at least until I die of old age? Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, a sudden laugh burst out from Dajian. Immediately after, he laughed so loudly that Jin was startled. Dajian glanced at him approvingly. Well done. An excellent answer, Jin. He was a bit surprised, sitting still in his place listening to Dajian continue. Indomitable in 100 battles. He lowered his eyes slightly, letting out a dangerous sentence. A weak will soon wither. Even though Dajian only said a few sentences, Jin felt a bit worried after hearing them. You must always remember this resolve. Just then, a loud call suddenly came. Brother! The group of Baoxu children suddenly appeared with excited faces. The little girl looked at him, handing out the box in her hands. A gift for you, big brother. The box was opened. Inside was a set of clothes. The kids introduced it as divine attire. Jin was suspicious. Divine attire? Baoxu looked at him with earnest eyes. Try it on, big brother. Beside her, a little boy with sparkling eyes urged. Try it on, big brother. All of it made it impossible for him to refuse. A few minutes later, Jin appeared magnificent in the new outfit with a dominant black and red color scheme. The kids were endlessly admiring. It suits you so well. You look super cool. Lee, who had been sitting all this time, also stood up and instructed. From now on, don't use Hailong anymore. Use your own strength to wield the primary blade. Jin hesitated, timidly replying, but that sword is very heavy. If I don't use that power, I can't even lift it. In return, he received Dajian's calm gaze. Hailong is draining your body. After using that power, how do you feel? The question just asked brought back images of his own struggles in him. Sometimes his arms shook, losing control. His legs were the same. Every step was difficult. At those times, his whole body lost all strength, feeling like he was about to collapse. Just then, Dajian finally spoke, surprising Jin. It didn't help you lift the blade easily. It just recklessly used your own strength. He was not particularly concerned, simply explaining. Without muscles, how could you lift such a heavy blade? Those words struck at Jin's pride, making him retort immediately, why are you so harsh? Then he pointed at the kids on the other side, asking, what about them? Are they all strongmen? Dajian calmly replied, taking another jab at Jin's heart. With divine power, lifting the blade is easy. You have a divine flesh but no divine power, so that is why. Every word was a fatal blow to Jin, leaving him speechless. Even with that possessed body, his physical strength was no better than an ordinary person's. Do you even exercise? After a moment, Dajian sighed again in helplessness. He began to instruct, concentrate your energy into your right hand. Jin still did not understand how to do it. Dajian skipped the basics, gently channeling power into his hand, which shocked Jin severely. He pointed at his hand and continued, close your eyes, focus your mind, and maximize the senses of your right hand. Looking straight at Jin like a true teacher, he said, and then think of the blade. Jin immediately closed his eyes to do so. Dajian's voice still echoed in his ear. It will certainly not be easy for you, but practice gradually. Just as he finished speaking, a surge of power suddenly appeared. This directly astonished Dajian, his eyes widening. By some miraculous means, the blade was truly controlled in Jin's hand with great ease. Only after a while did he return to reality, staring in disbelief at what he held amid the excited cheers of the children. A hesitant voice asked, how did you do that? Dajian had calmed down by then, pondering and speculating that Dajian's suit has the ability to convert the energy of all things into divine power. Han Yeonjin understood, stammering, "If so," but Zi Dajian cut him off, saying bluntly, "The Shen Dajian power you can use is only temporary." He looked at him and said contemptuously, "This proves you have a divine flesh. A normal human body cannot do that." On the other side, Han Yeonjin pretended not to hear, happily swinging the blade like a toy, leaving Zi Dajian speechless. "At this rate, I won't even need to use my left hand." At that moment, as if realizing something, Han Yeonjin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Huh?" His gaze fell on his own hand. Zi Dajian spoke again to explain. "When you received it from Chen Dajian, it retained its original form as he used it." Immediately after, silence fell upon the space again. His gaze had not left Han Yeonjin the whole time. "You?" Suddenly, Zi Dajian asked a puzzling question. "Have you ever seen the inside of the cloth wrapping?" Han Yeonjin was stunned, murmuring, "The inside of the cloth?" Zi Dajian did not mind emphasizing, "I mean the part where the blade is inserted." Han Yeonjin replied under his calm gaze, "No, why?" He remained silent amid Han Yeonjin's questions. "Is there something in there?" Finally, Zi Dajian said no more. "No, nothing." Shifting to another scene, the dishes laid out on the table looked very appetizing. "Eat." Han Yeonjin sat at the table, silently marveling in his head. Zi Dajian calmly said, "After you eat, I will take you back to your doorstep." This remark made him slightly anxious and also on guard. Zi Dajian noticed his look and inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like the food?" Han Yeonjin was startled, blurting out, "No, I love it." But then he hesitated. "It's just..." Han Yeonjin looked at the food, suddenly speaking in a sorrowful tone. "It has been a long time since someone prepared such a lavish meal for me." After saying this, he fell into contemplation, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. How had his mother once smiled gently while looking at him? Back then, Han Yeonjin was still just an innocent child sheltered by her. After a brief moment lost in memory, he suddenly found his voice again. A torrent of memories rushed through his mind, days of unrest and suffering. A woman with tears streaming down her face and eyes full of intense resentment. Just then, Zi Dajian broke the oppressive atmosphere. "If you have something to ask, go ahead and ask." Han Yeonjin snapped back but asked an irrelevant question. "What is your name?" Faced with the senseless question and a look as if he were an idiot, Han Yeonjin quickly covered up. Even a god must have a name when living on this earth. He withdrew his gaze and replied calmly, "That is not important." "It is very important." Han Yeonjin was slightly at a loss, speaking his mind. "I can't just keep calling you kid, can I?" Zi Dajian did not want to say, immediately refuting, "Just call me Grand Supervisor." This made Han Yeonjin sputter. "What the heck?" Zi Dajian looked at the young man before him and dropped words like a time bomb. "I may look like this, but by human years, I am much older than you. I have lived in this body for 28 years. Actually, I must be over 1,000 years old." This directly dealt a psychological blow to Han Yeonjin. He exclaimed in panic, 28, but how? You look like an elementary school kid." Zi Dajian was more patient this time, answering, "I became like this because your ancestor caused me to lose half my Shen Dajian power." Han Yeonjin grew more astonished with every word. Though born from a human body, condition-wise it resembled an altar's vessel. He lowered his eyes as if telling a story spanning 64 seasons. Finally, he ended with a remark that silenced the atmosphere. "That means 16 years. Familiar green fan suddenly appeared in Zi Dajian's hand along with his monotonous voice. "If one uses divine power before the body is complete," he tested the fan's ability while stating the obvious, "the body will be ruined." His hand closed the small fan and he lectured, "The ability to use divine power is limited due to the small body." Zi Dajian looked at Han Yeonjin and concluded with a complete statement, "But this is a complete body." The core of the question returned, "So it cannot grow any further?" Zi Dajian answered very calmly, "That is correct." Just then, he suddenly said, "I wonder what the ancestor is up to." Han Yeonjin was completely clueless, relying on his own speculation. Could it be related to the massacre that happened? Zi Dajian helplessly cut off that thought and suggested, "After I remove Hailong from your body, I will tell you. Now eat." Indeed, Han Yeonjin's attention was pulled elsewhere. "Remove." He trembled, replying fearfully, "But Hailong is my left hand." Zi Dajian looked contemptuously at the person before him and said bluntly, "Losing your left hand made from Hailong, a slip could cost you your life." The words just spoken startled Han Yeonjin into panic. "Huh?" Seeing his expression, Zi Dajian said, "Not that there is no way." Before Han Yeonjin's expectant gaze, he continued this was something he had to do. That afternoon at Han Yeonjin's small house, he returned after a tiring day of roughing it. As soon as he opened the door, Han Yeonjin was slightly startled when he looked toward the bed. At that moment, Chen Dajian was lying leisurely on it. He recalled Zi Dajian's words at the dinner table, telling him to suggest Chen Dajian go look for the dragon together. After a moment of silence, Chen Dajian suddenly called out to Han Yeonjin, He was a bit startled and asked if the old man had eaten anything yet. The room grew even gloomier as Chen Dajian asked where had he been just now. Han Jin did not look him in the eye, glossing over it, saying he went to earn some extra money. But Chen Dajian saw through the disguise, saying he had already met Zi Dajian, hadn't he? Those words plunged his heart into darkness. Chen Dajian continued in a low voice. His gaze was sharp as an assassin's, his voice ice cold. I can smell that rat, Wei Dajian. Zi Dajian looked at him with an indifferent gaze, saying this was something he had to do. Suggest Chen Dajian go look for the dragon together. After hearing that, Han Jin froze, blurting out the dragon? Still, he showed reluctance, worried that if the ancestor regained his power, the old man might do something to him. Suddenly, his mouth twitched, and a few words slipped out. The dragon was found. Then Zi Dajian warned sternly that was not Chen Dajian's. On this side, Han Jin grew more and more shocked. It would belong to him. Then the timeline returned to the present, when he was facing Chen Dajian. His piercing gaze kept fixed on him like a warning, while he hesitated in confusion. That rat Wei Dajian. Han Jin gradually calmed down, replying of course it had to be Wei Dajian. He just went to catch the rat. He even added, truly a dog's nose. Chen Dajian on this side was startled. He went to catch a rat? Noticing that reaction, Han Jin held up his phone to challenge. Do you need me to read it out to you? Need someone to catch the rat. Need someone to dispose of the rat's carcass. He added, the fee is 50,000 won. This time Chen Dajian was also surprised. People actually pay to do those sorts of things these days. Just like that, the atmosphere made Han Jin fall into deliberation. If he now suggested the ancestor go look for the dragon together. His gaze followed Chen Dajian, thinking that no matter what, he would be suspected. Meanwhile, the man announced enthusiastically, I can do that kind of thing too. And Chen Dajian jumped off the bed and suggested, let me come along from now on, alright? Han Jin wondered, what would you come along for? The answer came immediately, I have to earn a living. Nevertheless, he refused outright. Forget it, you tag along with all that dog hair, it might end up being more trouble. After that conversation, the sky was quickly dyed with the red glow of the evening. Inside the house, even while lying down, Han Jin anxiously looked at Chen Dajian, wondering what to say. Cold sweat trickled down his face, needing a valid reason. Suddenly, an unexpected memory flooded back, making him freeze. What had happened? With that thought, Han Jin took the initiative to speak ancestor. Outwardly, he remained calm. Last time you asked if something happened, right? Chen Dajian replied curiously, finally willing to tell me? Waiting for the right moment, Han Jin intentionally blurted out, I almost met my grandparents. He even emphasized it, surprising Chen Dajian, so I had to use Hailong's power. Curious, Chen Dajian pressed, why is that? Han Jin maintained a detached look, but I am still alive anyway. That kid who helped kill the French demon last time came to rescue me. Hearing this, Chen Dajian's puppy-like face slightly scrunched up. In contrast, Han Jin tried to complain, what kind of ancestor doesn't know what happens to his descendant and lets another ancestor save me instead? He even smiled bitterly with regret. What am I anyway? This body is yours. At this, Chen Dajian grew restless. You bastard. Stop jumping on that topic. He used a serious tone to remind him, even if you deny it, you are still my descendant. Faced with those cold words, Han Jin fell silent. That was the truth. At the same time, he recalled Zi Dajian's words, that the humiliation of Chen Dajian only formed within the descendants of that clan. After that, Han Jin nodded and then continued using his phone. Fine, consider it that way. Chen Dajian next to him said, you have been teasing me quite a bit just now. But a second later, he added another remark, there is something I want to ask. This time, Han Jin slowly brought up the issue. You said before that you were sealed, right? In his mind, he thought of the word murder but still said aloud, so you forgot everything before that. Why were you sealed? Before that question, Chen Dajian's lips moved as he answered bit by bit, I do not know. His face darkened, but one thing was certain. Han Jin was drawn into that emotion, staring tensely at Chen Dajian. Then he blurted out an unexpected phrase, the strongest among the earthly divine descending beings. He even confidently touched his face. They must have been jealous and sealed me. This made Han Jin's suspicion rise. Being that annoying, could he really have committed mass murder? After that, he sighed, really, anyone can talk like that. Every time something happens, you just stand there like a folding screen. Suddenly, he let out a weary laugh. Are you standing guard to take back this body? Chen Dajian immediately retorted, I have already transferred all my power to you, and besides, what can I do in this form? Nevertheless, Han Jin intentionally provoked, proving that he is now weak and useless. Right at that moment, he whispered a revelation. I only need to find one of the powers I once had. That very information startled him. The situation would change completely. Without further thought, Han Jin immediately turned over, got lucky. Where is that power? As for Chen Dajian, he suddenly calmed down and continued the conversation. Alright. He nodded with satisfaction. I must go find the dragon right away. It seems you are willing to cooperate. Hearing this, he was stunned. Cooperate. Just like that, a stern gaze fixed on Han Jin. This matter is not me. Only a second later, Chen Dajian abruptly transformed into the old state that he had to refresh for. That very thing startled him into jumping back. After that transformation, the shock made Han Jin stare at him blankly for a moment longer. As for Chen Dajian, he grinned and said, "Scared are you?" But Han Eonjin naively asked back right away, "Why should I be scared?" To answer, he slowly sat down on the floor, occasionally having to reveal his true form to teach Chen Dajian a lesson about insolence. Chen Dajian reached for a buffalo jade normally hung at his waist. Then he held it up, precisely right in front of Han Eonjin for him to see. After that, Chen Dajian asked him to touch the jade with his left hand and told him to do as I say. Faced with that strange request, Han Eonjin had to reach his hand toward the huge jade. The moment he touched it, a blinding beam of light immediately radiated brilliantly. Not stopping there, the beam of light even created a long passageway in the middle of the void. "What is that?" Chen Dajian looked along the streak of light, then murmured, "It seems that Han Eonjin is closer than I thought." He also muttered, "If riding a horse, we could get there before dawn." But that sentence only confused him. "When is that?" He immediately answered, eyes still fixed on the light streak. "From what I see, about 500 li." Meanwhile, Han Eonjin checked on his phone and saw about 200 kilometers, quite far. Suddenly, his expression turned into surprise as if he had just remembered something. The exchange with Zidajian rushed back in an instant, a dragon seemingly residing on Mount Sokri. Initially hearing this place name, Han Eonjin still remembered being confused. What is Mount Sokri? But Zidajian explained right away that is the place where he went for training. Then, with suspicion, he questioned again, "Is it there?" But on the contrary, he only answered coldly, "I am not sure either." Next, Zidajian provided information about a deity taking an animal form, but I have seen the spirit god. He also carefully instructed, normally such entities only appear in sacred and safe lands. Finally, Zidajian stated firmly, there must be a guardian god in that place. Just like that, the recollection ended in Hyunjin's astonishment. Could it be Mount Sokri itself? Chen Dajian heard that and was surprised. Mount Sokri? Knowing he was curious, he hesitantly explained that it was the place where he went for training. "Did you see it there?" However, Han Eonjin immediately denied it and looked back at his phone. "No, but with this direction and distance." At this point, he had already opened the map. "It seems to be that place indeed. Let's just try going there." He also reported something to him. "No need to travel until tomorrow morning. Taking the bus only takes 3 hours to get there." Decision made, he fell back onto the bed, "But it's too late now, let's go tomorrow." Chen Dajian quickly agreed. "Okay, after lunch tomorrow we'll set off." Hearing that, Han Eonjin hesitantly said, "We haven't even eaten anything yet. I still have to go to school tomorrow." Seeing that, he just snorted coldly, "Cannot neglect your studies." What time does he finish school? The answer quickly left his lips, around this time. Now Chen Dajian started probing, can't he sneak away at noon? That question made him wary. Why did you say not to neglect studies? Before long, the time of night turned into early morning. The phone in his hand now showed 12:44. Chen Dajian lay snugly in the bag with a calm but stern expression. School ended early today, so he was heading home. Studies aside, one's own life is still the most important. To be sure, Han Eonjin reminded Chen Dajian, "You must stay still in the bag." "Okay." He quickly replied, "Rest assured." Next, he casually said, "There is beef jerky in the bag, let me eat it." Hearing that, he felt annoyed. "Are you a dragon or a pig?" Because of the argument, Han Eonjin did not notice the figure above him, a net not cast in time over tender skin. By the time the attack was already close, Han Eonjin blinked up to look. Facing him now were toned legs that looked like a student's, but luckily, Han Eonjin reacted in time to block the descending kick from the opponent. Sand and dust fell accordingly, along with Han Eonjin's panicked face. That sharp gaze, exactly like a wild beast's, was fixed on him. Su Dejian's attack even shattered the sidewalk they were standing on. That power was so horrifying it made Han Eonjin collapse onto the road. In contrast to him, she stood firm in the middle of the thick dust. With the status of Earth-level Great Supervisor, she puffed out her chest, looking at him, speaking of Hailong's power. Next, she blinked and questioned Han Eonjin, "You bastard, are you insane?" Now, in a situation both bewildering and panicked, he could only stare open-mouthed at the opponent. After that incomprehensible speech, she swung her blade again, "Get down into the hole." A slash carrying anger was released just like that. Chen Dajian. But at this moment, Chen Dajian suddenly appeared in the midst of the battle. Su Dajian? He immediately tried to calm her down as she turned the blade's tip. "Stop right there." Then right after, the sharp blade stabbed straight into the ground, only a few centimeters away from Han Eonjin. He felt something was wrong, so he hurriedly pulled his legs back and ran. What the hell is this? Due to the chaotic situation, he could only dart straight ahead, while Chen Dajian had already seen Su Dajian's figure. Next, he quickly yelled to warn him. Han Eonjin up above. At that precise moment, a familiar aura suddenly radiated from his arm. Before Han Eonjin could understand, one of his eyes turned blazing red. Then Hailong's blade immediately appeared and timely blocked the slash from Su Dajian. But that very thing made her even more convinced, only now revealing your true form. Facing him now was Su Dajian's maniacal laughter, Chen Dajian. Not stopping there, she even declared bluntly, causing him panic, "This time I'll chop that head right off." Meanwhile, Chen Dajian was still trying hard to persuade her. "Shu Dajian, stop it, he is a human." However, in Su Dajian's eyes, she only saw Han Jin and heard his voice ringing out, "I am the real Chen Dajian." Thus, her misunderstanding deepened, and she insisted that he was Chen Dajian. A second later, the sword blade swung continuously, forcing Han Jin to defend himself and shout, "Wait, I am not Chen Dajian." Even as he tried to deny it, Chen Dajian continued to yell, "I am the real Chen Dajian." This time, he could not take it anymore and cursed, "Are you still going to crow from in there?" After saying this, Han Jin was chased by Su Dajian again and heard her shout, "Stop right there." Suddenly, she crossed her two blades and chanted a spell to enhance her power. The erupting power cracked the earth and sent debris flying high, creating a massive explosion. Han Jin only had time to feel a surge of electricity right behind him. As for Su Dajian, she poured all her effort into the attack, her eyes shining brightly. But just as the strike was about to land, someone's sword appeared to block it. Both Han Jin and everyone else seemed to slow down for a beat because of that sound. Next, a robe fluttered through the air as the mysterious guest landed. With a selfless technique, the figures of Shen Dajian and Wu Dajian gradually materialized high above. Upon touching the ground, he gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Then Wu Dajian used the heaven-scarring skill to neutralize the technique. Not stopping there, he suddenly summoned countless soldiers to attack the target with the heavenly horse charge. The soldiers followed the order and immediately drew their bows taut. A volley of arrows shot straight at Xu, forcing her to retreat. Distance grew wider and wider, leaving Xu only able to grind her teeth in frustration. At the same time, Wu Dajian raised his sword and shouted, "Guard!" The heavenly horse charge troops immediately turned around and returned to a defensive formation. One of their hands gripped a long, sharp spear tightly. A protective barrier of two crossed spears was erected in front of Han Jin and Chen Dajian. By the time they realized it, the surroundings were already heavily guarded. In contrast to Han Jin, Su stood alone facing everything. A moment later, Shen Dajian reined in his horse and handed back the phone. "Hey, I took it." Wu Dajian happily took it, "Thanks." Then he proudly declared, "The superhero has arrived." That remark made her face darken. "What the heck?" Finally, her anger erupted and Su Dajian shouted, "What do you want, you damned horseface?" Caught off guard by the scolding, he was very annoyed. "Calling me horseface again." Shen Dajian immediately chimed in, "Couldn't be more accurate." Su Dajian began to blame them. "Are you two on Chen Dajian's side?" Wu Dajian quickly replied, "Why are you so worked up?" But she still burned with killing intent and taunted, "If you've got the guts, come at me." This time he interrupted, "Calm down." Then Wu Dajian quickly cleared Han Jin's name. "He's a human, you almost killed him." The explanation, Xu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "A human?" Meanwhile, Han Jin silently lamented, "I really want to go home. Forget about finding any dragons." After a moment of thought, Su Dajian still insisted, "How is that possible? He has the Wei Dajian dragon." Shen Dajian gently reminded her, "Get your facts straight, sis." Then she quickly pressed close to Han Jin to check. Xu's expression immediately froze in shock. "What is this?" Utterly bewildered, she pointed at him. "I clearly smelled the Wei Dajian dragon on him. I can still smell it right now." At this, Shen Dajian suddenly brought out Chen Dajian. Of course, because this old chap is right behind him. At first sight, Su Dajian was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Then, she widened her eyes and asked, "What else is this?" Shen Dajian immediately explained, "It's the old man who was shouting the whole time earlier." To add credibility, Chen Dajian reluctantly spoke up, "I am Chen Dajian." As soon as he finished, Wu Dajian was rolling on the ground laughing, while Xu was still full of question marks. Laughter rang clearly in his ears, making Chen Dajian even more speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Dajian teased further, not a purebred hound, but a French bulldog. It was only then that Su slowly understood, is this dog really Chen Dajian? The corners of her mouth began to curl up, signaling trouble for Chen Dajian. Finally, she could not help but burst out laughing. "That's the peak." Xu patted Chen Dajian on the head. "You always look down on dogs. How does it feel to become one now?" He muttered, "When did I ever look down on them?" She immediately cut him off. "Shut up." He continued to joke around, while Han Jin secretly rolled his eyes. This can only be fate's doing. Suddenly, he reminded Xu Dajian, "Shouldn't you apologize first? You almost killed someone." Hearing this, she stopped laughing, and he asked again, "No apology?" Xu looked flustered. "Why should I apologize? You were the one who made me misunderstand first." Han Jin replied helplessly, "Didn't I already tell you?" Even so, she still tried to blame him. "You should have told me properly." He cut her off. "I did tell you." Completely stuck in an awkward position, Xu could even feel Chen Dajian's smug laughter. She quickly looked at him and continued, "It's because you're in Chen Dajian's body." The words she was about to say stopped due to extreme embarrassment. Han Jin was annoyed again. "Do you gods never know how to admit you're wrong?" In the end, Xu Dajian could not take it anymore and vanished in the blink of an eye. After she left, Wu Dajian came over to start a conversation. On her behalf, I apologize. There were some unspeakable things in the past. Additionally, he and Shen Dajian extended their hands in greeting. Nice to meet you. I am the Earth Branch God Wu Dajian, the Grand Supervisor of the Heavenly Court. He added casually, my name in the mortal realm is Jun Wu. Han Eon Jin reflexively replied, I am Han Eon Jin. He chuckled, Han Eon Jin, a dragon spirit? Then Han Eon Jin bowed his head to say goodbye. Thank you for your help, but we are busy and must leave first. He looked disappointed, too busy even for a handshake. At this moment, Chen Dajian, with a face full of anger, suddenly spoke up, saying they were on their way to find the dragon. He did not hide the killing intent in his next words, saying that once he regained his strength, he would crush the other person's nose. That threat made Wu Dajian immediately cover his nose and cry out in worry. As for Chen Dajian, he continued to give a sinister smile, his mood seeming very good today. Han Eon Jin urged hurriedly, Sir Grandmaster, let's go. But beforehand he mentioned he needed to go home and put away the blade. Chen Dajian casually said to bring it along, which would be even better. Han Eon Jin replied in confusion, saying how could he ride the bus carrying that thing. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Shen Dajian was the one who spoke. He seriously demanded that Han Eon Jin hand that item over to him. When Han Eon Jin passed it over, Shen Dajian slowly touched the two ends of the blade. A second later, two dazzling beams of light appeared, and then slowly sank into the sword. In an instant, that item had been shrunk by Shen Dajian to an invisible size. He still held it in his hand, with residual divine energy still lingering and glowing around it. Next, Shen Dajian very calmly summoned the blade back to its original form. After inspecting it, he tossed it back to its owner, telling him to be careful. Yong Jin asked in confusion how to open it. Wu Dajian, who was nearby, began to tease him, asking if it was because he had no divine power that he couldn't do it. He said it was infuriating. If not for Shen Dajian, his hands would have been tired from holding it. During that time, Shen Dajian introduced himself as Sin. Wu Dajian immediately added, not Sin as in sinister, but Shen Dajian of the 12 zodiacs. Then he slowly brought his face close to Han Eon Jin's, saying that the mouse had probably already taught him how to use it. With one hand, he gently patted his shoulder, telling him to use it only in a real emergency. At the same time, Shen Dajian sternly instructed never to use the power on the left side. After giving his instructions, he immediately turned and left. Wu Dajian, seeing that the teacher seemed happy, planned to follow and asked, do you want to come along? The conversation continued as Han Eon Jin looked back at the blade and said he was busy, not as free as him. Wu Dajian watched him get into the car and muttered in admiration, but then someone called out abruptly, hey. When he looked back, he saw Chen Dajian's grimacing expression, asking why he was following them, what his scheme was. Faced with that question, Wu Dajian shrugged and replied, what scheme? He then turned the question back, asking if Chen Dajian planned to take the bus. The fan in his hand suddenly snapped open as he commanded it, brake, and in the blink of an eye, the heavenly horse appeared right behind him. He said if they came along, no matter where it was, he guaranteed they would arrive in 5 minutes. Next, Wu Dajian chuckled mischievously and asked, want to take the heavenly horse taxi? At the same time, but in a place of nothing but dense forests with lush vegetation, flashing through the field of vision, the warm breath of some creature slowly emanated. Its body was immensely colossal, but its appearance was hidden behind the lush green leaves. The sky today was clear and blue, harmonizing with the vibrant, thriving forest. At this moment, Wu Dajian, along with Han Eon Jin and Chen Dajian, were riding a horse flying like the wind towards that place, on the left side. Finally, the three of them landed, causing a tremor that shook the entire area. After that landing, Wu Dajian leisurely shouted, arrived, while the other person had already fainted. Suddenly, Jin spoke up to remind him, saying they had to get to the top of the mountain, not here. Wu Dajian calmly replied, saying he knew and that they would walk from here to the top. Having said that, he snapped his fingers to recall the summoning spell. The heavenly horse that had been carrying them suddenly disappeared, causing him to fall. He said that was what was called an adventure and a risk. Contrary to that enthusiasm, Han Eon Jin only tiredly said, we gods are busy, hurry up and find it. However, Wu Dajian happily joked, saying, maybe others, but I have all the time in the world. And so the adventure began at Mount Ongjinsen. On the way, Wu Dajian suddenly struck up a conversation with him, calling him Long Long. Next, he curiously asked if he played any video games. He answered quietly no. He asked again, how about League of Legends? Even so, he firmly replied again, don't play. This time, Wu Dajian was shocked and asked why. He did not hide it, truthfully confessing it was because he had no computer at home. He suggested an internet cafe, but he waved it off because he was reluctant to spend money. They couldn't believe it and pressed further. He asked if he played mobile games, and he still firmly said no. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject, asking, then what do you do with your life? Han Eon Jin answered flatly, I just live. Hearing that, he suggested he come live at their place. They even had a computer room. Wu Dajian further explained it was the house of that monkey from earlier, and all he needed was to ask to stay in a room. He also proudly boasted that their mission was to protect humans, so he would definitely agree. On the contrary, there was only reluctance from him. No thanks. Those reactions made him ask in doubt, "Do you hate me that much?" In the end, Hanyeonjin only said coldly, "It's normal." Woo Dajian naively asked what normal hate meant. Could he explain further? This time, Hanyeonjin showed annoyance, saying, "Don't ask anymore, I'm about to die from exhaustion." Right at that moment, Chen Dajian suddenly spoke in a very mysterious tone, calling out, "Hey kid!" Then his haggard appearance gradually showed, and he told him to hold out his left hand. Hanyeonjin asked in surprise if he was okay, why he looked so tattered. In the end, he had to comply with the request while Woo Dajian judged, "He's weak as a flower, my god." As for Chen Dajian, he transformed back into his human form and placed the orb on his hand. As usual, it immediately began glowing with extreme brilliance. Next, a guiding line formed, to everyone's amazement. They looked in the direction the beam of light was heading, and muttered that they had to go a bit further. When he was about to move on, Chen Dajian called out once more. Now he had turned back into his dog form, so he was very tired. He said to carry him for a bit, complaining that this body of Chen Dajian was too clumsy, with short legs and a body like a sweet potato. Hanyeonjin saw this and commented that he ate too much, so he was fat. Woo Dajian also gave a smirk. In response, Chen Dajian snapped, calling him a little devil, saying he should have been training his physical strength from the start, since he couldn't even hold a blade, and so they started arguing. He said, "I can hold it now." He insisted on shutting him up, saying, "Shut up." A moment later, Chen Dajian was placed inside the backpack to rest. At this moment, the person carrying him was Woo Dajian. He said that if he had not come along, they would have been in great danger. Hanyeonjin, walking behind, replied, "Sorry about that." After climbing all the stairs, there was only a towering cliff face before them. Woo Dajian paused for a moment, wondering if they were on the right path. "Do we have to go through this rock?" Suddenly, Chen Dajian took the initiative to mock Wei Dajian's nose, provoking him into a retort. Soon after, Chen Dajian suddenly jumped straight into the bushes. "Is it here already?" Two of them followed the direction he pointed, carefully parting the leaves. Looking closely, they saw a creature sleeping soundly in a hollow area. When Hanyeonjin first saw it, his eyes widened in surprise, finding it very strange. Meanwhile, Chen Dajian firmly asserted that it was a spirit beast. On this side, as if sensing their presence, John woke up on his own. He then bowed his head in greeting, pleased to meet the esteemed guests. His ocean blue eyes slowly met theirs. "I am the guardian deity of this mountain. My name is Zokon." Ji immediately inquired, "Are you a mountain god? Your condition does not look very good." Faced with that question, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Do not worry, sir. This is a consequence of the mountain's flora being ravaged and the ecosystem being destroyed." Then he quickly got to the point. "What business brings the esteemed guests here in person?" He also stated their purpose immediately. "We need to find something." Hearing this, John agreed amiably. "If it is something I know of, I am willing to guide you. What is it you are looking for?" At this point, Chen Dajian began to ask for information. "You have been on this mountain for so long. Have you ever seen a white dragon?" The name he mentioned caused him to slightly furrow his brows. Then, John turned around thoughtfully and began to walk. "Although I have no definite information about the white dragon, I have something I want you to see." His voice calmly asked them to follow him. Seeing this favorable development, Woo Dajian commented, "So our trip here was not in vain." Afterwards, they followed John to a place blocked by a massive rock. When he saw it, Woo Dajian looked curious. "Is that rock the white dragon?" But he quickly took out his phone to take a picture first. On the side, Woo Dajian asked Hanyeonjin, "Long want to exchange instas?" However, he shook his head. "I don't have one." This made him exclaim in confusion, "How can you not have anything?" As for Jokon, he was slowly telling Chen Dajian that this was a sacred rock that had existed since he was born in this place. Then, continuing while looking at the rock, he said that it often emitted a white light at night. Chen Dajian on this side observed silently, wondering if it was related to what the Lord was looking for. A moment later, he spoke up to call Hanyeonjin's attention. "Hey kid!" At the same time, Chen Dajian also used his human form along with the orb to verify. This time, the orb's reaction was very different as it no longer glowed. Seeing this change, Hanyeonjin's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. In response, he maintained the same posture, but nothing else happened. The light had gone out. After verifying the truth, Chen Dajian frowned slightly again. "So is it right or not?" Before an answer to the question could be found, there was suddenly a chaotic sound of birds taking flight in the forest. What was more, the trees were even shaking violently from some cause. Woo Dajian's keen senses quickly rang an alarm. This was a sign that something was about to appear. In that instant, John was the only one who sensed something was wrong. However, that chain was one step faster than him and came flying from somewhere. In the blink of an eye, it coiled tightly around Hanyeonjin, startling him greatly. His face immediately darkened, and his eyes instinctively looked behind him. Following Hanyeonjin's gaze, the chain was being held by a mysterious figure. Suddenly, the leaves rustled slightly, revealing his appearance. Seeing that bizarre shape, Hanyeonjin could only exclaim in confusion, "Mask." Meanwhile, the masked man had already started pulling the chain back to take him away. In the critical moment, John suddenly lunged out and bit the chain, scene. His sharp teeth immediately severed the fragile chain. Its other end was then easily grabbed by Wu Dajian. At the same time, he also held the kid back, looking smug. Nice try. And his eyes glanced at him to check. Long, are you okay? Contrary to that calm demeanor, Jin was still very frightened. He was still bound, while the other end of the chain was held by an arm. Wu Dajian looked at that scene in shock. After that, he hurriedly checked and realized that the person in his hand was the masked man. Even John hadn't expected it and was completely stunned. As for Chen Dajian, he could only yell out his name in panic. Jin himself dared not move because he saw a few drops of drool falling. More precisely, it came from the sharp teeth of a ferocious beast. Gradually, the massive body of the wolfman came into full view, shocking him even more. Only now did Wu Dajian hastily exclaim, "You bastard, when did you switch so fast?" Chen Dajian snapped in anger. "Isn't that because you missed your grab?" Amidst the unexpected situation, the wolfman began to turn around, intending to leave. But that action was immediately detected by him. "Stop right there." Before Wu Dajian could act, the masked man had already freed himself from his grip. Afterwards, he landed, accompanied by the appearance of two other masked men. Right then, Wu Dajian placed his hand on his sword and channeled his divine power into it. Combine. Next, he immediately struck the pommel of the sword against the ground. The summoning command was issued very decisively at the same time. In an instant, a whole troop of celestial horses appeared alongside him. The celestial horsemen mobilized. The team, Wu Dajian, quickly assigned tasks. The rear guard had the responsibility of protecting the remaining people. That large army continued to appear in greater numbers to reinforce their forces. Chen Dajian himself also drew his sword to charge into battle. The vanguard was to follow him. On the masked man's side, he roared fiercely, not letting them escape. However, Wu Dajian's celestial horse easily leaped straight past them. That was precisely why they hurriedly changed direction to give chase. The formation at the passageway was two steadfast spears. The celestial horse soldiers Wu Dajian had left behind now surrounded them, blocking the path. On the other hand, Jin's vision was constantly changing at an extremely fast speed. The werewolf kept him at its side, while it easily leaped through each forest. Earlier, he had been gritting his teeth in bitterness because he couldn't move. In his mind, Jin again thought of the blade. He had to take it out of the backpack. In the end, he thought of another solution if he didn't rely on the power in his left hand. Though it was merely a plan, demonic power had already begun to invade his eye. Right at that moment, Zi Dajian's words cut in. If he continued to use the Heilong's power, he would gradually lose himself. That was why Jin hurriedly clenched his eyes shut. At the same time, Wu Dajian's shout reached him right on time. His horse's hooves continuously stomped on the layer of dirt and dust as he sped away. To catch up to him, Wu Dajian did not hesitate to pull the reins tight and increase speed. Chen Dajian calmly flashed a confident smile, telling him to just stay there. Soon, the distance between them shrank to the point where the werewolf's movements were clearly visible. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately infused divine power into his sword. Next, Wu Dajian swooped past and sliced off the upper part of it. A sudden surge of pain caused the werewolf's eyes to roll back, completely white. The arm that was holding Jin consequently loosened its grip. Right as he was released, Dujan and Chen Dajian had already rushed over to rescue him. He quickly landed on the ground safely. However, its gaze was still ferocious despite the divine power gushing out. Finally, the werewolf's arm and body fell to the ground, shaking the earth. Wu Dajian and his soldiers immediately surrounded him for an inspection. He clicked his tongue in annoyance for not having managed to extract information. But just 1 second later, the werewolf grabbed its own arm, and it stood up on its own right before Wu Dajian's eyes. The sound of bone chewing echoed, causing Wu Dajian to pale with terror. In contrast, the werewolf calmly digested the arm with blazing murderous intent. A second later, the place where the arm was lost simply grew back into a new arm. That once again horrified Wu Dajian to the utmost. Now his opponent had fully recovered, even becoming more crazed. As for him, this unexpected situation inadvertently stimulated him. He thought to himself, had this bastard really been marinated? Back to Jin. For safety, they were running far away from the werewolf. On Dujan's back, he and Chen Dajian moved at a flying speed. However, the masked man still caught up and hid behind a tree. With one hand extended, he waited for Jin to pass by to grab him. But this time, Dujan reacted in time, so they missed their grab. Their craftiness shocked Jin so much he couldn't speak. Meanwhile, he taunted him, "Surprised, are you?" Not only that, they gathered to threaten him. "Sorry to inform you, but no one knows this mountain better than us." Then the masked man gently murmured, "Run all you want, you're still in the palm of our hand, so be obedient." Suddenly, at this moment, the celestial horse soldiers Wu Dajian summoned rushed in droves to Jin's side. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow. "Here they come again." The current situation quickly shifted focus back to the werewolf. Because it was enraged, it pulled out a mace to charge and attack its target. The bows and arrows on this side were just waiting for that moment to fire. When the werewolf closed in, countless arrows pierced straight into its body but could not stop it. Then that giant spiked mace immediately swung down powerfully. Facing that attack, Wu Dajian immediately rode his horse and leaped high to dodge. But things were not that simple as the chain of the mace was released. In an instant, it turned into a chain, making its movements harder to predict. Wu Dajian himself did not expect it, only having time to gape and exclaim. Immediately after, he took a direct hit that shook his mind. The celestial horse vanished, causing Wu Dajian to fall straight into some bushes. After the exchange, the werewolf's spiked mace was stained with a few traces of blood. He hastily held onto the wound on his arm. At this moment, Wu Dajian finally smiled bitterly to himself. It turned out to be a long-range weapon. Nevertheless, the battle was not over as the werewolf continued to swing its weapon. Its power-filled arm held the staff tightly and then swung it out. A moment later, the finishing blow was delivered with extremely terrifying killing intent. Because of that, the combat area shook with a powerful tremor. On Han Yeonjin's side, the masked group noticed the change. Chen Dajian and Jokon were astonished to see the troop of soldiers suddenly vanish. Gradually, only a few fading sparks of light remained, making them wonder, what is that? But very quickly, one of them understood and sneered, certain that the human side had lost. Chen Dajian on this side still believed that Wu Dajian being defeated was an impossible matter. Meanwhile, they continued, 1 brat and 2 dogs. The masked man pointed at them, surrender obediently. Suddenly his laughter died down because of the sight before his eyes. At this moment the hem of Han Yeonjin's robe was fluttering wildly. Chen Dajian did not turn his head because he did not know what was about to happen. As for Han Yeonjin, the weapon in his hand now was the blade that Chen Dajian had shrunk down. Divine power quickly flowed into it to activate the enlargement mechanism. Finally, the soft sound of the wind and the fluctuation of power attracted Chen Dajian to turn back. When he looked back, he immediately saw the blade had been summoned and was ready for battle. Han Yeonjin held onto it firmly, pointing its tip towards the masked group. The astonished gazes of Chen Dajian and Jokon all focused on Han Yeonjin. On the other hand, the masked group showed aversion. What trick are you trying to pull? One speculated it seemed he wanted a challenge, the other sighed and called it troublesome. Then he spoke, don't you understand what is happening? I can defeat you with just 1 toe. You are not even a fraction of that horseman leader from earlier. He even bluntly dismissed him. Fighting you is more boring than pressing my face against a wall. The one next to him suddenly cut in, I think fighting him is more interesting. Then he threatened him, stop playing the hero. Your level is no match for us. In response to those words, Han Yeonjin gritted his teeth to remain calm. He said, surrender wisely, that is the best way to protect the remaining ones. Waiting for them to stop, he asked, why do you want to capture me? He casually replied, who knows, we are just following orders. Han Yeonjin immediately questioned, who is your leader? Not unexpectedly, he just raised an eyebrow in annoyance. You don't need to know. The others cursed, you idiot, why did you say that? Then the masked man coaxed him, if you want to know, come with us. If not, your lovely teammates will be forcibly logged out one by one. Jokon nearby silently watched them with a vigilant expression. Chen Dajian remained silent, letting them mock. Calling that cute, it should be a monster. Right after, the masked man pulled the chain to attack, telling him to put down the blade first, then they would talk. And that strike flew towards him. Han Yeonjin reflexively slashed it away. Seeing his resistance, he grew even more annoyed. This brat is really stubborn. But among them, only one remained silent to ponder. The warning echoed in his head. If they cornered him, be careful of Hailong appearing. Back to the present, he looked at Han Yeonjin with curiosity. If I succeed, I might get a chance to see that guy Hailong. The situation shifted again to Wu Dajian, the dogman's area. After the earth-shaking strike it unleashed, the club was still embedded deep in the ground. Its target had dodged and was now a certain distance away from the dogman. In that space between them, the dogman's wounds were gradually healing. Wu Dajian noticed this and could only curse inwardly. It's already messed up before it even started. Then he shifted his attention away from his injured arm, which was now nearly healed. In this situation, he had to handle it quickly and cleanly. And so Wu Dajian calmly spoke first. Hey, I have something I want to confess. He still had a confident smile. To maintain that troop of soldiers, I haven't been fighting at full power. He adjusted his stance with a decisive sword draw. Do you know what that means? This time, Wu Dajian pointed his sword tip forward. Now I will show you true power. Divine power surged from deep underground, threaded through the cracks, and surrounded them. Wu Dajian's expression grew more serious as he concentrated entirely on the sword. In an instant, his body gracefully glided past and unleashed a swift blade technique. The precise sword stroke cleanly cut through the top half of the dogman. If you eat yourself to regenerate, now you have no head left to eat. After the strike, Wu Dajian quietly added, the moment he sheathed his sword, he used his final technique, a blazing flame. Just need to burn it all away and it is done. With a smug look, he added, I should have interrogated you, but because Long Long is in danger. Suddenly, he saw the dogman's hand on its neck. The next scene was truly unexpected. It cut off the burning part by itself. None of them expected it. They could only stare with mouths agape in shock. As for the dogman, having dealt with the excess part, the cells themselves rose up again. A new head emerged from within the cavity with astonishing speed. Now Wu Dajian sneered, realizing it was no ordinary monster. Facing him was a dog head stubborn as a leech. It intended to play for a while and then leave. He did not know if this matter could be finished. The scene returned to the battle between the blade and the sword. Han Yeonjin was trembling violently violently while his opponent was completely calm. Finally, the masked man judged the weakest. Then he easily sent him flying back. You stand no chance against me. The previous strike sent Han Eon-jin collapsing to the ground. The impatient masked man said, bring Hailong out, or I will chop off your limbs. Playing with a small fry like you is nothing short of torture. Han Eon-jin stood facing him, his face bearing nothing but helplessness. The remaining men watched with great amusement. He has no idea we're holding back. Let that Hailong bastard go, pay him, and scram. At this rate, those horses will be here soon. Chen Dajian, meanwhile, was tightly bound, his expression completely bewildered. What do we do now? His eyes did not leave a single movement from Han Eon-jin. Suddenly an idea struck him, wondering if this bastard Chen Dajian could withstand it. Chen Dajian called the name Jokan, catching his attention. You're Jokan, right? He channeled his divine power while instructing. When I use my strength, take the boy out of here. However, he suddenly spoke up to stop him. Please do not do that. John gently advised, that body is not on the same level as you. Using that power would be very dangerous. Just let me try, do not push yourself too hard. In return, he was extremely surprised. How do you know about that? At that question, John's eyes grew sad as he looked into the distance. Seeing Han Eon-jin repeatedly getting hit, he slowly continued. Is that not the place originally belonging to the Grand Supervisor? Looking closer, he clearly saw Han Eon-jin's misery. I've been feeling an itch this whole time. The heartfelt words poured out, born and existing in a position that Chen Dajian's soul was not permitted to have. Now, he seemed exhausted, but his hand still gripped the blade tightly. What exactly is that thing? Chen Dajian's soul, Han Eon-jin, had not given up yet, struggling to hold on to the hilt. The masked man began to mock. Though the outer shell surpasses humanity, inside it is nothing but a weakling. He used harsh words to stab straight into his mind. His expression was extremely terrifying. With your strength, you cannot accomplish anything. Extremely humiliated, the surroundings turned dark for Han Eon-jin. From the very start, fighting him without using Hailong's power was impossible. In an instant, he let anger take control, causing his hand to clench tightly. Hailong's eyes opened along with a surging wave of demonic energy. Han Eon-jin's left eye immediately turned in that familiar red. Just then, John saw a flash of golden light. That thing, watch your mouth. It's radiating from Chen Dajian's body. No, that thing is over here. A sly smile spread clearly across his face. Yet Han Eon-jin suddenly slammed his head hard into the ground. That action left the masked man both shocked and confused. He kept his smile, somewhat smugly. That is my grandson. At the same time, Chen Dajian's body began to fade due to a transformation spell. John witnessed this scene, his eyes wide open. So then, Chen Dajian did not forget to declare sharply, I will protect my grandson. That very moment, the boulder Han Eon-jin was hiding behind reacted by emitting a glow. Han Eon-jin recalled the moment Z Dajian smirked wickedly with the thought, unconquered in 100 battles, Ichi's resolve. You must remember this. Han Eon-jin tightened his grip on the sword, admitting, that is right, I cannot win. He pointed the blade forward, his voice sarcastic. Of course I cannot win. It's 1 against 3. He saw Han Eon-jin's expression and exclaimed, this guy has gone mad. He said coldly, your goal is to capture me alive. As for me, from now on, even if I ascend to heaven, I will find a way to escape from here. He was furious, grinding out each word, is that so? If that's the case, then... Instantly the masked man lunged, aiming for Han Eon-jin's legs, cut off his legs, and it's done. He stared wide-eyed, gritting his teeth as he awaited the masked man's strike. He drew closer and closer to Han Eon-jin with the sharp sword in hand. Unexpectedly, his blade shattered against a wall that appeared in front of him. He was stunned by the sight. Han Eon-jin was startled to see the wall surrounding him, drenched in nervous sweat. A foot stepped out from the midst of the thick, blinding dust. Chen Dajian's hair and the earring on his ear gradually came into view. At that moment, the masked man was already unconscious after being slammed hard into the wall. His teammate was no better, already collapsed on the ground. The silhouette of a dragon surrounded by powerful, celestial white magic. Chen Dajian silently placed his hand on the sword hilt, standing amidst the flow of spiritual energy. The masked man tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. No way out. He also had a foreboding sense of Chen Dajian's soul's fate. I've met my ancestor. Chain flew in from a distance. From somewhere, the masked man wrapped the chain around his teammate's body. He and another masked man dragged that man away. The masked man stood dumbfounded, unable to look away from Chen Dajian. In his pupils reflected the calm figure of Chen Dajian. At this moment, he was still surrounded by Han Eon-jin's imposing spiritual energy. Chen Dajian shot a sharp glare towards the masked man. Dajian forcefully thrust his sword into the ground. He bent over, panting, complaining and groaning about being so tired. Dajian looked up at the dogman before him and shouted, I am tired of this game. He closed his eyes, his face still maintaining a cheerful expression. Dajian frowned, vaguely sensing the dogman's pleasure. He keeps laughing, it makes my blood boil. The more I cut him, the more excited he becomes. He raised his sword and said, in any case, this move made me realize something, if my guess is correct. He carefully scanned every position on the dogman's body, convinced there must be a fatal weakness. Dajian frowned and thought, if he could regenerate infinitely, why would he need to defend? He suspected his actions as he recklessly used his hands and feet to block the strikes. Dajian swung his sword, ready to confront him. One test would tell. He quickly grabbed the flame and dashed straight toward the dogman. Dajian aimed sharply at his arm. His sharp blade sliced into the dogman's flesh. Dajian's face relaxed upon seeing his guess was correct, exactly as anticipated. Dogman grew angry and punched with his other hand straight at the spot where he stood. Dajian easily stepped back, his feet touching the ground. Then he raised his sword forward and charged, exclaiming that it was the navel of the lesser being. Dajian excitedly attacked him repeatedly. "Let me pierce through and see." Chutmiku appeared on his shoulder, speaking in a seductive voice, requesting, "Stop." Dajian panicked and glanced behind him. Miku smiled, poking her head out to look at him. Dajian, annoyed, decisively swung the tip of his sword toward her. Miku lightly descended to the ground like an arrow. She wrapped her arm around the dogman's neck, calling him darling. Miku placed one hand on her hip, the other stroking him, speaking boastfully. "I said to capture him, not to fight with him." Dajian raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her capricious actions. "Let's go, it's late." Miku placed 2 fingers on her lips seductively, speaking, "Young man." She, in the dogman's arms, blew a kiss toward Dajian as a goodbye, "See you later." He froze, staring at the spot where Meiju had just stood. Only a red mist remained. Round Yong's ears stood up sharply, listening intently. His figure had clearly transformed. Henyeon-jin looked surprised. "So you can shrink, huh?" The sun was slowly setting. He spoke, "Try saying it." Henyeon-jin was truly speechless, unable to understand. "Why did you follow us back here?" Cho frankly admitted, "Because I have started to become interested in you." He was stunned, huh? Henyeon-jin sat down to his eye level. "No need to protect the mountain anymore." Cho immediately replied, "The mountain now has the white dragon's protection, so I don't need to stay." Chen Dajian frowned suspiciously. "Weren't you born and raised there?" He thought it over. It wasn't a hasty decision. "The time to leave the organization is an eternal principle. I think now is the right time." Round spoke a little hesitantly. Furthermore, he glanced back and forth between the two. "I am curious about the relationship between you and this boy." Henyeon-jin politely refused, "Sorry, but as you can see, my house already has one furry monster." Round replied, "Don't worry." As soon as he said that, his stomach growled again. "I won't cause trouble. I will dwell on the mountain behind your house." So he voluntarily stood up to get food. "Is there anything to eat?" "Probably eat what dogs eat, huh?" Cho awkwardly accepted Henyeon-jin's kindness. "Sorry, I haven't eaten anything since yesterday." Henyeon-jin opened the cupboard to find some canned goods. He grumbled, "Isn't the house poor enough already? And now you want to feed him too?" Chen Dajian ordered him, "Hey mountain god, you handle your own food." Round bowed his head obediently. "I understand." He angrily turned to scold the man. "Why are you so mean? You ask for help and then want to burn the bridge." After saying that, Henyeon-jin searched again. "Wait there, can you eat dry food?" Chen Dajian rushed up to stop him. "Hey, wait." He personally stood up to select for a very long time. "This one's not good, this one's not good either." He was truly speechless. Round called out, "Young man." He looked at Henyeon-jin with a strange gaze. "What is your name?" He replied, "Henyeon-jin." Round didn't want to make things difficult for Henyeon-jin, saying, "Henyeon-jin, just give me whatever you eat." But he explained animals can't eat human food. Then he suddenly jumped up and did a somersault. Green aura enveloped Round, and he transformed into human form. Cho slightly lifted his ask, "Is it okay now?" Chen Dajian, after some deliberation, had made his choice. "Here, I bestow this type upon you." Henyeon-jin hesitated and then suggested, "If so, how about instant noodles?" He was startled. "Instant noodles? Isn't that too extravagant?" He said miserably, "What's extravagant about instant noodles?" A moment later, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was set on the table. Gin sat nearby, drooling with desire. The broth from the premium meat, it must taste exquisite. John tasted a sip of the broth and felt like he had found a delicacy. He happily enjoyed the meal, praising it as incredibly delicious. Henyeon-jin was relieved, glad it suited his taste. Just as he was about to take the first bite, a flash of light appeared beside him. Chen Dajian also transformed into a human, arrogantly demanding a pack of instant noodles be cooked. Henyeon-jin was annoyed, muttering that the house was already cramped. While the two argued, John obediently ate his noodles, but no matter the form, it still affected the dog's body. "You haven't finished the job from last time yet. Are you taking responsibility?" He replied calmly, "How absurd." Late at night, Chen Dajian hurriedly shooed people away, telling the mountain god to leave. The latter immediately obeyed, then tossed out a set of bedding, saying it was late and to stay. He was annoyed by the extra competition. The house was already cramped, yet he was inviting someone to sleep over. Henyeon-jin ignored him, asking if the two humanoid forms were his true bodies. John didn't hide it, replying that both were his true bodies. He gave a gentle, caring smile. "In that case, you know how to bathe yourself, right?" The other confirmed, "Of course." Henyeon-jin's face turned cold. He demanded the other go shower immediately, since he reeked of Wei Dajian. He then bluntly said he almost threw up while eating. Chen Dajian, looking embarrassed, apologized and quickly checked his body for the smell. The sound of rushing water rang out from the bathroom. Henyeon-jin and he each lay in a corner to rest. He suddenly felt a pang of worry as he replayed the previous events in his mind, and Jin truly didn't know what to do. How could he put himself into the main body, since it already entered the ancestor? Memories from the distant past flooded back. He wondered if he could obtain it. He couldn't believe he was holding onto two dragons. Zidajian glanced at Jin. Using the dragon he obtained to create a left arm, and then getting rid of Long, that was the idea he was thinking of. He asserted that any dragon was safer than the terrifying destructive power of Long. Jin was lost in thought. Bai Long was definitely safer than Long, so he recklessly suggested to the ancestor, swap dragons with me. Jin was momentarily confused, not understanding what was happening. Jin sat up abruptly and pleaded seriously with Bai Long. You heard me too, right? Please become my left arm. It flatly refused. I do not agree, he asked back, dumbfounded. It arrogantly declared that it was the power of Dajian and could not coexist with a human of weak divine power and will. He was momentarily at a loss for words, but Dajian thought this was actually a good thing. It suddenly made a cruel judgment. Imprisoning Long inside a human's body isn't a bad idea. Jin's face paled as he asked back. He was flustered, unable to grasp the situation. Bai Long coldly said it couldn't help, but kindly advised that if Long made trouble, it would give it a slap. Jin was shocked. His mental processor seemed to stall. Dajian suddenly spoke up, pulling him out of his thoughts. He asked if Dajian really told him to do that. Seeing Jin still dazed, he continued, You wanted to trade Long for Bai Long, right? He honestly confessed to Dajian. It's just that Long always does what it wants without permission, while Bai Long is easier to negotiate with. His face immediately darkened. Do you take me for a fool? He then shifted the topic. Where did you get that blade you're holding? Jin frowned nervously. I bought it on a second-hand app. He asked in surprise, You bought it? If that's the case, Dajian used his spiritual power to retrieve the robe. His gaze was full of scrutiny and pressure. Did you buy this there too? He was so tense he broke out in a cold sweat, stuttering as he didn't know how to answer. Dajian recognized the item and exclaimed, This? His gaze turned grim, indicating the problem was not simple. Dajian used to wear this a long time ago. A trembling hand tried its best to stretch high. Dajian lay on the medical bed, complaining that his hand was still shaking. He frowned in discomfort because the body wasn't created from the altar. He asserted it was merely due to insufficient training. Dajian beside him analyzed blandly. That has thrown off your body's balance, leading to unstable divine power. Dajian still couldn't get out of bed, wondering how he maintained his equilibrium with that body. His entire body still radiated a faint aura. He answered simply, Habit. He couldn't help but lament. Good heavens, how did you survive like that? Then he started blaming Dajian. He became more agitated as he spoke. From the very beginning, we should have spent the energy to stop her. Dajian was in the middle of speaking when he was startled by a foot. I expended too much divine power. That's why I lost to that guy. Dajian looked down at the whole group arrogantly. That useless guy was beaten to a pulp. He struggled to get up painfully. My level is different from theirs. Dajian stepped over him, advising him not to make a racket. Dajian started a conversation with Zidajian. So Dajian has absorbed the dragon. From now on, maintaining your true body will be easier. He coldly assessed the situation. Trouble is about to boil over. The other man said absorbing one dragon was fine, but Zidajian didn't think so. Because Jin represents the power of protection, he cannot be reincarnated. He asserted that even if the dragon returned to Dajian, things might not necessarily be ruined. Dajian calmly closed the thick book, because everything is part of the plan, to resolve everything in my own peaceful way. A cute voice rang out. Brother, the boy smiled as he reported the news. The gate is open now. He clasped his hands behind his back, leading the way. Come, let's go talk. Dajian freely swung his limbs, praising the Blue Pupil Hospital for having true miracle doctors. Dajian tried to unconcerned. He didn't even bother to turn his head. Did you kill that guy yet? He grabbed his clothes as he spoke. No, because right before I was about to deliver the finishing blow, reinforcements arrived on time. That guy slipped away. Dajian sneered. You're just good at making excuses. Dajian tried to prompt a reaction. Do you know who came to rescue that guy? The other man didn't care. He uttered a name that would surely pique Dajian's interest. It was Meiju. Sure enough, he immediately opened his eyes and looked in the direction of sweetness. Zidajian gently stepped through the gate. The spiritual energy surrounding him gradually spread everywhere. Zidajian's expression was somewhat serious. He politely greeted everyone, all familiar faces he hadn't seen in a long time. Earthly Branch Great Overseer Chu. Not far away was Earthly Branch Great Overseer Mao Dajian. He sat lounging in the corner. That was Earthly Branch Great Overseer Wei Dajian. He still wore his usual gentle smile. Earthly Branch Great Overseer Hai Dajian. The assembly took the lead to invite him in. Mao Dajian cheerfully welcomed Zidajian. Long time no see. He looked at the object before him in confusion, asking what it was. He spoke up. Hai Dajian enthusiastically presented his idea, thinking that after the meeting, While everyone was gathered together, we should play Ainori. Mao Dajian immediately responded, I like aim. Jen Dajian looked around but didn't see anyone, asking where Sai Dajian was. Yu Dajian's eyes widened slightly. You mean Dajian? She checked her phone, saying that meeting matters must be announced a week in advance. I'm very busy. She also added, just summarize all the main points and send them to me in a message. Wu Dajian quickly found a seat and sat down, asking if that old woman was still practicing fortune-telling, then decided to leave it. I'll report back to her later. He again noticed someone was missing, asking where Dajian the commoner was. Mao Dajian naively asked Su Dajian nearby, Su Dajian, did Dajian the commoner come with you? She frowned and bristled with annoyance. No, why would I look for that old man and call my name? She drooped listlessly, suddenly that bitch. Wei Dajian furrowed his brows impatiently and stirred restlessly enough. Let's get straight to the main point. I've already sacrificed precious time to come all the way here. Hearing this, Wu Dajian immediately taunted. Yu Dajian uses the Jin Gate to teleport here comfortably as can be, yet he still pretends it was difficult to come. Shen Dajian kindly added another jab. He's also the freest one among us. Wei Dajian spoke up to cut through the noise. First of all, he opened a strange painting. Has everyone seen this before? He furrowed his brow tightly. What is it? Mao Dajian also tilted her head in confusion. The assembly spoke up, seemingly having a clue. This. He stepped closer to take a better look. I have seen it before. The assembly explained what he knew. The demon with that mark carved on its body had once killed a human, or rather, it had indirectly driven that person to their death. Yu Dajian was extremely shocked after hearing this. Do those kinds of things happen even on Juju Island? He expressed deep regret if had discovered it a little earlier. That tragedy wouldn't have happened, which is why I remember it so clearly. Zai Dajian asked for more details. Exactly when did that incident happen? Hai Dajian rubbed his chin and thought, not long after this body of mine awakened. I think it's been about 10 years. He filtered the information, so it has existed since 10 years ago. Zai Dajian continued to ask about another matter. So have you ever seen the mask? He was a bit slow to follow mask. Zai Dajian gave a specific example, like the Gaxido mask and those types. Hai Dajian thought for a moment and then affirmed, I haven't seen one, but what does that have to do with this? He stated the demons with this mark carved on them, and those wearing masks are acting as if they are on the same side. Zai Dajian came to a firm conclusion. There is a mastermind behind this who has given them orders. Mao Dajian was extremely worried, but what exactly is their purpose? He continued to speculate. Based on what happened before, their purpose is the true body. Zai Dajian mentioned a crucial matter. As everyone probably knows, the true body currently contains a human soul. Wei Dajian was skeptical. A human. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hold on, is that really a human? I'd bet anything that brat is more like a demon. Wei Dajian was about to speak maliciously about its demon ilk, but Zai Dajian interrupted him. Watch your mouth, Wei Dajian. That is definitely a human. He continued attacking the person not present. Someone carrying Hailong like that brat is anything but human. He suddenly asserted, I will remove it from that human child's body. I am completely serious. I mean Hailong. He looked straight into Wei Dajian's eyes. To do that I need your power. A murderous smile curled on his lips. Then just do it yourself. Just imitate me, and it'll be done immediately. Zai Dajian remained silent without answering, but his eyes said it well enough. He furrowed his brow tightly in displeasure. Hai Dajian spoke with intent. Maybe we shouldn't quarrel with each other, and switch to playing Ainori instead. Wei Dajian sulked, muttering to himself, truly annoying. He clenched his fist, trying to restrain himself. That isn't even that human child's body either. Wei Dajian couldn't understand the reason. That body originally belonged to Chen Dajian. Shouldn't we still follow reason? He is a bit extreme on this kind of issue. Moreover, I heard that Chen Dajian has lost his memory, so that is the Chen Dajian we once knew, isn't it? Wei Dajian continued rambling without stopping from the beginning. The one who did wrong was only Hailong, not Chen Dajian. Shen Dajian suddenly jumped in to taunt. You dog, have you been secretly in love with Chen Dajian all this time? Couldn't listen anymore. If not, then stop uttering such nonsense. Wu Dajian fervently supported. That sounds very reasonable. Yu Dajian burst into loud laughter, slamming the table with a bang. Mao Dajian frowned in disagreement. So are you saying we should forgive Chen Dajian, who heartlessly killed tens of thousands of humans? He gritted his teeth trying to argue back. It was Hailong who killed them. The assembly also spoke up. Hailong, so what? He gently analyzed the problem. It was originally a part of Chen Dajian's power. How can you be sure that the things Hailong did were completely uninfluenced by Chen Dajian's will? Hai Dajian's words were a bit too sharp, because Chen Dajian himself already harbored thoughts of wanting to eliminate humans. He didn't care about Wei Dajian's feelings at all, so Hailong merely acted accordingly. Shen Dajian suddenly had a crazy idea. While he was still inside the dog's corpse, we should send him off to eliminate future trouble. Then Hailong would also be finished. Someone pointed out a mistake. Do you think he would die that easily? Surely he would go mad. She asked Han indifferently. And by the way, Mao Dajian raised a question. I am very curious about the child born inside the body of the Celestial Court. Even containing Hailong's immense power, he remained safe and sound. He spoke bitterly again. Yes, it seems illogical no matter how you think about it. If he were just an ordinary person. He would have been torn apart by Hailong long ago, so how could he be safe? Wei Dajian was too stubborn and refused to accept it. He is a demon. Let me help you people exorcise him. That brat must be the mastermind behind everything. Zi Dajian could not stay silent. Wei Jian, he warned angrily, his face darkening. If you do not intend to cooperate, please leave. Wu Dajian also said irritably, stop deluding yourself about your power, you madmen. So he slammed the table and stood up aggressively. Wei Dajian pointed his finger at the whole group and declared arrogantly, fine. Whether it is destroying Hai Long or the mastermind, you people do it yourselves. I am not withdrawing, just open the gate for me to go back. His eyes widened in surprise. He really left. Shen Dajian scrolled his phone and sneered. He had to leave because staying would be embarrassing. Jiajian gently set down the glass of water. She softly remarked, whether that child is a human or a demon is no longer important. In conclusion, since Zi Dajian vouched that the child is human, we have no reason to question her judgment. Everyone listened silently as she analyzed. What concerns us is the person who removed Chen Dajian's seal. He could not unseal himself, so there must be outside interference. No one objected. That person definitely has power equal to ours to break the seal. There is a high chance he is related to the mastermind. Qiao Dajian reached a simple conclusion. We cannot rule out the possibility that he had contact with Chen Dajian. The one who desires Chen Dajian's body is none other than Chen Dajian. She suddenly made a brutal suggestion with a gentle smile. How about we capture Chen Dajian and torture him with the jury punishment until he confesses? Use Mao Jian's power. You Dajian sighed. You just wanted to use the jury to torture Chen all along. Is that it? Shen Dajian spoke up. Hey, he smiled with calculation. That sounds good too. But why bother? Shen Dajian suddenly dropped a bombshell. The mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes is the celestial stem. He received a message from Zai Dajian. Henian Jin, come to the front door at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Henian Jin stared wide-eyed at the words. He could not take his eyes off the message. At 6 p.m. tomorrow, come to the front door, have dinner with me. Henian Jin happily to reply. He quickly agreed to the invitation. Yes, Grand Supervisor. Shen Dajian asserted firmly. The mastermind behind it is the celestial stem. Zi Dajian darkened his face, his gaze unreadable. Mao Dajian was confused. Wu Dajian also could not keep up. Auntie. He smirked and pointed at Wu Dajian. The group who fought this guy are minions of Tianding. The whole group stirred. What? Tianding, he confirmed. I met him for the first time, so I was doubtful all along. Wu Dajian recounted the battle situation that day. He had something stuffed into his mouth by the fox spirit, so even being beheaded did not kill him. I affirm he is a user of the fox pearl from the celestial court. The masked group we talked about are the same. Wu Dajian almost forgot to mention an important figure. Even Meiju appeared too. Wu Dajian heard that and his eyes widened. What the? It has been a long time since I heard that name. Zi Jian spoke displeased. Wu Dajian, when I asked earlier, you said you had no useful information. He said bluntly, I like to save it until now to say it. Is that not allowed? He sighed irritably. Hai Dajian invited again. Come on, play some weak nori to vent your anger. That evening, at the Jin Manor deep in the forest, it was warm water with a few relaxing rose petals. Tianding enjoyed the warm water. He stopped as if sensing someone approaching. The other person spoke coldly. Just leaving that matter to my brats is enough. He probed Tianding deeply. Do you find that sufficient? Really? Could it be that someone intends to take action personally? He did not bother with trivial matters. Just to say those little words. Do you dare to come here in the middle of the night? Or do you want to see me bathe to feast your eyes? He clicked his tongue in self-defense. I have been standing facing the wall this whole time. Tianding demanded. Say what you want to say and be done with it. The mask carefully chose his words to negotiate. Can you stop sending familiar soldiers to carry out missions? He frankly pointed out their mistakes. Not only did they fail to capture Hai Long, they could not stop Han Eon Jin either. Their handling was too inefficient. He continued enjoying the warm water. It is nothing important for you to come here and make a fuss. The mask could not believe what he heard. Nothing important. He deliberately raised his voice in mockery. You are certainly too calm. Tianding played with the rose petals comfortably. Are you mocking me? He suppressed Wu Dajian, the surrounding air seeming to freeze. Grand Supervisor, the celestial stem, the nine-tailed fox god Tianding narrowed his eyes. Are you taking an attitude with me? Mask did not bother to tremble. Yes, it is a pity, but I dare to. What is so special about a nine-tailed fox anyway? He intentionally acted innocent. Oh my, I spoke out of turn. Sorry about that. He gently blew a breath onto the rose petal. The mask immediately sank as if all his strength was drained. Tianding lifted himself from the bath, slowly walking closer to the other. The space filled with steam and spiritual energy. She gently reached out and pulled him toward her. Tianding forced the mask to look straight. Nothing special, you say. Her smile turned mad. Need me to show you. Tianding was about to remove that mask. He suddenly broke free from her control, grabbing her hand tightly. The mask tightened his grip on the celestial court's delicate wrist. She winced in pain, her arm trembling. He stood up straight, commanding proudly. Yes. Since you said so, I will take the liberty of asking for your help as well. Then in an instant the mask vanished. On Tianding's hand there was still a burn mark where it grabbed her. She rubbed her wound and grumbled, "That damned guy, is he a eunuch or what?" Tianding brooded darkly, plotting his plan. The next morning the sky was clear and beautiful. A peaceful day began at Sambo High School. Kang Jie was excited, gripping the sword in his hand tightly. Everything started from now. And Eunjin shoved his hands into his pockets, not paying attention. "What now?" he enthusiastically explained. "What else? Didn't we already make a pact to train swordsmanship together? Are you trying to back out?" "No, it's just that." Kang Jie did not give Han Eunjin a chance to speak. "Stop beating around the bush." He adjusted his glasses. "Get into a stance. First, I'll show you a demonstration." Kang Jie focused, gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands. Then he swung a powerful, arsing strike. He was startled, his face turning pale with fear. Kang Jie sheathed the sword smoothly. "What do you think?" Han Eunjin's jaw nearly dropped. That actually looked decent. His heart kept pounding uneasily. Han Eunjin was still lost in regret over the past. Back then, he questioned Shendejian himself countless times. If the one who fought those masked people had been him instead of me, would things have turned out differently? He eagerly demanded, "Come on, let me see your usual combat stance." Han Eunjin snapped out of his daze, completely bewildered. Kang Jie explained, "I need to check your basic skills first before I can figure out the direction for your future training." He was very enthusiastic in teaching. "Or else, just do it the same way I did just now. Give it a try." He involuntarily stepped back. Han Eunjin could not refuse Kang Jie. Actually, he watched him nervously take the sword, to prepare for a day like this to come at some unknown time. Kang Jie was never a master to begin with, so instead of practicing swordsmanship by the book, he mainly practiced moves he liked watching on TV. He swallowed nervously, hiding his expression, uncertain if Han Eunjin would be fooled. "Teacher Han Eunjin, get ready." Kang Jie chuckled inwardly. He totally bought it. He excitedly enjoyed his own joke. Kang Jie again put on a thoughtful, troubled expression. He looked around nervously. "Come to think of it, I think I still haven't asked you the most important thing." He was speechless. "What's with that weird way of talking?" Kang Jie sat down seriously in the middle of the path. "Alright, tell me, which power do you want to use among these? Fire, water, earth, and wood?" Han Eunjin could barely keep up. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He loudly declared again. "Nonsense. This is the most important thing. You have to make the energy of nature transform into your own power." This coincidentally matched the guidance of Zaidajian, the ability to transform the power of all things, converting it into Shendajian force. Kang Jie was still bustling. "Hurry up and answer, my watch is about to break." He decided to play along. "Is fire okay?" "Because it's strong." He nodded in agreement. "I knew you would choose the breath of fire." Han Eunjin was confused. "What?" Kang Jie nodded firmly. "Okay, I got it." He moved closer to adjust his stance. "Come on, hold the sword carefully. To learn swordsmanship well, your initial stance must be proper." Suddenly, a few friends approached. "What are you two doing here?" Han Eunjin immediately threw the sword aside. Kang Jie winced, watching it slide away. She asked, "What exactly are you two doing?" He pushed up his glasses mysteriously. Han Eunjin said he wanted to get stronger, so he asked me to teach him a few moves." He refuted angrily. "When did I ever say that?" Kang Jie confidently replied. "It's because I heard the desperate cry inside your heart." He eagerly suggested, "After school, do you want to practice more at the sports field?" Han Eunjin refused. "Can't today, I have plans." Kang Jie suddenly turned to ask his friend, "Lee Hee-soo, did you have plans with him today?" Lee Hee-soo awkwardly shook her head, "No." So the two of them turned to stare at him with wide eyes. Han Eunjin was confused. "Is it that surprising that I have plans with someone?" The afternoon after school when he went home, every passing student turned to look. "What's that? What is it? What is it? Who's that? Is there a film crew shooting nearby today?" Tianding was waiting right in front of the school gate. "Is that some noise? Is it a celebrity?" Few thugs passing by couldn't tear their eyes away. "That's absolutely awesome! Way too cool! Hey, pretty lady!" They laughed directly until they met her gaze. "Calling you sister is right, isn't it?" Right after that, each of them quietly retreated. "Oh no, we're screwed, totally screwed." Tianding quickly spotted her target. Kang Jie couldn't understand. "You have a date at 6. We still have about an hour until then." Han Eunjin nervously watched the time. "No, who knows when the door might open?" He was bewildered. "Door? Where did you arrange to meet someone?" He decided, "Let's just do it tomorrow." Suddenly a coquettish voice drifted over. Tianding approached with an air of profound mystery. She suddenly embraced Han Eunjin. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Tianding hummed affectionately, "I missed you so much, darling." Kang Jie couldn't believe it, quickly covering his mouth. "Han Eunjin, don't tell me the plans you mentioned were..." Lee Hee-soo was shocked, her face distorting. she decided to make a quick exit. We're going ahead. Han Eon-jin frantically tried to explain. It's not what it looks like. Han Eon-jin screamed pitifully, but no one turned back. It really isn't? Tian-ding had achieved her goal, but he remained unaware, still shouting, "Who are you, lady?" Right after, Han Eon-jin felt dizzy. He helplessly let his body go limp. Strength. My whole body has no strength left. She gently caressed Han Eon-jin. Are you okay, darling? In the midst of the crisis, their faces were too close. Lee Hee felt a gust of wind, blew her long jet black hair. So Lee Hee-soo resolutely turned back. She ran and called out loudly, "Han Eon-jin." Then Lee Hee-soo's eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open at the sight. From her perspective, Han Eon-jin was locked in a deep, intimate moment with Tian-ding. Her eyes were full of calculation, her gaze as if she wanted to devour him. Tian-ding clicked his tongue in frustration as a card flew out to block the path. A woman stepped forward calmly, her voice naive. "Oh my." She pretended to be innocent, apologizing for ruining her good time. The card from earlier gently floated back to its owner. She was Saidajian, the earthly grand supervisor of the earthly branches. It seemed my hand slipped. Kang Ji had just caught up with Lee Hee-soo and immediately asked Han, "What happened?" Han Eon-jin sat slumped on the ground, the two grand supervisors locked in a tense standoff. Tian-ding gave a sinister, calculating smile. "With such a large audience, you want to fight? Public provocation will put you in a difficult spot." Saidajian immediately flared up with anger. She burned the card in her hand. "It's been too peaceful lately, and I have nothing to do." From the blazing flames, a weapon materialized. This used to happen all the time back then. Surrounding students gaped in shock. What was that? From her hand, Tian-ding mused admiringly. "That sister is really cool. Why am I your sister?" She showed no mercy for anyone's face. "You crazy woman." Ah, silence, he thought. Warning echoed in his mind. Do not hinder the plan, act in secret to avoid detection. Thang Din's face darkened as she made her decision. Let big sister here take care of her little sister for a bit. 9 tails of that woman emanated a seductive aura thick with fragrance. The moment it spread, people began to collapse. No ordinary person could resist it. Eon-jin paled in fear, seeing his friends also affected. Lee Hee-soo. Gong Kang Ji. Hearing his voice, Tian-ding widened her eyes in surprise. "I really didn't expect this." "What's this? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Seizing the moment, Saidajian lunged forward. He thrust her spear, punching a hole through the floor tiles. Tian-ding looked somewhat weary. "Are you being serious?" Her face showed no sign of boredom. "I don't really want to fight, 'cause I want to admire beautiful things a little while longer." Saidajian rotated her arm, swinging it in an arc. "Let me show you the last sight then." She gathered her power, executing the technique. Saidajian threw out blazing red diamond-shaped shards, the Saidajian scale fire. They embedded precisely into Tian-ding's body. Then they consumed Tian-ding with their full power. But a purple-pink hue rapidly encroached upon the flames. She remained unfazed. Ah, silver ha. Tian-ding stood upright in the middle of the road, without a single shred of clothing. "My clothes are all burned off." Han Eon-jin jolted, blushing furiously. She raised her voice in accusation, daring to attack me with fire. "Are you insane? Answer me." Saidajian replied with a question. "Why did you suddenly descend to the mortal realm?" Tian-ding raised an eyebrow and replied, "That bastard told me not to say anything for the time being." She was a bit startled, then shrugged sarcastically. "Even if I told you people, you couldn't do anything anyway." Saidajian lost her patience. "Spit it out before I crush your chest." Tian-ding laughed slyly in disdain. "So vulgar. Am I any more vulgar than you?" Seeing her tricks were useless, she fell back into silence. It was time to leave. Saidajian used fire to cover her hands, revealing a layer of scaly skin. She swung them hard to splash the fire around. Saidajian continued using the old technique to encircle her, but it was too late. Tian-ding had vanished. Seeing the person was gone, she retracted her weapon. Han Eon-jin still knelt sprawled on the ground. Saidajian reached her hand out towards him. She lifted Han Eon-jin's face to examine it. "Boy, the brat Saidajian mentioned." Saidajian showed an intrigued expression. "Resisting illusion techniques without divine power. That's quite surprising." A weak voice called out, "Han Eon-jin." Lee Hee-soo struggled to sit up. "Are you okay?" Saidajian concluded, "Your girlfriend." "You're doing better than I thought." Han Eon-jin quickly denied it. "That's not it, mum." The other students gradually regained consciousness. What happened? Where is this? Kang Jia stopped thinking, adjusting her glasses. "Why can't I remember anything at all?" Saidajian saw the space was no longer private. "Let's move to another place." She brought the group to her apartment. As she brewed coffee, Saidajian introduced herself. "I am the 6th god among the 12 earthly branches, Saidajian. My earthly position is Grand Supervisor." The 3 obediently sat at the table. "My worldly name is Saidajian." Kang Jia gaped. "The 12 earthly branches god." She created a relaxed atmosphere. "Call me Grand Supervisor, sister, or sweet sister, whatever you like." They were dazed. Lee Hee-soo connected the information. Then, the person from earlier was also, she concluded in surprise, "Was that person also a god like you Grand Supervisors?" Saidajian confirmed, "Yeah, a god." She added more information, but not part of the earthly branches. Saidajian mentioned a new concept, the heavenly stems, but no one understood. "They are the upper supervisors of the heavenly realm," she explained. Kang Ji guessed. Our upper supervisors higher than you grand supervisors. Han Yeon-jin frowned. The upper supervisors, ma'am? She sat down, taking a sip of coffee. Jia Yi Bing Ding Wu Ji Zheng, Xin Ren, Gui in the mortal world. They are commonly known as the heavenly stems. There are 10 of them over there. The god you saw earlier is one of them. She mentioned a name you will surely know. Tianding Patriarch. He widened his eyes in shock. Ancestor who? Is she the leader of the nine-tailed foxes? Lee Hee-soo could not understand at all why those beings were targeting Han Yeon-jin. Saidajian set the cup down on the table a bit heavily. She crossed her arms and sat more comfortably to discuss. We are still looking into it ourselves. As for why the high supervisors from the heavenly realm descended to the mortal realm, all three gazes turned to one direction at once. The cause seems to be you, Han Yeon-jin. Saidajian kindly asked for Han Yeon-jin's opinion first. Is it alright if I talk about this matter in front of your friends? Kang Ji-ae spoke up first instead of him. No problem, he is determined to find out. We already know all the usual things, isn't he always targeted by those monsters? Lee Hee-soo was not too unfamiliar either, because Han Yeon-jin was a divine artifact. She immediately grasped the situation. In that case, Saidajian frankly and comfortably asked Han. You guys probably already know that Han Yeon-jin is a soul that should not exist, right? And also about the true owner of that body. It is the dog that has always been tagging along beside him. The two immediately froze in shock. This time it was finally Han Yeon-jin's turn to speak. No, they do not know about that. Scene shift to Tianding's villa. Masked individuals were always on standby. Returning all of Shendajian exuded spiritual energy. Meiju scrambled on all fours to greet him. Lord Tianding. I blushed from excitement. How can you appear in such a beautiful form? Tianding had already noticed Han Yeon-jin's existence. What is up with that kid? Recalling the scene earlier, why is he still unscathed? Even though it is Chen Dajian's body, the soul inside is still human. Even a god, if negligent in caution, would have their soul sucked out by me. Flashed a mad smile, unable to hide towering rage. A human yet daring. Lee Hee-soo hesitantly spoke up, wanting to ask that she still did not know about this. What do you mean, sister? Han Yeon-jin also widened his eyes in surprise. What is happening? She bluntly exposed it. Didn't you already know everything? Saidajian's sharp gaze saw through her. You are a dancer, so you should know. She pointed out without hesitation. About the mismatch between his body and soul, you must have already felt it was as empty as a hollow shell. Saidajian calmly stated the reason. That is also the reason the monsters like to possess his body, because the true owner of that body is not inside after all. Lee Hee-soo did not understand. Then, she could hardly believe this. Do you mean the original owner of that body is his ancestor? This time it was her turn to be surprised. Ancestor? That bastard said that. Saidajian held her face and burst into hysterical laughter. She reached out again for her coffee cup. Chen Dajian really knows how to be a comedian. One has to give some credit to that idea, but in a way it is correct, because the humans who created the altar were the descendants of the current families. Kang Ji caught some new vocabulary. Altar. She analyzed, and Han Yeon-jin is a descendant of Chen Dajian's family. But if not, in an instant, a strong gust of wind pressure swept past, stunning the two. She held the coffee cup in one hand, while the other hand gripped Han Yeon-jin's neck tightly. What exactly are you? Saidajian's sharp eyes probed him. Are you a demon? She did not completely choke off Han Yeon-jin's breath, even considering how you approached Hai Long and coexisted with it. Saidajian had long been watching him. You have more than just one or two suspicious points. He jumped up in surprise, panicked. She let Han Yeon-jin know. Your benefactor Dajian vouched that you are a mortal soul, so I will let it slide for now. But I have not completely erased my suspicions of you. A cruel glint shone in her blue eyes. So what should be done? Saidajian tightened her grip a little more. If I perform the rite of passage for you now, I can immediately know your true identity. She whispered darkly. You are curious too, aren't you, whether you are truly human or a demon? Lee Hee-soo quickly stepped in, blocking her hand. She declared loudly, firmly affirming that Han Yeon-jin was human. She was stunned, her face full of shock. Oh my, Lee Hee-soo repeated once more. That is right. Kang Ji-ae took out some miscellaneous equipment. If Han Yeon-jin were a demon, these gadgets of mine would have reacted. They would have been screaming by now. He firmly asserted. To be honest, the altar or Hai Long, I do not understand what they are. But, Kang Ji-ae spoke up to vouch, clearly showing her trust. If you all plan to harm Han Yeon-jin, my friend, he decisively drew his sword. Then you will have to face me first. Despite trying to appear tough, his legs were shaking violently. Saidajian lowered her eyes to scrutinize, slightly surprised. Is that so? She lightly floated in front of him, causing Kang Ji-ae to fall over. Han Yeon-jin was frantic. Kang Ji-ae still struggled to hold his sword, tremblingly issuing a challenge. You want to mess with me? She burst into loud laughter, relaxing. Lee Hee-soo had already jumped onto the table, ready to assist. Just kidding, just kidding. What harm would there be? Saidajian smiled and spoke the truth. He is a human that we must protect and take care of. She glanced over at Han Yeon-jin teasingly. But Han Yeon-jin should feel reassured, right? Your back is filled with such amazing friends. What is that outfit? His phone vibrated. The name on it was Dajian. Hanion Jin answered the call. Lord Grand. He spoke timidly. Where are you? It is past 6 already. He checked the phone. It was indeed late. But Hanion Jin could not help being surprised. It is only 1 minute late. He hurriedly put his bag on his back. Well, I am at Saidajian's house. A flash of light appeared behind him. Saidajian gave an enticing mocking smile. Seriously, barging into a woman's house like this? Hanion Jin startledly looked out, still not having hung up. He was surprised to see Dajian appear. Lord Grand Inspector. Jihun adjusted his glasses in astonishment and asked if this was a quantum fluctuation or a black hole. He asked Saidajian reproachfully why she had dragged him there. She explained that the kid had almost been taken by a heavenly star, so he should know the facts before speaking. Dajian narrowed his eyes to observe. The moment he saw the coat, he understood what had happened. Dajian decisively approached and grabbed Hanion Jin's hand. Then he threw him straight into the gate. Hanion Jin panicked and shouted to wait, but no one could react in time. He turned to invite Saidajian to the meeting as well, but she declined, saying she had her own schedule and would text Nabi later. Dajian did not argue further and quickly left. Li Hisu hesitated and called out to Lord Dajian. She recognized him. Saidajian was quite surprised and asked if they knew each other. Li Hisu anxiously tried to find a way to speak, tentatively. She decided to speak directly about Hanion Jin's situation, saying she already knew everything. Dajian glared irritably at the culprit, who avoided his gaze and feigned innocence. Li Hisu sincerely asked Han if they could help him. Kang Jia also stood up straight, wanting to contribute. The two of them demonstrated their value, saying they still had many state-of-the-art pieces of equipment unused and had once fought against evil spirits. She felt indebted to him because Hanion Jin always protect them. Li Hisu clenched her hands and expressed that this time she wanted to protect him. Dajian merely asked a bland question in return. Protect him how? He directly pointed out the key issue: you are only human. Dajian calmly analyzed, a body of flesh and blood is an existence that carries its own limits. Her expression was unwilling. He continued, but then again, he kindly advised the two, if they wanted what was best for Hanion Jin, they should abandon that thought, because he already understood the current Hanion Jin. Dajian affirmed with certainty, he is neither strong enough nor free enough to bear the weight of your resolve. He looked up at the two of them. Dajian did not miss Li Hisu's clenched hands, that heart that wanted to protect him. The truth he spoke left her stunned. On the contrary, it could become something that holds him back. Engrave this in your bones and remember it well. Saidajian spoke up to chide him. Brother, you are too harsh. Saidajian did not care and told her to take the kids home carefully. She turned her gaze towards the two people. Especially Li Hisu, her mood was very bad. They returned home as evening fell, the sun about to set. Kang Jia walked along exclaiming that today was full of wondrous things, just like watching an anime. He kept rambling excitedly, never expecting to witness that scene with his own eyes, including that weapon. Li Hisu stared blankly, recalling Saidajian's words. Kids, Hanion Jin fights to protect you, right? So if you throw yourselves into dangerous situations again. She analyzed more thoroughly. What would that kid's stance be then? Hanion Jin once said, it's because you guys are here that it's even more dangerous. Chen Dajian Wan was still immersed in his own world, recording notes in his Hunter G diary because the camera couldn't capture it. Li Hisu grimly concluded that Hanion Jin, compared to what we think, the battle he has to face is far more dangerous. His eyes sparkled. He thought he was cool, right? A being who goes against logic. Li Hisu reminded her friend Kang Jia, this isn't a comic, it's reality. Kang Jia apologized. She lowered her head a little, her voice dropping. Even so serious, he still endured it alone without telling us anything. Kang Jia thought the same. Li Hisu's eyes suddenly welled up with a layer of tears. What if something happened to Hanion Jin? He quickly reminded her, and she hurriedly cursed her own mouth for speaking unlucky words. Li Hisu felt extremely guilty and hung her head, saying that ever since the Virgin Ghost incident, she had only caused Hanion Jin trouble. She wanted to help but was powerless. She wanted to give her all, but as Lord Great Supervisor said, if she encountered danger, Hanion Jin would only struggle more. Li Hisu fidgeted with her fingers. Now she really couldn't do anything. Kang Jia loudly denied it. What are you saying? He pushed up his glasses and asserted, if there is a divine domain, there must be a human domain. We can still help Hanion Jin. Kang Jia thought positively, even if they can't fight like gods from the human perspective, they can still support Hanion Jin. He reinvigorated Li Hisu. Wasn't Lord Great Supervisor's intention to entrust him to the gods and for them to return to their normal lives? Kang Jia painted a beautiful vision of the life after the battle for Hanion Jin to return to a normal life for them. He extended his hand towards her. Kang Jia confidently declared that she must become the strength that supports him, always believing that Hanion Jin would win. Under the dusk that dyed the sky pink, the peaceful rows of houses sank into a tranquil evening. Inside the room, Chen Dajin sat on the bed, his hands held up, deep in thought. He suddenly stared intently at his own small hands. Chen Dajian suddenly recalled a day within a cold mist. He stood there, his robe fluttering as if caught in the wind. Chen Dajian looked at his hands, thinking incessantly. Sharp golden eyes appeared, carrying a trace of unspeakable tension. Then a small sound rang out. The golden eyes narrowed slightly as if he sensed something suspicious approaching. The round walked to the glass door, bowed his head and said, "Greetings, Lord Great Supervisor." In the simple room, he looked at him with concern. "Your complexion does not seem well. Is something troubling your grace?" Du John patiently waited for an answer. Finally, he uttered softly, "You." Chen Dajian sat curled up, looking helpless, his voice asking, "How do you know this is not my body?" Facing him, he calmly replied, "The bodies of the gods. I have been taught that the gods are born in the form of humans." Hearing this, Chen Dajian paused for a moment. "Born." He looked at that spirit beast. Then his voice was soft but sharp. "You speak as if we were real people. It must be a joke, right?" The atmosphere dropped heavily. Dutron lowered his head, his voice trailing off. "I apologize." And Dajian's voice turned deep. "That is correct." The scene shifted to him engaged in a fierce battle. "You," Dajian said. "Shen Dajian, that human's corpse should be my body." Chen Dajian continued, a hint of grievance on his face. "Even if I recover my power, I cannot use it fully, because this dog's body can't withstand it." He looked at the opponent and asked directly, "Then wouldn't it be better for you to return to your original body?" He replied softly, his voice meditative, "I have tried a few times." The atmosphere fell, and the two sat in the quiet room. Chen Dajian spoke again, his eyes slightly sad. "But this is the outcome. Perhaps it is the arrangement of fate?" At this moment, Dutron bowed his head respectfully, his voice slow and steady. "If there is anything I can assist with, I am willing to help you. Please do not hesitate to command me." Hearing this, he stopped and looked up, his eyes full of doubt. "Anything at all?" Immediately, a cooking video was played, and a soft voice explained the amount of water and how to cook noodles from an old woman with 25 years of experience. Chen Dajian solemnly held out a tablet in front of the black-haired young man, his voice trembling. "Can you do this?" He hesitated slightly but nodded. "I will try." The scene changed to a peaceful house under a purple-pink evening sky, when suddenly a piercing scream rang out. "You idiot!" Dajian swung the terrifying red broom, charging forward and questioning incessantly. "Who told you to exchange the dragon with that guy?" The poor Hanion Jin held his head in panic. The dining room was in chaos. He slumped his face onto the table, while the other held his head. Suddenly, a trembling voice called out, "Get the water, fast!" Hanion Jin held his head and sighed, mumbling in defense. "Well, because you said the white dragon was better." "Ah," it also admitted, "that's not wrong." Dajian took the glass of water and gritted his teeth, "But saying that doesn't mean telling you to exchange it. I clearly stated that last time." He recalled it with a jolt. Earlier, he had instructed, "The best method is to turn the white dragon into your left arm, then extract and remove the black dragon." Pausing for a moment, Dajian asked in a frustrated but worried tone, "Why did you act on your own? Without any prior notice, you went and talked about that with Chen Dajian." Hearing this, Han Jin explained, "I don't have your number, how could I contact you? So that's how it ended up." Seeing him still sitting with his head in his hands, Dajian reminded him, "I didn't hit you. Sit up straight." As Han Jin straightened up, his deep voice rang out like a warning. "You yourself were once terrified, worrying that your ancestor would do something wrong if he had power." At this point, Dajian added an explanation. "The black dragon is dangerous power. If your ancestor obtained it, what would happen?" He curiously asked, "So, can the black dragon defeat the white dragon?" The question made him endlessly furious. The scene opened in a garden, accompanied by a gentle but helpless sigh. "Why did you let them fight?" At this moment, Dajian looked grim and thought, "But that incident happened. Afterwards, I could not understand the white dragon's actions." He looked straight at Han Jin and asked thoughtfully, "Why did it choose to keep the black dragon here, staying inside the human body like that?" He, who had just been hit, could only rub his head and sigh. "That matter? Even if you hit me, would it change anything?" Dajian looked at Han Jin and thought to himself, "White dragon, what are you thinking, after all?" He was still silent, confusedly wondering, "I am Shen Dajian, but what should I do now? Find another dragon?" Then Dajian spoke, "Take it slow. There are still other ways." Those words made his heart feel much lighter. He was still sitting upright and asked directly, gently, "I heard you had an encounter with the celestial star earlier. You fought?" Han Jin was startled and replied quietly, "Ah." The image of him being forcefully killed kissed appeared in his mind. Han Eon-jin's face showed obvious embarrassment. He tried to explain but couldn't. We were definitely fighting. Just nothing happened. However, he asked, then why were you wearing divine armor? Hearing this question, he was slightly startled and answered, I don't know why I suddenly took it out. Right. Why didn't you say that divine armor was yours? Because of this, my ancestor discovered it. Dajian calmly replied. What's the big deal? He lowered his head slightly at this point, his voice ice cold. Now I know. Dajian stopped with a faint, sharp smile, his eyes narrowing as if calculating something. That bastard, what can he do to me? Next time, just let him know and then come here freely. He beside him could only reply softly, yes. The atmosphere dropped. Han Eon-jin put his hand on the table, deep in thought. Right. My ancestor also told me to come here to learn a few things from you. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his sharp eyes listening to every word. My ancestor also said that you are the smartest among the earth branches. Hearing this, Dajian let out a faint, cold laugh. How ridiculous. Han Eon-jin was a little confused and asked back, yes. He continued, have you heard Dajian talk about the celestial stars? He was stunned. I have heard they are the heavenly watchers. So they must be stronger than you, right? Then, without answering Han Eon-jin, he slammed the glass of water down on the table. Then he stood up and said coldly, take a walk, consider it digestion. The dusk scenery opened, the sky dyed in shades of gold and orange. On the sunlit stone-paved path, Dajian carried a bucket of water walking ahead of Han Eon-jin. As they walked, he suddenly spoke, Han Eon-jin, tell me the 5 types of kai that make up nature. He scratched his head in confusion, trying to remember, then answered hesitantly, water, fire, wood, earth, plants. At this moment, Dajian's voice rang out firmly. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 are the 5 elements. Each word made Han Jin freeze. A drop of water from a leaf fell, creating a peaceful scene, while Dajian's voice continued evenly. Those are the basic energies that compose nature. Immediately after, an image of a yin-yang vortex appeared against a dark background. Everything divided into yin and yang. Saying this, he concluded, those are the heavenly stems. Against the blazing golden sky, a mysterious symbol appeared. Ancient spirit beasts rose from the clouds and smoke. They were the first things created by the celestial god of perception, the very origin and beginning of all power. Hearing this, his eyes widened, and he froze. What? When they stopped on the stone path, Dajian walked beside him and explained, that is why their mere existence carries a suppressive force. Han Eon-jin pondered and asked, so that means they are incredibly strong. He tilted his head, his eyes serious as he looked forward. Dajian's voice calm and steady. The problem lies precisely in that great power. The scene shifted to a violent energy vortex, threatening to tear space apart because it was too pure and primordial, causing them to begin to clash. His face was calm, but his eyes were full of meaning. What was born from that conflict is us, the earth branches. We are beings who receive power from the heavenly stems and maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Immediately after, an image of 8 heavenly stems appeared, divided into groups. The 5 elements, which originally moved separately, were harmoniously connected by the second celestial god of perception. Eon-jin was confused and asked again, so is the order of you all decided by a running race? He was slightly surprised. Huh? Seeing this, Han Eon-jin explained, you know, the legend about the rat riding on the ox's head to finish first. A sudden voice rang out, startling him. It was the fable that the senior brother hated most. That person spoke softly, the dragon being described as extremely kind, while the mouse was depicted as extremely wicked. Dajian turned his back, picked up his flute, and began to speak, since the heavenly stems were simple to explain. His next sentence left Han Eon-jin stunned. Just consider them our seniors. His voice was filled with hesitation. Dajian reluctantly nodded, then advised, do not worry too much. The two continued walking, and as they walked, he spoke, on the contrary, since we already know clearly those behind this are the heavenly stems, we do not need to overthink. Saying this, Dajian's gaze turned cold. For a god to step down to the mortal world, the will of heaven must first be obtained. He paused briefly before speaking calmly. It is likely to return the disrupted order back to its original flow. Han Eon-jin asked curiously, return it? At this, Dajian explained softly, that means eliminating an existence like you, one who should not have appeared. His face immediately darkened after hearing that. A moment later, Han Eon-jin asked worriedly, do we really not need to worry? As he walked, he replied, moderation is fine. Surprised, he asked, moderation. But then, a worry arose in his heart. There are 10 of them over there, will it be all right? Dajian's voice coldly cut him off. There are currently only 9 gods among the heavenly stems. Han Eon-jin's eyes widened instantly, unable to believe his ears. He began counting on his fingers, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding. Seeing this, he continued explaining about the heavenly stems. The image of a dark figure holding an orb appeared before we were created. That orb was full of colors, emitting a powerful stream of energy, and a god had already harmonized the conflicting energies of the 5 elements and quelled the chaos that existed. It was the jade currently on Chen Dajian, which is Wu of the heavenly stems. The noodles seem to have been cooked by the master and are the current earthly branch god. Chen Dajian's expression turned serious, his hands clenched tightly. That is Chen Dajian, the heavenly stem of the heart spirit Tianmu. The more he listened, the more bewildered Hanian Jin became. His Chen Dajian originally, he stood before Tian Yi, his face suddenly sinking. He flashed a faint smile. In fact, that was precisely the heavenly stem of the Kilin spirit Tian Yi. John with the blue eyes was staring out the window as if lost in thought, when a voice suddenly rang out, "Long time no see." Tian Yi appeared in a wisp of white smoke, his face clearly sharp and cold, calling softly Tianmu. Chen Dajian remained cold but was slightly surprised Tian Yi. His eyes showed obvious surprise. Tian Yi laughed joyfully. "You still remember me? How delightful." His voice lowered. "That bastard." In stark contrast to his cheerfulness, Chen Dajian asked with a sullen face, "Why did you descend to the mortal world?" Tian Yi paid little attention to his attitude and replied, "I came down because I have something to do." Hearing him say that, Chen Dajian showed a pensive look mixed with curiosity about this matter. Tian Yi did not answer that question, only chuckled. "Today, I only came to say a brief hello." His gaze now clearly showed an indescribable pensiveness. Chen Dajian spoke slowly, "I have something I want to ask." Hearing him say that, he flashed a mysterious smile and replied softly, "If you are asking about what I need to do, I cannot say now." But Chen Dajian denied it. "It is not that." Unexpectedly, he instead questioned Tian Yi's attire. "What is that strange clothing you are wearing?" The question made him pause. "My clothing?" Tian Yi rubbed his chin, analyzing slowly. "Strange? The strange one should be you, Chen Dajian." He looked at Chen Dajian with long black hair and black ancient-style attire, then remarked, "You were sealed for a few thousand years, so I somewhat understand. But you really are rustic, the former trendsetter in the celestial realm, and now you—" Hearing Tian Yi describe him thus, he shouted in anger, "How dare you!" He closed his eyes in satisfaction and said happily, "I will be going now." Suddenly Jin swiftly drew his sword. He pressed the blade close to Tian Yi's neck. Seeing Chen Dajian furious, he tilted his head slightly and laughed suggestively. "Being called rustic makes you this angry." Dissatisfied, he immediately reminded him of his task. Chen Dajian's gaze was sharp as he asked directly, "Is it related to my body?" Tian Yi was no longer cheerful, his tone reminding, "You said you only wanted to ask one thing." Seeing his bad expression, he let it go. "Whatever, it is fortunate you seem to be in good health." Not lingering any longer, Tian Yi looked at Chen Dajian and smiled gently, "See you soon." Having said that, he vanished instantly before him, leaving only a wisp of white smoke. Chen Dajian seemed accustomed to this attitude, merely furrowing his brow slightly. In the twilight scenery, Hanian Jin looked at Zi Dajian and blurted out in confusion, "The heavenly stems? The ones who attacked me, are my ancestors on the same side as them?" Recalling a previous moment, he fell into thought. Then, his claim of being the strongest was not a lie. His voice dropped low. "The one who awakened the sealed Chen Dajian must also be a heavenly stem." But what Zi Dajian said next shocked Hanian Jin. "A blessing in disguise, the most formidable power, Hai Long is with you, along with Chen Dajian's amnesia." His eyes now held a hint of fatigue imprisoned in the body of a dog, unable to freely use his power. The word surprised him. Cannot freely use his power. Hanian Jin was doubtful, but he still uses his power very well. That is not right. This moment he seemed to understand the 16-year-old rule he mentioned. Because my ancestor is a heavenly stem, he was not affected. He once said that if he used power before Shen Dajian turned 16, that body would shatter. Not giving Zi Dajian a chance to speak, Hanian Jin continued his analysis. A dog's age cannot possibly be 16. His words made him sigh, but he did not forget to glance at him. Zi Dajian quickly changed the subject. "Has Chen Dajian ever used his power in front of you?" Hearing this, Hanian Jin scratched his head and answered, "He never used it before we found Bai Long. Recently, after using Bai Long's power to blow away those mask wearers, he was still perfectly fine." Zi Dajian immediately followed up. "Bai Long is the power of protection and restraint." Gazing at the flowers before him, his soul felt lighter. Zi Dajian explained, "Perhaps that is why it prevented his body from collapsing and reduced the released divine power. It truly is a game-breaking hack." Hearing this, he suddenly asked worriedly, "If that is power that has already been reduced, then just what?" Hearing this, he did not deny it. "Yes." Zi Dajian's voice became stern, the power of meditation when unrestrained by any binding. Suddenly, he blurted out a sentence that stunned Hanian Jin, the great inspector himself being a disaster. Zi Dajian stared at the flower strip in front of him, gently explaining in detail, as if he knew this matter very well. If the power of the remaining dragons also fell into Chen Dajian's hands, then he and the heavenly stem would decide to make Chu Dajian reasonable. Having said this, Zi Dajian turned to him and asked, "So what do you think will happen?" That sentence seemed to make Hanian Jin suddenly understand. "Have you grasped grasp what I just said. He turned to face him, his voice stern. For you, the power of the bloodline is no longer a choice, but something you must risk your life to obtain to achieve your goal. Zidajian's eyes were deep, harboring hard-to-hide thoughts. He did not hesitate to scheme. Deitai is not the heavenly stem's heavenly tomb. Treat him like the earthly branch god Chendajian, just like me. Pausing for a moment, Zidajian continued. Only then can you exploit him. Hearing that, Han Eon Jin's expression immediately changed. After hesitating for a while, he spoke up to Proby. I heard you are a heavenly stem. That sentence made Chendajian freeze for a moment. He let out a stubborn sigh. Did Zidajian tell you that again? Immediately, Han Eon Jin retorted challengingly. Who said it doesn't matter? Right at that moment, he kept complaining. Seriously, how many more things are you hiding from me? Facing Han Eon Jin, Chendajian calmly replied. 'Cause you never asked. The answer made him angrily shout. What? Han Eon Jin's voice sounded in his ear again. Do I have to find some heavenly stem and ask if Amy is a heavenly stem or something? This made him frown in helplessness. The earlier images flooded back into his mind. Han Eon Jin immediately nitpicked. Also, what did you say to me at first? Something about the 12 earthly terrains at the dawn of creation. Something about the earthly branch god Chendajian, right? Chendajian only replied gently. But I am really the earthly branch god. That sentence left him speechless. Ah, that's true. With an arrogant expression, he raised his voice in questioning. But is that something worth getting angry over? Han Eon Jin affirmed. Yes. Which left Chendajian at a loss for words. Suddenly, he revealed a shocking secret. The heavenly stem is the culprit. He immediately frowned curiously. What? Not letting Chendajian stay curious for long, Han Eon Jin stated the reason. The one targeting me is the heavenly stem. Coming home from school today, I was attacked. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. Is that so? So it was them. Seeing Chendajian's reaction like that, he asked back. What? He calmly replied. Those guys. Chendajian's eyes showed an expression of understanding. It seems they did all this because of me. Seeing Han Eon Jin worried, he comforted him. Next time we meet, I will talk to them decisively, don't worry. Hearing Chendajian say that, he thought in surprise. Is it that easy? Han Eon Jin asked expectantly. Will you speak up for me? He smiled gently, announcing unhurriedly. Coincidentally, today Tian Yi of the Heavenly Stem also stopped by here. He saw a stranger arrive, so he quickly dialed Zidian's number. Han Eon Jin held the phone, panicking. Now you're going to seize my body with the Heavenly Stem, aren't you? Seeing this, Chendajian annoyedly replied. That same old song and dance again? He still kept an annoyed look, sighing softly. Haven't I told you since last time? He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock as he listened to every word. I'm no longer interested in your body. Anyway, don't worry too much. With a stern face, he said, with just one word from me, they will stop targeting you. Han Eon Jin replied skeptically. How can you be so sure? Chendajian, with sharp eyes and sharp teeth, confidently declared, because among the heavenly stems I was once the strongest. Hearing that, he only replied, yes. Han Eon Jin looked at him with disbelief. I believe you, sure. Chendajian helplessly. Please believe me. What else must I do? He raised his voice. Well then, Han Eon Jin then set a condition. Next time you go find the next dragon, let Lord Zidajian go with you. He quickly agreed. I understand. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise. Really? Chendajian sternly laid down a condition. As long as that guy isn't too wary of me. Afterwards he questioned, but this brat, why are you so respectful to Zidajian that you even add Lord? And I'm just a normal ancestor. The more Han Eon Jin listened, the more helpless he became, thinking, is he really as dangerous as the great inspector said? Chendajian sternly made a request, you must call me Grandcestor. Seeing his attitude, he thought to himself, he doesn't look dangerous at all. His words about not caring about this body seem sincere. Recalling the earlier scene, Han Eon Jin's thoughts echoed. When I gained power, he protected me, even said I could go with him to find the power of the bloodline. A space covered in cold red and the presence of nameless crowds made his mood heavy. Conversely, if I kept doubting and keeping my distance, would that day come to the side of the spiritual stem? If it were me, I would probably do the same. Chendajian's face now showed arrogance, his eyes clearly irritated. Han Eon Jin thought, although I don't know if it's true, if he is the strongest among the heavenly stems, wouldn't it be better to bring him to my side? Seeing him lost in thought, he suddenly asked, is that everything Zidajian told you? At this moment, Han Eon Jin suddenly remembered Zidajian's words. Must exploit Chendajian. He asked back, so what did you talk about with that heavenly stem guy? Jin remembered the girl's earlier words. You're truly country bumpkin, which made his mood drop, so he just asked casually. A moment of silence between the two. Suddenly he spoke up softly. Can I ask you a question? Han Eon Jin was surprised. What? Chendajian asked innocently. Is my way of dressing really that rustic? He answered bluntly. You only know now. Can I ask you a question? Han Eon Jin picked up the pan, getting closer to Dajian. What junk have you stuffed into your mouth? It's instant noodles again, isn't it? He looked at him helplessly and asked further, how exactly do you eat noodles? Chendajian immediately confessed, because Chan eats it too. Hearing this, Han Eon Jin said sternly, wipe the noodle soup off your mouth first. He was too helpless, thinking Zidajian Seeing this appearance, he would probably change his mind too. A mysterious night scene with a starry sky appeared. The next day the sky became much clearer. Outside the school, a voice rang out, "Class 3 has a new transfer student. Have you seen?" At this moment, the classroom was buzzing with excitement. Someone whispered, "Looks totally weird." The person next to him wondered, "Weird how?" But before they could answer, another person cut in, "Shut up, there's a rumor he beat someone up, so he was forced to transfer." The hallway was no better. An excited voice continuously sounded, "Is he in the class?" Another person excitedly, "I want to take a peek too." Meanwhile, Han Eon-jin walked while thinking, "I should have brought the ancestor along." He stepped in front of class 1-3, his thoughts suddenly echoing. If the heavenly stem attacks again, he has ways to deal with it. But Han Eon-jin reached out to open the door but kept thinking, bringing a dog to school is a bit much. Just as he opened the door, Chu Dajian's figure appeared right before his eyes. He was so scared he fell straight onto the floor. Two female students saw this and kept pointing. "There he is." And Eon-jin's eyes were full of confusion, sweat continuously rolling down his forehead. Suddenly, a heavy stomp landed right beside him. Seeing Han Eon-jin's face like that, she pursed her lips in mockery. Xu Dajian's face was now grim and scary. She flashed a sinister smile. Xu Dajian kept approaching, making Han Eon-jin's face drain of all color. Someone's voice rang out, "That's the transfer student from class 3. The entire hallway buzzed at the sight of Sajijian pinning Han Eon-jin down. What is she doing? No clue. Suddenly her hand reached out in front of him. She flashed a cheerful greeting smile. "You okay?" Looking at his stiff face, it was truly perplexing. A wave of murmurs erupted. "What is it? What is it? What happened?" The classmates also poked their heads out to look. "Is it a girl again?" "It really is Chen Dajian's military doctor." Being ignored, her face slightly fell. In class 1-3, an introduction voice rang out, "Everyone." Jo Kyung stood on the podium with Xu Dajian and said to the class, "Let me introduce, this is Kang Jang, a new transfer student joining our class today." Hearing this name, some female students began whispering, "That girl? The one who got into a fight and was forced to transfer? Sounds scary," and more. The person on the podium sternly corrected everyone's attitude. "I've heard some bad rumors about the new student. They are not true. I hope you all stop spreading them." Even so, the gossip did not cease. If Jo Kyung said that, then the rumor must be false. But she just transferred and she's already acting tough. At the back of the class, whispers spread nonstop. Just now she was about to hit Han Eon-jin. "Right? That's right, that's right." This immediately reached Jo Kyung's ears. "Really?" He only hummed in response, startling her. The classmates hearing this burst out, "See!" Xu Dajian angrily yelled out a "Hey!" startling everyone. She loudly questioned, "It was you who tripped yourself. Do you know him?" He denied it, not at all. The chubby kid in front muttered, "This is just like the opening of those school dramas." Also, some girls began to tease, "Why is she wearing an eye patch? Does she have trachoma?" Someone replied, "That's to seal her power." Xu Dajian calmly explained, "This eye of mine is blind." She fumbled for an excuse. "Hey, you were just laughing too. You said that eye patch looks like a boss." A voice called out from outside the classroom, "Hey, the kid sitting right in front, move aside for Han Eon-jin." Suddenly called out, he froze for a moment, looking up. She straightforwardly made a request, "But move, get out." Just as he was about to give up his seat, Bai Long spoke up, "Stay seated." The two kept going back and forth, leaving the student in between flustered. "Move aside. Stay seated. Move aside, I say. Stay seated." Finally, he made a suggestion. "Whoever talks to me nicely, I'll listen to them." Immediately after, both of them said simultaneously, "Jian-ho, please, just stay seated." "Jian-ho, Kang Jang wants to sit here." In the end, after a brief argument, Xu Dajian finally got to sit in that spot. After settling in, she turned her head and glanced at him. Recalling the previous conversation, Xi Dajian had said, "Tiangan is targeting Chen Dajian's body, so they will act even more aggressively. Therefore, we must act too." So he made the request, asked to transfer to Han Eon-jin's school. This decision made her strongly resist. "Me? Why does it have to be me?" Xi Dajian glanced over, giving a persuasive reason. "You're the only one who can be in the same grade as him." But she was still unwilling. "Is that the reason?" Only then did he add, "I heard you've already met Han Eon-jin." Seeing she said nothing, Xi Dajian attempted to change it. "If you don't like it, I'll ask Wu Dajian." She quickly spoke up. "When did I say I didn't like it?" Her strong reaction made him stop. "Then what do you want?" In the end, Xu Dajian had to agree. "No choice, I'll go. Is that fine?" She suddenly called softly, "Hey, military doctor." She opened her mouth as if to say something. Last time, unexpectedly, he cut her off. "Don't tell me you're stalking me again?" Hitting the nail on the head, she immediately became flustered. "Me? Why would I stalk you?" To avoid embarrassment, Xu Dajian purposely leaned in close and lowered her voice. "I'm here to monitor you. If you use Hailong's power, I'll kill you." He replied, "That's still stalking." She turned her face away, correcting herself again. "It's monitoring. Monitoring! I find it annoying too. I don't like it. It's just out of necessity." Hearing this, Jian Ho standing nearby exclaimed, "Are you some kind of T-sunder?" Just then Lee Hee-soo opened the door and walked in. Hanyeon Jin. A few people in the class snickered. Hanyeon Jin's virtuous wife and loving mother has arrived. Seeing Bai Long being grabbed by the collar, she stood frozen, thinking to herself, things are getting interesting. A little while after leaving the classroom, Lee Hee-soo curiously asked, who was that classmate earlier? He answered calmly, it's Shu Daji and she's come to monitor me. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked. The great monitor? This reaction puzzled Bai Long. I thought you would have recognized her. Lee Hee-soo was dazed. Huh, me? He explained. You're a mage. Can't you see those things? You can even see the spirits of ancestors. She then realized the other party had misunderstood that matter. So Lee Hee-soo clarified her ability. It's true I can see the wandering souls of ancestors, but I can't see other gods. I can't even see Dajian. Suddenly a third voice chimed in to continue her sentence. Because that dog isn't Chen Dajian's body. I looked up and saw Shu Dajian had already been sitting on a tree branch, her spirit having just separated like that. Lee Hee-soo's eyes showed clear surprise. She sternly warned, hey you, little girl, stay away from him. He jumped down from the tree in one leap. She lectured him, you have to be in my sight at all times. Too loose, aren't you? Going on dates now? He replied, what nonsense are you talking about? She pointed at him and reminded, don't use that word nonsense. At this moment, Lee Hee-soo hesitantly spoke up. Great monitor, I'm sorry, but why are you doing this to Hanyeon Jin? She snapped back, why? Immediately after, she spoke harshly. Don't you know Hae Long is inside him? It's very dangerous, so you should stay away. She pointed straight at him and said, right now, he is a ticking time bomb. No one knows when Hae Long will emerge, cause even he can't control it. What? Lee Hee-soo circled around Bai Long. Hanyeon Jin isn't dangerous at all. I don't know what you see that makes you say he is. She shouted, I'm not joking. Her face darkened. That power could send every human in this school to the afterlife. Only then did Bai Long speak up to clarify. Back then, because you were trying to kill me, Hae Long emerged only to defend me. This unexpected revelation surprised her. What? Great monitor, is that true? Bai Long confirmed. True, she attacked first. Lee Hee-soo was confused. Why? Shu Dajian angrily yelled, saying that will make people misunderstand. His attitude was extremely calm. What's there to misunderstand? She wanted to retort. The whole story. Do you want me to recount everything then? Afterwards, in front of Shu Dajian, he had once recounted everything to Lee Hee-soo. She didn't apologize, she even blamed me. After listening to his story, she reached out her hand to block in front of Bai Long. From what I see, Lee Hee-soo sternly turned the question back. The dangerous person here seems to be the great monitor. Her delicate brows furrowed as she questioned, you injured Hanyeon Jin, so why are you not apologizing? At that moment, Shu Dajian was completely speechless, unable to utter a word. The scene just now caught the eyes of the classmates, and they chattered, those two girls are fighting over Hanyeon Jin, right? Definitely spot on. They whispered with envy, did he save the whole world in a past life? I wish I could live one day like Hanyeon Jin. I could make both girls happy. Below, a moment later, Good finally reacted. What? Hey, he is not injured. He just fell. But her attitude remained very firm. It was you who deliberately pushed him over, so you must apologize. She did not back down. It was just a fall. Why apologize? Good pointed a finger straight at his face, trying to make excuses. He is fine. Besides, Hae Long can heal all those wounds. Because she was too agitated, she blurted out, he is not even human. As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Dajian herself realized she had made a huge mistake. Lee Hee-soo was flustered, but he immediately interrupted. She is right. I am not really human. She quickly called after him, Hanyeon Jin. Before chasing after him, Lee Hee-soo paused slightly, great supervisor. Her face was extremely serious. I hope you must apologize to Hanyeon Jin for what you just said. After speaking, Lee Hee-soo turned and left, leaving Shu Dajian standing alone. The scene shifted to a quiet campus. Several sparrows were perched on a statue of a man. Shen Dajian was sitting reading a book when he heard a shout beside him. Shu Dajian twisted his face and said, what the heck, you let Good the supervisor transfer to Hanyeon Jin's school? Are you stupid? I am the one close to him. He held his face helplessly. I should have been the one to go. Last time Kang Jang even tried to kill him. What if she causes trouble again? After a moment, Shu Dajian decided, I will transfer schools too. Hearing that, Shen Dajian immediately turned around. Do you think school is your personal playground? What transfer? He bluntly poured cold water on the idea. Dream about it in your next life. Shu Dajian wailed. In the next life, Hanyeon Jin will be dead. Shen Dajian sneered, you really have a venomous mouth. He sobbed, I want to transfer too. Hasty footsteps left imprints on the tiled floor. Shu Dajian's words kept echoing in her ears. He is not even human. His figure was lonely, his hand squeezing an empty can. In his mind, a sentence he once heard suddenly surfaced. The bodies of the great supervisors are all similar. His expression was slightly sad, as if he was nothing more than a molded container. He sat alone, silently thinking. She was quiet, reminiscing about his appearance earlier. I did not say anything wrong. In her heart, she tried to comfort herself. It is true. However, his sad, burdened face lingered in her mind. But She sucked on a lollipop, wondering why he would make that kind of face. The phone screen showed a message interface from Wu Dajian. The other side quickly replied, "Read it already." Wu Dajian typed and asked, "Kang Jiang, are you busy today? I know you are free. Come hang out with me. I will bring the meditation horse for you all." Seeing the sticker the other party sent back, he sighed helplessly and suddenly Bai Long looked up. Right after, he met eyes with Good, who happened to be turning around. To avoid awkwardness, she suddenly blurted out a strange remark. "Which ugly guy do you look like?" The teacher immediately caught them. "You two in the back." He unintentionally became the center of attention. Save the romance for after class. No, is it Hanian Jin again? Hanian Jin. A moment later, the bell for dismissal rang. Hanian Jin did not hesitate. He slung his bag over his shoulder and turned to walk away. Good immediately turned back and said, "Wait for me to go with you." She hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Hanian Jin, are you ignoring me?" Unexpectedly, Hanian Jin spoke. From now on, without turning back, he let out a string of demands. "Do not act like you know me and do not follow me." She immediately objected. "You are being defiant. I cannot do that." She even emphasized, "I came here not just to supervise, but also to protect you. Zaidejian himself asked me to do this." This time, Hanian Jin quickly took out his phone. "Then I will tell Zaidejian for you." She looked bewildered. "What?" He replied casually. "It was you did not want to come but was forced to." Seeing that cold expression, Good began to panic. "No, I heard Tianding has already found you. It is very dangerous." Hanian Jin immediately cut her off. "So what?" His smile was full of mockery. "As you said, this body is not human. Even if I am attacked, I will recover quickly." His words caught her completely off guard. I was about to call after him, "Hey that," but Yi Hongchen Tendajian had already run off, even warning that if she kept following, he would report her for school violence. At this point, she did not dare to do anything more, just stood in place with a bewildered expression. On the street, scattered groups of students were heading home. Hanian Jin aimlessly raised his head to look at the sky. The sky at this moment was open and clear blue, with a few small clouds drifting gently. He pondered in his heart, "No matter what, it probably is not, right? Probably not." Thinking of them, Hanian Jin muttered to himself, "He would not ride that thing here, would he?" A fierce engine roar rang out on the street. He turned in surprise to look in that direction. Right after, Hanian Jin saw a motorcycle speeding towards him. The bike stopped and a pair of leather boots came down to brace on the ground. With one hand on the handlebar, Wu Dajian removed his helmet with the other. In the end, he just put up his visor and cheerfully introduced to him that this was Celestial Horse number 2. Seeing Wu Dajian's delighted expression and thinking she was so cool, he could not close his mouth. Then he tossed him a helmet and told him to get on the bike. And Eon Jin hesitantly asked where they were going. He replied that there were some friends who wanted to meet him. Dajian squinted with a smile and said, "So we are going there." Before leaving, he casually took a photo and sent a message with the caption, "Kidnapped." On the other end, the hand holding the phone was trembling. Yu Dajian suddenly shouted in panic, "He is here." Mao Dajian asked curiously, "What?" She said urgently that he was almost here. What should they do? Seeing that expression, Mao Dajian comforted her, saying that she had been sad because she never had a chance to apologize. This was a great opportunity. Yu Dajian was still uneasy, worried that if he showed hostility right when he arrived, what would she do? She calmly replied that she could just kowtow to apologize. A plate of cake was placed on the table. Siu smiled sweetly, wondering if he liked sweets. Yu Dajian lifted the plate of cake, crying and begging, "Please bring out everything from your shop. Let Hanian Jin eat it all." She also took out a calculator and announced, "Your total is 368,001. Mao Dajian picked up a piece of cake to nibble on first, thanking Yu Dajian, "I will enjoy it." The scene shifted to a house in the forest as the sky gradually darkened. Two people in black robes stood outside muttering. For days they had only been staring at the wall. They had tried their best, but to be honest, it was not really their best. One of them, upon hearing this, remained silent. Crisp footsteps stomped on the floor. A white-haired person was holding a glass of wine. Hearing the respectful address, "Lord Heavenly Court," the masked subordinate reported that the guest had arrived. He continued, "Your subordinate will have the others withdraw." The other agreed. "Go ahead." Before leaving, the masked one carefully apologized. "From now on, your subordinate will not let this happen again." Heavenly Court did not take it seriously, saying it was fine, then pretended to be indifferent so that the bastard behind you would get furious and keep coming here to play. Just as he finished speaking, another masked figure appeared behind him, facing Heavenly Court. Seeing this, the subordinate understood and excused himself. He wore a mask and flashed a bizarre smile. "You really went out for an impressive game, did you?" Heavenly Court raised his hand near his mouth, raising his voice. "Why, you told me to act on my own." "As you said, he is indeed an interesting child." Suddenly he lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. The strangled breath made it hard for Heavenly Court to swallow. His voice deepened with a threat. "What trick are you trying to pull? You could have easily brought him here." He pressed her entire body down onto the chair, from you as the leader down to those lackeys. "You are all a bunch of misfits. Are the two of you trying to play spies?" The eyes behind the mask turned a terrifying red. "The carefully set situation has been ruined because of the disturbance you caused." Suddenly Heavenly Court let out a smug, taunting laugh. Should I create a bit more of a disturbance? Her expression was extremely provocative, saying that the next 2 times I appear, I will talk about the celestial fate number 2, because I have no hobby of stepping on ants. A slender hand slowly reached towards his chest. I have given you fair warning, but should I fight or should I run? Right after, he clamped down on that hand and slammed it hard against the armrest. The force on her neck increased, turning the skin red. He yelled, "Do not underestimate me." He warned that, because of your failures, us later generation gods have been upgraded into a better form. Hearing this, she was not afraid but instead burst into laughter. Even so, the nature remains the same. Heavenly Court arched an eyebrow and looked at the other person willfully. Without our power, you are nothing but imitators. The aura around him dropped, carrying a gloom. The Heavenly Court's face was flushed with alcohol. The threat behind it was his. This arrogance will one day destroy you, oh Heavenly Court. Right after, she released a set of pure white tails. A furry tail stretched out behind him. Several others coiled up in front. Heavenly Court used her beautiful appearance to provoke the other. Go ahead and destroy me right now. Seeing this, he helplessly let out a sound. Truly? Then the hand on her neck gradually relaxed. He had completely vanished. Having achieved her goal, Heavenly Court smirked slightly. An admirable fellow. The scene shifted to a small cafe. The motorcycle stopped in front of a door with a closed sign hanging on it. At this moment, Udajian had already prostrated helplessly on the ground. Seeing this scene right as they entered, Hyeonjin and Udajian were extremely surprised. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Udajian, standing beside her, voiced her thoughts. She is begging for forgiveness. The fork stabbed hard into the cake on the table. Udajian just opened his mouth to put the cake in when a hand pulled him back, telling him he could not eat. It turned out to be you. Her eyes glistening, she held the cake out in front of Hyeonjin. "Hyeonjin, I bought this for you to eat." He hesitantly replied, "Then please let everyone eat together." Udajian sighed that he was truly a living Buddha, and he also helplessly said it was hopeless. Hyeonjin looked at her eating the cake and asked hesitantly, "Are you also a god of the heavenly inspector?" She smiled brightly and replied, "Sorry for the late introduction. I am the earthly pool god. Udajian is a name in the mortal world. Feel free to call me whatever you like." Also, Udajian stood up abruptly, pounding her chest to guarantee that if it was a request from Hyeonjin, she would fulfill anything. Just say it. He was startled. No need. He yelled loudly, "Please give me a chance to make amends, please." He was flustered. Then, Udajian. Udajian listened, his heart full of resentment. As he was called Udajian, Hyeonjin's monotone voice rang out, "Please buy me a new uniform. I would buy you 10. She asked in confusion why it was a uniform. Hyeonjin answered honestly, "You ruined my old one. Now I only have this one left." Udajian sighed. What were you thinking, tearing up his clothes? Immediately after, Udajian slammed his head against the table. "I am truly sorry, it hurt a lot, right? When I heard the news of Hailong's appearance, I lost my mind." He shouted, "Are you trying to smash your head in?" Udajian witnessed this and forced a smile. He replied calmly, "It's fine." Hyeonjin looked gloomy. "After all, this is not a human body. I will be fine after I sleep it off." Seeing that his condition was not good, she placed her hand on Hyeonjin's and called, "Mr. Hyeonjin." Udajian said sternly to reassure him, "Your body is different from ordinary people because of Hailong, so you must never take getting hurt lightly." He was startled, a confused look on his face. "Yes." Udajian spoke up. "If you remove Hailong from your body, you are just an ordinary person." He teased with a smile, "You must not become numb to getting injured." Hyeonjin itched to look towards Udajian but could not utter a word. He said slowly, "But thinking about it, the times I was injured before were partly because of the overseers." Udajian consoled him with a bright smile. "Anyway, Mr. Hyeon now is probably only slightly more special than ordinary people." She looked at him with a gaze full of affection. "You are clearly a human." Her voice was resolute. "We will help you return to a human life." Hyeonjin was startled. "You are?" Udajian replied, "I am the 4th earthly branch god, Udajian. My name here is Udajian." She cheerfully took his hand. "Nice to meet you." Suddenly at this moment a finger poked Hyeonjin. Immediately after, a hand gently touched his forehead. It was she. She exclaimed, "Really, this is indeed Chandajian's body." She immediately moved closer to Hyeonjin. "The two of you are strangely identical. Though the flow is a bit rough, the opposite personalities make it interesting." "Hyeonjin, you know the person I just described as rough is not you, right?" She smiled and introduced herself. "Just an earthly branch god, Shy. My name here is Jiwoo." She tilted her head and smiled brightly. Outside the cafe, it was now gradually getting dark. Time passed, the sky began to darken, and the moonlight rose, illuminating everything. The cafe had also closed for rest after a long day of work. She was in the kitchen busily washing dishes. Mao Dejian sat with her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Hanian Jin, feeling sleepy, lay down on the table and drifted off without realizing it. She appeared in his mind. May I ask one question? Hanian Jin's lips moved. My parents passed away when I was very young. Returning to reality, Mao Dejian slowly moved to sit beside him. Her gaze fell, her white eyelashes trembling slightly. Was it because, at this moment, he was still sound asleep? Was it because of me? Her hand touched Hanian Jin's forehead. Is it because I am someone who should not exist? Mao Dejian's body shimmered and gradually became transparent. No, whatever happened was not because of you. The hand placed on his forehead began to glow. No matter how that accident was, it is not a burden of guilt you have to carry. Hanian Jin's memory appeared. His parents were sitting in the car, smiling happily. Then, a horrifying moment, the car overturned. After that were the people Shendajian, their relatives screaming in anger, blaming Hanian Jin. Mao Dejian appeared in the memory, realizing that he had been trapped in this memory, living with guilt until now, leaving only fragmented memories. She closed her eyes, her body glowing again. Please excuse my rudeness for a moment. Immediately after, Mao Dejian opened her eyes. The scene before her stunned her. Mao Dejian appeared inside the car. Her gaze glanced towards the seat next to her. The young Hanian Jin was still innocent, smiling and lively. Mao Dejian looked at him, her heart full of affection. So this was also your happiest memory. Suddenly her gaze stopped, her face a mask of terror. A monster appeared right in front of the car. It was extremely ferocious, its three bright eyes staring intently into the car. Mao Dejian's face was shocked and stunned. That monster growled, its paw continuously poking into the car. Blood panicked, the face of the Japanese man turned pale. Her eyes were filled with fear. This is just a memory, so I cannot intervene. Car flipped over, spinning. Mao Dejian witnessed everything from beginning to end, standing frozen like a stone statue. Her heart ached as if cut, tears streaming down her face without her knowing when. The two monstrous beasts were still groping for their prey. Immediately after, they pulled him out of the car. She screamed in despair. Suddenly at this moment, a beam of light struck, making the monstrous beast disappear. Immediately after, Haidajian appeared, embracing him tightly. Mao Dejian stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment. She stared intently at him. Haidajian? At this moment, murmurs rose. Oh my god, it looks like there was an accident up ahead. That car is completely flipped over. Mao Dejian looked up at them, his voice worried. Get out quickly, it's dangerous. Call 119 first. The crowd was stunned. Oh my god, is the child okay? Is there anyone else in the car? What happened? The car was now on fire, but fortunately they had saved the child. Hanian Jin cried out in despair, calling for his mother. The woman who witnessed everything stood motionless, her hands clenched tightly. Two memorial photos of his parents were placed neatly side by side. The grieving relatives continuously criticized Hanian Jin. Mao Dejian looked at his small figure, thinking to himself, so that's it. She slowly walked over, thinking that it was because the pain was too unbearable that his memories were sealed. Mao Dejian hugged Hanian Jin tightly as a comfort. She patted his head and soothed. This memory, I will seal it again, Mr. Hanian Jin. Suddenly, thick black energy surged up violently. Mao Dejian opened her eyes cautiously, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Hai Long appeared, laughing eerily. I have seen everything. Mao Dejian, that brat has a very interesting memory. A sharp long sword appeared in her hand. Don't you try any tricks, Hai Long. Immediately after, Mao Dejian returned to her main body. A thick energy radiated around her, enveloping Mao Dejian's body. He gripped the sword tightly and raised it high. Hai Long remained unfazed. Mao Dejian's voice was firm. I will definitely drive you out of this child's body. Her eyes were full of determination. Mao Dejian showed no fear, pointing the sword straight at Hai Long. He looked down and said, if you fight me here, you'll only harm Hanian Jin's spirit. She retorted, no, I won't. Only you will get hurt. Her eyes were full of determination. Her sword suddenly flashed. A hand slowly reached out. It made her freeze, startled. The person was none other than Hanian Jin. His hand slowly lifted up, then it lowered again. Immediately after, Hai Long was surrounded by colorful strings. Mao Dejian stood frozen, her face dazed. He looked down and clicked his tongue. Hanian Jin's hand gently placed itself on her forehead. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately after, a blinding light burst forth. In reality, she jolted awake, her hand hanging limp. Her face was dazed. Did you push me out? Mao Dejian recalled the scene from earlier, thinking, what on earth was that thing? It makes no sense, she mused. If he were just an ordinary person, he would have been devoured by Hai Long long ago. Hanian Jin was still asleep at this moment, unaware of anything. His head had somehow rested on Mao Jian's body. Hanian Jin slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely saw a figure that looked like his mother. Unconsciously, he blurted out, Mom. Mao Dejian greeted him with a bright smile. Did you sleep well? He widened his eyes in surprise, speechless. Then he sat up in a panic. She said, you must be really tired, right? I carried you, and you didn't even know it. Hanian Jin looked out the window. Wu Dajian and Yu Dajian have already gone ahead. He asked dazedly, where is this? Mao Dejian replied casually, Jeru Island. Ah, Jeru Island. Hanian Jin heard this and shouted, Goat Umbrella Island? He stumbled and asked, why am I here? Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. As expected, you really are that child. It was Hai Dajian. He smiled. Long time no see. He was still dazed and didn't understand what was going on. Mr. Hen Jin. His eyes lowered. Seeing you living well like this, I am truly grateful. Han Jin was bewildered, turning his head dazedly. Who are you? He replied with a bright smile. Your long-legged moonlight uncle. Night fell and twinkling stars appeared in the sky. Mao Dajian hesitated. It was the same back then. She spoke to Hai Dajian but kept her eyes fixed on Han Jin. They weren't trying to cause chaos in the human world, but were acting with a different purpose, right? His eyes lowered. Since quite a long time ago, it seems the heavenly stems. She listened dejectedly, her face heavy, had already started targeting Yu Yanji. Both of them looked toward him as he ate his rice, but there was something very strange about it. He asked suspiciously, did Mao Dajian not see anything wrong? He made a guess that after that incident, until he turned 16, Han Jin did not encounter a similar event again. After hearing this, she remembered that if their purpose was only to keep Chu Dajian around smoothly, then afterward they should have taken more actions to eliminate him. Mao Dajian nodded. It was indeed strange. He also did not understand why they stopped targeting Han Jin, since after the accident, he was always left alone. He glanced around. If the heavenly stem had intervened 10 years ago, then Chen Dajian's seal should have been able to be lifted at any time. He continued, coincidentally, the time the seal was lifted was just before the 16th year. What he said next was only a conjecture. Hai Dajian's face turned serious. The original goal of the heavenly stem, and that mysterious force he feared, was not Jin, but Chen Dajian's body, a body that could use divine power. After hearing this, he stood frozen, his eyes wide. What? He still maintained a calm expression. He thought the heavenly stem had already discovered it. The rule of 64 seasons was also 16 years. Hai Dajian's words made her unable to believe it. He meant the condition to use the Shen Dajian body. She slammed the table and stood up. He thought they should share this with the other grand supervisors. He shrugged slightly. She still did not understand his meaning. Mao Dajian's face turned pale. He continued, those who knew that information. His words made her freeze like a statue. Only the earthly branch gods. Mao Dajian's voice became stammering. What did he mean? Her face darkened. It was that once that hypothesis was made, he could no longer share information with the other grand supervisors. Mao Dajian tremblingly called out, Hai Dajian, even if it was all just a guess. A cold aura emanated from around him, but if there was any suspicious point, that was enough reason for them to be cautious. But Hai Dajian, Mao Dajian's face was pale, drenched in sweat. Those demons had killed people. Hai Dajian questioned, did Mao Dajian mean? She gradually calmed down. Because the marked demons had directly killed people, she thought it could not have been caused by an earthly branch god. Hai Dajian continued, even if he did not act directly, at the very least there could have been an inside agent providing information to the other side. Mao Dajian's hands clenched tightly. Both fell into silence, not speaking a single word to each other. His voice rang out, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Based on this assumption, he would investigate further and report back to Z Dajian. She hesitated. If it was Z Dajian, Hai Dajian smiled upon hearing Mao Dajian's words. He probably would not suspect anything either, right? Her face also relaxed, a smile blooming on her lips. Mao Dajian asked a question that made Hai Dajian pause. But he already knew everything. Was he still okay with that? He smiled elegantly, yes, because Mao Dajian was a very clear-headed person. But if the rumor about Yu Dajian spread, then it would be Mao Dajian's fault. Mao Dajian stared down at the teacup on the table. Hai Dajian. She looked up, her face cold. He also had a piece of information to share with him, although he was not very sure. The teacup was lifted. There was something inside Han Jin's inner world. Hai Dajian was stunned. Did she mean Hai Long? No, there was something he could not explain. She continued. He did not know if it belonged to Han Jin's subconscious or something else. He could not conclude yet. But Mao Dajian recalled the scene at that time. It did not give him a negative feeling. Her head lowered slightly, and it pushed him out of Han Jin's inner world. He was shockingly incredulous, pushed her out. Mao Dajian's eyes wavered, hesitating. At night, gentle breezes brushed past, making the leaves sway in rhythm. The roof tiles were designed to be both beautiful and sturdy. Han Jin bowed his head deeply. Then, farewell, sirs. He stepped into the one-dimensional space. Before fully entering, he turned back and asked suspiciously, this side was Z Dajian's house, right? She forced a smile. It would be better if he connected directly to his house, but he was limited by space. Mao Dajian smiled brightly to reassure him. He had already informed Z Dajian. He was sure he had also opened a gate directly to Han Jin's house. He confidently walked away, but suddenly a voice called out, Han Jin. Han Jin startled and turned around. Hai Dajian smiled, don't worry, everything will be fine. Hai Dajin continued, considering that so far only the appearance of Tianding had been confirmed, and not all the heavenly stems were likely acting. He burst out laughing. Moreover, in terms of rank, he was far above Tianding. Mao Dajian also added, that was right, the Grand Supervisor Council was extremely strong, so he could rest assured. He was bewildered, that was not it. Scene change, Saidajian was at this moment standing in contemplation in front of the door. Her eyes drooped. Ah well, the two Grand Supervisors. Suddenly a figure burst out, shattering the glass door. My ancestors had. Henyeon Jin stood in the middle. He must have encountered another heavenly stem already. Upon hearing this, Mao Dajian stood frozen, his brow furrowed. Hai Dajian on this side also had an unpleasant expression, his eyes wide. Saidajian was grabbed tightly by the neck by a powerful arm. A large figure pressed down on her body. He had stark white sharp teeth. It turned out to be the heavenly stem, a ferocious face full of excitement. The heavenly stem, the unkillable god, Tianjeng. Tianjeng pressed Saidajian down onto the ground. She gritted her teeth, enduring it. His voice rang out from above her head. Long time no see, sister, bye. Tianjeng revealed a grotesque smile, his sharp teeth parting slightly. He heard she had played with Tianding last time. One of his arms blocked her neck, his attitude both lazy and frivolous. This time, play with him. Facing such a madman, she instead smiled and said, business hours for today are over, dear customer. Tianjeng was utterly baffled. I am probably a guest of hers, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, one that was no ordinary person's. Shen Dajian stood against the light, exuding the aura of an extraordinary figure. She's the one talking to me. In the next moment, the staff in his hand swung down. He flashed a mischievous grin at the opponent, the kind for someone he hasn't seen in a long time. Tianjeng did not turn around, but his hand precisely caught Shen Dajian's weapon. He then turned his head and called his name Shen Dajian. The two of them immediately clashed. Tianjeng spun around to sweep an attack, but Shen Dajian quickly stepped forward. His vision suddenly shifted, his pupils constricting. Very quickly, Shen Dajian threw a powerful punch straight at Tianjeng's face. The cigarette he was smoking fell to the ground. His broken blade pressed against the side of his neck. A sudden smile curled at the corner of Shen Dajian's mouth, wondering if he could do it. The expression on Tianjeng's face immediately stiffened as the blade drew closer and closer. Saidajian also leaned in, watching with wide-eyed shock. A loud boom sounded simultaneously with Shen Dajian's decisive blade. She called out loudly, "Hey!" Shen Dajian tilted his head in confusion. "What?" Saidajian angrily stepped forward and shouted, "This is my shop." He replied nonchalantly, "Let me, Cho Dajian, compensate you. That should be fine." In the middle of their argument, a third voice chimed in. Whoa. Surprisingly, Tianjeng was completely unharmed. I thought you wouldn't be able to use your power properly while trapped in a human body, but that hurt more than I expected. Seeing this, Shen Dajian became even more interested, his smile carrying a thrill of excitement. He reached out and gently touched his shoulder. Very quickly, the outfit on Shen Dajian changed, draping him in a red robe with golden patterns, a battle god. Next, he quickly threw another dagger. Watching the sharp tip of the weapon closing in, Tianjeng was not worried. It won't work. But right after, Shen Dajian suddenly leaped up and grabbed the hilt of the sword. This action left him utterly stunned. Not giving Tianjeng time to react, he spun and kicked the opponent's body. But he still managed to raise one hand to block. Shen Dajian praised softly. Still no good. His face looked incredibly cocky as he began to provoke old grudges, reminding him of the time he got beaten back to her place. Having said that, Shen Dajian quickly pulled his leg back. Sword hilt in his hand emitted a gentle glow of light. He took his large blade and leaped behind Tianjeng. Shen Dajian, his blade gradually mottled with streaks of yellow, firmament light. The huge blade simply carried its weight down onto Tianjeng's body. His voice spoke out, making him stop. "You are the one I most looked forward to meeting." With one hand blocking the blade, Tianjeng sneered contemptuously, "But what a disappointment." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly clenched his fist and drove it straight into Shen Dajian's chest. The sword in Shen Dajian's hand fell weakly to the ground. Sudden reversal of the situation made Saidajian cry out in alarm. Suddenly Tianjeng let out an admiring comment. "What the hell is that?" Looking at the wound on the arm he had raised to shield his chest, he couldn't help but be surprised. "I haven't even used my full strength yet." Shen Dajian's left arm was bruised red to the bone. "Did you really become a human?" He ignored the question, his face darkening as he asked, "Why are you here?" Tianjeng shrugged helplessly. "Your Tianding made a move against the heavenly court first, so I came to make a move against you too." After that, he pointed the tip at the opponent. "But you're too weak, so I've lost interest now." Suddenly Tianjeng bid farewell, deciding to leave. "I'm going now." As he turned his back, he paused as if remembering something. Tianjeng gave a vague, slight smile as if hinting at something. "I heard that in the mortal world, you have to be in a certain specific time period to unleash your true skills, right?" Shen Dajian maintained a cold face while listening to the opponent's words. "Meeting again, then then is fine. I can accept a challenge anytime. Suddenly, a flame slowly rose inside the room. He backed away a little, somewhat surprised. Hot. The one who created those flames was Saidayan. There's no need for that. Her expression was cold, her hands controlling the flames. You won't leave here alive. Right after Saidajian's command, Tianjang was immediately surrounded by flames. Fire Saidajian. Her voice was firm as she demanded from the opponent, speak. With every word she uttered, the ring of fire tightened, making Tianjang uncomfortable. What is your aim? Shen Dajian stepped over beside her to stand guard and support. And who told you about that so-called time? Seeing that the opponent had no intention of opening his mouth, Saidajian narrowed her eyes dangerously, not answering. The ring of fire tightened again, causing Tianjang great pain. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still managed to sneer. Your three tyrants have become more pathetic than I imagined. The hand of Tianjang tightened, squeezing the ring of fire. He struck a powerful punch into the air. Tianjang used his strength, but there was no counterattack. Shen Dajian quickly hugged Saidajian, shielding her from the immense wave of power. A moment later, only a large sunken crater in the ground remained and Tianjang had vanished. He glanced over with dissatisfaction, truly very annoyed. That evening, at the brightly lit villa, that monkey was about to return. Wu Dajian poured wine while grinning mischievously. Let's finish this drink, then clean up and destroy the evidence. Wu Dajian was in a thoughtful mood. Hey, I suddenly had a thought. She scrolled through her phone, unconsciously mentioning Hanian Jin's existence. What if the loop of the child not crying had already ended? This remark made him pause. Yu Dajian, what is that chicken brain of yours saying? According to the natural order, but Yu Dajian cut him off. Hold on, let me finish first. She sat up straight. The reason we consider it the natural order isn't because it is a flow that even divine power cannot stop. Yu Dajian was serious. Try thinking about it more simply. That flow has already changed now. Yu Dajian listened intently. Within a body born from a human is the soul of a human. He continued, to be precise, that's not a human body. She also agreed. That's true, but what was born inside that body is a human soul. So, could it be, Yu Dajian continued, will the human soul enter our next body, and will humans continue to be born? The more she spoke, the more excited she became, meaning our mission in the mortal world is over, and we will return to heaven. Wu Dajian dashed her hopes again. Well said, but can that certain someone return to heaven? He was referring to the heavenly supervisor. Wu Dajian scratched her head. Probably won't be like that, right? Sticking us into a dog's body would be a bit. Dajian set his empty glass down on the table, his hair covering his expression. Besides, even saying this I feel sorry for Han Eonjin, but saying he is completely human is still a bit vague. She hugged a pillow and lay back on the sofa. Not wrong either, that body was originally a divine body. He cut in. The issue isn't there. Dajian's gaze was thoughtful. Let's just say at that time he was wearing the divine garment of Zhejian. He raised a sensitive point, but the way he uses divine power is just too easy. Each word stunned Yu Dajian. Honestly speaking, the words Wei Dajian dared to say back then, Wei Dajian's words echoed. If it were just an ordinary human, they would have been eaten alive by Hai long ago. It's not something you can just ignore. She sat up straight and warned, if you dare call Han Eon-jin a demon, I will kill you. Wu Dajian replied, of course I didn't mean that. Han Eon-jin is absolutely not a demon. Looked at her. But you, Wu Dajian's words carried the truth. Could something like a demon even be strong enough to suppress Hai Long? Back at the private villa in the evening. At this moment, Saidajian and Shen Dajian walked into the living room together. Suddenly he looked up, discovering something strange. Two weapons appeared from nowhere, ready to launch an attack. Before Shen Dajian's eyes were Wu Dajian and Yu Dajian about to clash. What are you two doing? She angrily accused. This bastard told me to die first to test the natural flow. Why don't you do it yourself? He retorted. No way, I'm still busy playing a game releasing next year. Waiting long enough, I'd be watching chickens grow old. Shen Dajian, with a headache, scolded softly, both of you stop it. Seeing Saidajian, Yu Dajian jumped down from the railing. Saidajian came too, she greeted politely. It was then she noticed the injury. Wait, what's wrong with your arm? Wu Dajian also withdrew his combat stance and said politely, Shen Dajian. Then, he tapped the sword pommel on the ground to get attention. Everyone, facing Yu Dajian's annoyed expression, Wu Dajian said seriously, please focus on what I am about to say. He began explaining, this body, although a divine body, is different from our original selves. It is no longer created by the altar. Wu Dajian articulated his concern. It's been a long time since we properly used our power. She wondered, why did he suddenly continue, saying we don't need conditions to trigger power like Dajian? Wu Dajian clenched his fist. We have been living comfortably like ordinary people for a while, but from now on, we must train to harmonize this divine body with our divine power. His expression was determined. No one knows Tianjang's purpose for descending to the mortal world. Could it really be just Han Eon-jin alone? I don't think it's that simple. The solemn atmosphere was broken by Shen Dajian's question. Hey, that dog, are you drunk? Why are you acting so serious all of a sudden? Yu Dajian also chimed in. Knew it, too drunk and need to spout nonsense. No wonder he randomly started acting up. A moment later, Wu Dajian lay sprawled on the chair asleep. He picked up the empty bottle and lamented. That damned horse drank the whole bottle. Shen Dajian also poured himself another glass of wine. Well then, he was troubled. I haven't been indifferent to the issues earlier. If this body disappears, will we be able to return to heaven? Sai Dajian had an idea. If you want to verify, try contacting Yin Dajian. He is someone who has no lingering attachments in the mortal world, Yu Dajian complained. To be honest, who has any attachments, sister? We've been so troubled by this damned yoke. Shen Dajian looked up and recounted. The last time I saw Yin, he was 70 years old. After that, no contact for over 50 years. She thought again. Would Hai Dajian or Su Dajian know his whereabouts? First, let's inform them of the situation. He cut in. No. Shen Dajian placed the empty glass down on the table. His expression was serious as he instructed. We must minimize sharing information with the other earthly branch gods. Someone was puzzled. Why? Sai Dajian explained. Tianjiang knows our information clearly, from the time to activate our original power to matters concerning the altar body. She sat in a daze listening. Shen Dajian was annoyed when he said I was trapped in a human body. That was also very suspicious. From the start, he kept constantly mentioning my original power. He added, those weren't words spoken after he was sure of the information, but rather he wanted to confirm what he had heard. Yu Dajian interrupted. Even so, if we suspect others based only on that, Sai Dajian mediated, it's not certain yet, just a hypothesis. I recounted this after asking Tianjiang about his purpose for coming to the mortal world. He replied, that guy said he still wasn't allowed to tell. She deduced, he probably meant the one who provided the information, and that person definitely knows the earthly branch gods well. Shen Dajian picked up the full wine glass, slightly raising it towards Yu Dajian. Interesting. The corner of his mouth curled into a knowing smile. Among the earthly branch gods, there is a traitor, she said sternly. Are you crazy? This time Sai Dajian proposed another possibility. As Wu Dajian said, their goal might not be just Han Jin alone. Yu Dajian listened in confusion. But surely to achieve that goal, they need Han Jin. What we can do now is continue to monitor the people around him. The scene shifted to the next day. The weather was sunny and clear. Han Jin sat in a daze holding an orange in his hand. Gong Ji-won was unleashing a wooden sword strike, named Horizon Slash. He stepped forward and handed the stick to Han Jin. Come on, try it again. His face was reluctant, letting out a grunt of hey. Han Jin complained, can't you just skip this training at school? Gong Kang Jia emphasized that cultivation has no boundaries and tried to persuade, from now on, just let me handle it myself. I've got a general idea of the basic stances. His hand gripping the sword tightened, and he replied no. The serious expression, he promised, in a short time, I'll make you as strong as possible. Han Jin asked why. Gong Kang Jia answered, because no matter how skilled I am with a sword, I cannot surpass human limits. But you can. So I intend to pass down everything I have to you, so you can protect yourself. If you cannot escape fate, then fight fiercely. And above all, you must win. Gong Ji-gun held the wooden sword out in front of him. Unexpectedly, Han Jin caught him out. You have that all scripted in your phone, don't you? He taunted. Seriously, you have no sense of romance. Han Jin didn't spare his dignity either. You just think this situation is fun, so you're doing this. Just then, a laugh rang out from behind. Hey, you losers over there. A spinning basketball came flying straight toward Gong Ji-gun. Han Jin quickly grabbed the wooden sword. He ran forward to block, striking the ball with all his strength. Sure enough, it immediately split open, deflated, and fell to the ground. The group of guys stood frozen. The basketball blew up. No way. Jung Se-hyu twitched the corner of his mouth. What just happened? He forced a faint smile to cover it up. It must be because the ball is old. No wonder it looked a bit dirty. But the two guys with him didn't think so. It was brand new. It was inflated like this. On this side, Gong Ji-gun kept clapping in admiration. Han Jin, you only saw the Horizon Slash move just now, and you've already comprehended it. Jung Se-hyu stepped forward, sneering. Han Jin has grown up a lot, huh? He swung the wooden sword in his hand sharply. Han Jin's face was full of danger. Stop messing with me, get lost. But he just sneered unconcerned. Pretty tough. Jung Se-hyu mocked. Ever since you started hanging out with Jo Kyung's group, you've gotten pretty smug, acting all high and mighty with a wooden sword. He laughed loudly. And have you gotten the teacher's permission yet? You probably haven't, have you? After saying that, the group immediately ran off. Gong Ji-gu said, since there are lots of eyes at school anyway, let's find another place to train. His expression hardened, only now realizing it. Gong Jin-guan replied calmly, I didn't expect those thugs to rush in and steal the spotlight like that. He rubbed his chin. Strange, how could someone as inconspicuous as Han Yeon-jin attract that thug? Gong Hee-gun reasoned, following the usual trope. The two were friends as children, Shen Dajian, then fell out due to a misunderstanding. Han Yeon-jin denied not friends nor any misunderstanding. Suddenly someone called his name. Appearing from nowhere, she snatched the wooden sword from his hand. Her expression turned serious. What were you doing with your left hand just now? Sweat trickled down Han Yeon-jin's cheek. I didn't use Hailong's power at all. She still didn't believe it. But can you make a basketball explode? Even a passing dog would laugh at that. I should laugh too, just because you don't know. Lord Chief Inspector, within Han Yeon-jin is something stronger than Hailong. What? Stronger than Hailong? What is it? It is the sword of the heart named willpower. I told you not to talk to me at school. I don't like it. You say don't talk, so I have to listen. Why should I do that? Are we children? Good grief, and with all that training, do you think doing a few things will make you stronger overnight? Since when were you eavesdropping? Not eavesdropping, it's surveillance. What's the difference between the two? Anyway, don't do anything, just obediently accept being protected. Why? I said I would protect myself. You guys say I'm dangerous just so I don't have to use Hailong. No matter what I do, it's useless. It's better to let your body stay weak. What? Do you think someone like you can control Hailong? No matter how hard you try, you are just a good vessel for Hailong. Your suppressed instincts won't change. Even a chief inspector is a bastard. You're worse than those old fossils who think they're always right. Don't follow me, Lord Chief Inspector, this is mine. After leaving, Han Yeon-jin looked at his hand, subconsciously recalling what happened earlier. If he only blocked it, there would be nothing to say. Xu Dejian's words echoed, but he still made the basketball explode. Even he himself didn't expect it. Han Yeon-jin clenched his fist, affirming that it was not Hailong's power, because whenever it appeared, his arm would go numb. Thinking back, lately his left hand had not moved on its own. A feeling of unease rose in Han Yeon-jin's heart. Is there something? Probably because my body is a divine body or something. Moreover, after that incident, Hailong has been quieter. After a while, he could only sigh and let it go. Han Yeon-jin was once again submerged in the classroom atmosphere, time quickly turning to dusk. A strange sound echoed from a house. Two children looked pale at the scene before them. The white paper had turned black because the ball hit the ink bottle. He stood frozen like a statue. The boy looked elsewhere timidly. Jian, this is your doing. I don't know anything. Seeing the girl covered in ink everywhere, San only stammered, Bak Jun, I'm sorry. Only then did the girl look up and ask, why were you running around like that? There's a yard and a garden, so why play ball inside? The girl's gaze made San and his friend freeze. So scary. Bak Sun stood up and gloomily suggested, compensate her. San was flustered and about to cry, but I don't have money to compensate. Bak Sun said nothing, only raised 3 fingers. With each passing second, one finger folded down. Then a shrill sound echoed throughout the house. Zidajian looked at the children with a grim expression. What is it? Summoning divine artifact. Zidajian. Bak Sun quickly tattled. It was other San. San awkwardly confessed, I spilled the ink. Bak Sun cried out in grievance. This is my favorite dress. The boy only advised, just wash it. Bak Sun cried louder, how can these stains be washed away? The boy cheerfully said, technology is very advanced these days. Bak Sun yelled, what? After hearing the whole story, Zidajian could only sigh. Usually I'll buy you a new identical dress. Hearing that, Bak Sun happily ran over. Really? Seeing her excitement, Zidajian added, but it's late today, so let's do it tomorrow. Bak Sun seized the opportunity to wheedle. Then, since it's summer, buy Bak Sun a new sundress too, okay? San and his friend were speechless, so this was her real goal. Zidajian gently ruffled her hair, promising to call Chi tomorrow. You go with him, okay? Suddenly being made to go with someone else made Bak Sun bristle and struggle. I don't want to go with Uncle Chief. I want to go with you. You have to go on a date with Bak Sun. Seeing her cry again, Zidajian relented. Okay, I understand. He quickly urged, let's go eat dinner now, Bak Sun. Go change. She replied enthusiastically yes. San and his friend exchanged light smiles. Glad things ended well. 3 children trotted after Zidajian, chattering, isn't brother Kang Jang coming today? San had heard, he said, because of you he can't come often. On a small street corner on the other side, Han Yeon-jin had just reached the door when he froze, dropping his bag. Looking at the scattered tangerine peels on the floor, his face darkened. Don't tell me. He ran over and lifted the fruit box, stunned. Tangerines, it was the box gifted by Haidajian. Mr. Han Yeon-jin, a small gift for you. These are golden fragrance tangerines and tangerine preserves. Take them home and try them. The authentic Jeju Island tangerines he'd yet to enjoy were now empty. Han Yeon-jin was dazed. My delicious tangerines. They were tangerines. Then Dajian lay back, recalling the taste. The feeling when eating was like those seeded fruits, but not bitter, very sweet. Han Yeon-jin angrily looked at the ancestor. Did you eat all of this alone? Chen Dajian slowly got up, taking a huge pot for the mountain god. Didn't know how starved that brat Jokon was. More than half was eaten by Jokon. Han Yeon-jin knew his ancestor was just shifting the blame. At the same time, elsewhere, he unknowingly was happily taking the blame. Yeon-jin helplessly issued a punishment, temporarily banning him from eating instant noodles. Chen Dajian found it odd to be banned for just a little snack. You brought a bunch of tangerines to school too, stingy, truly stingy. Yeon-jin held up the empty box and questioned, I brought them to share with friends. You're a glutton. eating them all yourself. Chen Dajian knew he was wrong but still followed and asked, that temporary thing you mentioned, how long is it? Han Eon-jin was still angry, so he only answered, depends on my mood. Are you still hungry even after eating so much? Chen Dajian grumpily scolded him as a bossy brat, saying even if he were his descendant, he would become an unpleasant person in the future. Han Eon-jin did not answer, only looked at the empty refrigerator and told himself he would have to go to the market tomorrow. He took out his phone to check. His living expenses were only a little left. Han Eon-jin muttered to himself, thinking that with this much money it would be hard to find a part-time job, but that thought quickly reached the man's ears. Chen Dajian, with his dog mouth full of crap, probed if he was going to catch some bugs again. Han Eon-jin faintly replied, after going to the market tomorrow, if there was work he would do it, if not, then forget it. Man firmly told Han Eon-jin he would come along, but he immediately refused. No. Chen Dajian was actually very worried. At school he had the head supervisor with him, but now he was alone. What if a demon targeted him or he encountered a natural disaster? Eon-jin unconsciously remembered Chen Dajian's earlier words. With just one word from me, they will stop targeting you. He immediately decided, alright, going together is fine. Time quickly passed and the next day arrived. The short legs of the little kid stepped down from the car. All three children with cheerful faces shouted with joy. The head of department staying behind them sighed in amazement. It seemed the young masters were very much looking forward to the trip. Z Dajian nodded in agreement. He gently tugged the sleeve to check the time. These kids who usually loved to sleep and woke up this early. We are almost the first customers today. When the group entered, San suddenly turned back to look at Z Dajian and the head of department. San and the little kid strongly objected, telling the head of department not to follow them. They only wanted to go eat and play together by themselves. Exactly, Uncle always says he has no time then rushes us. Exactly always. The head of department hesitated, looking at the children, but then said, respected young gentleman, head supervisor. At that moment Z Dajian spoke up, it is fine. He told the head of department to go on ahead. Head of department had to nod. Then after finishing shopping, please call me. Inside the shopping mall, the staff all looked over with curious eyes. They could not help but gossip. From earlier until now, only the children were walking together. They probably were not lost kids, right? The little kid, after a while, placed several sets of dresses on the counter. I will buy all of these. The staff hesitated, looking at the kids who were ready to pay. The moment they saw what Z Dajian took out, they fell silent. A private card. The person beside him took it with extreme worry, hoping it wasn't something the children had picked up. She asked Z Dajian and the group of kids in confusion, well, little guests, can I ask you something? Where are your parents? The kids immediately widened their eyes in suspicion. Parents? The employee awkwardly asked if they weren't with their parents, but Z Dajian just let out a long sigh, knowing this wouldn't be easy. The two employees exchanged worried glances. What should we do? Should we contact the Lost Children's Center, miss? Z Dajian turned around and left only one remark. My parents are in the restroom. Let me go call them. After reaching a secluded corner, a pair of long legs appeared behind the faint smoke. A mature voice rang out, startling both the employee and the children. Sorry I'm late. San just opened his mouth to call brother, when the boy beside him covered his mouth, insisting he should call him dad. San immediately switched. Dad. Z Dajian stood tall with an unchanged expression. He asked the employee to handle the payment for me. After they left, the employees still couldn't believe it. They whispered in confusion, heavens, a guy that young already has 3 kids. The other employee remembered something and looked shocked. No, including that kid with the upside-down bowl haircut from earlier. That makes 4. The coworker was startled. Good heavens, that kid must be in elementary school. Both of them speculated wildly, maybe he just aged slowly. A wealthy tycoon with a big family, truly a contributor to the nation. At this moment, a new item appeared at Han Eon-jin's house. A dragon carrier he received for free from the Dangun market. He patted the cage, urging, old man, get in quickly. Since the supermarket banned dogs, if he wanted to come along, he had to get in there. Chen Dajian looked at the cramped space and cursed under his breath, but he still had to lie still inside it. Just as he lifted it, Han Eon-jin yelled, damn heavy old man. He opened the door while softly telling him to use divine power to lighten his body. Chen Dajian didn't comply and cheerfully replied, use this chance to train your physical strength. Han Eon-jin pleaded incessantly. How could he possibly carry such a heavy thing around? Taking a different path prevented him from noticing someone lurking behind the wall. That person's gaze was fixed on Yanji. Just then, a voice rang out, startling the stalker. Who are you? He didn't know I had been standing there for a while. Seeing he was discovered, he bolted away. But in an instant, his collar was grabbed by Su Dejian. The stalker's hat fell off as a result. Looking at the person before him sarcastically, wouldn't running away be faster if you used Shen Dajian's strength? She had long recognized that the person before her possessed Wei Dajian.